Chapter 1. The Contest for Marriage. Madam, something is amiss. The steward of the Zhao family dashed into the main hall, visibly flustered. What has happened? Inquired a middle-aged woman clad in a pale green gown. This was none other than the current lady of the Zhao family, Dachui. With urgency, the steward replied, Miss, she is outside challenging suitors to a contest for marriage. Dachui sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Nonsense! Bring her back immediately. The steward promptly acknowledged her command and hurried away. In Qingfeng City, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement today. Passers-by engaged in lively discussions as they roamed the streets. I heard that the young lady of the Zhao family is hosting a contest for marriage today. Is that so? This is certainly worth seeing. Did not the young master Tang from the imperial capital come to propose just days ago? Hush! Speak softly, or you may find yourself in peril. On a bustling street, a makeshift arena had been erected. Above the arena, a banner proclaimed in bold characters, Contest for Marriage. At this moment, a girl of about 15 or 16 stood upon stage. Her delicate shoulders, slender waist, and brows resembling emerald feathers, coupled with her porcelain-like skin, adorned in a pink and white short dress, rendered her an enchanting vision that one could hardly divert their gaze from. This young lady was Zhao Shui'er, the esteemed daughter of the Zhao family in Qingfeng City. With poise, Zhao Shui'er clasped her fists and addressed the gathering crowd. Esteemed elders and fellow townsfolk, today I, Zhao Shui'er, have set up this arena to challenge suitors. Whoever can best me shall become the son-in-law of the Zhao family. No sooner had she finished speaking than a burly man with a scruffy beard leapt onto the stage, brandishing a massive hammer. Ms. Zhao, watch how I, Wang Dachui, perform. Alas, how could this scoundrel have the audacity to step up? He is notorious as a bandit leader, exclaimed one onlooker. As soon as the words left his lips, a hefty hammer soared overhead, landing squarely upon his head without pause. In an instant, blood splattered, drenching those nearby. Wang Dachui glared down at the crowd. How dare you call me a bandit? I, Wang Dachui, am an honest man. You shall pay for this. Turning back to Zhao Shui'er, he declared, Shui'er, we need not fight, you cannot defeat me. Tonight, we shall share a bridal chamber. Hearing this, Zhao Shui'er's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, Why resort to murder? Murder? I have harmed no one. It was merely an unfortunate accident with my hammer. It is his fault for not dodging. With a smirk, he leaned closer. Come, my bride, let's go together. Attempting to grasp Zhao Shui'er's hand, she swiftly stepped forward, aiming for Wang Dachui's throat with her right hand. Wang Dachui sidestepped her attack, effortlessly seizing her arm, resting his hand on her shoulder. With a lecherous grin, he asked, My dear, are you intent on striking your husband? Zhao Shui'er's face flushed with anger. Release me. I shall end you. Unfazed, Wang Dachui leaned closer. Oh, you wish to kill me? Let us return home, and I shall allow you to strike me at your leisure. Just then, a sword soared through the air, hurtling towards Wang Dachui with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Wang Dachui squinted at the sword, abruptly pushing Zhao Shui'er aside, and swung his hammer fiercely towards the incoming blade. With a resounding clang, the hammer struck the flying sword, sending it crashing to the ground. Opposite Wang Dachui stood a young man, seemingly around 16 or 17 years old. He was clad in a cloud-white brocade robe, his hair flowing like wisps of cloud, and his deep-set eyes exuded an air of refined gentility. As the young man made his entrance, the crowd erupted in cheers. It's Bai Ye, the young master of the Bai family from Chu City. Indeed, who would have thought young Master Bai would also be here? Surely he has not come merely for the martial contest. Wang Dachui glared at Bai Ye, his tone laced with hostility. What kind of brat are you? Take this hammer. With that, he swung his iron hammer towards Bai Ye's face. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback by Wang Dachui's sudden attack, a serious expression crossing his features. He was only at the 3rd stage of qi condensation, while Wang Dachui was a formidable opponent at the 5th stage. How could he possibly withstand such a blow? Before Bai Ye could contemplate further, the hammer was upon him. He retaliated with a punch aimed at the hammer. With a thunderous crash, Bai Ye was sent flying several paces before he managed to halt his momentum. Wang Dachui sneered. Have you not yet grown enough to play the hero? Bai Ye fixed a cold stare on the rough-faced Wang Dachui, retorting, At least my hair has grown on my head, not just on my face. Upon hearing Bai Ye's retort, Wang Dachui's fury reached its peak. He was about to strike when a thought crossed his mind. He looked at Bai Ye and inquired, You are Bai Ye of the Bai family from Chu City? Bai Ye replied with a smile, Though your unkempt face is quite unbecoming, your eyes are not too shabby, you even recognize your elder, Bai. Wang Dachui's expression softened as he clasped his fists, saying, Since young Master Bai's taken a liking to Shui'er, I, Wang Dachui, shall relinquish her to you. Just as he turned to leave, Bai Ye interjected, you insulted Schwerer so brazenly and now intend to depart without consequence? Do you think that is appropriate? With that, he drew his sword and lunged fiercely at Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui's face contorted in rage. Do you think I fear you? He swung his hammer at Bai Ye. The sword and hammer clashed with a sharp ring. Bai Ye's sword was knocked from his grasp, and Wang Dachui surged forward, preparing to strike again. Bai Ye's heart raced. He feared he might not withstand this next blow. In an instant, the hammer was upon him when suddenly a furious shout echoed from afar. Impudent! With that exclamation, a sheathed sword flew through the air, directly forcing the hammer back to Wang Dachui's chest. Wang Dachui's eyes widened as he crossed his arms defensively. The hammer hurtled back with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying 100 paces, and upon landing, he spewed a mouthful of blood. At that moment, an elder appeared beside Bai Ye. Isn't that elder Bai Zhentian of the Bai family? The crowd murmured in recognition. Zhao Schwerer hurried to Bai Zhentian, offering a respectful bow. Uncle Bai, what brings you here? Bai Ye turned to Bai Zhentian and gave a slight bow. Second uncle. Bai Zhentian laughed heartily. Haha. What is this, my dear niece? Why are you engaged in a martial contest for marriage? At that moment, the steward of the Zhao family rushed over, breathless. Miss, Madam requests your immediate return. He glanced at Bai Zhentian and Bai Ye, his face revealing a hint of surprise. Elder Bai, young Master Bai, what brings you here? Bai Ye replied with a smile. I heard that Schwerer is hosting a martial arts competition for suitors, and I came to participate. Bai Zhentian spoke sternly. Do not speak carelessly. Turning to the steward, he continued. In truth, we merely passed by and noticed Schwerer was in a bit of trouble, so we lent a hand. The steward bowed respectfully. Thank you, Elder Bai and young Master Bai, for your assistance. No need for such formality. We are all family, Bai Zhentian chuckled. The steward looked at Bai Zhentian with a puzzled expression. Family? Chapter 2, A Rendezvous in the Grove. At that moment, Zhao Schwerer interjected, Uncle Bai, Brother Yi is coming to my house. It has been a while since you last visited. With that, Zhao Schwerer tugged at Bai Ye's sleeve, leading him towards the Zhao residence. Moments later, as they entered the hall, Dugu Xian, seated at the head of the table, caught sight of Bai Zhentian and Bai Ye. She paused slightly before asking, Elder Bai, young Master Bai, what brings you both here? Upon hearing this, Zhao Schwerer immediately became displeased. What do you mean, what brings? I invited them, is there a problem? Sensing the tension, Bai Zhentian quickly intervened. Ahem, I apologize for the abrupt visit with my nephew. Dugu Xian cast a dismissive glance. It's no trouble, please. Take a seat. Bai Zhentian surveyed the room. He noticed 4 others seated nearby. The elder of the Tang family from the capital, the elder of the Zhou family from the eastern city, the elder of the Li family from the border city, and the elder of the Sun family from Jin City. After exchanging greetings, he found a vacant spot to sit. Dugu Xian gently sipped her tea and said, Schwerer, you may return to your room. Now, this matter does not concern you. Zhao Schwerer stomped her foot lightly. Oomph, she exclaimed before turning to leave. Once Zhao Schwerer had departed, Dugu Xian addressed the others. I presume everyone is here for the same purpose today? The elder of the Tang family from the capital spoke up. What is your stance, Madame Zhao? Dugu Xian replied earnestly. Schwerer has been spoiled by her father since childhood and tends to be quite willful. Since everyone holds her in such high regard, I shall not hinder her. However, please speak freely. The elder of the Zhou family interjected suddenly. The Tang elder then stated, as long as Madame agrees to a marriage alliance with my Tang family, I can assure you that the Zhao family will have 5 slots each year for members to join the prestigious Sangyun Academy in the capital. This revelation not only astonished Dugu Xian, but also left the other 4 elders equally taken aback. The Sangyun Academy only admits 50 students each year. It must be said that the Tang family had indeed been unexpectedly generous. Even the Tang family itself only has 6 reserved spots each year, yet they readily offered 5. Among the elders, the most perplexed was Bai Zhentian. He had not come to propose, he was merely passing through. How had he become entangled in this situation? At this moment, the Zhou elder stood up, clasping his fists. Madam, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Have you left? If not, what brings you here? There are only 5 spots available, and the Zhou family only has 3 spots in total for the entire year. How to argue? As Elder Zhou departed, Elders Li and Sun exchanged glances, rising to clasp their fists in farewell. At that moment, Dugu Xian turned her gaze toward Bai Zhentian. Bai Zhentian sipped his tea and remarked, I too must take my leave. Do you not see me off? Dugu Xian interjected before Bai Zhentian could finish a sentence. Bai Zhentian, accompanied by Bai Ye, turned to leave. Just as they reached the door, a voice called out, "Uncle Bai, Brother Ye, wait for me." Zhao Shuer hurried over. "Why are you leaving so soon? Can't you stay and play with me for a couple of days?" Bai Ye smiled gently. "This time, my second uncle and I have important matters to attend to. I will visit you again when I have the time." With that, Bai Ye followed Bai Zhentian away from the Zhao residence. Along the way, Bai Ye inquired, "Second uncle." At this moment, Bai Zhentian interrupted, "Are you puzzled why so many prominent families have come to propose to the Zhao family?" Bai Ye nodded. "Indeed, what perplexes me even more is why the Tang family would offer so many spots. One must understand that the admissions for Tsangyan Academy are exceedingly stringent, and the spots are scarce." Bai Zhentian smiled slightly. "Let us speak of Tsangyan Academy. This esteemed institution has existed for several millennia. It is said that this continent, Tsangyan, derives its name from the academy. The individual who founded Tsangyan Academy did so with the noble purpose of safeguarding the people of this land." Bai Ye looked at Bai Zhentian in astonishment. "Second uncle, was that individual extraordinarily powerful?" Bai Zhentian replied earnestly, "Indeed, he was immensely powerful. It is said that he had already attained the unparalleled realm." Bai Ye, filled with curiosity, gazed at Bai Zhentian. "What is the unparalleled realm?" Bai Zhentian smiled gently. "My dear Yi, the highest known realm in our continent is the Lord's sovereign realm. It is certain that the unparalleled realm lies beyond the Lord's sovereign realm. Second uncle, what realm do you currently occupy?" Bai Yi asked Bai Zhentian. Bai Zhentian chuckled lightly. "Let's not discuss this. Instead, let us consider that girl Shuer. It seems my suspicions were correct. Otherwise, those families would not be so eager to propose, especially the Tang family." As they conversed, they arrived at the riverside, the boundary river of Qingfeng City. Crossing this river leads to Chu City. The two approached a ferry boat, and Bai Zhentian waved to the ferryman, "Boatman, we wish to cross the river." The ferryman emerged from the cabin, greeting Bai Zhentian and Bai Ye with a respectful salute. "Please, esteemed guests, board the vessel at that moment." A voice called from behind Bai Zhentian, "Brother Bai, please hold on." Bai Zhentian turned to see an elderly man approaching from a distance. It was Elder Zhou Xing from the Zhou family of East City. Bai Zhentian smiled slightly. "What brings you here, Brother Zhou? Do you have matters to discuss?" Bai Ye offered a slight bow to Zhou Xing. "Hello, Uncle Zhou." Zhou Xing glanced at Bai Ye and replied, "No need for such formalities, nephew." Zhou Xing continued, "Brother Bai, do not be in haste to depart. We have important matters to discuss with you." Bai Zhentian regarded him with suspicion. "You, and whom else?" Zhou Xing smiled faintly. "Indeed, it is I, along with Brother Sun and Li." Bai Zhentian inquired, "Is it about today's proposal?" Zhou Xing glanced around and replied, "Brother Bai, this is not a suitable place for discussion. Let us proceed to Qingfeng Tower." Bai Zhentian, with a somewhat solemn expression, acquiesced. "Very well." After Bai Zhentian and Zhou Xing departed, Bai Ye meandered towards a nearby forest. Upon leaving the Zhao residence, a maid had discreetly handed him a note, which read, "Tonight, in the woods, do not disappoint." Bai Ye chuckled softly, shaking his head. This surely was written by that girl, Shuer. Alas, there is no way to contend with her in their childhood. They often sneaked out to play in those very woods. Though they resided in different cities, his uncle frequently brought him to Qingfeng City on business. Thus he had ample opportunity to interact with Zhao Shuer. It would not be an exaggeration to call them childhood sweethearts. Bai Ye entered the woods and found a wooden stump to sit upon. With the day still young and having nothing better to do, he began to cultivate his qi. In the Tsangyan continent, each major realm is subdivided into 5 minor levels. Bai Ye currently stood at the 3rd level of qi condensation, and he needed to ascend 2 minor levels to reach the qi mastery realm. Of course, haste in cultivation is futile. One must not rush the process. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ye entered a meditative state, a feat that would astound anyone who happened to witness it. This state of meditation is typically attainable only upon reaching the qi mastery realm, where one harnesses qi to command the soul, allowing for a state of existence that coalesces into a form of elixir. Even for those at the qi mastery realm, achieving this state requires reaching the critical 5th level of qi mastery. Yet, Bai Ye at merely the 3rd level of qi condensation had already attained it. Chapter 3. Bitten by a Python. In the grand hall of the Bai family, a middle-aged man sat quietly at his desk. This man was Bai Linyan, the head of the Bai family and a master at the 4th level of the respected realm. Opposite him stood Bai Zhentian in silence. With a grave expression, Bai Linyan remarked, "Indeed, they have learned of Zhao Shuer's affair. Have you discovered who leaked this information?" Bai Zhentian replied, "I cannot ascertain. The individuals I dispatched are still investigating." Bai Linyan then inquired about Bai Ye. "What year? Why has he not returned?" Bai Zhentian speculated, "He may have been detained by Zhao Shuer." Ha ha, Bai Linyan chuckled. Indeed, send a message to Ye. He must seize the opportunity to grow closer to Zhao Shuer. Bai Zhentian pondered. That woman from the Zhao family. Do not concern yourself with her. I have my own methods. However, the Tang family poses a bit of a problem. Bai Linyan continued. You may go now. After Bai Zhentian departed, a slight smirk appeared on Bai Linyan's lips. The Tang family. Meanwhile, in the woods, Bai Ye remained engrossed in his cultivation, enveloped in an indescribable and profound state of meditation. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the leaves within a 10-jong radius to disintegrate, leaving only trembling tree trunks in their wake, as if they could be blown away by this force at any moment. Bai Ye transcended directly from the third level of Qi condensation to the Qi mastery realm, leaping over 2 minor levels. Slowly, he opened his eyes and looked at his own body, perplexed. What just happened? What was that sensation? At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother Ye, called Shuer's voice. Bai Ye turned towards the sound and saw Zhao Shuer running towards him. Shuer, you have arrived. Brother Ye, have you been waiting for a long time? Alas, that detestable second aunt of mine always sends someone to keep an eye on me, preventing me from going out. I sneaked out. Bai Ye rolled his eyes. When have you not sneaked out? Is there something on your mind now that night has fallen? Zhao Shuer, seated beside Bai Ye, gazed at him. Second aunt intends to marry me off to the Tang family. Yes, I am aware. I heard about it today, while at your house. But I do not wish to marry. I have never even met that Tang Zio, and even if I had, I would refuse. As she spoke, a faint blush began to appear on Zhao Shuer's cheeks. Noticing her sudden flush, Bai Ye inquired with curiosity, Shuer, are you unwell? Why is your face so red? Ah, you are the one who is unwell. Your entire family is unwell. I shall not speak to you any longer. With that, Zhao Shuer turned her back to Bai Ye and prepared to leave. Bai Ye quickly rose and grasped Zhao Shuer's hand, saying, Shuer, if you do not wish to marry, you can speak to your second mother. She is unlikely to make things difficult for you. Zhao Shuer turned to Bai Ye and replied, unlikely to make things difficult for me? Is that truly what you believe? Bai Ye was about to speak when a voice echoed from afar, Miss, where are you? We are searching for Zhao Shuer. Zhao Shuer hurriedly grasped Bai Ye's hand, urging, we must flee quickly. We cannot let them find me. In the depths of the forest, Bai Ye and Zhao Shuer stealthily evaded the Zhao family's search, arriving at a relatively secluded spot. By this time, it was already midnight, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Zhao Shuer, feeling a twinge of fear, asked, Ye good? Did you hear any sounds just now? Bai Ye turned to Zhao Shuer and said, Did you hear that? It seems there are snakes lurking nearby. Before Bai Ye could finish speaking, Zhao Shuer let out a terrified scream. Brother Ye, we have never encountered a snake while playing here before. How could there possibly be a snake? Bai Ye spoke gravely. I too am at a loss. Bai Ye pondered that it was improbable for any snakes to inhabit this area. Even an ordinary serpent would not evoke a sense of peril within him. Yet, moments ago, he had distinctly sensed an ominous foreboding. Suddenly, a python, as thick as a human arm, surged towards the two of them. Its entire body was adorned with dark green scales, and along its back rose a prominent ridge several inches high. In an instant, it lunged before Bai Ye and Zhao Shuer, its cavernous maw gaping wide, intent on devouring them. Bai Ye hastily shielded Zhao Shuer behind her, raising her hand to thrust a sword forward. A beam of sword light aimed directly at the serpent's head, but as soon as it made contact, it shattered instantaneously. With a sudden glimmer in his eyes, Bai Ye raised his left hand to block, but the python swiftly sank its fangs into his left arm, tearing away a chunk of flesh with brutal force. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining Bai Ye's entire robe of vivid crimson. Behind him, Zhao Shuer stood frozen in terror, her face pale as she stared at the serpent, momentarily paralyzed by fear and forgetting to flee. Bai Ye turned to Zhao Shuer and shouted, Shuer, run. At that moment, the terrified Zhao Shuer managed to regain her composure slightly. Just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her leg. Glancing down, she was horrified to see a small snake clinging tightly to her calf. Meanwhile, the python pivoted and swung its tail, striking Bai Ye's abdomen with force. Bai Ye was sent flying several dozen meters away, collapsing into unconsciousness upon landing. The python turned its gaze towards Zhao Shuer, hissing and roaring. At that moment, Zhao Shuer suddenly felt her body tremble, her blood boiling within her like water reaching a rolling boil. Unbeknownst to her, the ancestral blood was on the verge of awakening, leaving her quite bewildered. The python regarded Zhao Shuer with a glimmer of surprise in its eyes. As her bloodline surged, the astonishment in the python's gaze gradually morphed into gravity, ultimately transforming into fear, prompting it to turn and flee. Clearly, the power of Zhao Shui's ancestral blood had driven the python away. However, it was regrettable that her bloodline had not fully awakened. At present, Zhao Shui lacked the strength to support such an awakening. Should it forcibly manifest, it would certainly lead to her demise. Zhao Shui watched the python retreat, momentarily stunned and filled with confusion. Yet, she did not dwell on it, and swiftly ran to Bai Ye's side. As she dashed forward, a sharp pain shot through her leg. Glancing down, she noticed 2 deep bite marks. Those of the small snake. To her dismay, these marks were dark in hue, indicating the presence of poison. Ignoring the injury on her leg, she hurried towards Bai Ye. Upon reaching him, she found Bai Ye in a state of unconsciousness. Gently cradling his head, she shook it softly, calling out, "Ye Ge, wake up, Ye Ge." But Bai Ye showed no signs of response. At that moment, he was nearly lifeless, having been bitten by the python and then struck away by its tail. Despite having attained the Qi mastery realm, he was like an egg colliding with a rock in the face of the python's assault. His internal organs were ruptured, and the feeble breath he clung to was merely a testament to his indomitable will. Seeing him unresponsive, tears streamed down Zhao Shui's face. Panic engulfed her as she cried, "Ye Ge, please don't scare me. Wake up, please wake up." Chapter 4. The Xiao Family's Flying Knives. Chapter 5. The mysterious lady of the Zhao family. The force behind this strike was evidently several times greater than that of the previous expert at the Condensation Sea realm. The middle-aged man across from them casually raised his hand to throw a flying knife, which shot forth instantaneously. With a whoosh, it reached the palm of the hand before showing any sign of hesitation. Piercing through the palm, it directly penetrated the chest of the Pinnacle Break Sea realm expert. Blood splattered as the flying knife returned to the middle-aged man's hand. He examined the knife, inhaled its metallic scent, and hurriedly covered his mouth with his left hand. Bending over as if on the verge of vomiting, he mockingly remarked, "Your blood energy is quite formidable." Haha. This was a blatant provocation, causing the crowd to seethe with rage, yet no one dared to step forward. At that moment, the guard turned to the middle-aged man and inquired, "Are you here simply to disgust us?" No. The middle-aged man quickly shook his head. "I am here for a friendly exchange, merely to spar." The conversation was abruptly interrupted by a woman who questioned, "Is this merely a friendly exchange? Just a brief encounter? Surely, you cannot be speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open." The middle-aged man turned to face her. She donned a deep green gown, her long hair cascading down her back, adorned with a jade hairpin. Though her features were not conventionally attractive, her attire was impeccably styled, presenting a most pleasant and amiable impression. With a youthful smile, the middle-aged man inquired, "May I ask your name, young lady?" The woman remained silent, insisting, "You have yet to answer my question." He chuckled awkwardly, "Ah, indeed. It is merely a friendly exchange, just a brief encounter." As he spoke, he emphatically patted his chest, conveying utmost sincerity. He had indeed come for a sparring session, as his master had advised him to venture forth into the world, cautioning him to remain vigilant and to never underestimate his opponents, regardless of their prowess. He was to give his all in every engagement, yet still exercise some restraint in his actions and words. He had adhered to his master's teachings, exerting maximum effort in every encounter. After all, he held deep respect for his mentor. Suddenly, the woman pointed at him, declaring, "What a fine example of a brief encounter. Is your version of brief one that separates life from death?" The middle-aged man glanced apologetically at the 2 lifeless bodies nearby, bowing slightly as he said, "I am truly sorry. I was unaware of your fragility. Please strive to become stronger in your next life." His sincerity was evident, his face etched with remorse. The onlookers were left bewildered. What sort of reasoning was this? He had claimed their weakness as the cause of their demise, suggesting they should strive for greater strength in their next incarnation. Would such words not cause their spirits to be shattered? At that moment, the woman stated, "I shall deliver a blow to you." Stepping forward, she prepared to strike. The middle-aged man, however, took a step back, shaking his head fervently. No. I cannot spar with a woman. My master has taught me that in this realm, the number of men far exceeds that of women. We must avoid fighting women. For should I inadvertently harm one, countless men may find themselves without wives." Before he could finish his sentence, he was enveloped by a formidable aura emanating from the woman. As she made her move, the crowd stood in stunned silence, not due to her action, but because her strength surpassed all expectations. One of the guards murmured, "She is at the 3rd level of the sovereign realm," his astonishment palpable. At that moment, the middle-aged man found himself ensnared by the woman's overwhelming presence. Showing no inclination to retaliate, the aura, unique to those who have cultivated to the sovereign level, was palpable. She gazed at him intently, asking, "Why do you not strike?" He replied with a wry smile, "I cannot. If I were to engage, I fear many men would be left without wives." At this, the crowd seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. Many men without wives? Is it to say that this woman will find many husbands? As this thought crossed their minds, everyone stared at the woman in sheer astonishment. Unbeknownst to her, she seemed to overlook the crux of the matter, the fact that many men struggle to find wives. At that moment, the woman threw a powerful punch, declaring, "If you do not strike now, you shall never strike again." A formidable aura surged forth, crashing upon the middle-aged man like a relentless tide. In that instant, the man inwardly murmured, "Master, I am going to die, yet I do not wish to perish." Just then, the woman's fist connected, and the middle-aged man was sent flying, disappearing from the sight of the crowd. The woman was taken aback. Had she truly not held back? A pang of regret washed over her. She had not intended to kill the man, but had acted impulsively in a moment of anger. The onlookers turned their gazes towards her, and as she noticed their stares, her lips twitched slightly as she turned to leave. Who is this woman? Does anyone know her? After her departure, the crowd began to murmur. Isn't she the young mistress of the Zhao family? Someone remarked. At that moment, a voice echoed from the sky. I said that if a woman strikes, she would not strike against another woman. I stand by my word. To everyone's astonishment, the man had returned, seemingly unscathed. The few powerful figures present were deeply shaken. They had clearly sensed that the middle-aged man had not retaliated at all when the woman attacked, taking the full force of a strike from a third-tier master without any defense. What kind of strength was this? Come, let us continue. Does anyone dare to receive my blade? He proclaimed, his frustration mounting at having been beaten without the opportunity to fight back. He resolved to tell his master about the humiliation he had endured. Just then, the guardian across from him spoke in a deep voice, "Let us all attack together." The middle-aged man was momentarily bewildered, thinking, wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel? Why are they ganging up on me now? This is unfair. Before he could ponder further, hundreds of opponents surged forward, their formidable presences bearing down upon him. Maintaining a calm demeanor, the middle-aged man recalled his master's teachings, never panic. Regardless of the circumstances, especially when outmatched, he believed in himself, he was invincible. A faint smile graced his lips as he slowly closed his eyes. Of course, he was not waiting for death, he was merely feigning. As the crowd observed his composed demeanor, their frenzy intensified, interpreting his calmness as outright disdain. In that moment, they unleashed their most powerful attacks, aiming to annihilate the middle-aged man. Sensing something amiss, he gradually opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, an overwhelming force and barrage of attacks surged before him. The middle-aged man calmly uttered, "Trust in my master, trust in yourself, for I am invincible." With that, he raised his hand and launched a flying dagger, which was immediately repelled by the frenzied onslaught, sending it flying thousands of feet away. The man himself was also hurled back, landing several thousand feet away, where he lay on the ground, murmuring, "I am invincible." Soon after, he lost consciousness. At that moment, a woman appeared beside him. She was the one who had departed earlier. The woman swiftly lifted the middle-aged man and soared away. Shortly after they vanished, a group of several hundred individuals arrived at the scene. They fled? A powerful figure questioned skeptically. "This person is formidable." With that, the crowd dispersed. And after a moment of contemplation, the guards also turned to leave. Chapter 6. The enigmatic framing on the bright morning of the sixth day. A ray of sunlight pierced the corner of Bai Ye's eye. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to shut them again immediately. The light was too glaring for him to bear. Gradually, he adjusted and exhaled a sigh of stale air. A slight ache throbbed in his head, and suddenly recalling something, Bai Ye bolted upright, calling out, "Schwerer, Schwerer, are you there?" No reply came. "She has gone. The python." With this thought, he sprang to his feet. As he did, a realization struck him. My arm. He lifted his hand to inspect the spot where he had been bitten the previous night, only to find that there was no wound at all. Bai Ye stood in a daze. A look of confusion etched upon her face as she gazed at her blood-stained garments. At that moment, distant voices echoed, calling out, Miss Schwerer is here to see you." Bai Ye hesitated on whether to inform them. At that moment it seemed someone had discovered Bai Ye. "Over here. It appears to be young Master Bai." Bai Ye found himself compelled to approach a few individuals. Upon reaching them, he conveyed, "Schwej may be in peril. It is imperative to promptly inform your lady." After uttering these words, he proceeded towards the edge of the forest. He needed to return to his clan, for the events of the previous night had been exceedingly abnormal. How could his injuries have healed overnight? He distinctly recalled the sensation of the serpent's tail striking him. An overwhelming feeling of death, only that. Yet, why was he unscathed? Where had Shuer gone? The more he pondered, the more disquieted he became, prompting him to quicken his pace. At that moment, a maid who had been searching for Zhao Shuer in the woods hastily returned to the Zhao residence. Breathlessly, she entered the main hall, exclaiming, "Madam, madam." The young lady. Dachui regarded the maid and urged, "Speak slowly, have you found the young lady?" The maid, her voice trembling, replied, "I have not located the young lady, but we encountered young Master Bai in the woods." "Bai Ye?" Dachui inquired. The maid nodded, "Yes." Young Master Bai seemed gravely injured, covered in blood. Moreover, Dachui abruptly rose. "Moreover what?" The maid quickly continued. "It appears that young Master Bai is also searching for the young lady." Slowly, Dachui sat down, gesturing to the maid. "Continue searching at once. Do not return without the young lady." The maid withdrew to continue her search for Zhao Shuer. Dachui then entered another room where a maid named Xiaoyu, who had previously surreptitiously delivered a note to Bai Ye, was kneeling before her. Dachui glared at Xiaoyu, her voice laced with fury. "Who gave you the audacity to assist the young lady in delivering notes?" Xiaoyu knelt on the ground, sobbing, her body bearing the marks of a severe beating, evident from the numerous whip wounds that stained her garments crimson. At that moment, a figure clad in black robes entered the room. Dachui pointed at Xiaoyu and commanded the robed figure, annihilate her entire family. The kneeling Xiaoyu was struck with terror, repeatedly bowing her head. "I beseech you, madam, spare my family. I implore you." The sound of her desperate pleas echoed with profound longing and despair. Yet, the robed figure paid her no heed and turned to depart. Dachui, fixing her gaze upon Xiaoyu, scoffed, "Humph, should the young lady not return, I shall extract your soul and refine your spirit." Xiaoyu continued to plead for her family's safety. "Take her to the fire prison." The fire prison, a private dungeon of the Zhao clan, was designated for those who had committed heinous acts against the family or betrayed them. Within the fire prison, one endured relentless torment from the searing flames, never succumbing to death, existing in a state that truly rendered life worse than death. When Bai Ye arrived at the family estate, it was already midday. The members of the Bai family were taken aback by the sight of Bai Ye's tattered clothing and the blood covering his body. At that moment, Bai Zhentian emerged from the house and, upon witnessing Bai Ye's dire condition, was momentarily stunned. Just as Bai Ye was about to speak, Bai Zhentian hurriedly pulled him into the hall. At that time, Bai Linzhen was also present. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Bai Linzhen abruptly stood up and inquired, "Year, what has happened? Did the Zhao family inflict these injuries upon you?" Bai Ye quickly shook her head. "No." Bai Linzhen, with a puzzled expression, inquired once more, "What is the matter?" Bai Ye gazed at Bai Linzhen and recounted, "Yesterday, my second uncle was about to escort me back to our family when he was halted by the elders of the Zhou, Li, and Sun families. He instructed me to return alone. However, before departing from the Zhao family, Shuer summoned me to the grove in the evening, claiming she had matters to discuss with me. Thus, I ventured there alone to await her arrival." Bai Ye recounted the events of the previous night in great detail to Bai Linzhen and Bai Zhentian. Bai Linzhen's expression turned solemn upon hearing this. "Are you saying that there were serpent-like demonic beasts in the small grove last night, and that their level of power was considerable?" "Indeed, I found myself utterly defenseless before that serpent. We have frequented that place many times before. Yet we have never encountered any demonic beasts," Bai Ye remarked, equally perplexed. Bai Linzhen remarked, "He can undoubtedly perceive your injury." "Indeed. Bai Ye sustained a grievous wound last night. The bloodstains that mar his entire body are testament enough to that. However, such a severe injury." "No. You mentioned that you attained the realm of Qi mastery last night? Yet, your current state." It was only then that Bai Ye recalled the matter. He extended his hand, and in an instant, a surge of mysterious energy surged and solidified throughout his body. However, upon attempting to harness this energy, he found himself unable to do so. Could it be the result of the snake venom? Bai Linzhen and Bai Zhentian exchanged glances as they observed the solidified mysterious energy enveloping Bai Ye. Both were taken aback. Although he had not yet reached the realm of energy manipulation, his state of energy condensation was indeed unlike that of others. Typically, in the realm of energy condensation, the mysterious energy flows throughout the body, but it does not solidify as it does with Bai Ye. It is essential to understand that mysterious energy is gaseous in nature. The realm of energy condensation is merely the gathering of this energy. However, regardless of the method of gathering, it should not become tangible. At that moment, Bai Linzhen turned to Bai Ye and said, Very well. You should wash up and change into some fresh clothes, then take a good rest. As for Schweder's situation, I have instructed your second uncle to investigate. Bai Ye offered a slight bow and replied, Very well, esteemed father. After Bai Ye departed, Bai Linin turned to Bai Zhentian and said, Go seek out the third brother and have him locate Zhao Shuer. Then, make a trip to the capital. My elder brother suspects that the Tang family may be involved. Bai Zhentian replied with uncertainty, Is there a degree of suspicion? Indeed, there is some doubt. Yet my instincts suggest that the Tang family is not the culprit. When you journey to the capital, do not make your intentions overt. And certainly do not approach the Tang family. Bai Linian instructed firmly. I understand. I shall leave at once. With that, Bai Zhentian turned and departed. After Bai Zhentian departed, Bai Linian fell into deep contemplation, not regarding Zhao Shuer, but rather pondering the enigmatic realm of Bai Ye. It must be said, this was exceedingly peculiar. Throughout his years of cultivation, he had never encountered such a state of qi condensation as Bai Ye's. It had been centuries since he had witnessed anything akin to it. In a grand hall, Duel sat quietly, lost in thought. After a moment, she spoke, summoned someone. A woman entered the hall and said, Madam, how may I serve you? You are to make a journey to the Tang family in the imperial capital, she instructed, and inform them that the young lady has been taken by someone from the Bai family. With that, a faint smile graced her lips. Within the grand hall of the Bai family, Bai Zhentian rushed in with an air of urgency, exclaiming, Master of the house, a crisis has arisen. Bai Linian turned to Bai Zhentian and said, However, it was the Tang family who abducted Zhao Shuer. Bai Zhentian hastily shook his head and said, It is not a member of the Tang family. Moreover, someone has claimed to the Tang family that we have abducted Zhao Shuer. Who uttered the words of Bai Linian's rise? Bai Zhentian shook his head, expressing his ignorance. I am unaware, presently. The Tang family is gathering the formidable members of their clan. They may come to our Bai family to demand individuals. Bai Linian's expression changed drastically in an instant. Is someone framing the Bai family? Who could it be? Go and fetch the third brother. Instruct him to take Yeo away from Chucheng for the time being. Await my instructions. They are not to return without my consent. Bai Zhentian inquired with a hint of confusion, What is this? Bai Linian gazed gravely at Bai Zhentian, remarking, This matter is far from simple. The Tang family will undoubtedly not let this slide. We must prepare for the worst and summon all the formidable members of our clan back to the family. Bai Zhentian nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Chapter 7. The Three Sovereign Realm Experts. Chapter 8. Mu Xiu intervenes. A wisp of sword light swiftly appeared before the Tang family members. Without a moment's pause, it surged directly into their midst. As this radiant blade penetrated their ranks, heads began to sever and soar into the air. In the blink of an eye, the heads of numerous formidable figures from the Tang family, who had reached the condensing sea realm, fell to the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the scene as Bai Linian and Bai Laosen turned their gazes towards Bai Zhentian. Their faces alight with ecstatic expressions. Bai Zhentian had also achieved a breakthrough. Conversely, Tang Xianfeng and the gun-wielding man wore grim expressions. Tang Xianfeng bellowed, What a cunning old dog from the Bai family. I wondered how you dared to seize my Tang family's people. It turns out that all three of you brothers have already attained the sovereign realm. Bai Linian, with a look of helplessness, gazed at Tang Xianfeng and said, I have already stated that I did not abduct the young lady of the Zhao family. Tang Xianfeng, filled with rage, retorted, Cease your meaningless chatter. Do you believe that the presence of three esteemed masters makes you formidable? He then crushed a communication talisman and declared, Even if you had 10 esteemed masters today, it would be futile. I shall still annihilate your Bai family. Hidden in the shadows, Duel, upon witnessing the Bai family possessing 3 esteemed masters, wore a grave expression. It must be said that these families concealed themselves quite adeptly. Yet, the more she observed, the more exhilarated she became. Where there are people, there exists a realm of martial arts, and where there is a martial realm, the absence of conflict renders it utterly dull. At Songyun Academy, atop a lofty peak, a middle-aged man sat in midair in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as a communication talisman descended before him. He looked at the talisman, and after a moment, narrowed his gaze. Family crisis, by family. With a scoff, he turned and soared towards another peak. At that very moment when Tang Xianfeng shattered the talisman, Bai Linian fixated his gaze on him, contemplating, could he be notifying the members of Songyun Academy? However, there are rules within Songyun Academy. None among its ranks may intervene in worldly matters unless an external threat invades Tongyun continent. Yet, if he was not informing Songyun Academy, to whom was he sending the communication? Just then, Bai Laosen suddenly remarked, They are summoning reinforcements. We must annihilate them all before their allies arrive. With that, Bai Lausen clasped his hands together and proclaimed, raining clouds and parting seas. A terrifying aura erupted as he struck his palms, surging towards Tang Xianfeng with overwhelming force. Bai Linyin and Bai Zhentian no longer hesitated, unleashing their most formidable strikes against the members of the Tang family. Tang Xianfeng and the armed man did not remain idle. They promptly countered, striving to mitigate the terrifying onslaught and reduce further casualties. However, it was evident that two individuals could not withstand the mightiest blows from three supreme lords. In an instant, several heads of Tang family members were severed. Tang Xuanfeng's eyes widened with rage. He understood that even if he sent a message, it would take time for assistance to arrive from Songyun Academy. During this critical interval, they had to endure. With this thought, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, retreat." Upon hearing Tang Xuanfeng's command, the crowd hastily withdrew. Meanwhile, Bai Linyin and his companions, witnessing the Tang family's retreat, surged forward with renewed vigor and launched another assault. As explosive sounds reverberated, the surrounding structures were instantly reduced to rubble. The members of the Tang family fell back, and even in retreat, they suffered further losses. In contrast, the Bai family grew more emboldened, collectively roaring, "Annihilate the Tang family." A new wave of terrifying attacks swept toward the retreating Tang family members. Just then, a voice resonated from afar, commanding, "Cease this." As the voice echoed, a formidable pressure descended from the distance. Everyone turned to see the newcomers, an elder and a middle-aged man. At that moment, Tang Xianfeng turned and offered a slight bow to the elder, Elder Mu. The elder was none other than Mu Xiu, the esteemed elder of Songyun Academy, while the middle-aged man was Tang Qiuyun, a direct descendant of the Tang family. Tang Qiuyun then nodded slightly to Tang Xianfeng, inquiring, "Uncle, are you all right?" Bai Linyin and Bai Zhentian turned to Mu Xiu and offered a slight bow, acknowledging, "It is an honor to receive Elder Mu in our midst. Please forgive our inadequacies in welcoming you." At that moment, Bai Lausen suddenly pointed at Mu Xiu and exclaimed, "What is this, Elder Mu? Are you intending to contravene the Academy's regulations?" Mu Xiu regarded Bai Lausen with calmness and replied, "Oh, regulations? I have not transgressed them. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, I shall assume the role of a guest elder of the Tang family. Is my presence here as a guest elder a violation of the rules?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Tang family nearby displayed expressions of joy. Tang Xianfeng then clasped his fists and bowed to Mu Xiu, saying, "Elder Mu, I am deeply grateful. The Tang family shall offer substantial rewards following this matter." Mu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. "We are all of one family, so there is no need for such formality. Let us first address the pressing issues at hand." Upon hearing Mu Xiu's words, Bai Linyin and the others instantly wore grim expressions. They were acutely aware of Mu Xiu's formidable prowess should he choose to intervene today. The situation would become exceedingly complicated. Although Mu Xiu claimed to act in his capacity as a guest elder of the Tang family, it was common knowledge that he held the esteemed title of Supreme Elder at Songyun Academy. If Bai Linyin and the others were to take action against Mu Xiu today, it would be tantamount to the Bai family launching an assault against Songyun Academy itself. Bai Linyin let out a soft sigh and turned to Bai Zhentian, inquiring, "Second brother, what is your perspective? What is there to ponder?" "Let us proceed," Bai Lausen responded, charging ahead towards the members of the Tang family. Bai Zhentian also fell silent for a moment. Having reached a point of no return, let us vow to fight to the death, even in the face of demise. We shall perish in battle. Bai Lausen dashed forward, his palms outstretched, as a formidable energy coalesced within his hands. In an instant, the surrounding air transformed into a bizarre vortex, resembling a black hole. He then unleashed a powerful strike, the cloud-dispelling palm. The swirling black hole, emanating an overwhelming force, surged towards the Tang family, scattering countless fragments of stone into the air, engulfing everyone in its wake. As Bai Lausen made his move, Bai Zhentian stood resolutely with a sword held between his brows, silently invoking, "In my name, I commune with the celestial spirit. May auspiciousness descend and empower my blade." In an instant, a terrifying pressure surged from the heavens, causing the sword in Bai Zhentian's grasp to tremble slightly. At that moment, a blinding silver sword light penetrated the blade, and Bai Zhentian abruptly opened his eyes, stepping forward to thrust his sword. As he did so, the air around him seemed to be torn asunder, with even the fabric of space warping and distorting. The celestial spirit sword, a technique of the earth rank. Tang Xianfeng observed Bai Zhentian's strike, his expression grave. What a formidable sword technique. Alas, had you reached the third layer of the sovereign realm, none present could withstand that blow. It is indeed a pity that you have merely just broken through to the sovereign realm. Mu Xiu regarded the two combatants, narrowing his eyes as he stepped forward half a pace. He unleashed a powerful punch, the divine fist. A colossal shadow of a fist surged toward Bai Laosan's palm and Bai Zhentian's sword light, pressing down upon them. Wherever the fist passed, dark fissures appeared in the surrounding space. The sheer terror of such a punch capable of rending space was palpable. In the blink of an eye, the immense shadowy fist collided with Bai Zhentian's sword and Bai Laosan's palm, producing a tremendous resonating boom that reverberated through the skies. The surrounding space shattered instantaneously like glass, transforming the broken area into a vast abyss of darkness. Yet, in a mere moment, it restored itself to its original state. Bai Zhentian and Bai Laosan were thrust back several dozen yards, while Mu Xiu remained utterly unmoved, effortlessly handling the two adversaries. Truly, he was the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, and it was primarily due to his fist's might, a supreme earth-rank technique. Such techniques were scarce in the entire Songyun continent, with only Songyun Academy possessing a few of such exceptional martial arts. Bai Linian approached Bai Zhentian and Bai Laosan, who were lying on the ground, their mouths continuously spewing forth blood. Bai Linian hastily produced 2 pills and administered them to the 2 individuals. However, Bai Laosan shook his head, stating, "There's no need. It's already too late." Before he could finish his sentence, his head slumped, and he ceased to draw breath. Chapter 9. The Desolate Young Master of the Bai Family. Old Third. Old Third. Bai Linian exclaimed, his voice filled with desperation as he witnessed Bai Laosan's lifeless form. Moments later, he turned and approached Bai Zhentian, the second brother. Bai Zhentian forced a smile towards Bai Linian, but just as he was about to utter a word, a mouthful of blood spilled forth. As he spoke those words, Bai Zhentian's eyes gradually closed, his head tilted to the side, and he ultimately breathed his last. At this moment, Bai Linian found his mind utterly blank. He turned to survey his surroundings and discovered that the Bai family had been completely slaughtered, leaving him the sole survivor. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming in fury, "Who dares to conspire against the Bai family? I, Bai Linian, shall not yield." Concealed in the shadows, Duel trembled at his words. This old fool, she thought, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips. The Songyun Academy proves to be quite intriguing. Such a formidable elder exists here. I must tread carefully from now on. With that, she turned and quietly departed. Bai Linian gazed at Mu Xiu and the others, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, you foolish ones, entirely unaware that you have been outwitted." His laughter carried an air of madness. No, it was sheer insanity. As he laughed, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted violently from within him. Mu Xiu narrowed his eyes at Bai Linian and urged the members of the Tang family beside him, "Quickly retreat. He intends to self-destruct." With that, he too stepped back a few paces. The self-detonation of a master in the sovereign realm is no trivial matter. While it posed little threat to Mu Xiu, the other, less powerful members of the Tang family would be unable to withstand it. As soon as the Tang family members began to withdraw, a thunderous explosion resonated, and a crimson mist of blood enveloped the vicinity where Bai Linian had just stood. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood, spreading rapidly. With Bai Linian's self-destruction, the Bai family was utterly reduced to the dust of history. The annihilation of the Bai family shattered the centuries-old balance of power on the Songyun continent. The Zhou, Li, and Sun families trembled in trepidation. Fully aware that they were ensnared in a scheme, yet the identity of the orchestrator remained a mystery. No one dared to investigate or inquire further, fearing the repercussions of entangling themselves in undesirable fates. Following the eradication of the Bai family, the Tang family too fell into a state of calm. Although they had suffered considerable losses during the conflict, it was indisputable that the Tang family emerged as the greatest victor of this tumultuous affair. The Bai family, after all, possesses a heritage that spans several centuries, yet all the accumulated wealth of the Bai family has been entirely consumed by the Tang family, leaving not a single drop behind. After the demise of the Bai family, the Tang family undoubtedly emerged as the most formidable force, second only to the Songyun Academy. Duel was still covertly dispatching individuals in search of Zhao Shuer, yet her endeavors yielded no results. What perplexed her further was the absence of Bai Ye during the extermination of the Bai clan. Meanwhile, the Tang family was fervently hunting for Bai Ye, publicly accusing him of abducting their betrothed, a crime deemed utterly heinous, and vowed to capture him at all costs. At this moment, Tang Xianfeng and the elders of the Tang family sensed that something was amiss. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, they resolved to act decisively. Regardless of whether Bai Ye had indeed abducted Zhao Shuer, they were determined to locate him and eliminate him to prevent any future repercussions. On a desolate and dilapidated street, a young man ambled slowly forward. His attire indicated that he had endured considerable hardship in recent days. Once adorned in fine silks, his robe was now tattered and worn, his hair disheveled, his face grimy, and in his hand, he clutched a withered branch. This individual was none other than Bai Ye. Initially, Bai Lao San had hurriedly sent him here and departed, citing a family crisis that barred his return. He promised to fetch Bai Ye once the danger had passed. Yet 5 days had slipped by without a single soul arriving for him. Even more tragically, in his haste to return to the family, Bai Lao San had left nothing for Bai Ye. Starved for days, Bai Ye staggered forward, and passers-by on the street instinctively recoiled at the sight of him. At that moment, 2 individuals walked by, whispering to one another. Have you heard? The Tang family in the imperial capital is hunting down a certain young master Bai from the Bai family. One remarked. The other quickly hushed him. We mere mortals should not speculate on the quarrels of the divine. I heard that the Bai family was annihilated by the Tang family, and only young Master Bai managed to escape. Now, the entire Songyan continent is in pursuit of him. Indeed, I've heard that anyone with news of young Master Bai can claim 500 pieces of silver. 500 pieces. That could sustain me for a lifetime. Don't get your hopes up. Even if you saw young Master Bai, would you dare to report it? Honestly, I wouldn't. I was merely speaking. We are but impoverished souls. Alas, living is more important than anything. Gradually, the 2 figures receded into the distance. Their hushed conversation, despite their attempts at discretion, was overheard by the faltering Bai Ye. Upon hearing of the Bai family's extermination and his own status as a fugitive, he nearly rushed forward to seek clarification. Thankfully, he restrained himself. But a sudden wave of anxiety washed over him. Where could he possibly go? Why did the Tang family seek the destruction of the Bai family? What was their motive? No, it was Shuer, who had taken Shuej away. Why was the Tang family so intent on this? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation envelop his mind, followed by the loss of consciousness as he collapsed. At the end of a secluded path stood a decrepit courtyard, modest in size, containing 4 or 5 rooms. The quaint courtyard, though dilapidated, was impeccably clean. Above the small gate hung a wooden plaque inscribed with 4 bold, black characters, 5-Star Academy. At that moment, an elderly man and a young woman sat upon a stone stool within the courtyard. The elder, clad in a crimson linen robe, had his silver hair casually gathered. He held a teacup, savoring its contents. The young woman wore a simple, form-fitting gown, her dark tresses elegantly pinned atop her head, adorned with a hairpin upon the side. The elder was Si Tu Ping, the head of the 5-Star Academy, while the young woman was Yun Shang, a student of the institution. At this juncture, Yun Shang inquired of Si Tu Ping, is he the Bai Ye who escaped from the Bai family in Chu City? Si Tu Ping set down his teacup after taking a sip, affirming, indeed, he is Bai Ye of the Bai family. A hint of urgency colored Yun Shang's voice as she pressed. Why did you bring him back? Are you planning to take him to the Tang family for a reward? She had long heard of the Tang family's substantial bounty for Bai Ye, pondering that if they indeed brought him to the Tang family, a considerable sum awaited them. After all, they had not had meat for several months, and daily rice meals made her feel increasingly frail. Si Tu Ping cast a disapproving glance at Yun Shang, responding, not at all. My intention is for him to join our 5-Star Academy. Shocked, Yun Shang looked at Si Tu Ping, exclaiming, Uncle Master, are you truly considering allowing him to join us? Have you lost your senses? He is a fugitive. Are you not concerned that the Tang family will retaliate against us? Moreover, we are out of food. Our rice supply is dwindling, and we have not had meat in months. Just look at how thin I have become. As she spoke, Yun Shang stood and spun around in frustration. Si Tu Ping regarded her with seriousness, asking, do you not wish to seek revenge? Yun Shang sat back down, scoffing, revenge? I think about it every day, but how can I enact it? Uncle Master, with no food, do we have the strength to fight? Si Tu Ping glanced toward a room on the left and remarked to Yun Shang, he is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. And so what? Even the extraordinary are hunted and persecuted. She retorted, suddenly struck by a thought that left her exclaiming, you cannot possibly intend for him to help us fight back. Si Tu Ping replied calmly, is that not a viable option? Uncle Master, I fear you may have lost your mind. I suggest we bind him and deliver him to the Tang family. At least we could claim a reward, Yun Shang said, exuding a sense of helplessness directed at Si Tu Ping. Si Tu Ping responded matter-of-factly. He is currently at the 6th level of qi condensation. And what of it? Achieving the 6th level of qi condensation at 17 is hardly remarkable, Yun Shang retorted. But then her eyes widened with realization as she asked, wait, He is at the 6th level of qi condensation? C2 Ping affirmed, indeed. The 6th level of qi condensation. Yunshang pondered for a moment before asking, how did he reach the 6th level? Is it not said that this continent's cultivation system was altered by powerful beings thousands of years ago? The classification of each realm differs from the outside world, with only 5 minor realms between each major realm. The inhabitants of this continent exhibit a remarkable lack of strength, though their realms may be identical. The combat prowess within the same realm starkly contrasts with that of the outside world. Situ Ping, stroking his beard in contemplation, expressed his perplexity. I cannot ascertain the reasons, but it is evident that he differs from the people of this land. Yunshang interjected, even if he is different, what of it? His talents would be deemed utterly ordinary in our realm. Can we truly expect him to lead us back to victory? Alas, it is better to abandon such hopes. With that, she turned and departed. At that moment, a cough emanated from a nearby room, a hymn. Situ Ping promptly made his way toward the sound, pushing open the door. He entered to find Bai Ye awake, seated upon the bed and surveying his surroundings. Upon noticing Situ Ping's approach, Bai Ye rose and inquired, esteemed elder, where am I? Situ Ping, with a benevolent expression, replied, you are in my home. I found you unconscious on the road and brought you here. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye bowed respectfully to Situ Ping, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your kindness in rescuing me. Situ Ping chuckled softly. There is no need for such formality, as he swiftly extended his hand to assist Bai Ye in rising. At that very moment, a rumbling sound emanated from Bai Ye's stomach, causing her to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Situ Ping glanced at Bai Ye with a gentle smile. Ah, my young friend, are you perhaps feeling hungry? Bai Ye, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted, to be frank, esteemed senior, I have not eaten for 4 or 5 days. I am indeed feeling quite hungry. Bai Ye thought to himself, it is not merely a slight hunger. I am, in fact, utterly famished. Previously, I had even fainted from hunger. Yet, I cannot express it so bluntly. As his thoughts wandered, it suddenly occurred to him, I am a wanted criminal. Could this old man before me be contemplating turning me into the Tang family for the bounty? With this thought, he cast a glance at Situ Ping. Situ Ping seemed to have discerned Bai Ye's concerns and promptly remarked, young friend, are you not the esteemed Bai Ye? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's heart sank. The old man actually recognized him. Surely, he could not intend to abduct him to claim a bounty. Situ Ping continued, haha, rest assured, young Bai, I have no intention of taking you to the Tang family to exchange for a reward. Bai Ye regarded Situ Ping with a hint of wariness. Senior, do you have any food here? Situ Ping chuckled softly. Indeed, I shall prepare a meal for you. With that, he turned and departed. Once Situ Ping had left, Bai Ye sat pensively on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. His family had been annihilated. His adoptive father, second uncle, and third uncle were all gone. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. It was his adoptive father who had rescued him from the riverbank in his childhood. Had it not been for his father's kindness in bringing him back to the Bai family, he would have perished from starvation by the waterside. From a young age, his adoptive father treated him as his own, and his uncles lavished him with affection. He vowed vengeance upon the Tang family. The blood feud must be avenged, and he would not let the esteemed elder of Songyun Academy escape his wrath. At that moment, a voice interrupted his reverie. Awake? Yunshang entered the room, glancing at Bai Ye's tear-streaked face with a playful smile. Oh, why does the eldest son of the Bai family weep so? Do you mind if I deliver you to the Tang family in exchange for a bounty? Bai Ye wiped her tears with her arm, gazing at Yunshang. Can you assist me, young lady? She implored. Yunshang shot her a disdainful glance. Assist you? On what grounds should I offer my help? Why do you not extend your assistance to me instead? Just as Bai Ye was about to speak, Situ Ping entered the room holding a bowl of rice. Here, Bai. Please have something to eat. Yunshang turned to Situ Ping and said, Master, this is all the rice we have left. If we give it to him, what will we eat? I believe we should take him to the Tang family to claim a reward. Situ Ping glared at Yunshang, exclaiming, Nonsense. Bai Ye rose, awkwardly accepting the bowl of rice. After a moment's hesitation, he began to eat voraciously. Yunshang looked at Bai Ye with a worried expression, imploring him. Eat a little less. Leave some for me. Situ Ping observed Bai Ye's ravenous consumption and inquired, Young Bai, might you be willing to join my esteemed 5-star academy? Bai Ye looked up at Situ Ping with a puzzled expression and inquired, the 5-star academy? Situ Ping affirmed, indeed, the 5-star academy. I am the current head of the academy. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Ye suddenly knelt before him with a thud, eagerly declaring, I am willing to join. Shang cast a sidelong glance at the somewhat agitated Bai Ye and interjected, "I do not consent." Situ Ping shot a glare at Shang but chose to remain silent. Bai Ye gazed at Shang and expressed earnestly, "My sincere desire is to join the 5-Star Academy." Although he had never heard of this esteemed institution before, its name alone suggested it must be remarkably prestigious. It seemed to be second only to the Tsangyun Academy. By joining the 5-Star Academy and diligently honing his skills, he believed that one day he would avenge his family's demise. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to Situ Ping, inquiring, "But I am currently wanted and have a significant vendetta against the Tang family. Would my joining the 5-Star Academy bring you trouble?" "Of course it would bring us trouble." Shang interjected swiftly. "At this moment, you have two options: either accompany us to the Tang family, which would earn us a handsome reward, or leave immediately." "As we do not harbor idlers," Situ Ping hastily reassured him, "rest assured, once you join our 5-Star Academy, you may focus on your cultivation within its walls. We will handle any ensuing matters." Hearing these words, Bai Ye became even more convinced that this prestigious 5-Star Academy was indeed extraordinary. After all, it openly sheltered him despite knowing that he was being pursued by the Tang family. With this thought, he bowed deeply to Situ Ping and declared, "I wish to join the 5-Star Academy." Situ Ping promptly helped Bai Ye to his feet and said, "Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed 5-Star Academy." Bai Ye nodded eagerly, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Situ Ping and awaited his further words. Situ Ping continued, "Since you are willing to join my 5-Star Academy, do you wish to become my disciple from this day forth? My name is Situ Ping." He then gestured towards Shang, adding, "She is Shang, and from now on, you shall be her junior apprentice." Bai Ye bowed respectfully to Situ Ping, saying, "I pay my respects to my master." Afterward, she slightly inclined her head towards Shang, greeting, "Hello, senior sister." Situ Ping then continued, "Now that you have joined the 5-Star Academy, allow me to elaborate on our esteemed institution. From this day forth, our academy has grown from 2 members to 3. Given that you are being sought after outside, it might be prudent for you to adopt a new name, as this would alleviate many complications." Bai Ye gazed at Situ Ping in bewilderment, pondering to himself, "Oh dear, have I been deceived? There are only 3 of us, and we need to change our names? Didn't he just mention that he would handle matters outside? This seems rather unfair." Situ Ping seemed to discern Bai Ye's thoughts. He smiled gently and said, "Though there are merely 3 of us in the 5-Star Academy, we must believe that one day we will conquer the entire Tsangyun continent." As he spoke, he retrieved a weathered, yellowed tome from his bosom and handed it to Bai Ye, saying, "This is the supreme secret technique of our 5-Star Academy. Consider it a token of apprenticeship." Witnessing Situ Ping bestow the book upon Bai Ye, Shang was utterly astonished and exclaimed, "Master Uncle, you are entrusting this to him?" Situ Ping regarded Shang and replied, "Yes, let him have it." Bai Ye gazed at Shang's astonished expression and thought to himself, "Is it really that significant? This tattered book?" Shang looked at Bai Ye with utmost seriousness. "You must take great care to safeguard this book. Once you have finished reading it, return it to our master uncle. Should you lose it, I shall seal your fate for eternity." Bai Ye trembled slightly. Was it merely a worn-out book? Was it truly necessary for senior sister Yun to react so dramatically? Situ Ping chuckled softly. "All right, Shanger, let us step outside and allow Yi to rest properly." With that, he turned and exited the room. Shang shot Bai Ye a fierce glare before she too departed. Once they had left, Bai Ye settled down and gazed at the tattered book in his hands, pondering its true nature. As he opened it, the first page revealed the inscription, one word. One thought, annihilate the myriad realms. Chapter 11, Bai Ye's innate talent. Bai Ye was momentarily stunned upon seeing these 7 characters in the book. The title seemed remarkably intense, and he swiftly turned to the second page. However, upon opening it, he found himself frozen in place. The second page was entirely blank, devoid of any text. He continued to the third page, which was equally empty, and the fourth and fifth pages followed suit. Aside from the first page bearing the 7 characters, the entire book contained nothing else. Bai Ye pondered, could this old man be deceiving me? He rose and exited the room, approaching Situ Ping. "Master, why is there nothing written in the book you gave me?" Situ Ping looked at the book in Bai Ye's hands with a perplexed expression. "Nothing at all?" he inquired. Then turned to Shang. Shang glanced over and retorted, "What are you looking at me for? I didn't tamper with it." Situ Ping directed his question towards Shang. "Are you certain you haven't placed any restrictions on the book?" Shang, somewhat irritated, replied, I don't have the time for that. Let me see it." With that, She took the book from Bai Ye. Upon opening it, Yunshang discovered, indeed, it was devoid of text and muttered, "Could it be that the restrictions of this continent have rendered this book unreadable?" She then positioned her fingers at her forehead, murmuring an unusual incantation. Suddenly, a multitude of colorful beams of light began to emanate from her brow. As her fingertip, glowing with these iridescent rays, was about to touch the book, a transparent barrier materialized around it, preventing her finger from descending. Yunshang's expression darkened slightly as she slowly withdrew her finger. Bai Ye stared at this scene as if witnessing a spectacle, exclaiming, You. Yunshang shot him a glance and replied, "What about me? This restriction cannot be unraveled with my current strength. Let us not dwell on this." With that, she silently tucked the book into her pocket. Bai Ye observed with a furrowed brow as Yunshang put away the book, feeling a wave of frustration. "Isn't that meant for me? What does it mean to tuck it away?" Sensing Bai Ye's discontent, Yunshang retrieved another book from his pocket and handed it to Bai Ye, saying, "Here. Why don't you study this for now? Once I lift the restrictions on that book, I shall return it to you." Bai Ye took a glance at the book handed over by Yunshang, Fundamentals of Array Path. At that moment, Situ Ping remarked, "Very well. You may begin your study of this book. Once your senior sister has unsealed the other one, you can then pursue your cultivation with it." Bai Ye turned the pages of the foundational text on array techniques. Situ Ping rose and gazed at Bai Ye and Yunshang, saying, "I must be away for a while. Yuner, during this time, you shall impart knowledge of array techniques to him." Yunshang looked at Situ Ping with a hint of confusion, inquiring, "Where are you going? To which place?" Situ Ping nodded, "Indeed. I need to return for a brief visit. I intend to procure some valuable items for our new students." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Bai Ye. Yunshang quickly interjected, "It's quite perilous. Your current strength cannot be restored. What if they discover you upon your return?" Situ Ping waved his hand dismissively, "It matters not. Hiding away is not a solution. What is meant to come will eventually arrive." With a perplexed expression, Bai Ye gazed at the two individuals. "Master, where are you headed?" Situ Ping chuckled softly, "To a distant place. You should stay here and diligently learn the fundamentals of array techniques from your senior sister Yun. When I return, I will bring you two splendid treasures." With that, he turned and departed. As he watched Situ Ping's figure fade into the distance, Bai Ye fell into a contemplative silence. Yunshang turned to Bai Ye with a playful smile, "Little leaf, would you mind if your senior sister exchanged you for a reward?" Bai Ye, with a furrowed brow, pondered the inexplicable thoughts of his frugal senior sister, who, upon first encountering him, immediately clamored to exchange herself for a bounty. Has she truly lost her senses? "Senior sister, what precisely is this formation technique? Is it particularly powerful?" Bai Ye inquired, clutching the foundational text on formation techniques. Yunshang shot him a dismissive glance, replying, "Not impressive at all, merely a few trivial tricks." Bai Ye appeared puzzled. "Not impressive?" Yunshang paid no heed to Bai Ye, rising to depart. Before crossing the threshold of the door, she paused and remarked, "You should examine that book for yourself. I am weary and need to rest." With that, she entered the room and took a seat at the table. She retrieved the tome titled One Word, One Thought, Exterminating All Realms, and delicately opened it. What on earth is happening? Who has placed a restriction on this book? Moreover, the former head of the estate had clearly perfected the cultivation of this text. Why did he still meet with misfortune? Who was the perpetrator back then? It is undeniable that Yunshang has always found this perplexing. The head of the 5-star academy, after mastering this arcane technique, was deemed invincible across the realm. How could he have fallen victim to such treachery? Furthermore, he was slain silently and without a trace. This situation is decidedly abnormal. Bai Ye sat at the stone table, opening the tome on the fundamentals of array formations. Upon encountering the bizarre and peculiar characters and illustrations within, he found himself utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend it at all. How could he possibly learn? Although he contemplated seeking Yunshang for guidance, the memory of her seemingly unfriendly demeanor and her tendency to barter him for rewards left him feeling despondent. He closed the book, tucked it into his pocket, and returned to his room. Just as he was about to sit down to cultivate, Yunshang entered his chamber. In her hand, she casually tossed a thick book to Bai Ye, saying, "Here, this is the compendium of basic array patterns. It contains all the fundamental array patterns. I shall give you 3 days to memorize every pattern within this compendium. I will conduct a review in 2 days." With that, she turned to leave. But Bai Ye hurriedly called out, "Senior sister, I don't understand this book on array fundamentals." He raised the tome in his hand as he spoke. Yunshang flashed a mischievous grin at Bai Ye and replied, "I will return tomorrow at this same time for an assessment. If you cannot fully grasp the contents of these 2 books, I shall have to trade you for rewards. After all, with our master absent, I can easily exchange you for an abundance of prizes, should I desire. Having said that, she departed. Bai Ye glanced at the 2 thick tomes in his hands, his expression one of utter disillusionment. He could not fathom how the inexpensive master he had just met could be so complacent. What if, upon his departure, his senior sister Yunshang mistakenly sent him to the Tang family? That would spell disaster. Sighing softly, Bai Ye opened the foundational array patterns book that Yunshang had just given him. This book was far more approachable than the other, filled with bizarre characters and symbols. Each page contained a complete array diagram, while the opposite page offered a detailed introduction and drawing method for that particular array. As he perused the contents, Bai Ye's brow furrowed in concentration. If these patterns were indeed as miraculous as described, it would be nothing short of revolutionary. One array could conceal objects within a certain range, another could harness the spiritual energy of vast spaces for personal use, and yet another could confine a person within a designated area. The more he read, the more astonished and grave he became. Gradually, Bai Ye became immersed in the realm of array patterns. At that moment, Yunshang seemed to sense something and gently approached Bai Ye's room. Upon witnessing his current state, she could not help but display an expression of disbelief. Could it be that he had attained spiritual connection? Surely not. Was he perhaps the reincarnation of some great figure? She quietly exited the room. It was crucial not to disturb Bai Ye at this juncture, for the path of learning array techniques necessitated a spiritual connection. Only those who could achieve such a connection had the opportunity to study formations. Unfortunately, individuals capable of spiritual connection were exceedingly rare, even in her previous environment. They were a rarity. Of course, even among those who possessed this ability, not all could master array techniques. Some could only pursue the path of alchemy instead. Both array masters and alchemists were exceedingly scarce, thus holding a position of extraordinary esteem wherever they might be. She was not only astounded that Bai Ye could achieve spiritual connection, but that he did so with such ease in such a short span of time. What truly amazed Yunshang was that Bai Ye had effortlessly attained this state simply by studying a foundational array patterns book. She recalled her own experience. Having taken 3 years to enter the spiritual connection phase with the assistance of 2 elders, and even then it took her several days. In her previous realm, she had been considered a prodigy among geniuses. Many took decades to achieve true spiritual connection, yet Bai Ye had accomplished it so swiftly. With these thoughts, she cast a few glances back into the room. She had initially intended to leave him with the 2 books to pass the time, but to her astonishment, he had managed to attain spiritual connection. Shaking her head with a smile, she returned to her own room and picked up a book, immersing herself in its contents. Chapter 12. Yunshang takes action. At this moment, Bai Ye seemed to have entered a pitch-black world, surrounded by countless array patterns, their descriptions, and drawing methods. Strands of golden array patterns emerged from the surrounding darkness, and as each golden array fully manifested, it gradually floated into Bai Ye's mind. Meanwhile, Tang Xianfeng of the Tang family was meditating in a secret chamber when a voice interrupted. "Master, we have located him." Tang Xianfeng gradually opened his eyes, his figure trembling as he stepped out of the secret chamber. Before him stood a figure cloaked in black. Tang Xianfeng, regarding the figure, inquired, "Have you located the remnants of the Bai family?" The black-cloaked individual responded respectfully, "Indeed. My subordinate has discovered that Bai Ye is currently hiding within an institution called Wuxing Academy, situated atop the mountain in the border town." Tang Xianfeng, filled with skepticism, asked, "Wuxing Academy?" The cloaked figure hastily replied, "The origins of Wuxing Academy remain unknown. All we could ascertain is that it appeared unexpectedly in the mountain town over a decade ago." Tang Xianfeng sneered coldly, "Take a group and eradicate it, leaving not a single soul alive." The black-cloaked man fell silent, and upon noticing his reticence, Tang Xianfeng pressed on, "What is it? Is there a problem?" The figure quickly responded, "The exterior of Wuxing Academy is shielded by a formation. Our men cannot enter." After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Tang Xianfeng, wiping the cold sweat that had just formed. Tang Xianfeng, taken aback, inquired, "A formation? Very well, you may withdraw for now." After the cloaked figure departed, Tang Xianfeng added, "Qianer, go to Songyan Academy and seek Elder Mu Xiu." As his words fell, a voice responded, "Yes," and the room fell into silence. Yunshang once again arrived at Bai Ye's chamber, observing that Bai Ye remained in a state of spiritual communion. She let out a soft sigh. This marked her 5th visit to Bai Ye's room, and Bai Ye had been in communion for 3 days and nights. While this deepened Yunshang's astonishment, She had grown accustomed to it. After all, one becomes desensitized to events that occur frequently. Familiarity breeds a certain nonchalance. Initially, when Sidu Ping had brought Bai Ye back, Yun Shang had earnestly considered taking Bai Ye to claim the bounty, as she had previously mentioned, it had been many days since she had savored meat. Oh, the cravings. With no alternatives, Yun Shang stepped into the adjacent kitchen. She glanced at the nearly rusted iron pot and the empty rice jar. Stamping her foot, she let out a cry of frustration, but then, as if recalling something, she quickly covered her mouth with both hands to silence herself. Yet, at that moment, her stomach emitted a loud grumble. Since Situ Ping's departure, she had endured over 3 days of hunger. She could no longer bear it at this rate. She felt she would perish from starvation before her enemies could reach her. Shaking her head with a sigh, she lamented, "Alas, I suppose I must wait for death." Had she been in such a state of hunger on the day Bai Ye had first arrived, she would have unhesitatingly seized Bai Ye to claim the bounty. However, after spending these days together, she had gradually begun to regard Bai Ye as one of her own. Despite Bai Ye's continued seclusion in the room, for reasons unknown, Yun Shang found herself increasingly fond of Bai Ye. Unbeknownst to her, deep within her heart, she had come to accept this seemingly naive junior brother. In the assembly hall of the Tang family, an individual slowly made his way inside. Upon seeing the visitor, Tang Xianfeng rose promptly to greet him. "Ah, Elder Mu. What a pleasure to see you." The visitor was none other than Mu Xiu from Songyun Academy. With a gentle stroke of his beard, Mu Xiu smiled and asked, "Pray tell, what business has prompted the head of the Tang family to summon me?" With that, the two took their seats across from one another. Tang Xianfeng spoke. "I have taken the liberty to invite Elder Mu Xiu here today for a specific request." With that, he gestured around, and several figures silently exited the grand hall. Tang Xianfeng continued, "Do you recall the recent incident involving the Bai family?" After a brief silence, Mu Xiu turned his gaze towards him. "Have we located the remnants of the Bai family?" Tang Xianfeng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. My sources have revealed that Bai Ye is currently hiding in a place called Sanhe Town at the border." Mu Xiu's expression sharpened. "Why have we not dispatched someone to eradicate him?" Tang Xianfeng elaborated. "This is precisely the reason for your presence, Elder. Bai Ye is in Sanhe Town, allegedly having joined a mysterious faction known as the 5-Star Academy, which appeared suddenly in Sanhe Town over a decade ago. While the Tang family is not intimidated by this, the 5-Star Academy possesses a formation that my men cannot breach. I beseech you, Elder, to assist in dismantling this formation." Mu Xiu was taken aback, astonished that a mere town could harbor such formidable powers. He knew that only the Songyun Academy had 3 formation masters across the entire Songyun continent. He was certain that the formation in Sanhe Town could not have been crafted by those 3 old men. Could there be hidden formation masters in the secular world? Mu Xiu proposed to Tang Xianfeng, "Shall we confront this formation together and eliminate the remnant?" He wished to seek out the 3 old men, yet their tempers were notoriously foul. They seldom interacted, often embroiled in petty conflicts. If he were to ask for their assistance, he would likely be met with ridicule. Nevertheless, he could not voice these thoughts and instead insisted on partnering with Tang Xianfeng to breach the formation. Tang Xuanfeng's expression turned peculiar. "Doesn't your academy have formation masters? Why must we take action ourselves?" Mu Xiu, sensing the awkwardness in his response, replied, "It is merely a small formation. Can we not handle it ourselves?" With Mu Xiu's words hanging in the air, Tang Xianfeng could only concede, "Then let us act tonight." Mu Xiu agreed. "The sooner, the better. Delay may lead to chaos." "Are your men still monitoring that remnant?" Tang Xianfeng affirmed. "They have been watching closely and have not seen him leave the 5-Star Academy." "Very well. Let us allow them to reunite tonight," Mu Xiu declared with a resolute tone. The night was cool. Dark clouds gradually blanketed the starry sky, and a fierce wind howled, driving away the encroaching darkness. Unbeknownst to them, the clash of the 2 forces manifested as a tempest sweeping across the Songyun continent. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the heavens, a colossal blue serpent-like flash descending from the infinite firmament. It was uncertain where it would strike. The momentary blue glow flickered like a dream, as if it had never existed and would never fade. In a quiet room, Yun Shang furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Has it begun?" As the saying goes, on a dark and stormy night, one may commit heinous acts. It is quite remarkable how one can choose the perfect time. In fact, just a few days prior, she sensed an intruder approaching her formation, yet she never anticipated that they would act with such impatience. Although she had prepared herself to confront Bai Ye's enemies upon his arrival, she was taken aback by the Tang family's haste. Yunshang arrived outside Bai Ye's chamber, where he was still engaged in spiritual communion. Any interruption would render her efforts futile. Resolving to act, she brought her fingers together, releasing beams of radiant, multicolored light from their tips. With deft movements, she conjured intricate patterns of vibrant hues that floated in the air. She was inscribing void formations, creating a barrier that would isolate everything beyond it, ensuring that no external events would disturb the sanctity within. As she completed her intricate design, a resonant hum echoed in the air. A vast, shimmering barrier enveloped Bai Ye's room, gradually fading into tranquility. The formation solidified, seamlessly merging with the surrounding space, rendering it nearly invisible. In that fleeting moment, a drop of blood trickled from the corner of Yunshang's mouth. "Little one, you owe me a significant favor this time," she murmured, feeling another trickle of blood escape her lips, leaving her palate. In her prime, crafting such a barrier would have been effortless. Yet her current strength was severely restricted, reduced to less than 30% of her former self. Thus, even this relatively simple formation took a toll on her. Just as she prepared to meditate and recuperate, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky above the courtyard. Chapter 13. The Void Formation versus Mu Xiu Boom. Two cloaked figures were hovering above the 5-star academy. The recent explosion was a result of their assault on the academy's defensive array. Another resounding crash echoed, revealing a layer of radiant, multicolored protection surrounding the academy, which was now showing signs of fractures under the relentless attacks of the two assailants. Yunshang's expression darkened at this sight. The defensive array she had hastily set up was not of a high caliber, merely a level 4 formation. Such a defense could scarcely withstand the frenzied onslaught of two individuals at the sovereign level. Her underestimation of Bai Ye's adversaries was not the issue, rather. Her current capabilities did not allow her to erect a more formidable array in such a short time. Furthermore, her lack of resources hindered her efforts, as constructing formations requires considerable expenditure. As she had previously lamented, she was in a position where she could scarcely afford sustenance, let alone the materials needed for array construction. Of course, had she been at her peak, she would have found a way to set up a higher-level array, for she was indeed a master of advanced formations. The two black-clad figures attacking the array were Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiu. As they realized that their repeated assaults had yet to breach the defensive array, a sense of astonishment welled up within them. Mu Xiu turned to Tang Xianfeng, exclaiming, "This is indeed a level 4 defensive array." Mu Xiu discerned the level of the defensive formation before him, for he was no stranger to such matters within his sect. And the academy itself housed 3 adept formation masters. Occasionally, he would delve into the knowledge of array techniques. Thus, when he and his companion attempted to breach the formation multiple times without success, he recognized its formidable rank. It was indeed astonishing to him that such a grand formation could be concealed within a mere dilapidated courtyard, especially considering that the protective formation of Songyun Academy was merely a Tier 3 defense. What manner of institution was this 5-star academy? Tang Xuanfeng's eyes glinted with a fierce determination as he brandished a colossal hammer. Upon witnessing this formidable weapon, Mu Xiu could not suppress his astonishment. This hammer was no ordinary tool, it was a mystical artifact of the Xian tier. Artifacts are classified into several grades: common, yellow, Xian, and earth, with Songyun continent possessing only one earth tier artifact, and a mere 3 Xian tier artifacts in existence. The fact that Tang Xianfeng had brought such a powerful artifact to eliminate Bai Ye spoke volumes about his meticulous preparations. As Tang Xianfeng swung the massive hammer, it emitted dazzling blue rays of light, illuminating the pitch-black night as if it were broad daylight. With a fierce shout, he brought the hammer crashing down upon the already fractured, multicolored barrier. With a resounding crack, the moment the hammer made contact with the barrier, it shattered like glass, splintering into countless pieces. Elated at the sight of the formation being breached, both men soared into the courtyard. Yunshang observed the approaching duo with a calm demeanor. Though she felt no fear, a pang of anxiety gripped her heart at the thought of Bai Ye still in a state of communication with the spirit realm. She mused to herself, "This troublesome fellow, I truly should have exchanged him for a bounty. Now, even if I were to hand him over, no reward would come." Yet, despite such thoughts, she would never truly forsake Bai Ye, for he was now her little junior brother, and surrendering him would undoubtedly invite retribution upon herself. A protective instinct dwells within all. With this realization, Yunshang brought her fingers together, and in an instant, radiant beams of multicolored light emanated from her fingertips. She raised her hand and began to weave through the air. Each stroke left a faint purple beam suspended in the atmosphere. As she continued to trace intricate patterns with her fingers, mysterious array symbols began to materialize in the void. Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiu gazed upon the symbols being inscribed by Yunshang, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. The void array symbols were said to be a legendary formation technique within the annals of Sanyan continent. According to legend, tens of thousands of years ago, a superlative formation master emerged, capable of contending against 5 formidable sovereigns using the void formation. Ultimately, he managed to suppress these 5 sovereigns within the void array for nearly a millennium. As the 2 individuals observed Yunshang meticulously crafting an array in the void, they began to harbor thoughts of retreat. Just as they were about to withdraw, Yunshang unexpectedly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Upon noticing her pale complexion, Mu Xiu realized that she had sustained severe injuries. Without further hesitation, he turned to Tang Xianfeng and declared, "She is already wounded. We must eliminate her before she completes the formation." Tang Xianfeng, perceiving her condition as well, revealed a fleeting expression of savagery. "Very well. Let us strike with all our might," he exclaimed, as a torrent of profound energy surged within him, erupting like a raging river. This formidable aura coalesced around Tang Xianfeng, forming a colossal vortex of energy that violently pooled into the giant hammer he wielded. After absorbing the chaotic energy, the hammer emitted a resounding thud, enveloped by a thick azure glow. With a fierce swing, Tang Xianfeng brought the hammer crashing down towards Yunshang. Simultaneously, Mu Xiu abandoned any pretense of restraint. Aware that this woman was no ordinary foe, he resolved to eliminate her, lest she become a future threat. Closing his eyes momentarily, he crossed his arms before his chest and silently recited an incantation. After a brief interval, he abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a massive axe materializing behind him, crackling with ominous purple lightning that instilled a sense of dread. Grasping the axe's handle with his right hand, Mu Xiu swung it down vigorously towards Yunshang. A terrifying aura permeated the air as the axe cleaved through the atmosphere, tearing it asunder. A beam of purple light surged towards Yunshang with ferocity. In that moment, Yunshang remained calm, continuing her intricate drawing of the void array, seemingly oblivious to the approaching attacks. As she meticulously inscribed the patterns, her pallor deepened, and blood trickled steadily from her lips. Her movements quickened, becoming almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Suddenly, she directed her gaze at Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiu, just as their assaults drew perilously close. With a serene gesture of her delicate hand, she commanded, "Go." At her utterance, a resonant hum erupted as a vibrant, multicolored wall, imbued with immense power, surged forth towards the 2 assailants. The wall met their attacks with a resounding clash, yet it dissipated almost instantaneously. Stunned, Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiu were left in awe, realizing that Yunshang had effortlessly deflected their previous strike using a mere manifestation of the void array. They had unleashed their full strength, bolstered by 2 formidable artifacts, a blow that could have effortlessly vanquished a peak master. Yet, it was thwarted by a wall that appeared to be casually summoned by Yunshang. Unbeknownst to them, that seemingly casual barrier encompassed a multitude of intricate void patterns. Meanwhile, Yunshang coughed up another mouthful of blood, pondering in frustration, "Must I perish alongside this fool? Truly vexing, it is all his doing. Had he not come here, none of this trouble would have arisen." Contemplating, she turned her gaze towards the room where Bai Ye resided. "Here I am, struggling desperately, while he remains unaffected, as if nothing were amiss." Infuriating, upon this realization, she unexpectedly spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, evidently provoked by Bai Ye's indifference. She pondered the fate of her master uncle. Would he be distressed to find her lifeless here upon his return? Tang Xianfeng suddenly addressed Yunshang, "Young lady below, I do not know your name, but I am aware that you are not the one I seek. You are gravely injured and no match for us. Surrender Bai Ye, and I shall spare your life." Yunshang regarded Tang Xianfeng coldly. "Spare me your words. Come at me again." With that, she began to gather her profound energy, etching runes with her fingers. However, as she attempted to channel her qi, she violently coughed up another mouthful of blood, staggering backward before collapsing onto the ground. Her injuries were too severe. She was utterly incapable of continuing the fight. With a bitter smile, she thought to herself, "This wretch. May I never cross paths with you again in my next life." Mu Xiu observed Yunshang's crumpled form and felt a slight sense of relief. Yet he understood that he could not afford to let her escape. He swiftly launched a punch towards her. In her weakened state, Yunshang was no longer worth the effort of employing magical artifacts, so he struck her directly. Chapter 14. Your nosebleed as he threw the punch. A formidable aura enveloped the prostrate Yunshang. A colossal shadow of a black fist descended upon her with great ferocity. Yunshang slowly closed her eyes. And at that moment, a spectral figure appeared above her, grasping the dark fist and crushing it with ease, causing it to vanish without a trace. As if it had never existed, Tang Xianfeng and Mu Xiu turned their attention to the one who had intervened. "Who are you?" Before them stood a scruffy old man, none other than the Elder of Creation. Yunshang opened her eyes and respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, esteemed Elder." The Elder of Creation glanced at Yunshang. "Little girl, you are gravely injured." Yunshang shook her head with a rueful smile and sighed. Mu Xiu, seemingly recognizing the Elder, looked at him in terror, stuttering. "Are you, perhaps, the legendary Elder of Creation?" The Elder of Creation chuckled heartily. "I must say, you two old-timers, attacking a junior together. Do you consider the rules of Tsangyun continent to be mere nonsense? For thousands of years, there has been an unspoken rule in the Tsangyun continent that forbids the elders from striking the younger generation to prevent the annihilation of prodigious talents by these antiquated beings. Yet now, they had clearly violated this principle." The Elder of Creation sneered. "If you seek to eradicate her, I will not intervene. But only the younger generation may engage in combat. Otherwise, I do not hesitate to deliver you a taste of creation." Tang Xianfeng, unfamiliar with the Elder of Creation, retorted, "Who is this old coot with such grandiose airs?" Raising his hand, he swung a massive hammer enveloped in a blue glow towards the Elder. Beside him, Mu Xiu stood in stunned silence. He sought to impede Tang Xianfeng, but it was already too late. He had heard tales of the Elder of Creation, whose legend has persisted for tens of thousands of years regarding a peculiar individual. This person possessed immense power, capable of overpowering all formidable beings of his time with ease. Although he seldom mingled with the world, his appearances were always accompanied by chaos and bloodshed. Even more terrifying was his eccentric temperament. A mere displeasure could lead him to annihilate entire clans. Yunshang, seated on the ground, witnessed Tang Xuanfeng's assault on the Elder of Creation, his expression one of bewilderment. Could he not perceive the disparity in strength? Was living not preferable? Such a reckless endeavor was truly admirable in its audacity. The resounding strike of Tang Xianfeng fell, akin to a droplet of water sinking into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, Tang Xianfeng beside Mu Xiu also disappeared silently. No one beheld the Elder of Creation's actions, and Mu Xiu trembled, filled with trepidation as he gazed upon the Elder. The Elder waved his hand and addressed Mu Xiu. "You may depart. If you wish to confront Bai Ye, remember to send your younger generation. The elders must not intervene." Mu Xiu felt as if a great reprieve had been granted to him. He quickly bowed in respect, saying, "The younger generation takes their leave," before turning to depart. Yunshang also offered a slight bow to the Elder of Creation, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Elder, for your timely assistance." The Elder replied, "It was merely my displeasure at those two old fools attacking the younger generation. If they can choose to act, I shall not concern myself with their fate." With that, he vanished from sight. After the Elder's departure, Yunshang struggled to rise, staggering back to his chamber. No sooner had he entered than he collapsed. Thunder rumbled and fierce winds howled, while lightning danced in the heavens. The clouds thickened ominously, and suddenly, it seemed as if the heavy clouds burst, releasing torrents of rain, as if to cleanse the world's impurities. In a pitch-black realm, crimson and golden runes began to move languidly. Upon closer inspection, these runes appeared somewhat crooked and peculiar, reminiscent of a child's early attempts at writing far from neat. These were inscribed by Bai Ye, somewhat awkward yet discernibly formed. In a single day of communion with the spirits, all the runes had been indelibly etched in his mind. For days, he had practiced their inscription, and now he could manage to replicate them, albeit with difficulty. Suddenly, a gurgling sound startled Bai Ye awake. As he opened his eyes, the runes dissipated gradually, along with the darkened world. Slowly, the surroundings ceased to be shrouded in darkness, and Bai Ye's heart trembled. What transpired? Before him lay a dilapidated room. He remained seated within that small abode. He pondered, what just happened? That realm? Those runes? He then glanced at the book of foundational runes still in his grasp. The previous sensations felt akin to a fleeting dream. As he reflected, he realized his mind had expanded with newfound knowledge. He revisited the fundamental concepts of formations in his hands and discovered that all the intricate patterns within the book were now indelibly etched in his mind. Furthermore, even the array of patterns and annotations from the foundational compendium were vividly imprinted in his consciousness. He exhaled deeply, feeling a twinge of perplexity. Setting the book aside, He resolved to seek out Yunshang for clarification. Rising from his seat, he stepped out of the room, calling out for his senior sister, yet was met with silence. Bai Ye made his way towards Yunshang's room. Upon reaching the threshold, he discovered Yunshang lying on the floor, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Bai Ye's heart sank with a sense of foreboding. Something was amiss. His senior sister was injured. He hurried to Yunshang's side, crouched down, and gently lifted her, placing her on the bed. He called softly, "Senior sister, what has happened to you?" Yunshang slowly opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Bai Ye's anxious expression, a surge of anger welled up within her. Yet, at that moment, she lacked the strength to respond, her gaze fixed intently on him. Weakly, she managed to utter, "You, of all people, owe me a life." Bai Ye initially felt a surge of joy upon noticing that Yunshang had awakened, but upon hearing her words, a chilling sensation washed over him. "Senior sister, what has happened?" Yunshang seemed to sense something beneath her head. Casting a sidelong glance, she discovered that Bai Ye's arm was wrapped around her. She turned her gaze coldly towards him. This glance sent a shiver down Bai Ye's spine. A realization struck him as he looked at the arm that encircled Yunshang. In a sudden panic, he forcefully withdrew his arm with a loud thud. As he did so, Yunshang's head abruptly fell onto the bed, leaving Bai Ye with an unsettling feeling. The impact caused Yunshang's head to thrum, momentarily rendering her mind blank. She fixed an intense stare at Bai Ye and asked, "Do you intend to kill me by throwing me?" Bai Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment, taken aback by the severity of Yunshang's injuries. Lacking the strength to lift his head, he chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. He hurriedly inquired, "Senior sister, how did you sustain such injuries? What transpired?" Yunshang, however, fixed her gaze firmly on Bai Ye and retorted, "What does it have to do with you?" Bai Ye, with a playful smile, said, "Senior sister, I am hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Upon hearing this, Yunshang's expression grew even colder. She thought to herself, "I haven't eaten for 4 or 5 days. And you dare to ask me for food?" With this in mind, she promptly retorted, "Food? Indeed, you may feast upon me." As soon as the words left her lips, she sensed a misstep and quickly added, "Is that all you think about, eating?" Bai Ye wore a peculiar expression, pondering to himself, "Consume you? How would that even be possible? Is that how one partakes? You won't even allow a touch, yet expect me to feast? Is there something amiss?" Yunshang, upon noticing Bai Ye's bizarre demeanor, felt a surge of anger that turned his face pale. With a sudden exclamation, he startled Bai Ye, who had been lost in thought. Bai Ye was startled awake. "Senior sister, what happened to your injury? Is it because of me? Has someone from the Tang family come?" Yunshang was still entangled in the words she had just spoken, realizing that she had inadvertently allowed this fellow to consume her essence. The thought filled her with an uncontainable fury, causing her to gasp for breath. Observing that Yunshang remained silent, Bai Ye continued, "Rest assured, senior sister, I will avenge you." "You? Just you?" Yunshang's chest heaved with anger, as if it were a vessel for her boundless rage. Watching her chest rise and fall violently, Bai Ye felt a sudden warmth in her nose, as if a tide of heat were about to spill forth. She quickly wiped her nose. Yet she failed to notice that with this gesture, her face and hands were smeared with blood. Yunshang, seeing Bai Ye's bloodied face, asked with a perplexed expression, "What is this? Are you also injured?" She then added, "That is impossible. In the spirit communication state, one cannot be harmed, nor can one succumb to demonic turmoil." Bai Ye expressed some confusion. "Senior sister, I am not injured." Yunshang interrupted Bai Ye's words, pointing first at Bai Ye's hand and then at his face. Chapter 15. A pot of strange meat. Bai Ye gazed at his hands with a hint of confusion. To his astonishment, they were smeared with blood. He then wiped his nose with his hand, causing fresh droplets of blood to fall. Bai Ye's eyelids twitched, realizing that he might be injured. At that moment, Yunshang seemed to have an epiphany, fixing his gaze on Bai Ye and inquiring, "Do you have something on your mind?" Bai Ye, at this point, could not possibly be oblivious to the situation. It was undoubtedly a natural reaction to the sight of the heaving chest he had just witnessed. He blurted out, "It was merely instinctive. I had no ulterior thoughts." However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he sensed an immediate dissonance, realizing he may have misspoken. Turning to Yunshang, he hastily added, "Senior sister, I shall go and wash up." Without waiting for a reply, he turned to leave. "Stop right there," Yunshang said, her gaze fixed coldly upon Bai Ye. "An instinctive reaction, you say? Pray tell, what follows such an instinct?" Bai Ye, without a backward glance, dashed out of the room, naturally unwilling to linger. Seizing the moment while Yunshang lacked the strength to pursue, he hurriedly fled. Watching Bai Ye retreat without a second thought, Yunshang stood momentarily stunned. He truly ran away. Bai Ye emerged from Yunshang's chamber, murmuring to himself, could it truly be a member of the Tang family? With a soft sigh, he resolved to seek out something to eat. He strolled into the kitchen, cast a glance at the rusted iron pot, and then turned his gaze to the empty rice jar, patting his flat stomach. A surge of frustration welled up within him. Helplessly, he decided to venture outside in search of sustenance. As he stepped out of the small courtyard, he suddenly recalled a little grove not far away. It should harbor wild rabbits and pheasants. After all, hadn't he, his senior sister, expressed a desire for meat? It would be the perfect opportunity to procure some game. Before long, Bai Ye found himself in the grove, but after wandering about for quite some time, he had yet to catch a glimpse of any wild rabbits. Just as he pondered whether to seek a different location for hunting, an unusual sound reached his ears. Woo-woo, chirp-chirp, woo-woo, chirp-chirp. Bai Ye turned his gaze in the direction of the sound and beheld a most peculiar creature not far off. It had the body of a chicken and the head of a rabbit, devoid of ears, rendering it remarkably strange. Its legs were astonishingly thick, comparable to the arms of an adult. Adorned in soft lavender feathers, it seemed to emanate a faint green luminescence. Its two eyes were fixed on him, whirling around in circles, while its beak emitted a series of curious sounds, as if greeting Bai Ye. Bai Ye cautiously approached the small creature, fearful of startling it. The little being gazed at Bai Ye as she drew near, tilting its head slightly in apparent confusion, before taking 2 steps back. Bai Ye observed the small creature retreating and promptly halted his advance. After a moment of contemplation, he gently addressed the little being. Hey there, little one, please stay still. I'm coming over to play with you. With that, he resumed his slow approach towards the diminutive entity. This time, it seemed to comprehend Bai Ye's words, for the creature did not retreat any further. Instead, it gazed at Bai Ye with a sense of curiosity. As Bai Ye drew nearer, when he was merely a few paces away, he suddenly lunged forward, extending his hand swiftly towards the small creature. Startled by Bai Ye's sudden movement, the little being froze. Just in time for Bai Ye to seize it firmly. He clutched the small creature tightly, fearing it might escape. As Bai Ye was about to depart, he suddenly noticed 2 eggs in the distance. They were the size of an adult's fist, radiating a brilliant white hue. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to emit a faint, ethereal glow. Bai Ye, without much thought, tucked away the eggs and exclaimed, finally, something to eat. He then made his way towards the 5-star academy. Before long, Bai Ye returned to the academy, first placing the 2 eggs in his room. He did not bother to consult the little creature's opinion and proceeded to pluck feathers and draw blood, preparing a large pot of broth. Within the span of an hour, the fragrant aroma of a rich bone soup permeated the air. Once it was ready, Bai Ye gently lifted the lid of the pot and ladled a bit of the soup, savoring the delightful scent. Ah, how fragrant, he mused, hurrying to fetch a large bowl, filling it to the brim, and covering the pot before heading towards Yunshang's room. He arrived at her bedside with the overflowing bowl of meat. At that moment, she had already succumbed to slumber. Bai Ye softly called out to awaken her. Upon seeing the bowl of meat in his hands, Yunshang's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did you get this? What kind of meat is it? She attempted to rise, but still feeling weak, Bai Ye quickly reached out to support her. However, a single glance from her held him in place as she slowly propped herself up. Without a second thought, she reached into the bowl, plucking a piece of meat without even glancing at it, and popped it into her mouth. Chewing, she queried, little one, what kind of meat is this? It tastes a bit peculiar, yet quite delicious. Observing Yunshang's face smeared with grease, Bai Ye also took a piece of meat. As soon as it touched his tongue, he sensed something amiss, yet it was undeniably delectable. Thus, the 2 of them indulged, each taking turns to savor the meal. In no time, they had devoured the entire pot, leaving not a single drop of broth behind. After finishing, they both let out a satisfied burp in unison. Yunshang rose to wash her grease-stained face, while Bai Ye busied himself with tidying up the dishes. He then approached Yunshang, and they sat facing each other. Their gazes locked. Bai Ye softly inquired, Senior sister, how is your injury? Yunshang cast a fleeting glance at Bai Ye and replied, that night, 2 individuals came searching for you. You were engrossed in your cultivation, so I refrained from disturbing you. Bai Ye furrowed his brows and inquired, 2 individuals? Seeking me? Could it be that the Tang family has discovered my whereabouts? Yunshang, slightly irked, responded, if they are not looking for you, then are they seeking me? I have no enemies on this continent. Yet you, having only just arrived a few days ago, have already attracted adversaries. Will you not elucidate the circumstances that have led to this predicament? Bai Ye found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Senior sister, It's like this, he began, recounting the events concerning Zhao Shuer from the very beginning. Yunshang furrowed her brow, sensing an underlying conspiracy. Do you know where Zhao Shuer is now? She inquired. I have no idea, but considering you treated me to a meal, I shall assist you in analyzing the situation. Just as she uttered this, an unusual expression crossed Yunshang's face. A faint blush began to grace her fair visage, and at that moment, she felt as though something was gently traversing her body. A fiery sensation engulfed her entire being, seemingly consuming her very essence. Gradually, her breathing became heavy and rapid, and her slender waist twisted unnaturally, reminiscent of a willow swaying in the wind. Bai Ye, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of bewilderment. She hastily inquired, Senior sister, what has transpired? As Bai Ye spoke, it roused Yunshang from his daze. Yunshang fixed his gaze on Bai Ye, his voice tinged with irritation as he inquired, What kind of meat did you give me? Bai Ye was somewhat at a loss for words. It was a creature with the body of a chicken and the head of a rabbit, devoid of ears, presenting an exceedingly bizarre appearance. Its legs were as thick as an adult's arms, and its entire body was adorned with pale purple feathers, which seemed to emanate a faint green glow. Before he could finish his sentence, Yunshang exclaimed in terror, What? You actually encountered that creature and even captured it for stew, and you dared to serve it to me? As she spoke, she appeared to drift into a trance, her body trembling slightly, as if struggling against an insatiable and uncontrollable desire. Upon witnessing the terror-stricken expression of Yunshang, coupled with her current state, Bai Ye sensed that matters were indeed dire. She promptly inquired, Senior sister, what on earth is that? Yunshang clenched her fist so tightly that her nails dug deeply into her flesh, a trickle of crimson seeping from her pristine hands. Trembling, she responded to Bai Ye, If what you say is true, then that is the ancient beast of desire. Do you understand? Her gaze became increasingly disordered as she continued. Just a single drop of its blood can set one's very soul ablaze with insatiable desire, leading to certain demise. Even those at the Unity Realm, or even the Supreme Realm, would find it exceedingly difficult to resist. At this juncture, she fell silent, her face awash with terror, her mouth agape as she stared wide-eyed at Bai Ye. Meanwhile, Bai Ye's countenance was awash in crimson, her entire body trembling. Chapter 16. A bounty of wealth and talent. At this moment, Bai Ye felt as if his entire body was engulfed in flames, waves of scorching heat continuously surging over him. He suddenly turned to Yunshang and exclaimed, Is there any way to alleviate this? Yunshang, trembling, replied, You need to leave. You must distance yourself from me. Bai Ye's gaze wandered uncontrollably over Yunshang's entire form. Upon witnessing this scene, Yunshang's expression shifted dramatically. He bellowed furiously, Bai, you better leave at once, or I shall take your life. Bai Ye appeared oblivious to her surroundings as she rose and strode towards Yunshang. Observing Bai Ye's advance, Yunshang instinctively sought to evade her approach. Yet, before she could retreat, a hand encircled her waist. The moment that hand made contact, the last vestiges of Yunshang's clarity began to dissolve into a haze. Simultaneously, a menacing aura permeated the room they occupied. Had it not been for the protective formation that fortified this small courtyard, it would likely have been reduced to mere ashes by now. Bai Ye gradually opened his eyes, and upon perceiving his current state, he was momentarily taken aback. Yun lay atop him, unclad, her skin immaculate, her form alluring, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Bai Ye seemed to recall something as he slowly moved away from Yunshang. Gently donning his clothes, he turned to leave. Fear gripped him. He dreaded the possibility of Yunshang awakening and delivering a devastating blow. Halt! Are you leaving without putting on your trousers? A voice resonated from behind him. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye felt a chill run from his head to the tips of his toes. You little rascal, was this intentional? Yunshang fixed his gaze upon Bai Ye, his eyes betraying no concealment of murderous intent. Bai Ye swiftly turned around to explain, Senior sister, I truly did not mean to. Before he could finish his words, a formidable force surged forth. Without any doubt, Bai Ye was sent staggering back several dozen yards. As he finally came to a halt, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his bones shattered in numerous places, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Yunshang regarded her own fist with an odd expression, a hint of confusion crossing her face. What on earth is happening? She mused. Subsequently, she channeled her internal energy and was astonished to find that her injuries had miraculously healed. Even more surprising was the fact that her cultivation had ascended by 2 minor realms. This should not have occurred, as she was currently bound by a restriction that, in theory, should prevent any elevation in her realm. Upon inspecting the restriction further, She was astonished to discover that it appeared to have loosened somewhat. Now, she could exert 50% of her strength, pondering, what could be the cause of this? Is it due to that flesh? No, according to records. The blood and flesh of the ancient lust beast merely amplifies one's primal nature, leading to uncontrollable desires. Could it be connected to that incident with him? If that were true, would repeated encounters fully lift the restriction? The thought startled her, and she quickly spat. What am I even thinking? Bai Ye coughed up blood. Casting a glance at Yunxiang, whose peculiar expression stirred an unsettling premonition within him. Could it be that this senior sister truly intended to beat him to death? That last punch had been excessively fierce. Was she contemplating patricide? As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of affection. They had shared several days as a couple. Could she truly harbor no semblance of kindness? Yunxiang approached Bai Ye with measured steps, the corners of her mouth curving upward in a sly grin. Little junior brother, would you care for another round? Bai Ye uttered without a moment's hesitation. Shall we revisit the previous incident, or was it that punch just now? Yunxiang's smile suddenly froze. What do you think? As Bai Ye was about to speak, a gasp echoed through the air. Suddenly, a figure descended not far from the two. It was Situ Ping returning. Situ Ping glanced at Bai Ye, who lay sprawled on the ground, then shifted his gaze to Yunxiang standing nearby, appearing somewhat bewildered. What transpired here? Yunxiang responded with a playful smile. Master Uncle, I was teaching him about array patterns, but he accidentally tripped and fell. She pointed at Bai Ye as she spoke. Situ Ping turned his attention to Bai Ye, who hastily nodded in agreement. Yes, my senior sister speaks the truth. He was cautious not to speak out of turn, fully aware that his master could not restrain an enraged senior sister. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Yunxiang could not help but display a look of admiration. Suddenly, Situ Ping's gaze fell upon the entrance of the kitchen, where some feathers lay scattered. They were indeed the feathers of an ancient beast. He approached, bent down to pick one up, and upon closer inspection, his expression shifted dramatically. Where did you acquire this? Yunxiang's countenance darkened as she shot Bai Ye a glare. How could he carelessly discard such things? She then turned to Situ Ping. Master Uncle, these are merely ordinary chicken feathers. A few days ago, my junior brother caught a wild chicken in the nearby woods, and these are from that chicken. As she spoke, she snatched the feather from Situ Ping's hand and hurriedly gathered the others from the ground. Situ Ping's face brightened. Is there any chicken left? Bring me 2 pieces. At this remark, Bai Ye, still lying on the ground, nearly toppled over, almost biting into the stone beneath him, his mouth nearly bruised. Noticing the lack of response, Situ Ping felt a bit awkward. No matter. Just remember to save some for me next time. He then looked at Bai Ye. Here, it seems you've taken quite a fall. Here, take this. He offered Bai Ye a pill, which was entirely black, the size of a fingernail, adorned with a singular pattern. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye took the elixir and placed it into his mouth. As the potion entered his body, a surge of pure spiritual energy began to circulate throughout him, visibly mending the fractured bones at an astonishing pace. Bai Ye's face was etched with astonishment. Master, he exclaimed. Situ Ping chuckled. Oh, it is merely a first-grade healing pill. Before long, Bai Ye had nearly recovered. He rose and inquired, Master, do you have any more of such pills? He wished to procure a couple more to keep on hand, just in case one day his senior sister, in a moment of folly, decided to strike him. In that event, he would rely on these pills. Otherwise, he might truly meet his demise. Yunxiang interjected. Do you think those pills are as common as cabbages? Situ Ping replied. While these pills are indeed beneficial, one must not become overly reliant on them. Remember, every remedy has its poison. It is imperative to strengthen your own abilities. Do ensure you do not stumble again. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yunxiang. Situ Ping, of course, discerned that Bai Ye had been struck by Yunxiang, though he was unaware of the reasons behind it. Yunxiang shifted the topic. Uncle Master, did you obtain anything of value this time? The 3 of them gathered around the table, and Situ Ping produced a ring. Yunxiang frowned. A spatial ring? Situ Ping turned to Bai Ye. Here, this is for you. Bai Ye was about to retrieve it when Yunxiang swiftly took the ring, stating, he has no use for it at present. I shall keep it safe for him. As her consciousness penetrated the ring, her expression changed dramatically. Situ Ping smiled calmly. Bai Ye observed the peculiar exchange and inquired, what troubles you? Yunxiang, disregarding Bai Ye's question, turned to Situ Ping and asked, Master Uncle, whose is this? Situ Ping nodded affirmatively, indeed. Yunxiang, taken aback, exclaimed, did you kill him? Situ Ping shook his head, clarifying, it was not I who dealt the fatal blow. I encountered an acquaintance who intervened and ultimately vanquished him. He continued, "Initially, I harbored concerns for your safety, which prompted my return. It appears my worries were unfounded. I am relieved to find you both unscathed. Remember to remain indoors and diligently practice in the courtyard. I must attend to some matters and shall be away for a few days." Bai Ye felt a jolt of anxiety as he saw Situ Ping preparing to depart. He grasped the hem of Situ Ping's garment, pleading, "Master, could you possibly refrain from leaving? Your absence leaves my heart in turmoil." Situ Ping chuckled lightly. "What is there to be anxious about? With your senior sister to protect you, no one in this realm can harm you. Within that ring lie several tomes of martial arts and weaponry. Devote yourself to diligent training. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult your senior sister. Rest assured, Uncle Master, I will ensure that my junior brother trains diligently," Yunshang interjected thoughtfully. "Take care, Uncle Master." Situ Ping rose, affirming, "Indeed. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and departed. No sooner had Situ Ping left than Bai Ye felt an ominous aura enveloping him. Chapter 17. Feigning Death. Chapter 18. The assessment of Qing insect within the confines of the 5-star academy. Bai Ye sat quietly upon a stone bench, intently examining the sword before him. At this moment, his injuries had fully healed. Yunshang approached, extending his hand. "Return the sword to me." Bai Ye, feeling helpless, had no choice but to hand the sword to her. Yunshang sheathed the blade and remarked, "Have you spent these years honing your skills on a pig? You're so feeble. Had it not been for me today, you would have met your demise once more. Shouldn't you express your gratitude in some manner?" Bai Ye's expression hardened as he declared, "I shall fetch the egg for my senior sister." Just as he was about to rise and head towards the room, Yunshang, with a grave demeanor, urged him to wait, saying, "I need to discuss something of importance. Today, I employed an illusionary formation to deceive them, to their eyes. It appears as though you have already fallen victim to their attack. Henceforth, they may not seek you out again." Bai Ye gazed at Yunshang, her expression tinged with bewilderment. Why was her senior sister so earnest this time, so unlike her usual self? "Do you understand?" Observing Bai Ye lost in her thoughts once more, Yunshang, feeling a surge of irritation, exclaimed, "Furthermore, your cultivation level is too low. You must enhance your strength." Bai Ye also realized this and nodded seriously. Yunshang shook his head and sighed. "That rascal of a master uncle brought you here and then left." Alas! At this moment, Yunshang's emotions were quite complex. The memory of that day made his heart race. He glanced at Bai Ye and said, "Xiao Yezi, I must depart." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye abruptly stood up, asking, "Where are you going?" With a hint of bitterness, Yunshang replied, "My master has sent word. He is in danger. I must go to rescue him." At this, Bai Ye's expression changed dramatically. "What has happened to master? I will accompany you. Are you seeking death? Do you realize how weak you currently are?" Yet, he pondered, "But will your journey not be perilous as well? There is danger." Yet Yunshang felt somewhat despondent. Bai Ye suddenly grasped Yunshang's hand, declaring, "Take me with you, even if it leads to death." Yunshang replied with a bitter smile, "If death could resolve our issues, then what purpose does cultivation serve? If you were to perish, would not the grievances against your family remain unavenged?" The wide-eyed youth's gaze was tinged with a hint of crimson. "You have abandoned me. What am I to do now?" Yunshang struck the stone table forcefully. "What will you do? Are you not a man? Are you not a member of our esteemed 5-star academy? What thoughts occupy your mind, day in and day out? Have you considered your adoptive father? Have you thought of your kin? And what of your master? He is in grave peril. Even if I were to go, it would be a perilous endeavor, yet I must. You, however, cannot go. You cannot afford to perish. Do you understand? You are the future of your family, the future of our academy, and indeed, my future as well." The last statement was almost a whisper, yet Bai Ye heard it distinctly. To be her future. Yet what could he truly offer her? Must he truly wait until her demise to seek vengeance? Once a life is lost, what significance does retribution hold? "Shanga!" Bai Ye exclaimed. Upon hearing his call, Yunshang's entire being quivered. She turned to face Bai Ye, saying, "Remember my words. Live well and strive to cultivate your strength. In the future, seek retribution for us." With that, she pressed a ring into Bai Ye's hand before turning and vanishing from sight. Bai Ye sank down completely. Lost in thought, "Shanger, wait for me to find you." As he watched Yunshang depart, an indescribable feeling surged within him. He silently resolved. He must strive to become stronger. Only by gaining strength could he protect those around him and avenge the fallen. With this thought, he calmed his mind and picked up the spatial ring. Immersing himself in the ring, he was taken aback upon witnessing its contents. There were numerous piles of spirit stones, a collection of books, and 2 swords. Among them was the crimson golden long sword that Yun Shang had previously lent him. Bai Ye gazed at the stack of books and noticed that many were about formations, with 2 dedicated to sword techniques. However, it was unfortunate that the tome titled One Word, One Thought, Exterminating All Realms was not among them. Bai Ye retrieved a volume from his collection of swordsmanship texts, the sword techniques. What manner of sword skill is this? He murmured. Upon opening the sword techniques, he was immediately captivated by its contents. The path of the sword is boundless. One enters the realm through intention, transcends the ordinary with that realm, and cleaves the celestial with the ordinary. In one's heart, the sword encompasses all things. The why at least became increasingly captivating, gradually leading to a state of deep meditation and contemplation once more. Days turned into weeks, and after 10 days, a resonant sound of a sword echoed through the heavens. The crimson golden long sword beside Bai Ye quivered slightly, as if yearning for life. At that moment, Bai Ye gradually opened his eyes, and with his right hand, he gently swept the sword through the void. Instantly, the air before him was cleaved, creating a fissure. The mere act of slicing through the air with that delicate stroke had indeed parted it. Bai Ye, momentarily bewildered, rose and swung his sword through the air once more. This time, the air was cleaved again, and a faint sword light emerged. Where the sword light passed, a series of piercing cutting sounds resonated, culminating as the sword light struck the opposite wall. A neat incision appeared on the wall, revealing a view of the other side. Bai Ye glanced at the sword in his hand, a magnificent blade. He then retrieved another volume of sword techniques, titled The Convergence of 10,000 Swords, from his ring. Upon perusing its pages, he found himself utterly perplexed. Closing the book, he fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he resumed his seated meditation, focusing on the enhancement of his realm. At present, his primary objective was to elevate his cultivation level. With an abundance of resources and martial skills at his disposal, his foremost task was to advance his realm. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, and Bai Ye progressed from the 6th to the 9th layer of qi condensation. Now, as he channeled his profound energy, a dense white aura enveloped his entire being. His sword techniques had also reached minor mastery, yet he still struggled to comprehend the intricacies of the convergence of 10,000 swords. He had not neglected the study of formations either, having acquired the ability to inscribe some basic arrays. Bai Ye set down the book in her hands and murmured, "Shang, are you well? Where on earth have you gone? Tomorrow marks the day when Qingyun's sect will recruit new disciples. Indeed, I wonder how many individuals will partake in the examination this year." Bai Ye was strolling down the street when he suddenly overheard passers-by discussing the recruitment of disciples by the Qingyun sect set for tomorrow. At that moment, a young man approached Bai Ye and inquired, "Esteemed brother, are you preparing to partake in tomorrow's selection examination for the Qingyun sect?" Bai Ye expressed his confusion, inquiring, "Qingyun sect?" The young man furrowed his brows and replied, "Are you not familiar with the Qingyun sect, my friend?" Bai Ye clasped his fists and smiled. "Indeed, I am unaware." At that moment, another person nearby regarded Bai Ye with a puzzled expression. "Are you from out of town?" Bai Ye's expression shifted slightly. "No. I hail from a remote area and have never heard of this Qingyun sect." Upon hearing this, the 2 individuals beside him exchanged relieved smiles. The Qingyun sect is the largest sect in our border city, boasting thousands of disciples and abundant cultivation resources, one of them remarked. Bai Ye contemplated. While he possessed an abundance of resources, solitary devotion to arduous training was not a viable solution. Yun Shang had once imparted to him that true growth could only be achieved through the crucible of battle. His previous weakness stemmed from the sheltered existence within his family's confines, devoid of real challenges. He was akin to a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, beautiful to behold, yet lacking in utility. Bai Ye inquired, "Are you aware of the criteria for disciple recruitment at the Qingyun sect?" The answer was quite straightforward. There are 3 primary conditions. Firstly, candidates must not exceed the age of 18. Secondly, they must have attained the qi condensation stage. And thirdly, they must undergo a combat strength assessment. As long as one successfully condenses their qi, passing the examination is virtually assured. "Oh, I see," Bai Ye responded. "Are you gentlemen planning to participate?" The group exchanged awkward glances, admitting, "Alas, we are past the age limit." With that, they turned and departed. Chapter 19. Shattering the Strength Testing Stone. The following day, Bai Ye arrived at the disciple recruitment assessment venue of the Qingyun sect. It was a vast square, spanning several tens of meters, at the center of which stood a large circular platform. At this moment, Thousands of people had gathered around the platform, their animated conversations creating a cacophony that somewhat unsettled Bai Ye's ears. Suddenly, a petite girl, approximately 16 or 17 years old, approached him. She wore a red floral mini dress, her hair styled in 2 playful pigtails. Her youthful face bore 2 faint dimples, and she bounced towards Bai Ye, inquiring with curiosity. Bai Ye felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be that he had been recognized? He then turned to the little girl and, with a hint of awkwardness, inquired, "My dear, who are you?" The girl, with a smile that danced on the edge of laughter, replied softly, "Do not worry, I shall not speak indiscriminately." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nearly stumbled in surprise. Indeed, he had been recognized. Just as he was about to depart, the little girl grasped his arm. "Fear not, for apart from us, the heavens and earth remain oblivious. Now, let us await the assessment. By the way, from now on, you shall be known as Lin Yi," she said, her expression laden with significance. With a mind clouded by dark thoughts, Bai Ye was about to speak when a voice resonated from the stage. "I hereby announce the commencement of the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment assessment. Before we begin, allow me to articulate a few preliminary points. Firstly, those over the age of 18 are kindly requested to leave. Secondly, anyone who has not attained the qi condensation stage should depart. Thirdly, individuals who have previously participated in the assessment more than 3 times must also withdraw. Should anyone fail to heed this request and is subsequently discovered, they will face penalties for contempt of sect rules." As the words echoed, a wave of commotion ensued. "Sigh. It's best to leave. The consequences for disregarding the sect's regulations are severe. Perhaps it is fate. If it is not meant to be, so be it. Let us go. At 30 years of age, are you courting death by staying? Quickly depart." Amidst the cacophony, a significant portion of the crowd began to disperse. Observing this scene, Bai Ye turned to the little girl beside him and inquired, "What is your name? Is this your first assessment?" The girl smiled brightly and replied, "My name is Shir. This is my first time here." Just as Bai Ye was about to speak, a sudden thunderous sound erupted. Turning towards the source, he beheld a young man, propelled 100 yards away. At the tender age of 20, he was deemed unqualified for the assessment and had his cultivation rendered null. A voice, devoid of warmth, echoed through the air. "Deservedly so," Posh remarked, pouting slightly. As the individual was cast aside and stripped of his powers, half of the crowd gradually withdrew, leaving fewer than 100 souls remaining in the arena. Bai Ye stared in astonishment, wondering if these people were merely here to join the commotion. "It's our turn," Shir gently tugged at Bai Ye's sleeve. At that moment, Bai Ye hesitated, concerned that he might be recognized. Shir looked at him with a peculiar expression. "Come on, don't worry. No one will recognize you." "How do you know what I am thinking?" Bai Ye questioned, filled with suspicion. "A secret," she replied, pulling Yin Shang towards the assessment platform. The old man glanced at the two of them and inquired, "Name? Age?" Shir smiled and replied, "I am Shir, and this is Lin Yi. I am 16. After saying this, she nudged Bai Ye playfully. Bai Ye promptly declared, "I am 17. The elder cast a fleeting glance at the two. On to the next challenge. The two then proceeded to the other side. The elder scrutinized them. "Channel your energy and let me observe your levels." Poem hastily began to circulate her energy, a subtle aura gradually coalescing around her form. The elder, with an air of indifference, remarked, "First layer of energy condensation, you may pass." He then turned his attention towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye swiftly channeled his energy, and in an instant, layers of dense white mist converged towards him. Before long, a thick shroud of white profound energy enveloped him completely. From a distance, only a cloud of white fog was visible, obscuring Bai Ye's form entirely. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What is this?" Shir also wore an expression of bewilderment, but she quickly regained her composure, pondering, "Has he succeeded?" The elder, still in shock, queried, "Why is your condensation of energy so remarkably solid?" Bai Ye cast a peculiar glance at the elder, inquiring, "Is mine different from others?" The elder, slightly easing his demeanor, replied, "Not quite the same. You may proceed to the next stage." Thus, they arrived at the third challenge, the combat strength assessment. This test was straightforward. One was to unleash their full power upon the strength stone. Upon reaching the stone, Shir clenched her small fist, a surge of mysterious energy emanating from her. With a resounding thud, the strength stone trembled slightly, radiating a yellow glow. "Impressive," remarked the elder responsible for the evaluation. "To possess such power at the first level of energy condensation is commendable for a young girl." Bai Ye approached the measuring stone, channeling his profound energy. This time, he did not circulate the energy externally. Instead, he condensed it and infused it into his fist. Upon closer inspection, a faint golden aura enveloped his knuckles. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a punch that reverberated like thunder, shattering the immense measuring stone into fine dust. An eerie silence fell over the arena, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The elderly observer sprang to his feet, gazing at Bai Ye before glancing at the pulverized remnants of the measuring stone, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, You have actually shattered the measuring stone." In that moment of stillness, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. "Good heavens, what a monster! He has shattered the measuring stone." They gasped in disbelief. "This person is truly extraordinary," they murmured, incredulous. "Humph, just wait and see. How dare he break the measuring stone?" Whispers filled the air as some expressed shock, others admiration, and still others relished in the spectacle. They murmured of the stone's renowned hardness, enhanced by intricate formations, pondering whether even a formidable cultivator in the core formation stage could accomplish such a feat with a single blow. Bai Ye hastily bowed, saying, "Senior, please forgive me. I, in a moment of carelessness, accidentally shattered the measuring stone." He thought to himself, "Why did I exert so much force? Had I known the stone was so fragile, I would have been more gentle in my approach." Sure cast an odd glance at the two, poised to speak, when suddenly a voice rang out. "Who dares to act so boldly as to create a disturbance within the Qingyan sect?" As the words fell, an elder clad in a white robe appeared before the crowd. Upon seeing him, the several elders overseeing the assessment clasped their fists in respect, exclaiming, "Elder Gu Shuang." At that moment, the onlookers murmured among themselves, "That person is doomed. Huh, how audacious to shatter the measuring stone. Alas, youth is so reckless. Is it not better to live cautiously?" The elder in charge of the assessment respectfully addressed Elder Gu, stating, "Elder, it is not a matter of disturbance, but rather a disciple participating in the assessment who inadvertently broke the measuring stone." As he spoke, he cast a slightly awkward glance at Bai Ye. Gu Shuang turned his gaze towards the elder, inquiring, "Inadvertently shattered the measuring stone?" The elder quickly replied, "Yes, it was indeed this young friend," gesturing toward Bai Ye. Gu Shuang then fixed his gaze on Bai Ye, asking, "Was it you who broke the measuring stone?" Bai Ye hastily bowed in respect. "Yes, I beg your pardon, esteemed senior." Gu Shuang's expression turned peculiar. "The qi condensation realm? No, your qi condensation seems rather unusual." Upon saying this, he glanced at the crowd below and continued, "The assessment is temporarily concluded. You may disperse. The force testing stone has been obliterated. What further evaluation can be conducted?" A clamor arose from the crowd. "I have yet to be assessed. I have prepared for this evaluation for 3 years. Indeed, let us continue the assessment. Next year I will exceed the age limit." Many in the audience expressed their dissatisfaction. Observing this scene, Gu Shuang and his companions furrowed their brows deeply. He then waved his hand toward the crowd, stating, "In light of this, let us proceed with the assessment. However, as the force testing stone is no longer available, I have decided to conduct 2 preliminary trials. Those who pass will be recorded, and during the next assessment, those recorded may directly proceed to the 3rd trial." Upon hearing this, the crowd voiced their approval. Gu Shuang then turned to Bai Ye. "You two, come with me." Chapter 20. Sharing a room. Chapter 21. Causing trouble. Chapter 22. Summoning the head of the law enforcement hall, a fierce battle erupted as hundreds of inner disciples sprang into action, instantly shrouding the sky in darkness. Blades clashed, and gusts of wind surged like spears. The cacophony of metal rang incessantly. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed as an inner disciple was struck by a massive hammer, hurtling him out of the arena. A flurry of blades swept through, dazzlingly bright, with the might to tear through the air aimed at one disciple. Yet, this formidable strike was effortlessly shattered by another. The thunderous clashes continued, sending several disciples tumbling out of the arena. In the air, Chen Guangjian and his companions scrutinized the disciples below when he suddenly turned his gaze towards Bai Ye's location. At that moment, Bai Ye was besieged by dozens of attackers, resolutely shielding Shi behind him. "Elder Gu, are these the 2 you brought in?" Chen Guangjian inquired. Gu Shuang, lost in thought, turned to Chen Guangjian at the mention. "Indeed, sect leader." Chen Guangjian chuckled. "Remarkable, to fend off so many. They are promising talents." The rumbling intensified as more disciples were expelled from the arena. A piercing sound echoed, and with a swift motion, a spear pierced through a disciple's chest, blood splattering. Chen Guangjian and his associates turned, their expressions darkening with anger. The sect competition forbids lethal actions, and it was evident that this individual had transgressed the rules. Just as they prepared to apprehend the offender, the spear-wielding disciple thrust again, this strike executed with remarkable speed, the tip shimmering ominously. The spear was aimed directly at Bai Ye, closing in on him in an instant. Impudence! Gu Shuang bellowed in fury. However, the incident occurred abruptly, leaving no time to intervene. At that moment, Bai Ye was fervently resisting the frenzied assaults of dozens of individuals when a profound sense of life and death crisis enveloped him. Behind him, Shi witnessed a spear lunging directly towards Bai Ye's brow, her gaze icy as she prepared to act. Suddenly, a resonant sound of a sword echoed through the heavens as a blade materialized before Bai Ye, hurtling towards the spear's tip. Observing this scene, Shi couldn't help but murmur, a celestial-grade spirit weapon? An automatic protector? Quite intriguing. The golden-hued sword soared forth, radiating brilliance that instantly cloaked the entire square in a resplendent gold. A terrifying pressure surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings. The other disciples could hardly endure this force, retreating in haste. In the distance, Qin Guangjian and his companions stood frozen, shock etched on their faces, as Qin Guangjian muttered, "This sword." Elder Gu Shuang was equally astonished, exclaiming, "This pressure does not belong to this continent." The other three were wide-eyed in disbelief, utterly taken aback. With the sword piercing the tip of the spear, it effortlessly obliterated the weapon, which vanished in an instant. Subsequently, the golden sword surged forward, incinerating the disciple who had charged with the spear. The sword then returned to Bai Ye, its brilliance gradually diminishing until it transformed into an ordinary golden blade. The atmosphere was now eerily silent, with the sound of a falling needle being distinctly audible. Moments later, all gazes turned towards Bai Ye, etched with trepidation. The sword was undeniably fearsome. Just moments ago, when that oppressive force had surged, every individual present felt a chilling fear of death. As the disciple was incinerated in a single stroke, many trembled, some even losing control in terror. At that moment, Qin Guangjian, Gu Shuang, and others flew before Bai Ye, their eyes fixated on the sword. As they scrutinized the crimson blade, it suddenly transformed into a wisp of sword light and entered Bai Ye's body. The group was momentarily taken aback, questioning its whereabouts. Gu Shuang, with a grave expression, asked Bai Ye, "From where did you acquire this sword?" At this juncture, Qin Guangjian whispered, "This matter is of great significance. Let us return to the inner hall." He turned to the other disciples, declaring, "The grand competition concludes here for today. Do not disseminate news of today's events. Those who do shall face annihilation." He then addressed the head of the law enforcement hall, Head Shi. "You are responsible for this matter. Should today's events be revealed, you alone shall be held accountable." Meanwhile, Shi quietly inquired of Bai Ye, "Brother, where did you obtain that sword?" Bai Ye replied, "It was given by my master." At that moment, Qin Guangjian addressed the two, "Let us proceed to the inner hall." The four of them made their way toward the inner sanctum. Meanwhile, high above the Qingyun sect, amidst the clouds, an elder known as the Elder of Creation bore a frosty expression, murmuring, "How could such a thing exist? Had I known, I would never have saved that boy." Suddenly, the space before him trembled slightly, and a young woman appeared without a sound. The Elder of Creation squinted, taken aback by her silent arrival. The woman spoke, "Do not harm my brother. It won't be long before he departs from this continent." The elder regarded her gravely. "Are you from that side?" She chuckled. "Which side is irrelevant. Just remember not to provoke him." "Bai Ye, do you understand why I have been so long-winded with you?" In truth, when the Elder of Creation harbored ill intentions toward Bai Ye, she had intended to eliminate him immediately. However, out of gratitude for his past saving of Bai Ye, she chose to issue a warning first. The elder inquired, "Is it because I once saved him?" The woman clapped her hands. "Indeed, now you may leave." With that, she vanished from sight. Once she departed, the Elder of Creation was drenched in cold sweat. It had been countless millennia since he had solely bestowed fortunes upon others, and now he found himself on the receiving end of such a fate. Alas, the sensation of being alive is truly splendid. He downed a gulp of wine and turned to disappear. Inside the inner hall of the Qingyun sect, they had just stepped into the chamber. Bai Ye exclaimed in surprise, "Where has Shi gone?" "Here I am, brother," Shi replied, skipping joyfully to Bai Ye's side. Bai Ye appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired, "Where did you just go?" With a quick turn of her eyes, Shi replied, "Oh, I just went to take care of some business." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye felt a sense of unease. Taking care of business? Who would believe that? At that moment, Gu Shuang turned to Bai Ye with a grave expression and asked, "Ye, what about your sword?" Before he could finish his sentence, Shi interjected, Uncle Gu, that sword belonged to my father and was passed down to my brother. My father once said that within that sword resides the spirit of our Lin family's ancestors. In times of peril, it would automatically unleash a strike. It must have sensed that my brother was in mortal danger and triggered its power. However, the sword can only activate once before dissipating into spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted to a more normalized state. I see, but what a pity, Qin Guangjian lamented with a look of regret. Gu Shuang also felt it was a tremendous loss, had that strike been executed properly. He had no doubt that even a master of the revered realm could have been slain. Frustration boiled within him as he thought. Do you recognize the person who attacked you? Bai Ye shook his head, stating, I do not recognize him. At that moment, I was besieged by dozens of individuals, and my attention was solely focused on them. I did not catch a glimpse of that person's appearance. Qin Guangjian looked at Bai Ye with a hint of confusion and inquired, do you have any idea why those dozens of individuals attacked you simultaneously? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ye replied, I am uncertain. I did not know them previously. Shi interjected abruptly. Could it be related to that incident? Gu Shuang looked at Shi in confusion. What incident? Qin Guangjian also regarded Shi with a puzzled expression. Shi explained. On the day my brother and I first entered the sect, someone entered my room and insulted me. My brother struck that person, thinking he would surely seek revenge. However, that individual has not returned to confront us. Gu Shuang seemed to recall something. I have heard Fang Yu mention this matter before, but I did not pay it much heed at the time. I did not anticipate that Hu Ren would be so treacherous. Qin Guangjian suddenly shouted towards the door. Summon the head of the law enforcement hall. Moments later, Yan Hua, the head of the law enforcement hall, arrived in the inner hall. Qin Guangjian addressed Yan Hua. Bring Hu Ren and Hu Qiu to the law enforcement hall. I shall personally interrogate them shortly, and also bring along the dozens who assaulted Lin Yi. Understood. Yan Hua responded before departing. This situation could lead to trouble, Gu Shuang remarked gravely. Qin Guangjian turned to Gu Shuang. Are you concerned that this matter may spread and cause unrest? Gu Shuang nodded. It is indeed a possibility. Moments later, Yan Hua rushed back into the inner hall, flustered. Not good. Hu Ren and his grandson have vanished. What? They have fled? A glint of coldness flickered in Qin Guangjian's eyes. At Songyan Academy in the Songyan Hall, an elderly man clad in a dark robe sat cross-legged, holding an ancient tome. This was Songyun Academy's president, Song Lan. At that moment, an elder and a young man entered the hall. They were Hu Ren and Hu Qiu. The two bowed respectfully. We greet President Song. Song Lan set his tome aside and regarded them with a furrowed brow. And who might you be? Hu Ren replied respectfully, I am Hu Ren, an outer sect elder of the Qingyun sect. Song Lan inquired, Qingyun sect? The one from the border town? Indeed. What brings you here? A glimmer of delight crossed Hu Ren's face. President Song, I have discovered a significant treasure. Hu Ren recounted the events of the recent sect competition. Gradually, Song Lan's brow furrowed tighter. Are you suggesting that sword is at least of earth-grade quality? Hu Ren nodded eagerly, at the very least. It is of earth-grade quality. Song Lan shook his head. State your intentions. If President Song could obtain this sword, Songyan Academy would acquire yet another treasure. Song Lan's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment. You may leave. Upon hearing this, Hu Ren and his companion were momentarily taken aback. Is President Song not interested in the sword? Song Lan chuckled softly. I am far more intrigued by your intentions than by that sword. Feeling somewhat awkward, Hu Ren and his companion replied, Then we shall take our leave. After they departed, Song Lan murmured to himself, That sword seems to possess some interest after all. Days later, news spread across the entire Sungyan continent regarding an inter-sect disciple of the Qingyun sect who possessed an exquisite earth-grade sword. Brother, could you please show me that sword? Shi inquired as she sat beside Bai Ye. Bai Ye, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, Shi, I cannot retrieve it. That sword is merged with my being. Shi managed a wry smile and replied, Brother, focus your mind and sense within yourself. See if you can perceive it. Bai Ye then closed his eyes, gradually attuning himself to his inner self, attempting to establish a connection with the sword. After a brief moment, he slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Shi, saying, I cannot sense it. Try again, she urged. Relax your entire body, immerse your spirit within, and invoke that sword with your consciousness and intent. What is consciousness? Bai Ye inquired. Shi feigned ignorance and pressed him. Quickly, concentrate fully and sense that sword. Bai Ye closed his eyes once more, endeavoring to locate the sword within himself. Suddenly, he jolted open his eyes, fear etched across his face, exclaiming, the sword. The sword is embedded in my Dantian. Upon hearing this, Shi was momentarily taken aback, asking, embedded in your Dantian? Try to see if you can summon it forth. Bai Ye once more closed his eyes, slowly attuning himself and summoning the sword. A resonant hum echoed from within him, and then a blade materialized, hovering gracefully before him. The resplendent golden red light instantly illuminated the entire room. Witnessing this spectacle, Shi hastily exclaimed, "Do not let it shine so brightly. If this continues, the entire Qingyun sect will become aware of your sword." The white leaf bore a slight bitterness as he found himself at a loss. Just then, the golden red sword light gradually retracted, revealing an ordinary crimson longsword before the two. Shi scrutinized the blade with great attention, while Bai Ye observed with a hint of curiosity. Suddenly, Shi addressed Bai Ye, remarking that his master was no ordinary individual. "Could you share a bit about them?" she inquired, before requesting Bai Ye to sheath the crimson sword. With a flicker of thought, Bai Ye's long sword transformed into a wisp of sword light that seamlessly entered his being. Bai Ye spoke softly. "I too am unaware of my master's precise origins. At that time, I had fainted on the street, and it was my master who brought me back. Shortly thereafter, my master mentioned a journey to a certain place, and after a few days, he returned with this sword for me. He then departed once more, and not long after, my senior sister informed me that our master had encountered peril, and she too left. Thus, I found myself all alone." Upon hearing this, Shi exclaimed, "No wonder." Bai Ye, in a state of confusion, asked, "What do you mean, no wonder?" Shi replied with a charming smile, "Oh, it's nothing. May I have the privilege of seeing the other items your master has bestowed upon you?" Bai Ye hesitated for a moment, observing his indecision. Shi couldn't help but chuckle. "What is the matter? My dear brother, are you reluctant to share your treasures with your sister?" Bai Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment. "No," he replied, as he removed a slender cord from around his neck, from which hung a ring. He handed the ring to Shi, saying, "Everything is inside. You may take a look for yourself." With a smile, Shi accepted the ring, but her expression quickly turned peculiar. As her consciousness entered the ring, she discovered 2 eggs within. Curiously, she inquired of Bai Ye, "Brother, where did you acquire these 2 eggs?" "I found them in a forest," he responded. "Oh." And there was also this bizarre creature, part chicken, part rabbit, lacking ears and looking rather unusual, with legs as thick as an adult's arms. Its feathers were a pale purple and seemed to emit a faint green glow. However, I ended up stewing and consuming it. Shi looked at Bai Ye in utter astonishment. "What did you say? You ate that creature?" Bai Ye nodded. "Indeed. We stewed it and enjoyed it together with my senior sister." At this moment, a sudden realization crossed his mind, causing a hint of discomfort to shadow his expression. Shi, looking utterly astonished, exclaimed, "But that is an ancient desire beast. You actually consumed it? Surely, you haven't engaged in anything untoward with your senior sister, have you?" Bai Ye's expression darkened as he glanced at his own mouth, pondering why it was so unrestrained. Upon noticing Bai Ye's demeanor, Shi revealed an understanding smile, playfully pointing at him with her little finger. She then set down 2 eggs and picked up several books. "Books on formations? Does your master practice such arts?" Bai Ye replied, "Master does not, but my senior sister specializes in formations. These books are all left for me by her. Feel free to peruse them if you wish." Shi pouted. "What nonsense is this? I don't like it. You should keep it." She then produced another longsword from her ring, measuring 3 feet in length and 2 fingers in width, its entire body a striking shade of blue. "This is quite impressive. It's also of celestial grade. However, this sword is not suitable for you. It is too cold, a blade devoid of emotion." At this moment, Bai Ye expressed curiosity. Shi, how do you know so much?" "Huh? Do I know a lot?" Shi's eyes twinkled as she chuckled lightly. "I used to enjoy reading as a child. All this knowledge comes from the books I've read." One cannot help but notice Bai Ye's growing curiosity towards Shi. From the very beginning, she recognized him instantly. Yet she continuously offered her assistance. Now, she could even discern the grade of this sword. Who exactly is she? "Brother, put the items away," Shi said with a smile as she handed the ring back to Bai Ye. "Knock, knock, knock." At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Chapter 24. The Conspiracy of Duguxian. "Who is it?" Shi inquired. "It is I," came a crisp and chilling voice in response. Shi glanced at Bai Ye and whispered, "Could it be senior sister Lang from next door?" Bai Ye, filled with curiosity, wondered what her purpose was. The sound of knocking echoed once more. Poem had no choice but to open the door. Indeed, The one knocking was none other than Lung Qing. Her expression devoid of emotion, clad in a delicate light blue gown. Her eyes resembled the autumn waters, clear yet imbued with an icy chill. She fixed her gaze on Poem and inquired, "May I enter?" Poem glanced at Bai Ye. "Please come in, senior sister Lang." Bai Ye invited her into the room. As Lang Qing stepped inside, she commanded, "Close the door." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye and Poem exchanged slight glances of surprise. Nevertheless, Poem swiftly shut the door. Lang Qing, still expressionless, addressed Bai Ye, "I wish to see that sword." Bai Ye, feeling quite embarrassed, remarked, "That sword has vanished." Senior sister Lang Qing replied coldly, "I can sense its aura." Shi's expression darkened as she pondered. This woman can actually perceive it. Quite remarkable indeed. However, she seems to harbor no ill intentions towards my brother. With this thought, she offered a faint smile, saying, "Since senior sister is already aware, let me show you." Bai Ye hesitated for a moment. At this juncture, Lang Qing suddenly remarked, "Rest assured, I am merely taking a glance." Shi also exchanged glances with Bai Ye, implying that she should allow it. With a mere thought, Bai Ye summoned the resplendent crimson golden sword before the trio. When Lang Qing's icy gaze fell upon the blade, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flickered in her cold eyes, yet she concealed it adeptly. Bai Ye remained oblivious to this subtle shift, though Shi keenly noticed it. Lang Qing scrutinized the sword for a moment, recognizing its extraordinary essence. It had developed a consciousness of its own and acknowledged Bai Ye as its master. In the hands of another, it would merely be a mundane artifact. As she turned her gaze toward Bai Ye, he felt an involuntary shiver coursing through him. How chilling. At that moment, Shi playfully leaned closer to Bai Ye, whispering in his ear, "This senior sister is quite remarkable. I believe she harmonizes splendidly with your other sword. Why not bestow that sword upon her?" Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words. A gift for her? Perhaps in the future. She might be of assistance to you. Bai Ye hesitated for a moment and said to Lang Qing, "Senior sister, I possess a sword that, while not particularly suited for my use, may be more appropriate for you. I wonder if you might be interested?" Lang Qing furrowed her brow, a look of surprise crossing her features. "Is this a gift for me?" As she spoke, her palm opened, revealing a wooden sword that materialized in her hand. "What do you think of this sword?" Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to speak, Shi interjected, "Senior sister, we cultivate the sword not merely as a tool, but as a reflection of our hearts, our humanity, and our spirit. It is essential to understand that it is the person who cultivates the sword, not the sword that cultivates the person." Shi's expression was one of deep contemplation. At that moment, Bai Ye suddenly retrieved the emotionless azure sword from her ring, waving it gently. "Cold sister, what do you think of this sword?" A tremor coursed through Lang Qing's body, for when Bai Ye unveiled the sword, she felt an inexplicable resonance with it. It was as though the sword embodied her essence, and she was the sword itself. She could sense the pressure with which Bai Ye grasped it, as if Bai Ye were not merely holding the sword, but rather holding her very being. Bai Ye gazed at Lang Qing, momentarily lost in thought, a surge of joy swelling within him. "So, you wish to impart profound wisdom? Yet even the sight of a treasure renders you unable to maintain your composure?" Lang Qing spoke solemnly. "Junior brother Lin, this sword." Bai Ye, with an air of arrogance, sheathed his sword and proclaimed, "We cultivate the sword not merely for its form, but for the heart, for humanity, and for the essence of the sword itself. It is not about rank or external possessions. One must remember that it is the person who cultivates the sword, not the sword that cultivates the person." Beside him, Shi nearly burst into laughter at Bai Ye's audacity. If other disciples had witnessed this scene, their jaws would have dropped in disbelief. To jest about profound truths in front of senior sister Lang? One could only utter two words: courting death. When senior sister Lang first entered the sect, a few misguided souls attempted to approach her, only to meet with a swift and lethal strike through the brow. Throughout the Qingyan sect, her name has become a taboo. Did this fellow truly wish to ensnare himself in such perilous folly? Cold Qing, upon hearing Bai Ye's words, maintained her inscrutable expression and inquired, "Junior brother Lin, may I have a closer look at that sword?" Shi turned her gaze to Bai Ye and said, "Brother." Bai Ye was fully aware of Shi's intentions and immediately retrieved the sword, offering it to Lang Qing. "Sister, this is for you." Upon hearing those words, Lang Qing's body trembled momentarily. "For me?" "Yes, Sister Qing." Before she could finish her sentence, a blade pierced through Bai Ye's brow, embedding itself half an inch into the flesh. Shi's expression altered dramatically. The strike was executed with such swiftness and without any forewarning that even she had failed to perceive it. Coldly, Shi glared at Lang Qing. "You seek death. Lung Qing withdrew the sword with a swift motion, and a spray of crimson blood erupted, though the blade had only penetrated half an inch. Its removal drew forth a trickle of blood. Bai Ye touched his forehead, feeling somewhat dazed. Staring at the blood on his hands, he nearly cursed out loud. Shi quickly glanced at Bai Ye's wound, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" Lung Qing seemed to sense the awkwardness in the air, asserting, "Junior brother Lin. The name Qing is reserved for only one person, and you are not that individual." With those words, she turned and walked away, sword in hand. Shi coldly observed Lung Qing's retreating figure, reflecting, "This woman is truly formidable. That sword of hers could undoubtedly eliminate a formidable opponent at the condensing sea realm in an instant." Disturbing. Lost in thought, she turned back to Bai Ye, intending to say something, but after much contemplation, she merely shook her head and sighed. Within the Zhao family's main hall, Du Guxian was still toying with a flying dagger. "Madam, it has been confirmed that this sword is indeed at least a top-tier earth grade, possibly exceeding it." A man in black robes reported respectfully. Du Guxian responded with surprise. "Oh? Exceeding earth grade, reaching heaven grade? According to our investigation, that sword has developed sentience and can automatically protect its master in times of crisis." Sentience. So, that sword has acknowledged the one called Lin Yi as its master? Du Guxian inquired. The man in black replied solemnly, "Indeed. However, if we eliminate that young man, the sword will become a masterless object." Du Guxian waved her hand. "All right. You may leave for now." After the man in black departed, Du Guxian pondered for a moment before vanishing from sight. Atop a white cloud, an unkempt old man reclined, gnawing on a chicken leg. He was the elder of creation. Suddenly, a woman appeared. It was Du Guxian. She looked at the elder of creation and said, "There is an external presence." The elder took a hearty swig of liquor, retorting, "What does that have to do with me?" Du Guxian, puzzled, asked, "Are you not concerned about this land?" The elder of creation replied, "How have I survived for tens of thousands of years? It's not merely through cultivation. Intellect is equally essential. This woman must be out of her mind, asking me to deliver a head? I am not that foolish. I wish to live a few more years." He had not forgotten that day's events. The terror of that little girl haunted him, causing his hair to stand on end at the mere thought. Du Guxian glared at the elder of creation, saying, "Are you not afraid that one sword strike could obliterate this land? You have been its guardian for millennia." The elder of creation looked at Du Guxian with utmost seriousness. "Do you think you are any better, attempting to play such games before me?" Chapter 25. Lang Qing's sword path. As the news of the emergence of a heaven-grade weapon at Qingyan sect spread across the Songyan continent, various factions dispatched elder-level figures to pay their respects. Inside the inner hall of Qingyan sect, Chen Guangjian wore a troubled expression. He was already aware of the intentions of the various families and sects eager to pay their respects. Who among them was not harboring ulterior motives? He turned to the four elders present, asking, "What do you all think?" One elder replied, "We might as well take the initiative and compel Lin Yu to surrender that sword." Then beside him, Gu Shuang's expression darkened. "What does Elder Xie mean by that?" Elder Xie gazed at Gu Shuang and remarked, "I am aware of your connection with Lin Yi. However, we must prioritize the interests of our sect. Rather than becoming the target of public scorn, it would be wiser for us to take the initiative." Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the group. At that moment, a lady spoke up. "I must disagree with Elder Xie's perspective. I believe that even if they covet that sword, they would not resort to openly seizing it." The speaker was none other than Elder Sun Yin, the master of Lang Qing. Elder Xie snorted dismissively. "But what if they come to take it by force?" The assembly fell silent once more. It was then that Chen Guangjian suddenly suggested, "Gu Shuang, please fetch Lin Yi. Let us hear his thoughts on the matter." Gu Shuang turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, she returned to the inner hall, accompanied by Bai Ye and Shi. Disciple Lin Yi pays his respects to the sect master and esteemed elders, Bai Ye said with a slight bow. Chen Guangjian offered a faint smile. "Lin Yi, are you aware that the entire Songyan continent is now privy to the news of your possession of a celestial-grade weapon?" Bai Ye softly remarked. Shi has already stated that the sword is the embodiment of my Lin family's ancestral spirit, not some celestial-grade weapon. Elder Xie scoffed nearby. "Do you take us from your children? Even if we were to believe you, do you think others would?" Suddenly, Shi interjected. "Elder Xie wishes for my brother to surrender the sword to the sect?" Elder Xie chuckled foolishly. "I never implied such a thing." Chen Guangjian abruptly inquired, "Lin Yi, may we see the sword?" All eyes turned towards Bai Ye, who, feeling helpless, nodded in acquiescence. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. With that, he focused his thoughts. and the resplendent golden sword materialized in his grasp. The crowd instinctively inched closer to Bai Ye, and it must be said that upon seeing the sword again, they were still profoundly astonished. Although the sword appeared unremarkable at first glance, a closer examination revealed it harbored the essence of innate principles. Elder Xie suddenly stepped forward, intent on seizing the sword. Shi quickly positioned herself in front of Bai Ye. Are you attempting to steal it? Elder Xie's expression darkened. He seemed poised to speak, but ultimately held his tongue. Elder son, with a grave demeanor, addressed Bai Ye, this sword has recognized you as its master. Even if others obtain it, it will merely be an ordinary object. I possess a technique for this sword that you may find useful. With that, she produced an ancient tome and extended it towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye hesitated slightly. Elder son, Gu Shuang suddenly remarked, since it was bestowed upon you by elder son, you need not be so modest. Bai Ye nodded slightly and accepted the ancient tome, titled Three Sword Techniques. Elder son, observing Bai Ye's acceptance of the text, spoke up. This sword skill came to me by chance. Although it comprises merely 3 techniques, each possesses an extraordinarily terrifying power. More importantly, when this sword technique is mastered to perfection, each move can invoke the laws of the great Tao. It is no exaggeration to assert that it has the potential to annihilate heaven and earth. Bai Ye appeared somewhat uneasy. Elder son, I cannot accept such a precious sword technique, he said, extending the scroll back towards Elder Sunday. However, Shi suddenly bowed slightly to Elder Son, expressing, I would like to thank you on behalf of my brother. After speaking, she took the sword technique from Bai Ye's hands and secured it. Chen Guangjian smiled gently and advised, Lin Yi, you should return home for now. It would be prudent to remain within the sect during this time, as I sense an array of veiled energy surrounding us. They may pose a threat to your safety. Bai Ye clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, expressing his gratitude to the sect leader. After uttering these words, he sheathed his sword and departed with Shi. Once they left, Elder Son suddenly remarked, to have comprehended sword intent at the stage is indeed remarkable. Chen Guangjian's eyes widened in surprise. Are you saying Lin Yu has grasped sword intent? Among those present, only Elder Son was a sword cultivator, making her particularly attuned to sword intent. She had discerned this the moment Bai Ye entered the inner hall. The other individuals, though formidable, lacked sensitivity to sword intent and would not have noticed without keen observation. The other 3 elders also appeared somewhat astonished. To comprehend sword intent at the age of 17 while still in the stage is undeniably a prodigious talent. Elder Sun herself had spent over 30 years honing her sword skills before barely grasping sword intent. Though numerous sword cultivators existed across the Tsanyan continent, those who truly understood sword intent were exceedingly rare, let alone someone as young as Lin Yi. Hearing this, Gu Shuang could not suppress a flicker of joy in his eyes, but he soon sighed. Sect leader, what shall we do if they come to seize that sword? Qin Guangjian pondered for a moment before sighing deeply. Alas, what is a blessing is not a curse. Lin Yi and Shi returned to the courtyard, where Shi handed him a book on sword techniques, saying, Brother, you can learn from this. In truth, Bai Yu is in need of a sword technique. The sword manual left to him by Yun Shang contained merely theoretical insights and philosophical tenets of swordsmanship. He possessed no practical sword techniques to wield, and although he had now comprehended sword intent, he remained unaware of how to apply it. As for the other book, 10,000 Swords Returned to One, he still found it incomprehensible. Bai Yi took the book and opened it, momentarily bewildered. The 3 sword techniques, one sword shatters the earth, another sword punishes the heavens, and a third sword annihilates the firmament. Such ferocity. How does this compare to that previous volume? Every word and thought annihilates the myriad realms. Are they both equally formidable? Is the sword technique truly exceptional, or is this world simply fragile? Seeing Bai Ye's peculiar expression, Shi felt somewhat uneasy. Brother, are you doubting the sword techniques described within? Bai Ye nodded hastily. If it truly is as described within, how can one possibly engage in combat? A single strike would obliterate the entire sky. Shi, with a furrowed brow, responded, Do you believe that merely being human allows one to cultivate to perfection? The potency of such swordsmanship is contingent upon the practitioner's level of cultivation. For instance, as you are currently at the condensation stage, even if you were to master this technique, a single strike would merely devastate this entire border city. At this point, she couldn't help but sigh. All right. I must concede that this sword technique is indeed rather formidable. Bai Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Destroy the entire border city? Shi, unimpressed, retorted, Do you realize how swiftly senior sister Lang struck that day? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling how he had been caught off guard. Pierced through the forehead before he could even react. Fortunately, senior sister Lung had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, he would have long since met his demise. Sure continued. Her swordplay is characterized by the simplification of complexity, breaking through the laws with unparalleled speed. In other words, the velocity of her strike transcended a particular rule, which is why, before you even sensed her movement, the sword had already found its mark in your forehead. Bai Ye cleared his throat, exclaiming, "Is senior sister Lung truly so peculiar?" However, the moment the words escaped his lips, he hastily covered his mouth. For senior sister Lang resided just next door. Should she overhear him discussing her unfavorably, he would be left utterly oblivious to the consequences. Sure cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ye and remarked, "If my conjecture holds true, senior sister Ling's utmost speed should be within 3 zhang. Beyond that distance, her speed cannot reach its peak. Yet, it remains sufficiently formidable. Brother, you must persevere." With that, she waved her tightly clenched fist at Bai Ye, a playful smile gracing her lips. Bai Ye gazed intently at Sure, who, feeling the weight of his stare, couldn't help but feel a tightening in her heart. "Brother, why are you looking at me like that?" she asked. Bai Ye was about to speak when a chilling voice suddenly emanated from the doorway. Chapter 26. Does this person seem familiar? How could one achieve such unparalleled speed from 3 zhang away? The voice was exceedingly frigid, sending shivers down one's spine as if one were engulfed in a frozen cavern. The two turned their heads to gaze, and there stood Lung Qing, her expression devoid of emotion, clad in a pale blue gown. Her eyes resembled autumn waters, clear yet imbued with an icy demeanor as she approached with deliberate grace. Bai Ye's heart sank. It was over. They had truly come knocking at the door. Was her senior sister's hearing truly so acute? Sure smiled lightly, "Sister Lang. Achieving the pinnacle of speed, even from a distance of 3 zhang or further, is not insurmountable." After a brief pause, she added, "At least it is not particularly difficult for you. As for others, well, that remains uncertain." As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ye. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback as he noticed Sure gazing in his direction. Suddenly, Lung Qing spoke up, inquiring, "How can one achieve that?" After a moment of contemplation, Sure replied, "Cast aside the physical form." Lung Qing furrowed her brow for a moment, then gently nodded. "I understand. How do you possess such extensive knowledge?" Bai Ye, puzzled, glanced at Sure, who shook her head and replied, "I learned it from the book." With a playful smile, she continued, "In the Jinyuan sect, a middle-aged man clad in a cloud-blue brocade robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. This man was Yuan Jiang, the sect leader, and before him stood Elder Yuan Shui. A few days prior, news had reached them that the Qingyun sect had unveiled a heavenly tier weapon, prompting various factions to flock to witness it. However, Yuan Jiang refrained from dispatching his disciples and forbade any discussion or participation in the matter. Elder Yuan Shui, confused, inquired, "Sect leader, why do we not go and take a look?" Yuan Jiang, with an impassive expression, replied, "I fear you may act foolishly upon seeing it." Yet, Yuan Shui persisted, "But if we do not strive for it, then in the future," Yuan Jiang interrupted, "Do you truly believe anyone would dare to act at this moment?" Yuan Shui, still bewildered, retorted, "Can they resist temptation? There is only one heavenly tier weapon. Only a fool would act first, in my view. The upcoming trial ground will present the best opportunity. Will Lin Yi bring the sword to the trial ground?" Yuan Jiang pondered for a moment. He likely will. Days later, figures swept across the sky, all heading towards the Qingyun sect. Within the Qingyun hall, Chen Guangjin was deep in thought when a disciple rushed in. Reporting to the sect leader, elders from the Xinmen sect, Blood Moon sect, and the 5 great families are making their way towards us. They will arrive shortly. Chen Guangjin narrowed his eyes, summoned the 4 elders to the hall. Yes. No sooner had the disciple exited the grand hall than a voice echoed, "Sect leader Chen. How have you been?" "Hiki. We come uninvited and hope for your understanding." Chen Guangjin turned to see dozens of individuals, including senior elders and young prodigies. After inviting them into the hall and instructing the servants to prepare fine spiritual tea, Chen Guangjin addressed the assembly, "Your presence truly adorns our Qingyun sect." "Haha. Sect leader Chen, how have you been lately?" Another voice chimed in from outside. The speaker was Mu Xiu, the grand elder of the Songyun continent, accompanied by Elder Tang Sheng from the Tang family and several young talents from the Tang lineage. Upon recognizing Mu Xiu, Chen Guangjin promptly rose to greet him with utmost respect. The previous guests had been elder-level figures from various factions, not warranting such deference. However, Mu Xiu was different. As the Grand Elder of the Tsangyun Academy, he commanded respect. After observing Chen Guangjian's respectful reception, Mu Xiu expressed his satisfaction and said, "I apologize for intruding today." Sect leader Chen Guangjian quickly replied, "Not at all, Elder Mu. Your visit brings great honor to our Qingyun sect. It is a delight, not an intrusion." As Chen Guangjian gestured for Mu Xiu to take the seat of honor within the hall, Mu Xiu graciously insisted that they share the seat together. Mu Xiu surveyed the assembly with a smile and remarked, "Esteemed elders, your unexpected gathering must surely pertain to a matter concerning me, Mu." The elders nodded in unison. An elder Zhou Yang of the Xinmin sect chuckled, "I have heard that the Qingyun sect possesses a heavenly tier weapon. I, Zhou, have come to behold it. And I kindly ask that Sect Master Chen does not hold back." Elder Uxian of the Blood Moon sect chuckled heartily. "If I can witness a heavenly tier weapon in my lifetime, I shall have no regrets." The elders eagerly urged Chen Guangjian to unveil the sword, their anticipation palpable. Chen Guangjian's expression became one of hesitation. "To speak candidly, this sword does not belong to my Qingyun sect. It is a family heirloom of one of our disciples. I cannot definitively say whether it qualifies as a heavenly tier weapon. Come now, Sect Master Chen, let us not be modest. Since it is a heavenly tier weapon belonging to one of your disciples, it is, by extension, part of the Qingyun sect, is it not? Surely. Sect Master Chen would not be so stingy. We have traveled a considerable distance. You cannot deny us this opportunity. Besides, we merely wish to admire it. Not to take it." Mu Xiu suddenly smiled and interjected, "Ah, Sect Master Chen, there is no need for further reluctance. Please bring forth the heavenly tier weapon so we may feast our eyes upon it." After a moment's contemplation, Chen Guangjian turned to Gu Shuang and requested, "Elder Gu, could you please summon Lin Yi?" Gu Shuang hesitated briefly before turning to leave. After Bai Ye's departure, Lang Qing devoted himself to the profound study and cultivation of the three-sword techniques. Now, he has mastered the first technique, one sword shatters the earth, to a commendable degree. With his current prowess, when he unleashes this technique with all his might, the ground within several zhang is utterly obliterated, shattering to a depth of over 3 feet. It must be acknowledged that the power of this sword skill is indeed formidable. However, it bears a significant drawback. Its speed is lamentably slow. In comparison to Lang Qing's swift strike, the difference is nothing short of astronomical. Bai Ye gazed at Shi and inquired, "If only we could combine the earth-shattering might of this sword with the swiftness of Senior Sisterling's strike. It would be truly perfect." Shi, taken aback and about to respond, was interrupted as Gu Shuang entered the courtyard, saying, "Year, the sect leader requests your presence in the main hall." Without much contemplation, Bai Ye followed Gu Shuang towards the main hall, while Shi trailed behind them, burdened with her own thoughts. Soon, the trio arrived before the grand hall. Upon entering, Bai Ye's expression drastically shifted as he beheld the members of the Tang family and various clan elders, many of whom were familiar faces. Just as he contemplated an excuse to discreetly withdraw, Chen Guangjian abruptly pointed at Bai Ye and proclaimed, "This is the disciple Lin Yi." All eyes turned towards Bai Ye. And at that moment, Tang Xiuyan, who had accompanied the Tang family's elder, sprang to her feet, ready to speak, but was swiftly restrained by Tang Xing beside her. The other factions displayed expressions of curiosity, and Chen Guangjian furrowed his brow, asking, "Do you all recognize my disciple Lin Yi?" At this juncture, elderly from the Li family and Biqing interjected, "This visage appears quite familiar." Elder Zhou Xing of the Zhou family, wearing a puzzled expression, remarked, "This young friend bears a striking resemblance to someone. It seems he is a sword cultivator." The crowd shifted uneasily at this statement. After all, he was not just resembling a sword cultivator, but was indeed one, wielding a heavenly tier sword. Tang Xing fixed his gaze upon Bai Ye and inquired, "You must be young Master Lin. May I ask your place of residence and your father's identity?" As he spoke, he seemed to realize the potential awkwardness of his inquiry and quickly added, "Young Master Lin, please do not misunderstand. I am merely curious about the origins of your remarkable sword." Suddenly, Shi stepped forward and offered a slight bow, stating, "My brother and I are both from the Lin family of Shantao Town in Biqing, and that sword is a treasured heirloom of our lineage." Before she could finish her sentence, Mu Xiu abruptly called out, "Bai Ye." Bai Ye instinctively turned his head. Chapter 27. What is the intention of Elder Son? Bai Ye and Mu Xiu locked eyes, the corners of Mu Xiu's mouth curling into a sneer. Witnessing this, Shi's heart sank. How could this foolish brother be so dim-witted? At that moment, all eyes in the hall were fixed upon Bai Ye, and Shi was about to speak when a chilling voice pierced through the air. "Lin Shidi, come here for a moment. For the first time, Sure felt an unexpected refreshing sensation emanating from that icy voice. She hastily tugged at Bai Ye, whispering, hand the sword to the sect master, let them see it. Senior Sister Lung is looking for us. Bai Ye was suddenly awakened and promptly withdrew the sword, presenting it to Chen Guangjian. As the sword was drawn, the gaze of everyone present shifted from Bai Ye to the blade itself. Chen Guangjian took the sword and said, you may leave now. Bai Ye and his companion turned and walked away. Outside the hall, Lian Qing stood silently, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, in this moment, Bai Ye found this coldness to be akin to a refreshing breeze amidst the scorching heat of summer. Bai Ye clasped his fists and said, thank you, senior sister. Liang Qing replied in a calm voice, from this moment on, it would be wise for you to remain within the sect. Otherwise, certain death awaits you. Sure nodded in agreement. I too did not anticipate that they would recognize you at a glance. I underestimated their perceptiveness. Bai Ye offered a wry smile, acknowledging the inevitability of their situation. We must return. Within the Qingyun Hall, a lively discussion arose concerning the sword. Some claimed it was merely an exquisite earthly tier weapon, while others asserted it was at least of medium celestial grade. The hall buzzed with a cacophony of voices. Sure, about my sword. Long Qing's expression remained impassive. It is but a sword. We, as sword cultivators, should not be concerned with material possessions. With a sword in our hearts, all things become swords. Moreover, that sword has already acknowledged you as its master. Even if someone else were to acquire it, they may not wield it effectively, unless they were to take your life. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ye inexplicably felt a chill sweep over his neck and involuntarily shivered. Senior sister, I understand these principles. Yet that sword was a gift from Shang'er. Sure covered her mouth with a smile, teasing, is it from the senior sister who shared meat with you? Bai Ye's face was filled with frustration as she exclaimed, this girl. Meat? What kind of meat? Long Qing interjected with curiosity. Suddenly, Sure directed a question at Liang Qing. Sister, are you familiar with the primordial beasts of desire? At the mention of this, Long Qing's expression changed slightly. Has he consumed such meat? With white hair adorned with black streaks, he could no longer endure the conversation, finding the shamelessness of the two utterly intolerable. Suddenly, a wicked grin appeared on his face. Senior sister, I have 2 intriguing eggs here. Would you care to take a look? At that moment, a sword thrust to within half a yard of Bai Ye, halted by a radiant golden barrier that blocked its advance. Observing this, Liang Qing let out a soft gasp. Bai Ye was drenched in sweat, pondering to himself. This senior sister is quite peculiar, drawing her sword at the slightest provocation. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance, etching a defensive array onto a spirit stone to carry with me. Otherwise, blood would have surely been spilled once more. Meanwhile, Sure gazed at Liang Qing with a serious expression, realizing that this strike was even swifter than the last. In just a few short days, such remarkable progress had been made. One could not help but acknowledge the extraordinary prowess of this individual's swordsmanship. Liang Qing fixed his gaze upon the layer of golden light before Bai Ye. What is this? Bai Ye forced a bitter smile and said, Senior sister, must we resort to drawing our swords at every turn? Liang Qing ignored Bai Ye, sheathed her sword, and turned to leave. Sure gazed at Bai Ye with a playful expression and teased, Brother, are you attempting to pry into the heart of this icy beauty? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye fell into a prolonged silence, unable to utter a single word. Within the Qingyun Hall, only Mu Xiu and a few members of the Tang family remained. Mu Xiu regarded Chen Guangjian and said, Master Chen, I trust you know what must be done. Chen Guangjian remained silent. Elder Xie let out a cold snort. That Bai Ye dares to impersonate another's name to enter our Qingyun sect. According to sect rules, he should be expelled and his cultivation abolished. Gu Shuang furrowed his brows slightly, stating, if he truly is Bai Ye, we ought to hand him over to Elder Mu and the others. However, Elder Xie interjected sternly. However, what? Suddenly, Elder Sun Yin spoke up. Regardless of whether Lin Yi is Bai Ye, he is currently a disciple of our Qingyun sect. Is it not excessive to act in this manner? Tang Sheng turned to Sun Yin, chuckling. So, Elder Sun implies we should side with the enemy of my Tang family? Before Sun Yin could respond, Chen Guangjian interjected, enough, summon those 2 here. In the courtyard, Sure, with a grave expression, said to Bai Ye. They have already uncovered your identity. We must leave this place swiftly. Bai Ye wore a grim expression. About to speak when an inner sect disciple entered the courtyard and addressed the 2. The sect master has summoned you both to the Qingyun Hall. Bai Ye's heart sank. It's over. It must be those individuals from the Tang family seeking me out. Shi furrowed her brows slightly. What do they want us for? One of the disciples shook his head and replied, I do not know. Shi tugged at Bai Ye's sleeve. Let us go. It won't hurt to take a look. The two arrived at the Qingyan Hall and, upon seeing that the members of the Tang family and Mu Xiu had not yet departed, felt a jolt of apprehension. Indeed. It is the Tang family. This time, we are truly doomed. Qin Guangjian, noticing the cold glint in their eyes, pointed at Bai Ye and declared, You are not Lin Yi. You are, in fact, Bai Ye. Now, reveal your purpose for coming to our Qingyan sect. Bai Ye's expression darkened slightly. Sect leader, I am indeed Bai Ye. However, I am also a disciple of the Qingyan sect. Impudent. To impersonate another and infiltrate our Qingyan sect is a grave violation of our rules. How dare you claim to be a disciple of Qingyan sect? Elder Skia reprimanded, interrupting Bai Ye before he could finish speaking. Gu Shuang looked at Shi with a hint of confusion. Shi, you are not from the Lin family either? Shi, with a touch of regret, replied, Indeed, but I was unaware of Elder Gu's deep connections with the Lin family prior to this. It was merely a coincidence. My brother and I joined the Qingyan sect without any ulterior motives. We simply wish to live peacefully as disciples of the sect. Qin Guangjian interjected. Since you two are not from the Lin family and have trespassed into our sect under false pretenses, I will deal with you in accordance with the sect's regulations. Do you have any objections? Bai Ye smiled wryly. What a fine display of sect regulations. Since I am not a disciple of your Qingyan sect, I kindly ask for the return of my sword. Elder Xie scoffed. Your sword? It has already been confiscated by the sect. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiu cast a cold glance at Elder Xie and remarked, Elder Xie, although this disciple may have violated the sect's rules, that sword rightfully belongs to him. Shouldn't you return it? Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Mu Xiu's words. However, after a brief pause, he comprehended that this Mu Xiu was indeed a cunning old fox. Suddenly, Qin Guangjian interjected, stating, We shall discuss the matter of the sword at a later time. For now, I must execute the sect's regulations. I shall strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the sect. As he spoke, he struck towards Bai Ye with a palm, the terrifying pressure rendering Bai Ye immobile and powerless to resist. This was not merely the annulment of his cultivation. It was, in fact, a death sentence. Shi wore an expression of indecision. At that moment, Elder Sun appeared before Bai Ye, swiftly drawing her sword and delivering a strike. The overwhelming pressure dissipated instantaneously. Qin Guangjian fixed a chilling gaze upon Elder Sun, inquiring, What is the meaning of this, Elder Sun? Chapter 28. I will hold you up while you depart. Elder Sun clasped her hands in a respectful gesture. Sect Master. Dealing with Lin Yi is an internal matter of our sect. It seems somewhat inappropriate to address it in front of so many outsiders. She cast a glance at Mu Xiu and the members of the Tang family. Mu Xiu chuckled. Has Elder Sun forgotten that our Songyun Academy is considered an outsider? Qin Guangjian's icy stare remained fixed on Elder Sun, commanding, Step aside. Elder Sun shook her head with a sigh. Sect Master, I have not yet finished speaking. At this, Elder Xie let out a cold snort. Elder Sun, are you perhaps in cahoots with this Bai Ye? Bai Ye clasped his fists in salute to Elder Sun, stating, Elder Sun, there is no need for you to speak on behalf of the younger generation. I wish to see how this Master Chun treats the disciples of his own sect. Qin Guangjian scoffed. Disciples of the sect? You are not one of my disciples. As he spoke, he launched another attack, a terrifying pressure bearing down upon Bai Ye. The aura of death enveloped him, and Bai Ye found himself utterly powerless against this overwhelming force. Yet, he did not surrender, though he wielded no sword in hand. He recalled the sword techniques inscribed in his mind, believing that with a heart full of sword intent, all things could become swords. With a gesture, he declared, One sword shatters the earth. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted as the ground of the hall crumbled, the entire structure disintegrating into dust. Nevertheless, Bai Ye was sent flying several dozen yards, landing with a mouthful of blood, grievously injured. Poetic hurriedly rushed to his side, asking, Are you all right? Bai Ye shook his head, asserting that he was not yet dead. The crowd gazed at him in astonishment, unable to comprehend how he had withstood Qin Guangjian's formidable strike. Elder Sun pondered to himself, recognizing Bai Ye's exceptional talent. In just a few days, he had managed to master the first sword of the three sword techniques to a commendable extent. Moreover, wielding his finger as a sword to unleash such power indicated that Bai Ye had reached the realm of the heart sword in his swordsmanship. Mu Xiu fixated on Bai Ye, contemplating, This fellow is indeed extraordinary. withstanding a blow from the break-sea realm while merely in the qi condensation realm. Although Chen Guangjian had not exerted his full strength, it was still beyond the endurance of an ordinary qi condensation practitioner. With a dark expression, Chen Guangjian glared at Bai Ye and declared, "You dare to retaliate? I shall execute you for the crime of treachery against the sect." He then unleashed another palm strike, this time utilizing 80% of his strength. Bai Ye, severely injured, could not possibly withstand this blow. A colossal palm imprint descended upon him, and Bai Ye's face contorted in a grimace as he prepared to unleash another earth-shattering sword. At that moment, Elder Sun stepped in front of Bai Ye, thrusting his sword toward the massive palm imprint. The sword light pierced forth, yet the palm imprint remained unbroken, merely dimming slightly. Elder Sun was sent flying 100 yards away, spitting blood. Bai Ye rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Elder Sun, you." Elder Sun waved his hand. "I do not wish for such a monstrous swordsman to perish here." Chen Guangjian turned to Elder Sun, seething with anger. "Elder Sun, are you truly willing to side with this traitor?" Elder Sun met Chen Guangjian's gaze, responding, "Sect Master." At that moment, Elder Xie let out a cold snort, stating, "Treachery against the sect must be punished." He then looked at Chen Guangjian and urged, "Sect Master, please follow the sect's rules and eliminate these 3 traitors." Chen Guangjian's eyes glinted with malice as he struck out once more, causing the air around them to boil instantly. Dark golden light trembled and surged as the immense palm imprint twisted the surrounding space, representing his full strength. He aimed to obliterate the 3 with a single blow. Sure observed this strike, her expression wavering. She understood that neither Bai Ye nor Elder Sun could withstand such a terrifying attack. Should she intervene? Just as her indecision lingered, the massive palm imprint bore down upon them. Bai Ye produced several spirit stones inscribed with formations and infused them with his energy to activate the array. A resounding golden light erupted, and the 3 vanished in an instant. As soon as they disappeared, the enormous palm imprint crashed down, creating a deep pit in the ground where they had just stood. Chen Guangjian furrowed his brow. "Have they escaped?" Mu Xiu replied solemnly, "It's a formation. I overlooked that woman beside him." In Mu Xiu's view, Sure was the same individual from the 5-star academy, highly proficient in formations, a detail he had regrettably neglected. Realizing this, he turned to Chen Guangjian and urged, "They cannot have gone far. We must pursue them." The 3 reappeared in Bai Ye's small courtyard. What he had just employed was the instantaneous teleportation array learned from the formation manual, capable of transporting individuals to a designated location in the blink of an eye. However, there exists a drawback. The distance is limited to a mere 100 zhang. Elder Sun gazed at Bai Ye with astonishment, realizing that he had underestimated him. "I never imagined you would be so adept at the art of formations. Think of a way for you all to escape quickly. They may find this place in no time." Bai Ye hastily exclaimed, "Elder Sun, please tend to your wounds." It was evident to him that Elder Sun was gravely injured. Despite their lack of familial ties, she had risked her life to assist him, which filled his heart with remorse. At that moment, Lung Qing suddenly entered the courtyard and, upon seeing the severely injured Elder Sun, inquired, "Master, who has inflicted this harm upon you?" Elder Sun turned her gaze towards Lung Qing and replied, "It was the sect master who sought to slay Lin Yi. I intervened to stop him and was subsequently wounded. Now, the sect master harbors murderous intent. You must swiftly escort the 2 of them away from Qing and sect while I hold them off for a moment." Sure quickly interjected, "Senior, you are already gravely injured and may not be able to withstand them. Let us devise a plan to escape together." Bai Ye promptly nodded, "Elder Sun, let us devise a plan to escape." Just then, a voice echoed through the air, "Escape? Do you truly believe you can?" The speaker was none other than Elder Xie. As his words fell, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the group. The immense shadow of his fist generated ripples through the very fabric of space. Bai Ye was about to take action when, with a sharp sound, a sword pierced through Elder Xie's brow. With a visage of terror, Elder Xie stared at the sword wielder, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Bai Ye stood frozen in place. The one who had drawn the sword was none other than Lung Qing. She had effortlessly dispatched Elder Xie, a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Even Elder Sun was astonished, exclaiming that she had indeed reached the realm of intense sword. Sure. With a hint of supernatural insight, mused that she truly was a prodigy, having touched upon the realm of intense sword in just a matter of days. As Lung Qing sheathed her sword and turned to speak, a terrifying aura surged forth, striking her back 10 zhang. She swiftly pivoted, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The assailant was none other than Chen Guangjian. He regarded Lung Qing with a cold gaze, declaring, To slay a sect elder is a capital offense. In truth, Lang Qing's swift elimination of Elder Xie had also startled him. Despite being merely at the Qi mastery stage, she had effortlessly slain an elder of the core formation stage, an act that was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, such prowess only intensified his murderous intent. He then opened his palm, summoning a spear into his grasp. Upon witnessing the spear in Qin Guangjin's hand, Elder Sun's heart sank. The sect leader was wielding the treasured artifact of their sect, a top-tier weapon of the Xian rank. How could they possibly withstand such an onslaught? He quickly urged Bai Ye and the others, flee at once. I will hold him off. Bai Ye and others could only shake their heads with a bitter smile, wondering where they could possibly flee. Qin Guangjin brandished his spear, the blade shimmering and radiating a fierce light, as if the surrounding space could scarcely bear the intensity, resulting in faint cracks appearing. In an instant, hundreds of blade beams surged forth towards Bai Ye and his companions. Chapter 29. The death of Elder Sun. A myriad of blade beams hurtled towards the four of them. Elder Sun, with great effort, rose to his feet and positioned himself protectively behind the three. However, Lang Qing stepped forward, standing resolutely alongside him, declaring, "Master, I will stand with you." Upon witnessing this, Bai Ye quickly stepped forward, urging, "Let us proceed together." In an instant, hundreds of blade lights surged forth. Bai Ye joined his fingers to form a sword, continuously waving the luminous sword energy, slicing through the onslaught of blade lights. After a fierce struggle, he managed to shatter one of the blade lights. Yet several others pierced his body, causing him to stagger backward. He persisted in wielding his finger sword against the relentless attacks. Elder Sun also swung her sword with fervor, countering the incoming blade lights. Wounded as she was, her complexion turned pale, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. In stark contrast, Lang Qing's movements were surprisingly simple. She struck repeatedly with lightning speed, each thrust resulting in the destruction of a blade light. The clashing sounds of metal resonated throughout the air as the blade lights swirled, enveloping Bai Ye and his companions. Qin Guangjin continued to wield his spear, each thrust sending forth dozens of blade lights. Shir stood shielded behind the three, and although most of the blade lights were intercepted, a few still aimed for her. Yet Shir remained oblivious, lost in thought. Miraculously, those blade lights vanished mere inches from her position. Unbeknownst to Bai Ye and the others, all their focus was directed toward the multitude of blade lights before them. Suddenly, Bai Ye could no longer endure the assault. He was struck by numerous blade lights and sent flying, spitting out blood. The other three turned to him, filled with concern. Shir gritted her teeth, ready to act, when Elder Sun suddenly let out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. Lang Qing, take those two and leave. Lang Qing paused for a moment, then declared, "One day, my disciple shall avenge you." With that, she turned and, alongside Bai Ye and Shir, crushed a teleportation talisman. Elder Sun's fury erupted. One sword to sever the heavens. With a resonating hum, the atmosphere around Elder Sun surged with power. The essence of her soul ignited, causing the very fabric of space to shatter around her. A colossal blue sword hovered above her head, embodying the might of annihilation. Though it contained only a fragment of its potential, it was sufficient to cleave the heavens asunder. Qin Guangjin's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this. He exclaimed, "Elder Sun, have you lost your mind?" Mu Xiu's face also grew grave. "We must retreat." With a thunderous boom, Elder Sun refrained from unleashing the sword, for her strength was insufficient to control its ferocity. The backlash from her forced attempt shattered her body, sending a spray of blood into the sky, staining it crimson. The immense sword gradually dimmed before ultimately vanishing. Seeing this, Mu Xiu narrowed his eyes, contemplating the terrifying nature of the sword technique. If Elder Sun were to wield this sword at the sea-breaking realm, she could truly sever the heavens. At this moment, a realization dawned upon him, and he glanced towards the spot where Bai Ye had stood. Have they escaped? Qin Guangjin's face darkened with rage. First, Bai Ye had destroyed the Qingyan Palace. Then Elder Xie had been slain by Lang Qing's sword, and now, despite his all-out effort, Bai Ye and his companions had managed to flee. Though Elder Sun had passed away, it held no significance for him. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but emit a disdainful snort. Yet another formation. Let us pursue them. Mu Xiu, however, shook his head. Even if we catch up to them, their mastery of formations will likely allow them to evade us. I shall return to the academy to seek a formation master to assist us in dealing with them, he proposed. Qin Guangjin nodded in agreement. That seems wise. Bai Ye and a few companions ventured into a dense forest, seeking a relatively secluded spot. Both he and Lang Qing bore significant injuries and required urgent treatment. Otherwise, should they be pursued once more, their fate would be dire. Currently, they lacked both teleportation talismans and the means for instant movement. Bai Ye hastily retrieved a collection of spirit stones, intent on inscribing several teleportation arrays as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Lang Qing sat cross-legged, commencing his healing process. Sure. With her large, sparkling eyes, gazed at Bai Ye and said, "Brother." Bai Ye lifted his gaze towards Sure, relieved to see that she was unharmed. He had long regarded her as a sister and would never wish for her to be in pain. Several hours later, darkness enveloped the sky. Bai Ye meticulously inscribed over a dozen teleportation arrays and a few defensive formations. He bestowed upon Sure and Lung Qing each 2 defensive spirit stones, instructing them on their usage. After completing these tasks, Bai Ye turned to the two. "Let us proceed to Haifeng Forest." Lung Qing, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "To where?" "Indeed, was it not rumored that there were beasts appearing there? I have long desired to investigate, and besides, we have no other destination." Sure nodded in agreement. "Venturing there might be prudent. Perhaps they will not suspect us of going." With an impassive demeanor, Lung Qing addressed Bai Ye, "Lend me some spirit stones. I wish to enhance my strength to avenge my master." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Bai Ye and Sure dimmed. Elder son had perished while trying to save himself, leaving a bitter taste in Bai Ye's heart. He promptly retrieved a handful of spirit stones and handed them to Lung Qing, who accepted them without hesitation, stating, "Let us depart." The 3 of them stealthily made their way towards Haifeng Forest under the cover of night. Within the Tang family hall, Tang Sheng recounted the earlier events in full to Tang Xianfeng. After a moment of silence, Tang Xianfeng remarked, "So Bai Ye is still alive? But didn't Qiyun and the others personally slay him?" Tang Sheng replied, "Currently, Elder Mu Xiu and Master Chen are pursuing this individual. Should we not assist them?" Tang Xianfeng waved his hand dismissively. "Let them be. We shall observe the developments for now." In the Zhao family hall, Duguxian appeared lost in thought. Suddenly, a cunning smile crept across her lips as she summoned, "Come here." As her words fell, a man clad in black entered the hall. Duguxian chuckled softly. "Disperse the news in secret. That sword may hold the key to leaving this continent and could potentially elevate those at the sovereign level." "Understood." The man in black quietly withdrew. In the hall of Songyan Academy, Mu Xiu stood quietly, facing Academy head Song Lan and 3 array masters. One of the array masters broke the silence with a grin. "How rare. Hee, it seems there exists a matter that even Elder Mu Xiu cannot resolve." Mu Xiu's expression darkened. The speaker was Lu Changsheng, with whom he had a history of rivalry, often engaging in disputes, albeit without deep-seated animosity. Song Lan calmly remarked, "Could it be that the woman in question is from outside?" At these words, shock spread across the faces of Mu Xiu and the others. Although Mu Xiu had harbored suspicions prior, he was taken aback by the head's assertion. After a moment of contemplation, Song Lan continued, "If she truly hails from beyond, we might glean knowledge from her about how to escape this continent and perhaps even advance our cultivation. He has remained at the pinnacle of the Lord's realm for over several centuries, and it must be said that the temptation to advance further is of utmost significance to him." After a moment of contemplation, another array master remarked, "According to Elder Mu, since that woman can effortlessly inscribe void array patterns and can also teleport using formations, I estimate she must be at least an 8th-level array master." The speaker was none other than Han Changlin, an unerring 5th-level array master and one of the most esteemed array masters in the Songyun continent. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but display solemn expressions. Chapter 30. The Concealed Immortal Array. Kanglin inquired, "Do the 3 of you possess a method to confine them?" Han Changlin pondered for a moment. "There is indeed a method, albeit it may require a substantial amount of spiritual stones. To trap them, we must construct a grand array, isolating the internal and external spaces through the formation." However, Mu Xiu interjected urgently, "But what?" Han Changlin continued, "If we are to confine them, we must seize them within a remarkably short period, without allowing them any time to break the formation." Kanglin nodded. "Master Han is indeed correct." He then turned to Mu Xiu. "Do we have any leads on their whereabouts?" Mu Xiu shook his head. "Not at the moment. But it should not be difficult to locate a few of them. I shall dispatch someone to search for them immediately." Han Changlin advised, "Once located, ensure they remain unaware of our presence. We require time to set up the formation. Once the formation is established, we shall proceed." Mu Xiu replied with a soft hum, "I will go and send someone to seek them out right away." At the Jinyuan sect, within the Jinyuan hall, Yuan Jiang was contemplating something while holding a cup of tea. Just then, Yuan Shui hurriedly entered the grand hall, first offering a slight bow before saying, "Sect Master. The sword is currently within the Qingyan sect, and the individual named Lin Yi is, in fact, a descendant of the Bai family, previously annihilated by the Tang family. At this moment, Bai Ye is being pursued by the master of the Qingyan sect and elder Mu Xiu of the Songyun Academy. However, this individual is quite cunning. He has now fled and is nowhere to be found. I have also gleaned that the sword may be an external artifact, and it might present an opportunity for a peak expert of the Lord's realm to advance further." Upon hearing this, Yuan Jiang abruptly stood up, staring at Yuan Shui in shock. "Is the information reliable?" Yuan Shui nodded earnestly. "Absolutely reliable." Yuan Jiang's expression shifted numerous times, but he soon regained his composure. With the Songyun Academy involved, acquiring something of such value will be exceedingly difficult. Yuan Shui sighed lightly in agreement. "Indeed." Yuan Jiang sat back down, taking a delicate sip of tea before continuing. "Continue to monitor them closely and report to me promptly if there are any unusual developments." Yuan Shui complied and withdrew, while Yuan Jiang fell into deep contemplation. In the imperial capital, a majestic hall, measuring 100 zhang in circumference, towered amidst the clouds, adorned with 4 hues of radiant mist swirling around its periphery. It was not a celestial palace of the heavens, yet it surpassed the beauty of the immortal abodes. Grand and imposing. Within the hall, a middle-aged man, crowned with an imperial diadem and clad in a light golden dragon robe, was reviewing the documents in his hand. The individual in question is none other than the emperor of the imperial capital, Songyu. At this moment, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor, with a large blade hanging at his waist, approached. Upon entering the hall, he knelt on one knee, clasping his fists. "I pay my respects to the emperor." Songyu slowly lifted his head, setting down the documents in his hand, and a warm smile graced his lips. "Commander Jiang, do you have something to report?" Commander Jiang replied, "I inform the emperor that a celestial-grade weapon has appeared within the Qingyan sect. Furthermore, some have speculated that this sword may be of foreign origin, potentially offering a chance to leave this continent." Songyu furrowed his brow slightly. "I have indeed heard of this sword before. But can one truly depart this continent simply by possessing a sword?" Commander Jiang continued, "According to my investigations, this sword was initially in the hands of a young man, accompanied by a mysterious woman, who is a high-ranking formation master." Upon hearing this, surprise flickered across Songyu's face, for he knew that within the halls of the imperial palace, there was not a single formation master. In fact, across the entirety of the Songyun continent, only the Songyun Academy boasted 3 formation masters. However, these matters were of little concern to Songyu. As long as no one troubled the imperial palace, he would remain aloof from the conflicts of the mundane world. To him, such strife was trivial, and his philosophy was one of non-contention. Thus, all factions across the Songyun continent would, by habit, overlook the imperial palace, regardless of the events that transpired. Songyu shook his head with a light chuckle. "You should pay attention to this matter, but merely observe. Do not involve yourself." Commander Jiang complied and withdrew. Within the hall, Songyu sighed softly. Is change upon the horizon? He then summoned a long halberd, its blade shimmering with a faint azure light, akin to the yearning flames of the 9 nether for the souls of the living. If Shur were present, she would surely be astonished to discover that this halberd was indeed a celestial-grade weapon of the highest order. In a dense thicket, Bai Ye and the others sat quietly upon the ground. At this moment, Lung Qing's injuries had fully healed, and Bai Ye had also recovered significantly. Suddenly, Long Qing proclaimed, "I wish to break through to the returning Dan realm. You must protect me." Shur shook her head. "Sister, do not rush into the breakthrough to the returning Dan realm just yet. Allow me to share a secret. Each realm is not solely composed of 5 minor levels, but rather 10 levels, or even higher." As she spoke, her eyes twinkled. "Oh, I read this in a book. Ancient texts record that if one cultivates a realm to its utmost limit, the results can be terrifying. For instance, your Qi control realm currently allows you to manipulate Qi within a distance of approximately 10 feet. Have you ever considered what would happen if your Qi control realm could extend to 100 feet, 1,000 feet, or even more?" Upon hearing this, Long Qing's pupils constricted sharply. To cultivate a single realm to its ultimate limit? Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback, and then suddenly realized the uniqueness of his own cultivation level, prompting him to inquire, "What about me? My Qi condensation stage seems to differ from others." Shur, with a playful smile gracing her lovely face, replied, "Brother, you are currently at the 9th level of Qi condensation, which is why you stand apart. Others are merely at the initial stage." Long Qing interjected, if one were to cultivate a singular realm to its utmost limit, would it not render one invincible? Sure nodded, affirming, in theory, achieving such a pinnacle could indeed be regarded as a form of invincibility. Bai Ye gazed in astonishment. Invincible? Sure nodded in affirmation. Consider this. If your qi condensation reaches its zenith, allowing you to instantaneously harness vast amounts of profound energy, even drawing from the very essence of the universe itself, what could your adversaries possibly do? Without any profound energy at their disposal, they would be utterly at your mercy. Of course, this is merely a theoretical concept. Achieving such a state appears to be quite formidable. Bai Ye's face darkened with frustration. Where is the difficulty? It's simply impossible. However, at that moment, Long Qing fell into deep contemplation. After a brief pause, she suddenly spoke. I understand now. With that, she closed her eyes to cultivate. Not to hasten her return to the essence, but to continue her training in the qi condensation stage. Sure raised an eyebrow. What an extraordinary prodigy you are. With this thought, she turned to Bai Ye. Brother, why are you so foolish? Hurry and cultivate. You might be discovered by them one day. Do you want me to collect your remains? As Bai Ye's eyelids twitched, he remarked, is it so difficult to speak a few auspicious words? After uttering this, he entered a state of cultivation. Although he felt that the extreme mentioned by Sure was unattainable, he nonetheless endeavored to push his qi condensation realm to its utmost limit. Observing the two as they began their practice, Sure let out a soft sigh and said, I should go find that fellow. With a gentle wave of her finger, Bai Ye and Long Qing's figures vanished from sight, concealed by the hiding formation. Upon completing the spell, she clapped her hands lightly and murmured, this formation is rather entertaining, giggling softly. This array was one she had learned from the array books within Bai Ye's ring. Initially, she had merely glanced at them out of curiosity, never anticipating they would prove useful. Meanwhile, Bai Ye and Long Qing, engrossed in their cultivation, remained entirely unaware of what had transpired. A moment later, Sure also disappeared from her location. Chapter 31 Chapter 32 A frightful battle. Hurin sneered, You, Bai Ye, are to blame for the predicament my grandson and I find ourselves in. Today, I shall tear you to shreds. Mu Xiu interjected suddenly, Yes. Let us slay that Bai Ye. Those two women should be stripped of their powers, allowing me to torment them thoroughly. Hurin shot a cold glare at Mu Xiu. Must you always think of nothing but revenge? Mu Xiu shuddered. Grandfather, they have caused us such suffering. Is it not reasonable for me to seek a measure of retribution? Hurin snorted in disdain before inquiring, in which direction did they flee? Mu Xiu pointed. They ran that way. Hurin commanded coldly, pursue them. With that, the two set off in the direction of Bai Ye and his companions. Hurin, a formidable practitioner in the late stage of the returning Dan realm, felt no fear of Bai Ye and his companions. He was confident that once he caught up with them, he could easily claim their lives in mere moments. After a brief interval, Bai Ye and his companions abruptly halted. Long Qing spoke up. They are in pursuit. Bai Ye murmured softly, they are pursuing us swiftly. After speaking, he sought refuge in a more concealed spot, hiding himself away. Meanwhile, Lang Qing and Sure remained stationary, rooted to the ground. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed through the air. Let us see where you can run today. As the words fell, an elderly man and a young man appeared not far from Sure and Lang Qing. Indeed, it was the duo of Hurin and his grandson. Hurin cast a glance at the two and inquired, Where is that brat Bai Ye? Has he fled? Suddenly, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, piercing through Mu Xiu's chest. The assailant was none other than Bai Ye, concealed in the shadows. Upon witnessing his grandson fall in an instant, Hurin erupted in a fit of furious rage. You dare to kill my grandson? You shall pay with your lives today. The shock of seeing his grandson dispatched so swiftly sent a tremor through Hurin's heart, but soon, the overwhelming fury consumed the last remnants of his rationality. He charged at Sure and Lang Qing, unleashing a punch that caused the surrounding space to tremble as if it would shatter under the weight of his power. Seeing Hurin's attack, Sure hastily took shelter behind Lang Qing. Long Qing gathered the surrounding ethereal energy. Yet he found himself unable to withstand the force of Hurin's wrath. Meanwhile, Bai Ye, hidden in the shadows, felt a surge of alarm. This old man was formidable. Without further hesitation, he pressed his fingers together, channeling his energy to unleash a sword light that flew forth, aimed directly at Hurin. In unison, Lang Qing thrust his sword forward with great speed. A thunderous sound resonated as Bai Ye's sword light struck Hurin's left shoulder, causing a spray of blood to burst forth. Conversely, Lang Qing faced the brunt of Hurin's punch, which sent him staggering back several steps. Hu Ren glanced at the wound on his shoulder, his gaze turning frenzied as he directed his wrath toward Bai Ye's location and unleashed another fierce punch in that direction. Bai Ye felt a jolt of trepidation as he observed Hu Ren's approach. Has this old man transformed into a fox? Without dwelling on it further, Bai Ye unleashed another wave of sword light. The brilliance shattered, and Bai Ye was sent flying several dozen yards away. Frowning, Lang Qing thrust his sword once more. The strike remarkably swift, leaving only a blur to the naked eye. However, Hu Ren evaded it deftly, having dodged Lang Qing's strike. Hu Ren transformed his fist into a palm and struck with tremendous force at Lang Qing's back. Lang Qing was propelled 10 yards away, blood spilling from his mouth. Sure, witnessing this, wore an expression of grave concern. This Hu Ren was indeed formidable. After all, Lang Qing had once dispatched Xie Chang of the Ning High Realm with a single strike. Yet this Hu Ren of the Gui Dan realm managed to evade Lang Qing's sword, proving that realm alone does not dictate capability. After sending Lang Qing flying, Hu Ren turned to charge toward Shi. Bai Ye, who had just regained his footing, felt a jolt of alarm upon seeing Hu Ren head toward Shi. He is targeting the easy prey. Hu Ren clearly recognized that among them, Shi possessed the weakest strength. Intending to eliminate her first before dealing with Bai Ye and Lang Qing, observing Shi's look of terror, Hu Ren could not help but harbor a sneer of derision within. Yet he did not lower his guard, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at Shi. With a furious shout, Bai Ye declared, "One sword shatters the earth." He brought his fingers together, forming a blade, and with a swift motion, unleashed a radiant beam of sword light directed at Hu Ren. Sensing the imminent danger, Hu Ren abandoned his strike against Shi, swiftly pivoting to evade the oncoming sword light. In an instant, he lunged forward, closing the distance to Bai Ye and launching a powerful punch towards him. Bai Ye was taken aback to see that the old man had evaded his sword light. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fierce punch towards Hu Ren. A thunderous explosion echoed as Bai Ye was sent flying 100 feet away, a streak of blood carving a crimson arc through the air. Cold Qing rose and thrust her sword towards Hu Ren's back. Though Hu Ren did not turn his head, his body deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Cold Qing's strike once more. Subsequently, Hu Ren seized Cold Qing's hair and forcefully hurled her to the ground. With a resounding thud, her forehead struck the stone surface, instantly staining her flowing hair with blood. Hu Ren did not relent. He raised his hand to strike Cold Qing's skull. Witnessing this scene, Bai Ye's expression changed dramatically. He sprang into the air, not to attack, but to shield Cold Qing with his own body, knowing that if that blow landed on her head, she would undoubtedly perish. Observing Bai Ye's reckless maneuver, Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, are you throwing your life away?" She stomped her foot, ready to intervene, when suddenly a massive python surged forward, colliding with Hu Ren's waist and sending him flying several dozen feet away. At that moment, Bai Ye reached Cold Qing's side, hastily assisting her to retreat to safety. The giant python fixated on Hu Ren, hissing and roaring in fury. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ye guided Cold Qing to a concealed spot. His heart raced as he recognized the python. It seemed to be the very same one from before. Meanwhile, Hu Ren gazed at the python with a hint of madness. Just then, the giant python abruptly turned its attention towards Bai Ye and the others. Hu Ren was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his senses and fled. Bai Ye's complexion paled. The python was hissing at him, its forked tongue flicking ominously. Both he and Cold Qing were gravely injured. How could they possibly contend with such a beast? Sure, her expression grave, whispered to Bai Ye, "Brother, I will go out and draw its attention. You take Cold Senior Sister and leave at once." Bai Ye hastily shook her head, insisting, "That won't do. I will divert its attention. You two should flee first." At that moment, Lang Qing staggered to her feet. As she rose, the colossal python let out a thunderous roar and surged towards the trio. Blood matted Lang Qing's hair, which danced in the wind, and her eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. With a swift thrust of her sword, the giant serpent collided with the blade, recoiling several paces in a single cry. As the weapon penetrated its formidable body, it was known that the python's scales were a dark green, exceptionally tough and resilient. This strike seemed to drain her of all strength, and she stumbled, on the verge of collapsing. Bai Ye rushed forward to steady her. This time, Lang Qing did not resist Bai Ye's support. Bai Ye softly uttered, "Senior Sister Lang, take Shi and go. I will hold them off for you." Lang Qing pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well, I shall avenge you." With that, she staggered to Shi's side, grasped her hand, and activated the teleportation array. Chapter 33. The Battle of Serpents. Chapter 34. Madness. Several days later, Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, and Sure hurriedly approached with a gentle smile, saying, "Brother, you're awake. How do you feel?" Bai Ye glanced at his own body, astonished to find that his previous injuries had mysteriously healed. He turned to Sure with a look of confusion and inquired, Sure, what is happening?" Sure responded with a playful smile, "It's a secret." At that moment, Long Qing approached, asking, "You're awake?" Upon noticing Lang Qing's greeting, Bai Ye felt a slight awkwardness. What could the senior sister mean? Observing Bai Ye's silence, Long Qing simply turned and departed, settling down nearby to meditate. Sure chuckled softly, "Brother, doesn't happiness come rather unexpectedly?" Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. What a chaotic situation. By the way, what about Hu Ren? Sure's expression suddenly grew cold. He fled. However, that individual is indeed quite formidable. We must remain vigilant in the future. Bai Ye rose and approached Long Qing, inquiring, "Senior Long, are you uninjured?" Upon hearing this, Sure, who had just taken a sip of water, erupted in a fit of coughing, spraying it everywhere. Meanwhile, Long Qing turned her head and cast a frosty glance at Bai Ye. Bai Ye felt a bit awkward and scratched his head, saying, "Forget it. Let's pretend I never mentioned it." Bai Ye moved aside and sat cross-legged, focusing primarily on enhancing his strength. He had intended to remain hidden for a brief period, believing that those individuals would not find him, yet unexpectedly encountered Hu Ren. Cursing his misfortune under his breath, he heard Sure raise her hand, inquiring about the roasted meat she held. Bai Ye blurted out, "The flesh of the ancient desire beast?" Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room grew peculiar. In a dense forest, Hu Ren sat cross-legged. By this time, his injuries had nearly healed, and he slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, "Bai Ye, wait for me." After speaking, he rose from his spot, preparing to continue his search for Bai Ye. Within the Tsongyun Hall, Song Lan sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed. Mu Xiu had recovered and stood quietly in the hall, lost in thought. Song Lan suddenly spoke, "Elder Mu, please head to the Qingyun sect and retrieve that sword for me." Mu Xiu sighed softly. That sword has already been taken by Chen Guangjian, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. Song Lan exclaimed in surprise, "Chen Guangjian took it? What could he be planning?" Mu Xiu expressed a hint of regret. "I should have brought the sword back sooner." Song Lan waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, let us not pursue the Black Wind Forest for now. Something is amiss there. Go find Chen Guangjian and bring him back." After a moment's hesitation, Mu Xiu turned and departed. In the Imperial Hall, Song Yu furrowed his brow as he examined the memorial in his hands. He muttered, "A swarm of snakes has appeared in the Black Wind Forest? What could this mean? Could it be related to that individual? That shouldn't be the case." At that moment, a figure entered the hall and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, Chen Guangjian requests an audience." Song Yu, slightly puzzled, contemplated for a moment before responding, "Let him in." Chen Guangjian entered the hall and offered a respectful bow. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Witnessing the scene, Song Yu was taken aback. In his recollection, these factions had never regarded him as a true monarch. What game was Chen Guangjian attempting to play? Without further thought, he smiled at Chen Guangjian. "There is no need for such formalities, Sectmaster Chen. Has your visit this time a specific purpose?" Chen Guangjian rose and respectfully stated, "I bring an item to present to your Majesty." As he spoke, he produced the heavenly sword. Song Yu gazed at the sword, his face revealing astonishment. What a heavenly sword this was! It simply could not be. Others might misidentify it, but he would not, for he possessed a heavenly spear himself, and this sword was at least of the mid-tier celestial grade. Noticing Song Yu's rapt attention on the sword, Chen Guangjian let out a quiet sigh of relief. Song Yu turned his gaze to Chen Guangjian. "Why do you wish to bestow this sword upon me?" Chen Guangjian replied, "This sword cannot be safeguarded within my Qingyun sect." "Haha, you are quite candid. Do you believe the Imperial Hall can better protect it?" Song Yu laughed heartily. Chen Guangjian's expression darkened, and he was about to speak when Song Yu interjected, "Take the sword back. If it cannot be safeguarded by your Qingyun sect, it certainly cannot be kept within my Imperial Hall." It was a jest. Had that girl not visited a few days prior, you might have been somewhat tempted. But now, this sword was undoubtedly a hot potato. Furthermore, once a celestial-grade artifact has acknowledged its master, it possesses a certain pride, even if its owner were slain. It might not readily accept a new master. Chen Guangjian's face turned extremely grim. "Your Majesty, do you not wish to step beyond this continent? This sword may hold the key to such an opportunity." Song Yu, growing impatient, replied, "What is there to go out for? To face defeat? With a wave of his hand, he said, "You may leave." In Jin City, within the grand hall of the Sun family, Sun Yin was lost in thought when a voice interrupted. "Master, the head of the Zhou family has come to visit." Sun Yin, puzzled, wondered about the purpose of this visit and promptly replied, "Please invite him in." "Ha ha ha. It has been many years, my brother's son. How have you been?" A robust middle-aged man entered the hall, clad in an exceedingly loose brocade robe, which appeared rather ill-fitting. He walked with both hands grasping his robe, as if fearing that releasing them would result in a tumble. This man was none other than Zhou Yuan, the head of the Zhou family. Sun Yin rose and cupped his fists in greeting. "Brother Zhou, it is indeed a rare pleasure." With a chuckle, they took their seats opposite each other. Zhou Yuan suddenly inquired, "Brother Sun, have you heard of that sword?" Sun Yin furrowed his brow slightly. "Naturally, I have heard of it." Zhou Yuan continued, "It is said that this sword has the potential to elevate our cultivation to new heights. We have remained at this realm for centuries. If that sword truly can grant us further advancement." Sun Yin shook his head and smiled. "I fear it is not so simple. It is merely a sword." Zhou Yuan's expression grew solemn. "It is rumored that it may be an artifact from beyond our realm." Sun Yin chuckled lightly. "I am already aware of this. To be frank, Brother Zhou, I have no interest in that sword. If you have come for this matter, I fear I must disappoint you." Zhou Yuan, somewhat reluctant, recognized the firmness of Sun Yin's stance and found himself at an impasse. Initially, he had intended to collaborate with Sun Yin to seize the sword, but it was evident that such an endeavor was now futile. Moments later, Zhou Yuan departed from the Sun residence. In the depths of the Black Wind Forest, Bai Ye practiced fervently, now at the 12th level of qi condensation, having reached his limit. He was preparing to break into the qi control realm. While Lang Qing was striving for the 13th level of qi control, Shi gazed at the two with a sense of bewilderment, pondering whether her arrival had altered Bai Ye's fate, or if she had aided him through numerous crises. A sense of confusion washed over her. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Bai Ye's body. Shi turned to look, noting that the flora around Bai Ye trembled slightly, wondering, has he succeeded? Suddenly, with a cough, Bai Ye spat out a mouthful of blood. Alarmed, Shi rushed over. "Brother, what has happened?" Bai Ye smiled broadly. "I am striving to reach the 8th layer of qi mastery, and I nearly had my body pierced by Xian qi." Shi stared in disbelief. "Did you really leap directly from qi condensation to the 8th layer of qi mastery? Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 35. The fish that escaped the net. At this moment, Lang Qing slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Bai Ye as if he were a creature from another world. "Are you even human?" Bai Ye was utterly speechless. Is this how one praises another? He hastily sealed his lips, for he did not believe he could withstand her strike at that moment. Just then, a roar, almost frenzied, erupted. "At last, I have found you. You shall perish." The three turned to see it was Hu Ren. Bai Ye felt a surge of frustration. Why won't this old man just vanish? With that, he activated the teleportation array, and in an instant, the three disappeared from sight. Hu Ren, witnessing their sudden vanishing, let out another furious roar. By the river of city boundary, Chen Guangjian wore a grim expression, deep in thought. Suddenly, a voice broke his reverie. "Master Chen, where are you heading?" Turning, he saw Mu Xiu glaring intently at him from a distance. Upon noticing Mu Xiu, Chen Guangjian felt a twinge of discomfort. "Elder Mu, Master Chen, you seem a bit off. A few days ago, I visited your sect and learned you left with that sword. Are you intending to keep it all to yourself?" Hearing this, Chen Guangjian quickly replied with a smile. "Elder Mu, you must be mistaken. How could I do such a thing? I took the sword to find Bai Ye, intending to capture him along with the sword and deliver them both to you." Mu Xiu chuckled lightly. "If that is the case, then accompany me to Songyun Academy. I have my own methods to deal with that young scoundrel." Chen Guangjian felt a sense of foreboding and turned to leave, but at that moment, Mu Xiu launched a punch towards him. A powerful aura enveloped Chen Guangjian, leaving him with no chance to evade. With a resounding crash, he was sent tumbling back hundreds of feet. Once he halted, a mouthful of blood spewed forth, and he looked at Mu Xiu in terror. "Elder Mu, what is your intention?" Mu Xiu approached Chen Guangjian. "Not far from him. I am taking you somewhere." With that, he soared towards Songyun Academy, bringing Chen Guangjian along. He had no intention of killing Chen Guangjian. After all, the Elder of Creation had once stated that their generation must not lay a hand on Bai Ye. However, Chen Guangjian was permitted to act against Bai Ye due to the latter's betrayal of the sect. As the sect leader, Chen Guangjian had the authority to handle this matter. Mu Xiu led Chen Guangjian to the Songyun Hall. Upon seeing Song Lan, Qin Guangjian hastily bowed in respect. Director Song. Song Lan regarded Qin Guangjian. Is that sword in your possession? Qin Guangjian swiftly produced the sword and presented it to Song Lan. This is the very sword. Given the circumstances, he would no longer hide it and promptly surrendered the weapon. Song Lan accepted the sword, examining it closely. Indeed, it had already recognized its master. And now it could not be wielded by another. After a moment, he turned to Mu Xiu and inquired, "Is Bai Ye still in the Blackwind Forest?" Mu Xiu replied, "Yes, our men have not detected his departure from the Blackwind Forest." Song Lan nodded slightly and looked at Qin Guangjian. "Master Qin, will you not clear your sect's ranks?" Qin Guangjian quickly affirmed, "I shall address the matter of that traitor immediately." As he prepared to depart, Song Lan suddenly spoke, "Very well, I shall have Elder Mu and several array masters accompany you, to lend you assistance." Upon hearing this, Qin Guangjian felt a pang of alarm and quickly responded, "I am quite capable on my own." Mu Xiu chuckled lightly, "Let us go together." With that, Mu Xiu led Qin Guangjian out of the grand hall. The trio of Bai Ye was clandestinely deliberating when they were suddenly startled by the sound of a scuffle. Bai Ye turned to the two women and suggested, "Let us investigate." With that, the three of them stealthily approached the source of the commotion. Upon witnessing the combatants, Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. Then, a surge of sword energy erupted from him, swiftly vanquishing three adversaries. The remaining individual stood momentarily dazed, exclaiming, "What is happening?" At that moment, Bai Ye emerged from the shadows, recognizing the figure before him. Bai Zhe. It was indeed Bai Zhe, the grandson of the Bai family's steward. Bai Ye could not hide his astonishment upon seeing Bai Zhe. He had believed himself to be the sole survivor of the familial catastrophe. To his surprise, he discovered that another had managed to escape. Bai Zhe was momentarily lost in thought when he heard someone call his name, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Upon turning around and seeing it was young Master Bai Ye, he was instantly filled with immense joy. Bai Ye hurriedly approached Bai Zhe, embracing him with a smile and saying, "I once thought I was the sole survivor of that calamity. Little did I know that you, my dear friend, are still very much alive." Bai Zhe's expression turned somewhat grim. "At the time of the incident, I was away on business and not present within the family. Upon my return, I found the place in utter disarray and soon learned that it was the Tang family who was responsible. Moreover, members of the Tang family were actively searching for other descendants of the Bai clan, forcing me to conceal myself in various locations." Bai Ye let out a gentle sigh, saying, "Let us not dwell on past matters. I shall undoubtedly avenge this grievance." Upon finishing his words, he turned his gaze towards Shi and Lung Qing, beckoning, "You two may step forward." Emerging from their concealed position, Lung Qing and Shi approached, and Bai Zhe regarded the two women with a hint of wariness. Bai Ye promptly remarked, "This is Senior Sister Lang, and this is Miss Shi. They're all part of our circle." Bai Zhe's expression softened slightly as he clasped his fists in greetings, Sister Lang and Miss Shi. Shi scrutinized Bai Zhe for a moment before addressing Bai Ye, "Brother, is this a member of your family who has evaded capture?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others grew somewhat peculiar. Shi seemed to realize her words were perhaps ill-chosen and quickly added, "I meant to say, a survivor?" Bai Ye nodded and then glanced around, speaking softly, "This place is not safe. We should find a location to conceal ourselves." Poem nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We must hide, for otherwise that old fellow will come after us again." As they journeyed, Bai Ye inquired of Bai Zhe, "Who were those individuals I just engaged with?" Bai Zhe shook his head and remarked, "I am unfamiliar with them as well, but they are likely disciples sent by the sect for training. Recently, a multitude of individuals have arrived in this Blackwind Forest. I had intended to depart and seek a new location." Bai Ye felt a twinge of confusion. "Is there not still more than a month until the trial?" Bai Zhe remarked, "Recently, there has been a frequent emergence of formidable monstrous beasts in this area. It is said that just a few days ago, Elder Mu Xiu from Songyun Academy encountered a group of serpent demons, and it was only through the personal intervention of the Academy's head that he was rescued." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye and his companions were taken aback, and they soon spoke up, "What business does that old fellow Mu Xiu have here?" Shi cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ye and replied, "Of course, he has come to seek you out." Bai Ye's heart sank with a sudden thud. "Does Mu Xiu know we are hiding in this Darkwind Forest?" Shi nodded. "He must have found out. Or perhaps that old scoundrel who informed Mu Xiu." Bai Ye's expression grew somewhat grim. "Hiding like this is not a solution. It is only a matter of time before they discover our whereabouts." Suddenly, Shi's lips curled into a smile. "If the older ones come after us, we shall flee. And if we encounter their younger ones, we shall eliminate them." Bai Ye glanced at Shi, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Indeed, after all. We possess the teleportation array. If we encounter the elderly, we shall flee. If we meet the young, we shall strike. Bai Ye, listening to the conversation between the two, felt a sense of confusion and thus inquired, "Young master, are the elders still pursuing you?" As Bai Ye was about to speak, a voice suddenly emerged. Chapter 36, The Unfading Soul. Chapter 37, Enemies Confronted. Days later, Bai Ye slowly set down the book in his hands and took out several dozen spirit stones. After a moment's hesitation, he began to inscribe formations upon the stones. Meanwhile, Lung Qing had already surged to the first layer of the returning Dan realm. At this moment, she was holding a cerulean longsword, deeply immersed in contemplation. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, and with a swift thrust of her cerulean sword, a beam of sword light erupted forth, shattering the surrounding air into fragments. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura radiated from the sword light, obliterating the trees in the vicinity, reducing them to nothingness. Beside her, Shi was taken aback by the spectacle, her eyes widening in astonishment. This person is extraordinary. I never imagined that merely reaching the returning Dan realm would yield such a qualitative enhancement. Long Qing retracted her longsword and murmured, "No. It should be possible to grow even stronger." With this thought, she prepared to strike again. At that moment, a young man appeared a short distance away. It was Tang Zio. Upon seeing Bai Ye and the others, he paused momentarily, then a smile broke upon his lips. He promptly crushed a communication talisman and said, "Encountering you all here is quite unexpected." Bai Ye set down the spirit stone in his hand and rose to regard Tang Zio with a hint of mockery. "Ah, it is you, brother Tang Zio. Have you come to spar with me, having noticed my recent surge in strength?" Upon hearing this, Tang Zio did not express anger. Instead, he offered a faint smile. "Bai Ye, I find it quite puzzling that despite our previous encounter where we clearly vanquished you, you remain very much alive." Bai Ye let out a cold snort. Could it be that you were not merely dreaming back then? All I witnessed was the three of you collaborating to shatter a tree, after which you departed. Basking in your own self-satisfaction, I found myself pondering, could it be that Tang Zio was so engrossed in his training that he lost his senses? At this moment, Shi leaned closer to Bai Ye and whispered, "Brother, let us not be careless, shall we? That person has already summoned others." Upon hearing Shi's words, Bai Ye's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Summoned others? He had indeed failed to notice Tang Zio crushing a communication talisman, leading him to believe that he need not regard his opponent with much concern. Lung Qing suddenly spoke in a chilling tone, "Shall we kill?" At this, Tang Zio could not help but burst into laughter. "Kill? Ha ha ha, this little sister speaks without engaging her mind." With a swift motion, Tang Zio's words were abruptly cut short. A sword was pressed against his brow, its tip embedded half an inch into his flesh, a trickle of blood beginning to flow down. Tang Zio was filled with terror. "How is this possible? Who on earth are you? How can your sword be so swift?" Ignoring him, Lung Qing turned to Bai Ye. "Shall we kill or not?" Bai Ye's expression turned peculiar as he pondered. Why does this cold sister inquire about me when she is about to take a life? Wasn't it her habit to eliminate those she found displeasing without hesitation? Without further contemplation, he addressed Lung Qing, stating, "Let us refrain from killing for now. I wish to see whom he intends to summon." With a swift motion, Lung Qing sheathed her sword, releasing a sharp sound as she withdrew it, accompanied by a spray of crimson. Tang Zio hurriedly pressed his hand to the wound on his brow, staggering back several paces, his countenance betraying a hint of panic. He was acutely aware that he was no match for this woman, for her strike had come without warning. Even after hearing the sharp sound, he had not fully grasped the situation. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he wondered, who exactly is this woman? "Tang brother, are you in such haste to send a message? Is there something amiss?" A voice resonated, and shortly thereafter, 5 young men materialized in the vicinity. Upon noticing Bai Ye and the others, they paused momentarily, then turned their attention to Tang Zio. As their gaze fell upon the bloodstain on his brow, their expression shifted dramatically. "Tang brother, what has happened to you?" one of them inquired, pointing at the blood on his forehead, bewildered. With a grim demeanor, Tang Zio fixed his gaze upon Bai Ye and the others, declaring, "We joined forces to eliminate them." The 5 men exchanged astonished glances with Bai Ye and his companions, their faces reflecting their disbelief. "Is he truly Bai Ye?" One among them seemed to recognize Bai Ye and questioned Tang Zio. Tang Zio nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. He has aided me in eliminating them today. In the future, my Tang family will owe you a favor." At this proclamation, the 5 men displayed expressions of elation. While a favor from Tang Ziyo might not bear much weight, a favor from the Tang family was an entirely different matter. They recalled that Elder Mu Xiu of Songyun Academy was aligned with the Tang family. Contemplating this, the five resolved to secure this favor from the Tang family without hesitation. Suddenly, Bai Ye spoke up. "Are all your people gathered?" One individual stepped forward and shouted, "Today marks your demise." With that, he lunged violently toward Bai Ye, followed closely by the others. However, Tang Ziyo discreetly retreated a few steps. As the five approached, Bai Ye formed his fingers into the shape of a sword and struck fiercely downward. A beam of sword light cut through the air, striking the foremost assailant and sending him flying several yards away. Yet, the remaining four had already reached Bai Ye's side. Longqing was about to intervene, but Sure stopped her, saying, "Sister, let my brother handle this himself. He must hone his skills through life and death battles. While cultivation level is crucial, one must not overlook combat awareness. Often, in battles between evenly matched opponents, the one with superior combat instincts holds a decisive advantage." Longqing nodded in agreement. As the four assailants charged, Bai Ye squinted, narrowly evading an attack by sidestepping. In quick succession, he directed a beam of sword light toward another attacker. The other two seized the opportunity, throwing punches at Bai Ye, who disregarded their fists as the sword light pierced one assailant's chest, splattering blood as he fell lifeless to the ground. At that moment, the two remaining attackers struck Bai Ye, causing him to stagger back several steps. Yet, as he flew backward, another beam of sword light shot forth, targeting one of the assailants. The latter brandished a staff, parrying Bai Ye's sword light. Meanwhile, the other two assailants reappeared before Bai Ye. His heart raced as he sidestepped one attack and retaliated with a powerful punch that sent him reeling again. Tang Ziyo, watching from a distance, was taken aback. The last time he pursued Bai Ye, he had not exhibited such strength. In the mere span of a few months, Bai Ye had grown immensely powerful. However, he was aware that the five individuals he summoned were all masters at the fourth level of chi manipulation, and yet one of them had already fallen to Bai Ye. Just then, a piercing cry echoed as another assailant was struck down. Tang Ziyo gazed at Bai Ye in astonishment. The latter was growing more formidable with each passing moment. After slaying two of their number, Bai Ye's momentum surged. The remaining three seemed to realize the gravity of their situation and retreated to stand alongside Tang Ziyo. One of them, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, glared at Tang Ziyo, exclaiming, "Young Master Tang, we are risking our lives here, yet you appear rather relaxed." The others mirrored his dissatisfaction, demanding, "Indeed, young Master Tang, two of us have already perished. Why do you hesitate to intervene?" Tang Ziyo felt a twinge of embarrassment. "We must withdraw." "Withdraw? Did I grant you permission to leave?" Bai Ye advanced slowly toward Tang Ziyo and the others. Tang Ziyo's voice grew serious. "I underestimated you." With that, he shattered a communication talisman. Chapter 38. Invincible in Oneself. Bai Ye noticed Tang Ziyo crushing another sound transmission talisman, causing her eyelids to twitch involuntarily. "Do you intend to leverage your numbers to intimidate the few?" Tang Ziyo fixed his gaze intensely upon Bai Ye, declaring, "Today, you shall perish, whether by fate or by force." Bai Ye suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Let us see if you possess the capability." With that, he unleashed a formidable strike, a sword that cleaved the earth, and in an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped Tang Ziyo and his three companions. Under the weight of this horrifying pressure, the air around them swirled like tumultuous waves, rising and falling in layers. Soon after, a colossal beam of sword light descended upon Tang Ziyo and his companions. Upon witnessing this strike, Tang Ziyo's expression shifted dramatically. He retaliated with a punch aimed at the sword light, and the other three joined forces to resist the onslaught. With a thunderous crash, Tang Ziyo was sent flying several dozen feet, crashing into a great tree where he came to a halt. Meanwhile, the other three were cleaved in half by the sword light. In sheer terror, Tang Ziyo gazed at Bai Ye, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" As he spoke, he abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bai Ye wasted no words and thrust his sword once more, aiming directly at Tang Ziyo's chest. However, the sword light shattered violently half a foot away from Tang's torso, as a formidable force repelled Bai Ye back to his original position. An elder appeared before Tang Ziyo. It was Mu Xiu, accompanied by Qin Guangjian. Mu Xiu turned to Tang Ziyo and said, "You should leave first." The appearance of Mu Xiu darkened the expressions of Bai Ye and his companions. Longqing fixed a piercing gaze on Qin Guangjian, her cold murderous intent sending chills down the spine. Mu Xiu regarded Bai Ye and his group with a slight smile, stating, There's no better time than the present. Let us send you off today. He then turned his attention to Qin Guangjian, saying, Master Qin, I shall refrain from intervening in the matters of your sect. You must handle it yourself. Upon hearing Mu Xiu's words, Bai Ye was somewhat taken aback. Old man Mu, if you have the courage, come and engage me in a battle of 300 rounds. However, Mu Xiu merely shook his head with a smile. Youngster, you lack the qualification to provoke me. Long Qing stepped forward, declaring, I shall avenge my master. With her right hand gripping the sword, its tip directed menacingly at Qin Guangjian, she coldly proclaimed, Today, I will seek vengeance for my teacher. Qin Guangjian snorted disdainfully. Today, I shall cleanse the sect and uphold its rules, eradicating every traitor. With that, a long spear materialized in his hand. Upon seeing the spear, Bai Ye's expression grew serious. He then stepped forward to stand alongside Lang Qing, stating, Sister, elder son perished because of me. Let us avenge her together. Lang Qing's face remained impassive, agreed. Suddenly, Qin Guangjian swung his long spear, unleashing a flurry of blade-like rays towards the duo. Bai Ye and Lang Qing both reacted simultaneously to defend themselves. It must be noted that Lang Qing's rate of improvement was somewhat alarming. Previously, the three of them had barely managed to withstand Qin Guangjian's assault. Now, however, she effortlessly blocked the majority of the blade rays on her own. Mu Xiu observed this scene with narrowed eyes, lost in thought. Bai Ye seized the moment, utilizing Lang Qing's defense to withstand the majority of the blade's radiance. He swiftly drew back and unleashed a powerful strike towards Qin Guangjian with a single stroke. The ground trembled and the air around them was instantly torn asunder. A beam of sword light surged forth, cleaving through countless blades aimed at Qin Guangjian, shattering them into oblivion. Observing Bai Ye's strike, Qin Guangjian's expression grew gravely serious. He halted his spear's furious dance and lunged forcefully towards the oncoming sword light. With a resounding clang, the spear met the radiant blade. The sword light fragmented, yet Qin Guangjian was sent staggering back several paces. In the meantime, Lang Qing advanced with a thrust of her sword. Her blade, already astonishingly swift, now struck with unparalleled speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, aimed directly at the space between Qin Guangjian's brows. With a sharp ping, Lang Qing's sword halted mere inches from its target, thwarted by an invisible barrier that enveloped him completely. Beside them, Shi observed with furrowed brows, realizing that a formation master had been summoned into the fray. Having failed to land her blow, Lang Qing retreated swiftly. However, just as she attempted to withdraw, Qin Guangjian retaliated fiercely, thrusting his spear towards her. With no time to evade, she had no choice but to hastily parry with her sword. Yet, how could such a hasty strike withstand the full force of Qin Guangjian's assault? Lang Qing was violently propelled back 100 paces, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Ye's eyes brimmed with fury, and he exclaimed, Receive another strike from my sword. With that, he brought his fingers together, unleashing a glimmering beam of cold light from his fingertips. As this radiant sword light flickered, the surrounding space was effortlessly sliced apart, as if it were mere parchment. This was a manifestation of Bai Ye's mastery, condensing the profound energy of hundreds of feet into a single thread of sword light. Gazing at this luminous arc, Bai Ye chuckled maniacally, You shall perish. He then pointed decisively at Qin Guangjian, and with a swift whoosh, the seemingly ordinary yet rapid sword light surged towards him. Upon perceiving this lethal ray, Mu Xiu's expression drastically changed, and he urgently called out to Qin Guangjian, Retreat quickly. Qin Guangjian, acutely aware of the imminent danger posed by the sword light, began to retreat even before Mu Xiu's warning. However, his speed was no match for that of the sword light, which swiftly pierced through the barrier enveloping Qin Guangjian, striking him directly between the brows. A trickle of blood began to flow from his forehead as he stared wide-eyed, murmuring, How did you accomplish this? Yet, before Bai Ye could respond, Qin Guangjian collapsed, succumbing to an untimely death. Mu Xiu cast a lingering glance at Bai Ye before turning to depart. He understood that should he choose to intervene, he could easily annihilate Bai Ye and his companions. However, he was reluctant to take the risk, fearing the potential appearance of the mysterious elder. While Qin Guangjian had acted without obstruction due to his renowned status, to do so himself would be an act of bullying the weak, which was clearly unacceptable. After Bai Ye unleashed the brilliant sword light, he collapsed to the ground, having exhausted all his internal energy. Shi approached him and asked, Brother, are you all right? Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively, inquiring about senior sister Lang. Is she all right? Fortunately, she is fine, came the reassuring voice of Lang Qing. Bai Ye let out a long sigh of relief, exclaiming that all was well. We must hasten our departure from this place. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he inquired with a hint of confusion, but why did Mu Xiu leave? Why did he not take our lives? Sure, equally perplexed, added. I too have been pondering this. At that moment, Lang Qing interjected, I heard from my master that in the Songyun continent, it is forbidden for the elder generation to raise their hands against the youth. Bai Ye inquired, how could Chun Guangjin take action against us? Long Qing replied in a calm voice, we were once disciples of the Qingyan sect, and he is the sect master. He has branded us as traitors. Thus his actions against us can be deemed justifiable. After pondering for a moment, Bai Ye suddenly asked Sure, do you think my previous strike could have slain Mu Xiu? Sure's expression turned slightly peculiar as she responded, brother, do you truly consider yourself invincible? Qin Guangjian is merely at the condensing sea realm, while Mu Xiu resides at the sovereign master realm. And you? You are still at the qi manipulation stage. Are you aware of the vast difference in realms between you? Bai Ye spoke somewhat unnaturally. Did you not say that the realm is insignificant? Sure was utterly speechless and, after a brief silence, replied, indeed. Your sword can surely slay Mu Xiu. Let us pursue him. Bai Ye suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat twice. Let us spare him for now. We should first seek a place to tend to our wounds. Chapter 39. Eliminate them all, old Mu. Why do you not take the opportunity to eliminate him? Lu Chongqing remarked with a sardonic expression. Mu Xiu's face darkened. If you are so capable, why not do it yourself? Han Chonglin looked at Mu Xiu with a hint of confusion. Mu Xiu, with an expression of distress, spoke. Back when Tang Xianfeng and I attempted to kill Bai Ye, just as we were about to succeed, a person suddenly appeared. He stated that we, the older generation, should not take action against him, or he would not hesitate to bring us a calamity. Lu Chongqing scoffed. Ha, calamity? What calamity? Han Chonglin's pupils constricted in surprise as he asked, the Elder of Calamity? Mu Xiu nodded. It must be him. Lu Chongsheng, filled with skepticism, inquired, who is the Elder of Calamity? Disregarding his question, Mu Xiu murmured, this is troublesome. Even Qin Guangjian has been slain by him. I fear that among the younger generation, no one can defeat this individual. After a moment of contemplation, Han Chonglin asked, what shall we do next? Mu Xiu pondered for a while. We should return and let the dean decide. With that, the group departed from the Black Wind Forest. Days later, talented disciples from various sects arrived at the Black Wind Forest. Songyun Academy, Qingyun Sect, Xinmin Sect, Zhenyuan Sect, Blood Moon Sect, and numerous prominent families sent their young prodigies to participate in this trial organized by Songyun Academy. The purpose of this trial was to hone the skills of the younger generation. The location was chosen due to the recent discovery of low-tier demonic beasts in the area, which would provide an excellent opportunity for the youth to practice and enhance their combat abilities. Seated within the Songyun Hall, Song Lan inquired, Elder Mu, has the bounty been disseminated? Mu Xiu nodded. It has been discreetly circulated. Song Lan continued, if Bai Ye escapes again this time. Mu Xiu interjected solemnly. I refuse to believe he can evade capture among hundreds of people. In the past few days, Master Han and I have quietly set up several large formations in the Black Wind Forest. No matter how capable he is, he cannot escape. Bai Ye and his companions were savoring freshly roasted meat when they suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Bai Ye turned to look and saw 3 young men making their way toward them. Lang Qing furrowed his brows, expressing unfamiliarity. The trio paused momentarily upon noticing Bai Ye and his friends. Then, one of them clasped his fist and smiled. I apologize for interrupting you. We have seen nothing. After saying this, the 3 turned and departed. Bai Ye was left bewildered, a frown etched on his face. What does he mean? Meanwhile, Shure's cheeks flushed slightly as she remarked, brother, that person seems unwell. Lung Qing interjected abruptly. We must leave this place at once. Bai Ye, somewhat perplexed, inquired why. The few individuals were seeking assistance. Long Qing replied in a calm tone, Sister Sure. Are you suggesting that they are aware we are not their match and are seeking others to confront us? Lang Qing nodded. Bai Ye, displaying an air of indifference, remarked, let them come. As long as they don't bring the old ones, we shall slay as many as they send. Suddenly, Sure interjected. What if they do bring the old ones? Bai Ye nonchalantly remarked, they dare not. At that moment, faint voices drifted over from a distance. Hurry, do not let them escape. If we slay them this time, we shall acquire 100 spirit stones. Just the thought is exhilarating. Shoo, keep your voices down, lest they overhear. With a sinister grin, one of them added, those 2 women are rather attractive. Why not first strip them of their cultivation? Upon hearing this, Long Qing's expression instantly turned icy. Bai Ye beside her could not help but shudder. Sure murmured, "Are these people devoid of reason? Or are they just weary of living?" Moments later, a group of individuals approached not far from Bai Ye. Over a dozen men encircled Bai Ye and his companions. One of them shouted, "You must be Bai Ye. I present you with two choices. First, take your own life, and we shall leave your corpse intact, considering sparing these two lovely ladies. Second, we will kill you, then strip these two of their powers, indulging ourselves before we finish them off." He chuckled twice, only for the laughter to abruptly cease as a blood hole appeared in his forehead. The remaining men stood frozen in shock at this sight. Then, another voice called out, "Let us attack together. They are but three. What have we to fear?" With that, he charged at Bai Ye and his companions, and the others swiftly brandished their weapons, launching an assault. A cacophony of explosions ensued, with glimmers of blades and streaks of wind blades flashing. In an instant, the residual force shattered the surrounding trees. As over a dozen assailants struck simultaneously, each attack was incredibly fierce, with every clash sparking with brilliance. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Although Bai Ye and Lang Qing possessed formidable strength, they found themselves struggling against the simultaneous assault of a dozen foes. A moment's miscalculation could result in a strike from the adversaries. After several collisions, a glint of steel finally struck Bai Ye's back, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone, staining her attire with crimson. Lang Qing fared no better. Despite her swift swordplay, there always seemed to be someone capable of parrying her blade at the critical moment. The onslaught intensified with a cacophony of clashing metal. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air as a figure was sent flying. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a headless corpse. The tide of battle had begun to claim lives, accompanied by the chilling sound of another anguished scream as two severed heads rolled from the fray. As the casualties mounted, the fierce conflict approached its climactic conclusion. At this moment, both Bai Ye and Lang Qing bore varying degrees of injury, their bodies smeared with blood, indistinguishable as to whose it was, each other's or their own. Lang Qing's cold gaze radiated an inexorable thirst for vengeance, her disheveled hair swirling amidst the sin of blood, and her gown, drenched in crimson, evoked the presence of a reaper among the living. The air was soon filled with mournful wails, each cry heralding the demise of yet another combatant. Before long, a figure knelt before Bai Ye, the only survivor among the fallen. This individual was the one whom Sure had instructed Bai Ye to spare. Eager to uncover the motives behind the relentless attempts on their lives, Bai Ye cast a cold glance at the young man trembling on the ground before him. "Why have you come to take my life?" The man stammered, "A bounty has been issued. If you were slain, one would receive hundreds of spirit stones." Bai Ye then inquired, "Who issued it?" The response revealed it was from the people of Songyun Academy. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's brow furrowed with concern. "The elders do not dare to come, so they send the younger ones?" After speaking, he cast a glance at the person kneeling on the ground, commanding, "You may leave." The individual, upon hearing the reprieve, rose swiftly as if granted amnesty. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps before collapsing, as the cold blade had already pierced through his brow. "Brother, what shall we do now?" Bai Ye cast a glance at Lang Qing, remaining silent. Lang Qing spoke, "Heal the wounds, then wait." Sure couldn't help but sigh. "I hope they are a tad more foolish." Bai Ye cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, a mere gathering of impoverished souls. Just as the three were about to depart, a voice echoed through the air. Chapter 40. The World Has Changed. Chapter 41. The Perilous Killing Formation. Bai Ye slowly walked into Yunshang's room, enveloped by a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, it felt as though Yunshang's voice echoed in her ears. "Little Leaf, I desire meat." Bai Ye instinctively replied, "All right." However, she was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wry smile. "Shanga, how are you?" I'm good. Certainly very well. Without you around, my ears are much more at peace." Yunshang's voice echoed once more in Bai Ye's ear. White Leaf's tears moistened her eyes. "Shanga, do you know? I miss you dearly." "What do you miss me for? Do you wish for me to strike you?" Bai Ye slowly settled onto the bed of Yunshang, inquiring. "Could you strike me once more?" Why would I bother wasting my energy on you?" The trio of Sure observed Bai Ye, who seemed entranced in his own mutterings. As Qing was about to approach, Sure halted her, saying, "Senior sister, let him find his own peace for a while." With that, she took Qing by the hand and departed, while Yang Xiao sighed and followed suit. The words spoken by Yunshang lingered in Bai Ye's ears. "For your family, for your master, and for me as well." Bai Ye clenched his fists tightly, trembling all over. "Shang'er, you must wait for me. Wait for me to find you." After uttering these words, he rose slowly and walked out of the room, firmly shutting the door behind him. He made his way towards his own room, moving slowly yet with unwavering determination. His figure, which was not particularly robust to begin with, now appeared even more fragile. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment, nor did anyone comprehend his intentions. The trio, including Shi, felt a wave of concern for Bai Ye's state. Long Qing suddenly remarked, "Your brother is quite admirable." Shi was taken aback at first, then offered a wry smile. "Don't you think he is too emotionally driven?" Long Qing shook his head and replied, "If a person lacks emotions, what is the point of living?" Shi looked at Lang Qing with curiosity. After a brief silence, Lang Qing continued, "I am different from you all." Yang Xiao was about to inquire further, but a single glance from Lang Qing silenced him. It must be said that Yang Xiao found it perplexing. Lang Qing, who was known for his icy demeanor, was now speaking of the significance of emotions in life. If life lacked meaning, then why continue to exist? Of course, he dared not voice this question, for he doubted his ability to withstand Lang Qing's sharp retort. In the blink of an eye, several weeks passed, during which Bai Ye remained confined to his room without stepping outside even once. Shi felt compelled to enter a few times, yet each attempt was thwarted by Lang Qing. Bai Ye remained alone in his chamber, refraining from further contemplation of the past or engaging in his cultivation. Instead, he devoted his time to fervently studying the array books left behind by Yunshang. After several days of relentless exploration, although he could not yet inscribe the void formations with the same ease as Yunshang, he had managed to grasp the rudiments of some simpler void patterns. Days later, a multitude of auras began to converge upon the five-star academy, among them numerous powerful beings of the returning Dan realm. And the presence of those in the Qi control realm was in the hundreds. "Brother, someone has arrived. Come out and fight." Shi called out from in front of Bai Ye's door. Moments later, the door creaked open, and Bai Ye stepped out. Upon seeing him, Shi eagerly tugged at his arm, her voice laced with a hint of playfulness. "Brother, I have been terribly worried about you these past few days." Bai Ye smiled gently. "It's nothing." "Have they arrived?" Yang Xiao interjected. "Indeed, this time there are quite a number of them." Bai Ye let out a cold laugh. "It matters not." With that, he began to arrange the formation, specifically the killing trap array he had previously attempted in the Blackwind Forest. At that time, his efforts had been thwarted by Tang's EOS discovery, and he had not dared to attempt it again. This time, he sought to establish this killing trap array to confront those who sought his life. After a brief moment, Bai Ye returned to Shi's side. He was uncertain of the true potency of the formation he had laid out, yet he possessed confidence that it would suffice to deal with those approaching him. Shi gazed at Bai Ye with a hint of astonishment. While others might be oblivious to the intricacies of formations and unable to discern the array Bai Ye had just set, she had perused the tomes on formations that Bai Ye had crafted. Observing the grand array he had arranged, she felt a surge of shock. To her surprise, it was a fourth-level killing trap array. Previously, she had only known that Bai Ye could inscribe simple teleportation arrays and basic defensive formations. The fact that he had now conjured a formidable fourth-level killing trap array left her somewhat astounded, for it was far superior to the earlier teleportation array. Yang Xiao wore a peculiar expression as he inquired, "Junior brother Bai, you claim to be proficient in arranging formations?" Bai Ye chuckled, "I just learned it." Before Yang Xiao could utter another word, several figures suddenly appeared before the crowd. One of them laughed heartily, "Ha ha. Indeed, we have found you." No sooner had he spoken than dozens more figures materialized in the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, the entire small courtyard was surrounded tightly. Upon closer inspection, there were actually hundreds of individuals present. Among them, over 100 were at the return to dance stage. And there were even a dozen at the formation of dance stage, while the remainder were all at the Qi control stage. It must be said that such a formidable assembly was indeed somewhat terrifying. Even a formidable expert at the condensing C stage would likely find themselves at a loss against this collective force. Bai Ye surveyed his surroundings and spoke. "Men die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. Today all of you have come to take my life, Bai Ye, solely for that bounty. I shall not hold it against you, yet I will show no mercy." Bai Ye naturally comprehended the intentions of those who had arrived. Were he in their position, he would undoubtedly act similarly. Regardless of past grievances, as long as the stakes were sufficiently high, all matters would become trivial. He would show no mercy to these individuals, for although most present had previously borne him no ill will, they now found themselves on opposing sides. One must never entertain notions of kindness or compassion towards adversaries. In truth, Yang Xiao felt a twinge of panic. He had not anticipated such a multitude gathering to eliminate Bai Ye. He had presumed that, driven by the bounty, the likelihood of a united front against Bai Ye would be minimal. Yet, it was evident that they had indeed allied. Casting a glance at Bai Ye, he awkwardly inquired, "Can your formation truly contend with them? To be frank, I am rather anxious at this moment." Bai Ye gazed intently at Yang Xiao and declared, "Rest assured. Should my senior brother encounter misfortune, I shall avenge him." Yang Xiao's lips twitched in response. What use is revenge? At that moment, a young man across from them spoke up. "Bai Ye, you are now encircled. It would be wise for you to surrender promptly. Perhaps we shall grant you a swift end." Bai Ye lifted his gaze towards the young man, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. "Pray tell, esteemed sir, is your intention to slay me driven by the bounty proclaimed by Songyun Academy?" The young man chuckled softly. "Indeed, that is the case. To speak candidly, we bear no animosity towards young Master Bai. Were it not for the allure of that bounty, we would not find ourselves in opposition to you. However, for the sake of that reward, we must regrettably offend you, young Master Bai." Bai Ye let out a gentle sigh, alas. "However, to my knowledge, that bounty only pertains to a single Earth-grade weapon. I wonder how you intend to divide it?" At this moment, another young man interjected. There is no need for young Master Bai to concern himself with the division. No sooner had he spoken than the previous speaker suddenly declared, "Let us strike together." Chapter 42, All-Out Assault. With a battle cry, hundreds surged forth, charging directly at Bai Ye and his companions. Bai Ye gazed at the hundreds of approaching figures. Though his expression remained composed, uncertainty gnawed at his heart. He was unsure whether the grand formation he had devised could truly ensnare these individuals. Should it fail, the fate of him and his companions would be sealed, devoid of any doubt. It was not merely the presence of over a dozen at the Golden Core stage that posed a threat. The sheer number of several hundred at the Qi refinement stage alone sufficed to annihilate them. At times, the weight of numbers proves pivotal. Unless there exists a significant disparity in cultivation levels, a mere difference of 1 or 2 realms can be entirely compensated for by sheer numbers. Sure. Observing the throng advancing towards them, gently shook her head and said, "Brother, I shall return to my room now." Bai Ye was taken aback, asking, "What are you going back to your room for?" Fearing that she might suddenly recite poetry, Sure promptly entered the room and firmly shut the door behind her. Bai Ye wished to articulate further, yet at that moment, hundreds of individuals surged into the bounds of the formation he had meticulously arranged. With a gentle flourish of his hand, he commanded, "Formation, arise." At the sound of his authoritative shout, a delicate crimson barrier materialized in the sky above, enveloping all present within its protective embrace. Under this ethereal crimson shield, the realm seemed to be severed from the outside world. The entire sky within the barrier was awash in a soft red hue, with wisps of crimson energy swirling about intermittently. The hundreds of individuals, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily paralyzed, evidently bewildered by the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to them, they were ensnared in a formation, completely unaware of the brutality that awaited them. However, they quickly regained their composure and resumed their charge towards Bai Ye and his companions. Suddenly, a chilling cry pierced the air. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound, only to behold a severed head slowly descending, accompanied by a spurt of blood. What transpired? Who had struck? How had his head been severed? Chaos erupted among the throng as they processed the shocking sight, and at that moment, the blood gushing from the headless corpse shot upwards, splattering against the crimson barrier. In an instant, the barrier quivered slightly, solidifying its form. Curiosity piqued. The onlookers scrutinized the crimson barrier. Yet another scream rang out. And once more, a head flew forth, blood spraying and staining the sky a deep red. Frowns deepened among the crowd, and one of them remarked, "This is rather sinister. We should retreat." With that, he attempted to lead a few companions away, but just as they neared the edge of the crimson barrier, a multitude of crimson energy blades shot towards them. They hastily attempted to defend themselves, but soon realized that the blades were insurmountable. In the blink of an eye, several lay lifeless upon the ground, their expressions frozen in shock. The remaining onlookers, witnessing this grim spectacle, could not help but turn pale with fear. Bai Ye gazed at the scene before him with a surge of excitement. Indeed, this grand array was extraordinary. The immense power it wielded was astonishing. If several such formations were established around the Tang family, they would be plunged into immense turmoil. Meanwhile, Yang Zhao's heart was tumultuous. He was astounded by the formidable might of this array. It was astonishing to realize that the individuals who had perished moments ago were all formidable cultivators at the returning dance stage. Within this array, these powerful beings were utterly defenseless. He suddenly felt that his earlier panic was somewhat misplaced. Had he known Bai Ye's array possessed such prowess, he would not have panicked at all. With this thought, Yang Xiao could not help but burst into hearty laughter. However, his mirth was abruptly stifled as he noticed a blade of energy hurtling towards him. He swiftly turned to Bai Ye, inquiring, "What is happening?" Bai Ye's previously tranquil expression suddenly darkened. "Brother Yang, it seems I have forgotten something." Yang Xiao, sensing the gravity of the situation, inquired with a somber countenance. "What have you forgotten?" Bai Ye awkwardly remarked. "I forgot that once this deadly formation is activated, it will indiscriminately attack all within its confines." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. "How could you forget that?" he exclaimed. Long Qin also turned with a serious expression to glance at Bai Ye, asking, "What shall we do now?" As Bai Ye was about to speak, a flurry of wind blades surged towards them with alarming speed. The individuals across from them were momentarily taken aback. What was unfolding before them? Were they inadvertently harming themselves? While the crowd remained in a state of bewilderment, thousands of wind blades silently emerged from within the formation. And with each passing moment, more and more appeared, filling the sky with a myriad of these blades. The pale red wind blades obscured the horizon, swirling briefly before plunging downward with ferocity. A series of piercing shrieks severed the air, swiftly followed by the cacophony of terrified wails. Blood splattered like rain, severed heads tumbled down, and anguished cries echoed as corpses piled high. From a distance, the vast pale red dome had transformed into a deep crimson, resembling a sphere of coagulated blood. Within the formation, the sounds of torment persisted. As the pale red barrier absorbed more blood, the ferocity of the blades intensified. Bai Ye's sword light, which had previously managed to withstand the onslaught, now shattered upon contact with the wind blades. The situation was equally dire for Lang Qing, who bore deep lacerations that exposed bone. Faced with the increasingly potent wind blades, Long Qing was on the verge of collapse. Of the hundreds who had once stood in defiance, only a handful of golden core experts remained, struggling to fend off the relentless assault of the wind blades, while the others had already succumbed to their fate. Bai Ye seemed to ponder for a moment before inquiring of Long Qing, "Where is Brother Yang?" Long Qing cast a glance around, but could not discern Yang Zhao's presence. "He must have perished," he replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's expression darkened. It was as if he were inviting his own demise. Not far away, amidst a pile of corpses, a single eye flickered open through a narrow crevice. However, Bai Ye and his companion were oblivious to this, as they were wholly engrossed in battling the onslaught of wind blades, lacking the capacity to divert their attention elsewhere. Bai Ye narrowly evaded a slicing wind blade and turned his gaze towards Lang Qing. "Is there a way out?" he inquired, with a sudden thrust. Lang Qing pierced through a wind blade, her voice icy as she replied, "You created this formation. Why do you ask me for a solution?" At that moment, the group of golden core cultivators across from them began to slowly advance towards Bai Ye and his companion. Though their pace was measured, they had nonetheless closed the distance, clearly intent on taking advantage of the duo's entrapment within the grand formation to eliminate them. Bai Ye observed several individuals drawing closer while simultaneously fending off the blades of wind, causing a flicker of apprehension in her eyelids. Had these individuals lost their minds? Even in such perilous circumstances, they dared to approach with the intent to take her life. Lang Qing also noted the unfolding scene and instinctively moved a fraction closer to Bai Ye. Long Qing inquired, "How much longer must this formation endure before it dissipates?" Bai Ye felt somewhat awkward. Initially, he feared that the power of the formation would be insufficient, so he had placed an abundance of spirit stones to bolster it. If the spirit stones were to be depleted, it would take approximately 3 to 5 days. Suddenly, Long Qing contemplated slaying this individual with a single strike, questioning how he could possibly endure within this formation for 3 to 5 days. To speak of 3 to 5 days, given the current circumstances, even 3 to 5 hours seemed implausible. As Bai Ye was about to speak, an overwhelming sense of crisis suddenly surged within him. Chapter 43, A Turn of Events. The handful of surviving cultivators at the returning Dan realm had already approached Bai Ye, and one of them suddenly unleashed a powerful punch towards him. A sense of impending crisis surged within Bai Ye's heart, prompting him to thrust his sword with great ferocity. The blade met a fist with a resounding impact, the tremendous recoil propelling Bai Ye several paces backward. No sooner had he come to a halt than a flurry of wind blades hurtled toward him. Bai Ye's pupils abruptly constricted as he swiftly turned to evade 2 blades of wind. Yet, in the next instant, one of the wind blades pierced through his abdomen, causing blood to spatter, and Bai Ye was propelled backward several yards. The assailant, who had just struck at Bai Ye, was also struck by a multitude of wind blades. falling lifelessly to the ground. Bai Ye pressed his left hand against the wound on his abdomen, while his right hand transformed into a sword-like gesture, valiantly resisting the onslaught of razor-sharp wind blades. He staggered, attempting to reach Lung Qing, but the wind blades multiplied, and with his grievous injuries, he found himself unable to advance even a single step. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he halted, his eyes gently closing. Observing this scene, Lung Qing was momentarily taken aback, believing that Bai Ye was prepared to surrender. She softly inquired, "Have you given up?" Just then, Bai Ye abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly waving his right hand in the air. As he gestured, intricate golden patterns emerged in the void, forming an array of bizarre and complex shapes. Moments later, the space within a few paces of Bai Ye was filled with these enigmatic designs. "Break," Bai Ye whispered, as his words lingered in the air. The intricate patterns gradually disintegrated into countless specks of radiant light, hurtling towards the blood-red barrier. As these fragments of light entered the crimson shield, it began to dim, while the surrounding wind blades also faded into obscurity. When the last of the intricate shapes transformed into light and merged with the blood-red barrier, it vanished completely, taking with it the countless wind blades that had filled the arena. Witnessing this, Lung Qing could not help but exhale in relief. After accomplishing this feat, Bai Ye stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Lung Qing hurried to his side, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Bai Ye smiled broadly, declaring, "You shall not perish." He then turned his gaze towards the other several Golden Core Realm experts. At that moment, those individuals appeared utterly incapacitated, and upon meeting Bai Ye's eyes, their expressions shifted dramatically. One among them stammered, "Brother Bai, this is a misunderstanding. We shall not trouble you again henceforth." As he spoke, he attempted to rise and depart. But at that instant, a sword pierced through his brow. Lung Qing stood with her sword in hand, exuding an air of defiance, the blade fully embedded in the man's forehead, stating, "This is a misunderstanding." With a swift motion, she withdrew her sword, causing a spray of crimson droplets to erupt. Following this, she staggered over to another individual without uttering a word, delivering a swift strike. After vanquishing them all, she seated herself to tend to her wounds. Meanwhile, a pile of corpses nearby began to stir slowly. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ye and his companion couldn't help but furrow their brows. As one corpse after another was lifted, an individual emerged from within. The sight of this person caused Bai Ye and his companion to exchange peculiar glances, for it was none other than Yang Xiao. Once Yang Xiao rose, he inhaled deeply, savoring the air, exclaiming, "Ah, the sensation of being alive is truly splendid." Bai Ye was about to speak when his pupils suddenly contracted. Sure. He had momentarily forgotten about her, and her room was indeed within the confines of the Grand Formation. At this moment, both Lung Qing and Yang Xiao also wore expressions of dismay. Just as Bai Ye was rising to his feet, the door to Shi's room swung open. She stepped out and first surveyed her surroundings before glancing at Bai Ye and the others. "Are they all dead?" Shi inquired. Bai Ye blurted out, "I nearly met my end." Shi cast a peculiar glance at Bai Ye. "Nearly met your end? How many did you evade?" Yang Xiao suddenly let out a wry laugh. "What by shitty means is that we nearly perished as well." Bai Ye, filled with uncertainty, inquired of Shi. "How is it that you are completely unharmed?" Lung Qing and Yang Xiao also gazed at Shi in bewilderment, pondering why she had not been subjected to the onslaught of the Grand Formation, which was known for its indiscriminate attacks within. Shi's expression turned slightly awkward as she scratched her head, replying, "I'm not quite sure. Perhaps the formation simply finds me pleasing to the eye." After uttering this, she offered a couple of awkward chuckles. Within the Tsongyan Hall, Mu Xiu spoke in a grave tone, "Director, none of the hundreds who ventured to slay Bai Ye have returned." Song Lan's pupils contracted sharply. "They are all dead?" Mu Xiu confirmed solemnly, "Yes, all perished." Song Lan's countenance darkened. "Were they all slain by Bai Ye?" Mu Xiu replied, "It is unknown. Our men did not accompany them." After a brief silence, he added, "There were disturbances in the Haifeng forest. Our personnel were focused there at the time." Song Lan, puzzled, asked, "Haifeng forest? What was discovered?" Mu Xiu responded, "It seems a passage is about to be opened." Upon hearing this, Song Lan furrowed his brow deeply, remaining silent for an extended period. After a long moment of contemplation, he instructed Mu Xiu, "All right, investigate whether those individuals were indeed killed by Bai Ye." Mu Xiu acknowledged and departed. Once Mu Xiu had withdrawn, Song Lan fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, in the Tang family's grand hall, Tang Xianfeng wore a grim expression, pacing restlessly, betraying his agitation. At that moment, an elder entered the hall. It was Tang Sheng, a senior member of the Tang clan. Tang Sheng approached Tang Xianfeng and offered a slight bow, stating, "There are no leads." Upon hearing this, Tang Xianfeng slammed his palm down onto the table, which instantly shattered into fine dust. For 3 consecutive days, numerous headless corpses have appeared at the entrance of our Tang family. How is it that we cannot ascertain the perpetrator? Tang Sheng pondered for a moment, suggesting, "Could it be Bai Ye?" Tang Xuanfeng's pupils narrowed suddenly. Regardless of whether it is him, this child must be eliminated. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Sheng remarked, "If the older generation does not intervene now, it may prove exceedingly difficult to eliminate him." Tang Xianfeng closed his eyes slightly and murmured, "If necessary, we can take a gamble." In the wake of Bai Ye's massacre of hundreds, the entire Songyan continent was shaken. Those hundreds were predominantly the young prodigies from various formidable factions, and their demise represented a significant loss for these powers, with no benefits accrued in return. Consequently, the elder warriors of these factions found it increasingly intolerable. They recognized that having become adversaries of Bai Ye, it was imperative to eradicate him in his infancy. Otherwise, endless troubles would surely follow. Elders from various factions convened to deliberate on the means of eliminating Bai Ye. In the imperial capital, within the emperor's hall, Song Yu was lost in thought. Opposite him stood Song Lan. Song Yu, with a grave expression, remarked, "It seems that the seal may not hold much longer." Song Lan, equally solemn, replied, "Can the emperor establish contact with that individual?" Song Yu fell into a moment of silence, reflecting, "Previously, I was able to establish contact, yet recently, I have been unable to reach him. The reason remains unclear to me. If he does not intervene this time, I fear this continent may not withstand the impending crisis." Chapter 44. A tear in the veil with a soft sigh. Song Yu lamented, "Alas, I was able to make contact before, but now I find myself unable to do so." Upon hearing this, Song Lan's countenance darkened. "What shall we do?" Song Yu appeared to ponder for a moment, realizing that there might be one person capable of resolving this dilemma. His thoughts turned to Shi, whose presence during their previous meeting had left him with an impression of profound depth, reminiscent of the enigmatic aura of the Elder of Creation. He contemplated that perhaps Shi could assist them in resealing that location. Song Lan furrowed his brow. Her? Although Song Lan had been considering Yun Shang, he was unaware that Yun Shang had departed, and that Shi, not Yun Shang, was by Bai Ye's side. Previously, he had heard Mu Xiu mention that the woman beside Bai Ye possessed remarkable talents and formations. As he considered this, his frown deepened. Yet, almost the entire continent stands against us. Will she truly lend us her aid? Song Yu remained silent for a moment before replying. Regardless, we must attempt it. Otherwise, do we possess any alternative options? Song Lan contemplated for a while. At present, the elders of various factions are deliberating on how to eliminate Bai Ye. Should we? Song Yu interjected firmly, "Let us prioritize the greater good. We must pay a visit." Within a grand hall, more than a dozen elder-level figures were strategizing on how to slay Bai Ye. At that moment, 2 individuals slowly entered the hall, Song Lan and Song Di. Upon their entrance, the assembly regarded them with a mix of curiosity, yet they still extended their greetings and salutations. Suddenly, an elder from the Li family stood, addressing Song Lan. "Director Song, due to your bounty, my Li family has lost over a dozen young talents. Will you not provide me with an explanation? Indeed, you summoned your own people back, compelling ours to serve you. My family has suffered the loss of 20 individuals. It seems that Song Yun Academy has acted with intent," another elder exclaimed. Several elders rose, glaring furiously at Song Lan, with some even contemplating a direct confrontation. Tang Sheng interjected, "It was Bai Ye who harmed your people. You ought to seek vengeance against him. Moreover, have you not heard of the recent events concerning my Tang family? That was a consequence of your own actions," one elder retorted angrily. At this moment, Song Yu, standing aside, furrowed his brow. "May I have a moment to speak?" Elder Sun Yu from the Sun family suddenly exclaimed, "What do you wish to say?" "Regardless, this matter cannot be dismissed lightly." Elder Tang Sheng turned to Song Lan. "I implore you, Director Song, to take responsibility for the recent occurrences involving my Tang family." Song Lan sighed softly. "I too did not foresee that matters would escalate to this extent. However, since it has transpired, we must devise a solution. Yet, there is another matter of greater importance that I must discuss with all of you." Upon concluding his words, he surveyed the surroundings and continued, "I kindly request that all heads of families and sect leaders be summoned here, for what I am about to disclose is of utmost significance. It may very well pertain to the survival of our entire continent." The moment these words were uttered, astonishment spread among the crowd. Tang Sheng, puzzled, inquired. What matter could be so grave as to affect the very existence of our continent? Elderly, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, concern for the entire continent? Surely. That seems a bit exaggerated. Song Yu interjected. Director Song is not exaggerating. This matter is indeed exceedingly serious, and I urge everyone not to take it lightly. With a sneer, an elder retorted, why is the emperor not enjoying his comforts in the imperial hall but instead has come here? Most in the assembly paid little heed to the emperor, as the imperial hall had always been aloof from worldly affairs, and few were aware of its true strength. Song Lan, visibly irked, insisted, everyone, promptly notify your family heads and sect leaders to arrive. I have no desire to engage in further trivialities. He had discerned that this group was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Of course, he did not hold it against them. For very few were privy to this matter, and even most family heads and sect leaders remained uninformed. Noticing Song Lan's discomfort, the crowd refrained from further comment and began conveying messages to their respective family heads or sect leaders. Song Yu turned at Song Lan and said, once they arrive, you can explain the situation to them. I shall go to meet that woman. Song Lan pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. If she refuses. Song Yu sighed softly, then I shall seek her out. Before long, Song Yu arrived at a courtyard, which belonged to the 5-star academy. As he stepped into the courtyard, he found Shi already standing there. Upon seeing Song Yu, Shi's lips curled into a smile. Does the emperor have business here? From within the room, Bai Ye, who had been cultivating, emerged slowly upon hearing the commotion and glanced at Song Yu. Bai Ye furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at Shi and inquired, who is this person? Shi replied with a smile, he is from the imperial capital, the sovereign. Song Yu offered a subtle smile. I presume this is the esteemed young master Bai Ye. Bai Ye turned to Song Yu and asked, have you come to kill me? At that moment, Long Qing and Yang Xiao had also emerged from the room, standing beside Bai Ye. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Song Yu was momentarily taken aback, replying, kill you? No. No. I have come to request this young lady's assistance. As he spoke, he directed his gaze towards Shi. Bai Ye cast a gaze of perplexity towards Shi, inquiring, do you know him? Shi shook her head, responding, not well. In truth, she was equally bewildered, pondering why the emperor would seek her out and offer assistance. We are not intimately acquainted. What grounds do you have to request my help? Song Yu hastily interjected, this matter is of great significance. I kindly ask for your assistance. Young lady. Shi, feeling a twinge of irritation, thought to herself, is this person unwell? Can he not see that I am concealing my true abilities? Determined to halt the conversation before it spiraled into complications, she smiled slyly and suggested, why not speak with my brother? He may be able to assist you. Afterward, she discreetly transmitted a message to Song Yu. Do you understand the concept of discretion? Song Yu's expression shifted momentarily, before a look of understanding dawned upon him. He then smiled and said, very well. He then turned to Bai Ye, offering a slight bow. Young Master Bai, I humbly request your assistance in this matter. Bai Ye, though somewhat puzzled, smiled and said, please tell me what it is. If I am able, I shall certainly consider it. Bai Ye pondered that since the individual had taken the initiative to solicit his assistance, it was only courteous to respond with some degree of politeness. Yet, he did not make an unequivocal commitment, implying that even if he possessed the ability, he might not necessarily extend his help. It was merely a more tactful way of expressing his reservations. Song Yu, with a wry smile, began to explain, the situation is as follows. This continent, many millennia ago, was actually a forbidden land, sealing a passageway. However, several millennia back, a number of individuals arrived and shattered this seal, although it was subsequently resealed by formidable beings. Encompassing the entire Songyan continent, the passage of time has rendered that seal nearly on the verge of collapse. Moreover, with a certain individual having forcefully breached the seal to arrive here, the integrity of that seal can now be maintained for but a few months at most. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback in astonishment. Only Shi remained composed, subtly wrinkling her delicate nose. Contemplating to herself, what a trivial breach of the seal, it was merely a slight tear. Yang Xiao, his expression one of disbelief, inquired, to where does the sealed passage lead? Bai Ye and Lang Qing exchanged puzzled glances with Song Yu. In a hushed tone, Song Yu remarked, as you are both aware, the beast domain has recently witnessed the emergence of serpent beasts from the direction of the Black Wind Forest. I suspect they have traversed through the cracks of the seal. Chapter 45, offering assistance. Bai Ye found himself at a loss for words. What will happen once the seal is broken? Song Yu replied in a somber tone. The beasts from the beast domain may traverse through this passage and arrive in our realm. At that time, the devastation of life may ensue. Bai Ye pondered for a moment and remarked, "So, if the seal is broken and the descends, I shall need not seek vengeance. Would it not be splendid for the to annihilate them all?" Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Yang Xiao beside him nodded in agreement. What Bai Zhentian says is indeed correct. Song Yu, however, wore a grim expression as he glanced at Sure, with a charming smile, replied, He, I shall heed my brother's words. After all, they have pursued us relentlessly. Let them devour them all. Song Yu, somewhat helpless, shook his head. If the truly arrives here, it will not only be those who chase you that perish. Many innocent lives will also be mercilessly slaughtered. Lung Qing, her eyes frosted with disdain, interjected. What do their lives matter to us? Let the Emperor Song seek solutions elsewhere. I am certain I can be of no assistance. Bai Ye added. Since young Master Bai is disinterested in offering help, I shall take my leave. Very well. I shall not see you off. Bai Ye nodded briskly. Within a grand hall, over 20 individuals had gathered, all prominent figures including sect leaders, family heads, and elders from various factions. The atmosphere was rife with noise. As no one seemed to grasp the nature of the impending event, conversations flowed chaotically around the room. Song Lan of Songyan Academy spoke up, Ladies and gentlemen, you may not yet comprehend the purpose of my gathering. While you are all aware of the recent emergence of in the Black Wind Forest, I must take this opportunity to recount the origin of our Songyan continent. At this proclamation, expressions of astonishment spread among the assembly. Many were oblivious to the significance of the matter at hand, with some even suspecting the meeting was convened to plot against Bai Ye. An elder inquired, What is the history of the Songyan continent? All eyes turned towards Song Lan, and a few individuals privy to the secret bore solemn expressions. However, none spoke. Waiting for Song Lan to elaborate, thousands of years ago, this continent was, in fact, a forbidden land. At this revelation, a wave of uproar surged through the crowd, with astonishment etched on every face as none had knowledge of this occurrence. Subsequently, a few intrepid souls ventured here, discovering a seal, believing it to harbor great fortune. They endeavored relentlessly to break it. Ultimately, they succeeded in shattering the seal. The crowd gasped, assuming those individuals must have acquired numerous treasures. At that moment, a family head posed a question. Did the seal contain any divine artifacts? This was a query on the minds of many, as they speculated that the seal must have enclosed rare treasures, perhaps even legendary celestial tools. Song Lan sighed softly before continuing. After the seal was broken, they encountered a passage. The passage was unfathomably deep, and darkness enveloped them the further they ventured. They traversed for over half a month without reaching the end. And just as they contemplated retreating, an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanated from the other end of the passage. Sensing danger, they attempted to flee, but suddenly, a shadow streaked past. And in the end, only one managed to escape. What lay within that passage? Why was it sealed once more? A family head inquired, and Song Lan continued. The individual who escaped returned to the sect to report the matter. After thorough investigation, their sect leader, alongside dozens of unparalleled experts, managed to seal it. Upon hearing this, the assembly appeared puzzled. One person remarked, What does this have to do with our gathering today? Song Lan replied, The place of the original sealing lies deep within the Black Wind Forest. Surely you have all heard of the recent emergence of monstrous beasts in that very forest. The expressions of the crowd shifted, yet they did not regard it with much concern. After all, they thought, it was merely a handful of beasts. At this moment, an elder spoke up. Is Director Tsang suggesting that the sealed entities were indeed some monstrous beasts? And now that the seal has weakened, many of these beasts have been unleashed. Song Lan nodded. That is one way to put it. But the situation is even more dire. Another elder interjected, Does not Songyan Academy possess array masters? Surely they could reseal it. Upon hearing this, the assembly expressed their agreement. For they were well aware of the Academy's array masters and believed that their intervention could resolve the issue. Song Lan, however, shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, we have array masters, but they lack the capability to perform a resealing. At this juncture, a family head suggested, if sealing is not an option, we shall simply await the emergence of these beasts and eliminate them. With so many powerful individuals among us, are we to fear a mere handful of beasts? The assembly nodded in agreement. After centuries, or even millennia of cultivation, they truly regarded a few beasts with disdain. Song Lan smiled bitterly. It is not merely a matter of a few beasts. Had it been so simple, the formidable experts of yore would not have sealed them, but rather obliterated them directly. According to the records of that time, this may be a passage leading to the beast domain. The beast domain? What does this signify? The crowd erupted in astonishment, bewildered by the concept of the beast domain. It could be a vast continent or perhaps even a star domain, regardless of its nature. It was evident that the situation was far more complex than merely contending with a few beasts. If it were indeed a continent, one could only imagine the multitude of beasts that would inhabit it. Such a notion seemed exaggerated, and many found it implausible. As discussions ensued, skepticism about the existence of such a plethora of beasts prevailed, accompanied by an air of unfamiliarity and curiosity regarding the beast domain. Ultimately, Song Lan concluded, if we wish to reseal this passage, we can only seek the assistance of one individual, the woman beside Bai Ye. At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Bai Ye. Who was he? The common enemy among them. Just moments ago they had been deliberating on how to eliminate him, and now they were to request his assistance? Regardless of whether he would help, the mere thought left them feeling utterly embarrassed. Immediately, one person stepped forward, scoffing, requesting Bai Ye's aid. Surely you jest. Soon after, several others joined in, expressing their disbelief that such a course of action would be feasible. Bai Ye must be swiftly dealt with. Setting aside the matter of the hundreds he has slain, none present can endure such a travesty. The crowd is fervently clamoring for justice, yet a consensus remains elusive. This night is particularly tranquil, with only the faint chirping of crickets resonating like a trembling melody. Bai Ye and Lang Qing once again approached the outskirts of the Tang residence, intent on delivering a grand surprise to its inhabitants. The two parted ways, one stealthily advancing from behind while the other maneuvered from the side. Before long, the lifeless bodies of several Tang clan disciples lay strewn at the entrance. The duo retreated by separate paths, and during the course of their escape, Lang Qing unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance, Hu Ren. Without a moment's hesitation, she pursued him. After more than an hour, she cornered him in a dense forest. At that moment, Hu Ren seemed to sense her presence, halting and turning to face her. Lang Qing did not conceal herself. Upon noticing Hu Ren's pause, she charged forward, engaging him directly. Previously, when allied with Bai Ye, Hu Ren had proven to be more than a match for them, yet now, Lang Qing exhibited a remarkable tendency to dominate him. It is undeniable that her talent was nothing short of prodigious. In a brief span, Hu Ren found himself increasingly overwhelmed, and a momentary lapse led to Lang Qing's sword piercing his left shoulder, compelling him to flee. The adage of fighting when one can win and retreating when one cannot rang true. However, Lang Qing relentlessly pursued him, and thus, they continued for nearly another hour. They arrived deep within the Black Wind Forest, where Hu Ren appeared disheveled and his face contorted with a feral intensity, as if he were a predator ready to devour. Suddenly, Hu Ren narrowed his eyes, noticing a well not far in front of him. The well had a diameter of approximately 10 feet, surrounded by 8 stone pillars, adorned with intricate and bizarre patterns. Above, 8 chains, each as thick as an arm, hung down, their ends affixed to the tops of the pillars, forming an irregular configuration. At this juncture, Lang Qing was merely a few paces away from Hu Ren, and she thrust her sword towards him. Without hesitation, Hu Ren leapt into the well. Witnessing this, Lang Qing furrowed her brows slightly and followed suit. The following day, Bai Ye felt a rising tide of unease at Lang Qing's absence. Sure also wore a worried expression, her brows knitted. Given Lang's strength, she should be able to protect herself without issue, unless unforeseen circumstances have arisen. Bai Ye could not help but furrow his brow. Could it be that they have been discovered? Yang Xiao, panting heavily, returned to the courtyard. He had learned that Lang Qing had not yet returned and had ventured out early to gather information. However, he had failed to uncover any useful news. If they had indeed been discovered, the Tang family would surely be frantically searching for Bai Ye, knowing that the killers were the two of them. Yet, this was not the case. Furthermore, according to his inquiries, there were still no leads regarding the murder of the Tang family members. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's frown deepened. If they were not found by the Tang family, then where could Sister Lang have gone? At this moment, all three were engulfed in confusion. Even a sense of heaviness. Lang Qing's disappearance might imply that there were unknown forces keeping a watchful eye on them. Yet, despite their deliberations, they could not discern which faction it could be. Just as the three were consumed with concern for Lang Qing, Song Yu slowly walked into the courtyard. Upon seeing Song Yu, Bai Ye seemed to recall something, and his expression instantly turned cold. Song Emperor, what is your intention? Sure, and Yang Xiao cast unfriendly glances at Song Yu as well. At this moment, all three harbored suspicions that Song Yu had harmed Lang Qing. Sensing their hostile stares, Song Yu felt a jolt of apprehension. He thought to himself, what does this mean? I haven't even spoken yet, and they all look as if they want to devour me. He then managed to force a smile. What do you mean by that, young Master Bai? Yang Xiao suddenly inquired. Did you capture Sister Lung? Song Yu expressed surprise. Lung girl? Bai Ye squinted his eyes slightly and remarked, Sovereign Song. Is it still necessary to maintain this charade? Yesterday, you requested my assistance, which I declined, and then you proceeded to apprehend my senior sister. How absurd. Song Yu's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. I believe there may be some misunderstanding. I did not capture Miss Long Ching, he asserted. Sure, somewhat perplexed, inquired. Is it truly not you? Upon hearing Shu's rather frigid tone, Song Yu could not help but shudder. He hastily shook his head, insisting, It was not me at all. How could I possibly lay a hand on a friend of the lady? Bai Ye was about to say something when he was interrupted by Shu, who remarked, It should not be him. Turning to Song Yu, she inquired, Have you come for a reason? Song Yu let out a soft sigh and replied, I kindly request the assistance of young Master Bai and the lady regarding the matter of the seal. Bai Ye resolutely declined, stating, Impossible. Song Yu's expression darkened slightly as he replied, You may propose any conditions, as long as you agree to assist in sealing that passage. After Bai Ye departed yesterday, he returned to the Grand Hall, where the heads of various clans and sects were engaged in fervent discussions. Reluctantly, he reiterated the gravity of the situation to the assembly. Yet, some remained unconvinced, suggesting that if assistance were sought from others to seal the passage, it would be acceptable. However, they insisted on requesting Bai Ye's help. A figure regarded as an enemy by all factions. Some even sought to seize this opportunity to unite and eliminate Bai Ye. Ultimately, Song Yu had no choice but to exert his power, unleashing the oppressive aura of a half-step barrier realm expert. The assembly was left in utter astonishment upon witnessing Song Yu's might, which surpassed that of a revered master, causing an uproar among them. This world operates on the principle that without strength, one's words bear no weight and are akin to mere folly. Conversely, when one possesses power, even the slightest utterance is met with reverence, as if the fragrance of their words lingers for days. Observing the awe his strength instilled in others, he declared, I shall have the final say in this matter, before turning to seek out Bai Ye once more. Bai Ye was about to refuse, but Shu smiled gently and said, Brother, did you not hear what Master Song said? As long as you take action, the conditions are entirely up to you. Bai Ye pondered for a moment, a smile gracing his features. In that case, Sovereign Song, I am not entirely devoid of compassion. Since this matter concerns the very fate of the Songyan continent, it is impossible for me to remain indifferent. I shall extend my assistance to the best of my abilities. For as a part of this realm, I bear the responsibility to contribute in any way I can, striving to minimize the casualties. Upon hearing these words, Song Yu was initially taken aback, but soon his face illuminated with joy. So, does this imply that young Master Bai has agreed to lend his aid? Bai Ye nodded, affirming, Indeed, I shall certainly assist with this matter. However, I have a few conditions. Please, do not hesitate. I shall acquiesce to any conditions. As long as I am able to fulfill them, Song Yu replied hastily. Bai Ye exhibited a hint of distress, remaining silent. Noticing his reticence, Song Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, Does young Master Bai have any reservations? With a playful smile, Shu interjected, My brother fears that his conditions may place you in a difficult position, which is why he hesitates to speak. Song Yu responded with a calm smile. Oh, there is no need for such concern, young Master Bai. I shall undoubtedly be able to fulfill your conditions. His demeanor radiated confidence, after all. He stood at the threshold of the barrier realm, a level at which few tasks seemed insurmountable within this expanse. Bai Ye let out a deep sigh and said, In that case, I shall speak plainly. According to the words of Emperor Song, if the seal of the passage is lifted, will it not result in the demise of countless lives? Perhaps even the destruction of the entire continent? Song Yu nodded gravely, suddenly feeling a sense of unease at Bai Ye's words. However, he did not dwell on it further. Bai Ye continued, If sacrificing the lives of a few could save an entire continent, what does the Emperor Song think of its worth? Hearing these words, Song Yu felt an increasing sense of unease, yet he merely nodded in a token gesture. Sure, with a slight smile playing at her lips. Cast a meaningful glance at Song Yu. She was aware that her brother had ensnared Song Yu in a significant trap, and astonishingly, Song Yu remained oblivious. Yang Zhao's lips twitched. Was what he had just mentioned about doing what one could for the Songyan continent merely a guise for personal vendetta? Bai Ye smiled gently. I have 3 conditions. I wonder if that might be a bit excessive? As he spoke, he cast a somewhat bashful glance at Song Yu. Song Yu furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something amiss. This time, rather than agreeing immediately as he had before, he replied, Please, go ahead and share. Bai Ye let out a soft sigh and stated, Firstly, If we are to save the entirety of this continent, certain sacrifices must be made. Secondly, the annihilation of my Bai family must be thoroughly investigated to uncover the mastermind behind it. Thirdly, my current strength is insufficient. I require your assistance in enhancing my power. Upon hearing this, Song Yu's lips twitched slightly. Yang Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting inwardly, this junior Bai is indeed formidable. These three conditions are remarkably bold. Song Yu began to feel uneasy. The demands presented were rather audacious. The first condition was clearly a call for vengeance against those who had previously wronged him. However, nearly every faction across the continent had acted against him at some point. It was impractical to eradicate them all. The second condition was somewhat acceptable, as he too had sensed the strangeness of the situation and had previously conducted a discreet investigation, albeit without further pursuit. The third condition, regarding the enhancement of strength, posed a significant challenge given the scarcity of cultivation resources in this realm. Achieving a rapid increase in power seemed increasingly daunting. Contemplating this, his expression grew grim. Noticing Song Yu's troubled countenance, Bai Ye couldn't help but smirk mockingly. Is it true that the esteemed emperor cannot keep his word? At this moment, Sure interjected. You just stated that as long as it is within your capabilities, you would certainly comply. Yang Zhao's face darkened, pondering, this brother and sister duo are truly cunning. I must ensure I am not ensnared by their schemes, lest I find myself sold out while cheerfully counting the money for them. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu gritted his teeth and replied, I agree. However, shall we negotiate the first condition? Bai Ye chuckled lightly and inquired, how shall we negotiate? Song Yu replied in a grave tone, it is impossible to eradicate them all. Would it be feasible to eliminate only those among them who have acted against you? Bai Ye remarked with a hint of sarcasm, at the time, my family, the Bai clan, did not take action against the Tang family. Yet, they not only annihilated my clan but also relentlessly pursued me. And now, you speak to me of mercy? Yang Zhao, equally indignant, added. What is even more despicable is that they hunted him down for the sake of Bai Shidi's sword. Did you ever advocate for mercy back then? Song Yu found himself at a loss for words, as Bai Ye and Yang Zhao pointed out the undeniable truth. When they were being hunted, no one stepped forward to defend them. Some even fanned the flames of their plight. Now, in their moment of need, it is indeed rather unseemly to recall such notions. Yet, there is little choice, for the matter of the seal is of utmost gravity. At that moment, Sure suddenly interjected, brother. I believe there is merit in what Lord Song has said. We must first eliminate those who have acted against us. Bai Ye cast a silent glance at Sure, while a flicker of hostility flashed in Song Yu's eyes as he declared, I know what to do. With that, he turned and departed. Previously, he had attempted to reach out to the Elder of Creation, but it was as if the Elder was evading him entirely, leaving him utterly at a loss. Now, it appeared that only Bai Ye could once again seal the passage. With this thought, he steeled himself and crushed a communication talisman. 3 days later, the entire Songyun continent trembled. The elders and heads of the major factions such as the Zhou family, Li family, Sun family, Qingyan sect, Xinmen sect, Jinyuan sect, and Blood Moon sect were all mercilessly slain by a group of mysterious figures. The Tang family suffered the most. All of their direct lineage was eradicated. Strangely, however, the Zhao family emerged untouched, with not a single member lost. Even Songyun Academy experienced the assassination of an elder, yet it was not Mu Xiu. This indicated that all who had once opposed Bai Ye, save for Mu Xiu, had been annihilated. At this moment, the elder generation of the Songyun continent consisted only of a few remaining from the Tang and Zhao families. Of course, the Imperial Hall was not included in this count, as its true strength remained an enigma. Within the inner sanctum of the Zhao family, Du Guxian wore a grim expression. It was not that the Zhao family had escaped assassination. Rather, Du Guxian single-handedly thwarted those enigmatic assailants. Despite her success, she was severely injured. Gripping a flying dagger in her hand, her eyes glinting with cold light. Inside the Imperial Hall, Song Yu sat in silence. Below him, a man knelt on one knee. Master, all the elders of the factions, aside from Songyun Academy and the Zhao family, have been completely annihilated. Song Yu mused, the Zhao family? He had issued orders targeting all elder and head-level figures across the factions. While the inability to eliminate Songyun Academy was somewhat acceptable, given its complexity, the failure to eradicate the Zhao family was perplexing. He had dispatched over a dozen assassination guards, each a pinnacle expert of the Breaking Sea realm, and each capable of independently eliminating a typical master-level individual. The fact that more than a dozen could not subdue the Zhao family surprised him. He then instructed, Monitor that individual from the Zhao family closely. Report any unusual movements to me promptly." The man acknowledged and withdrew. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu too departed from the imperial hall. "Brother, I think that Song, the emperor, handles matters rather efficiently," Sure remarked with a smile to Bai Ye in the courtyard. Yang Xiao chuckled heartily. "Indeed, this time, there should be no one left to pursue us." Bai Ye furrowed her brow slightly, still without any news of senior sister Lang, wondering what predicament she might have encountered. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two dimmed as well. Sure sighed softly, hoping that senior sister Lang would not face any misfortune. They were all deeply concerned for Lang Qing. Having traversed life and death together, their bond had long since evolved into one of profound camaraderie. No one wished for the other to fall into peril. Just as Yang Xiao was about to speak, Song Yu leisurely entered the courtyard. Is young Master Bai still satisfied? At that moment, Song Yu wore a faint smile. Yet upon closer inspection, it appeared somewhat forced. In his endeavor to solicit Bai Ye's assistance, he had indeed exerted considerable effort. While the lives of those individuals held little value to him, making such a grand gesture to request one person's help was a first in his life. After all, he was a formidable figure at the threshold of the barrier realm, one of the continent's elite powers, and being so constrained by circumstances left him quite displeased. Had it not been for his youthful indiscretion that led to trouble, forcing him to remain hidden here, would he concern himself with the life and death of this place? He could simply walk away. However, he dared not return just yet. Bai Ye smiled and said, "Now, let us discuss the second condition." Song Yu furrowed his brow and replied, "As for who was behind the scenes initially, that requires a gradual investigation. However, I assure you, it will not be long before my people uncover the truth." Sure, with a slight frown, remarked, "Does this mean that the Emperor Song has already made some progress?" Song Yu shook his head. "Not yet, but my team has begun their inquiries." With a glance at Bai Ye, he continued, "Young Master Bai, what realm do you need to attain in order to seal the passage?" Bai Ye pondered for a moment, stating, "At least the core formation stage." Upon hearing this, Song Yu's expression darkened. It was no trivial matter. Transitioning from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage was far from simple. Even with adequate resources, it would require several years at the very least. Song Yu cast a somber glance at Bai Ye, asking, "Are you jesting, young Master Bai? With your current cultivation at the Qi refinement stage, even with sufficient resources, it would take a minimum of several years to reach the core formation stage. Are you suggesting we wait for years before taking action? Not to mention years, I doubt we can afford to wait even a few months." Yang Xiao, standing nearby, also felt a twinge of discomfort. He was currently at the returning dance stage. It had taken him 2.5 years to ascend from the Qi refinement stage to the returning dance stage. To contemplate a breakthrough to the core formation stage would necessitate at least 3 or 4 years. Bai Ye, however, waved his hand and stated, "As long as the Emperor Song provides me with sufficient resources, I believe a month will suffice." Upon hearing this, not only was Yang Xiao left dumbfounded, but even Song Yu furrowed his brow in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that you could progress from Qi condensation to golden core in just a month?" Song Yu questioned, doubting whether he had misheard. Bai Ye spoke softly, "It won't even take a month." Upon hearing this, not only Yang Xiao and Song Yu, but even Sure began to furrow her brows. "Brother, do you think reaching the core formation stage is as simple as drinking water?" Sure couldn't help but inquire. Bai Ye appeared to realize that his remarks may have crossed a line, and he subsequently inquired, "Is it truly difficult to break through to the core formation stage?" The three individuals present fell into a moment of silence. After a brief pause, Song Yu responded, "I can provide you with resources. However, whether you can achieve the breakthrough to the core formation stage ultimately depends on your own efforts. You have merely 1 month." At this moment, Song Yu discerned that Bai Ye was not only flamboyant, but also possessed a remarkable talent for boasting, which he could not ignore. Nevertheless, having chosen to place his trust in him, he had no alternative but to proceed. Regardless of Bai Ye's success in reaching the core formation stage within a month, it was imperative to devise a plan to ensure he would seal that passageway. He handed Bai Ye a ring, stating, "Within it lies ample resources, and your sword is also contained inside." Upon uttering these words, he felt a pang of regret, for these resources were what he had painstakingly brought from his previous location, which he had been reluctant to part with. Yet now, he was compelled to relinquish them. He then shook his head with a smile, saying, "I shall await good news from young Master Bai in a month." With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 48. The complete sealing. Bai Ye spoke softly. "Previously my family, the Bai clan, was annihilated, yet a few survived. I would like to request that Emperor Song send someone to search for my kin. I aspire to rebuild the Bai clan, and furthermore, my senior sister is missing, so I hope the Emperor can assist in locating her. He paused momentarily and added, Of course, if it is inconvenient for you, I shall not press the matter. I can search myself, but I fear that I may not reach the golden core stage within a month. Song Yu's expression darkened. It was evident that Bai Ye was subtly threatening him. Should he refrain from aiding in the reconstruction of the Bai clan, Bai Ye would undoubtedly use this as an excuse to refrain from intervening a month hence. This thought ignited a flicker of anger within him, yet he nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, Bai Ye entered a fervent state of cultivation. With the resources provided by Song Yu, his progress was undeniably swift. Although he previously possessed ample spirit stones, those given by Song Yu were evidently of superior quality. Days later, Song Yu sent word that several survivors of the Bai clan had been located, and they were brought to the original clan grounds. Though the Bai clan was still in disarray, it now possessed a semblance of vitality and spirit. However, the continued absence of Wang Dachui left Bai Ye feeling uneasy. One day, Bai Ye ventured into a grove. After several days of cultivation, he had reached the limits of his control within the chi manipulation realm. With his eyes gently closed, his crimson longsword trembled ever so slightly in his hand. He sought to comprehend the sword technique that could cleave the earth. In the absence of the crimson longsword, he had always wielded his finger as a sword. Now that the crimson longsword had returned to him, he aimed to gain a deeper understanding of this sword art through it. Shur had once told him that this sword was extraordinary. It had acknowledged him as its master, and, through it, he had grasped the essence of sword intent. Perhaps this sword could facilitate a more profound enlightenment of that sword technique. He recalled Elder Sun mentioning that when this sword technique reached perfection, each form could invoke the laws of the Great Tao. Though he was still unaware of what the Great Tao laws entailed, he understood they were indeed formidable. With his internal energy surging, the crimson longsword quivered, emitting a series of subtle sword cries. With a single swing, a resonant sword cry reverberated through the heavens. As the sword was unleashed, a beam of sword light tore through the air, leaving devastation in its wake. All trees were obliterated, and the ground where the sword light passed was left with a fissure almost a yard wide. Observing the power exhibited by this strike, Bai Ye felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He recalled Shur stating that this sword technique, when perfected, could annihilate an entire border city. Yet it seemed to fall short of that expectation. A thought suddenly struck him. The power of the laws. He lacked the infusion of law power when unleashing his sword. But what exactly was this law power? After pondering for an extended period without revelation, he resolved to return and continue his cultivation. He had now reached the pinnacle of the chi manipulation realm and needed to strive for the golden core stage. In a pitch-black cavern, Wang Dachui wielded her long sword, moving with great speed. Before her loomed a figure in a state of utter disarray, Hu Ren. At this moment, Hu Ren was exceedingly vexed. He wondered if this person was unwell. For over 10 days, he had pursued her relentlessly, journeying from the capital to Qifeng City, then to the Black Wind Forest, ultimately finding himself in this enigmatic place. Yet she continued to elude him, driving him to the brink of madness. At that moment, an incredibly terrifying aura surged forth from the front. A beastly roar echoed, causing Hu Ren's complexion to change dramatically as he halted in his tracks. He had never set foot in this area before, nor had he ever heard mention of it. The earlier roar instilled a sense of peril within him, prompting his immediate decision to cease advancing. At this juncture, Wang Dachui also sensed the ominous presence and came to a stop, her brow furrowed in contemplation. As she deliberated whether to retreat, the terrifying aura began to wane gradually. After a moment of reflection, she suddenly charged at Hu Ren with her sword drawn. Upon witnessing her approach, Hu Ren bellowed, "Are you trying to throw away your life?" He was acutely aware that this place held dangers beyond comprehension, possibly harboring formidable entities. Engaging in combat here would assuredly lead to dire consequences for both. Yet, undeterred, Wang Dachui pressed forward with her strike aimed at Hu Ren. Ignoring his warning, she continued her assault. With a steely resolve, Hu Ren turned and fled deeper into the unknown. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Hall, Song Yu's expression grew grim. The seal before him had begun to show faint cracks, and if things continued in this manner, it would likely shatter within days. However, there were still over 10 days remaining before Bai Ye's promised month would conclude, leading him to question whether Bai Ye would indeed assist him in maintaining the seal. After all, if Bai Ye were to renege on their agreement, Song Yu would be utterly powerless. Regret began to seep into his thoughts, a pang for the decision he had made. Yet, If Bai Ye chose not to aid him, the impending invasion of monstrous beasts could spell doom for the entire continent. Surely, Bai Ye must consider the well-being of his kin and family, as he seemed to care greatly for those of his lineage. Otherwise, he would not have sought Song Yu's help in searching for allies and in the reconstruction of the Bai clan. With this realization, a semblance of reassurance washed over him. Nevertheless, the immediate concern remained. The seal must endure until Bai Ye intervened. Contemplating this, he bitterly retrieved an object. It resembled a box, a deep gray hue emanating a faint black mist. Observing this item caused Song Yu's lips to twitch. It was precisely for the acquisition of this object that he had incurred the wrath of various factions. Left with nowhere to turn, he had hidden away in this obscure place, studying it for thousands of years without discerning its true purpose. A self-deprecating smile crossed his face. Perhaps this was simply fate. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Bai Ye has already reached the pinnacle of the returning Dan stage. Yet he still falls short of breaking into the Dan formation realm. Brother, this matter cannot be rushed. Your current progress is already astonishing. Many individuals spend their entire lives without attaining the returning Dan stage. You have accomplished this in just a month's time, and in an extraordinary manner at that. Sure remarked playfully while observing Bai Ye. Bai Ye nodded slightly, acknowledging, I was too hasty. He paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, sure. Do you think with my current abilities I can completely seal that passage? He certainly did not forget the promise he made to Song Yu, especially since he had benefited from it. Moreover, failing to thoroughly seal the passage could pose a threat to the Bai family in the future. Sure pouted. Completely seal it? Brother, who gave you the audacity to claim such a feat? Did you not hear what Song Yu said? It took several formidable experts to seal it initially, and even then, it was not a complete seal. Do you truly believe your current strength surpasses that of those powerful individuals? Bai Ye pondered for a moment and earnestly stated, I believe it should be about right. Upon hearing Bai Ye's unwavering confidence, Sure was rendered utterly speechless. Beside them, Yang Xiao, wearing an expression of bemusement, inquired, Junior brother Bai. Your realm has indeed advanced rapidly this past month, but it seems your knack for boasting has escalated to an alarming degree. It's quite amusing that someone in the mere returning Dan realm feels an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Bai Ye felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing Yang Xiao's words. Senior brother Yang, may I inquire how long it takes to progress from the Qi Mastery realm to the returning to Dan realm? Yang Xiao's expression darkened, and he chose to ignore Bai Ye. He increasingly sensed that this junior brother could not be comprehended through ordinary reasoning. Bai Ye noticed that Yang's expression was somewhat amiss, and felt a hint of awkwardness. Actually, senior brother Yang is quite commendable, isn't he, Sure? Just as Sure was about to respond to Bai Ye, Song Yu leisurely entered the courtyard. Chapter 49. A slightly dangerous notion. As Song Yu stepped into the courtyard, he took a careful look at Bai Ye's current realm. He was momentarily taken aback, though this astonishment quickly transformed into a sense of inevitability. Previously, when he had encountered Bai Ye, he had merely glanced at his realm without paying it much heed, failing to notice that Bai Ye's level was distinct from that of others. This time, he had come with the intention of scrutinizing whether Bai Ye had indeed reached the golden core stage. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that Bai Ye's realm was indeed unlike anyone else's. However, considering Sure's exceptional nature, he felt a sense of calm. After all, Sure was no ordinary individual. This realization only deepened Song Yu's curiosity regarding Bai Ye's true identity. Bai Ye gazed curiously at the oddly expressioned Song Yu and inquired, What troubles the sovereign Song? Song Yu chuckled softly, Oh, it is nothing. I am merely astonished by the depth of Bai Gongzi's realm. Bai Ye, somewhat pleased, lifted his gaze to the heavens, proclaiming, Our cultivation knows no bounds. What then is the essence of a realm? Yang Xiao, his expression darkened, mused inwardly. Here we go again. This junior brother of mine is about to show off. Sure let out a soft sigh, saying, Brother, let us maintain a low profile. In their presence, your pretense is futile. They could easily crush you with but a single hand. Song Yu's countenance darkened slightly, yet he remained unperturbed. After all, youth often comes with a touch of arrogance. Young Master Bai, I have thoroughly investigated the individual responsible for framing the Bai family. However, I have been unable to ascertain the whereabouts of that young lady from the Zhao family. Song Yu himself was puzzled. If that serpent had not devoured Zhao Shuer, the situation would be exceedingly strange. Yet if it indeed consumed Zhao Shuer, why had it spared Bai Ye? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned his gaze towards Sure. She furrowed her brow slightly and discreetly conveyed to Song Yu, I was not present at that time. It was not I who saved him. I am, as much as you, unaware of the true circumstances. Bai Ye hastily inquired, who is scheming behind our backs? Song Yu replied in a serious tone, it is Lady Zhao Dachui. Bai Ye expressed some astonishment. What could be her intention in doing this? Song Yu shook his head. Her motives remain unclear. Should I send someone to eliminate her? In fact, once he discovered that it was Dong Guxian's mischief, he contemplated dispatching someone to remove her. However, considering Bai Ye's position, he decided it prudent to inform him first and gauge his thoughts on the matter. Bai Ye waved his hand and said, I will handle it myself. Upon hearing this, Song Yu was momentarily taken aback. Handle it yourself? He pondered, recalling that the dozen or so assassins he had dispatched had failed to subdue that individual. Did this young master Bai truly believe he could manage it alone? Although his cultivation was significantly superior to that of ordinary individuals, it could not be sufficient to confront a peak master of the realm. Earlier, when he assessed Bai Ye's cultivation level, he had discerned that Bai Ye had yet to reach the core formation stage. He was merely at the pinnacle of the returning to core stage. Furthermore, he had investigated Du Guxian, who was quite enigmatic and, like himself, seemed to hail from beyond. However, the presence of Sure alleviated his concerns. Might young master Bai first assist in sealing the beast domain passage? Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively. There is no rush. I wish to visit the Zhao family first. I need to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Madame Zhao. Once this matter is resolved, I shall certainly accompany you to seal that passage. Song Yu's expression darkened. Was this fellow truly contemplating abandoning the matter? Young master Bai. As it stands, the seal has begun to show signs of fracture. I fear it will not be long before it is completely undone, at which point the entire continent may be overrun by demonic beasts. I am well aware of that. There is no need for concern, Sovereign Song, Bai Ye replied confidently. Sure chuckled playfully. Rest assured, Sovereign Song, my brother always fulfills his promises. Reluctantly, Song Yu nodded. Then I shall wait a few more days. Once young Master Bai has dealt with the Zhao family, I will return. Just as he turned to leave, Bai Ye called out to him. Sovereign Song, do you know the actual strength of the Zhao family? If I were to go alone, would I be able to annihilate them? Upon hearing this, Song Yu stumbled slightly. You intend to destroy the Zhao family? Huh, what a fanciful notion. I cannot fathom how you could emerge unscathed if you were to go alone. Not to mention Madame Zhao, even the other formidable members of the Zhao family would easily reduce you to ashes. While he did not possess comprehensive knowledge of the Zhao family's capabilities, his recent investigations had allowed him to form a rough estimation. Although it posed little threat to him, it was a formidable challenge for Bai Ye. Sure's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Brother, are you really considering taking on the Zhao family by yourself? It must be said that she increasingly felt her brother had grown rather inflated in his sense of self-worth, to the point of making such audacious claims. Did he truly believe himself invincible? Brother, I can't help but notice that your recent thoughts seem rather perilous, Sure remarked. Bai Ye was somewhat perplexed. Danger? What danger? Poem was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, young Xiao had quietly retreated to the side. Song Yu managed to force a smile, in my opinion. If young Master Bai intends to eradicate the Zhao family, he may still lack a bit in strength at present. Bai Ye replied earnestly, it's nothing. Just a slight hurdle. I believe that with a bit of determination, there is still hope. Song Yu felt on the verge of despair, a mere clenching of teeth. Even if you were to grind your teeth to dust, you could not extinguish the Zhao family. Of course, he kept this thought to himself, merely casting an awkward glance at Sure. I shall make a visit to the Zhao family now, and upon my return, I will immediately reinforce the seals on the passage. With that, he strode towards the courtyard exit. Song Yu, taken aback, turned to Sure and inquired. I recall that young Master Bai was not so impulsive before, was he? He intended to express that Bai Ye had previously demonstrated a modicum of reason, but he softened his words, fearing to provoke Sure's ire. Sure, equally speechless, pondered. Could it be that his recent cultivation has muddled his mind? With that thought, she hastily called out to Bai Ye. Brother, are you truly going to the Zhao family alone? Bai Ye chuckled lightly and replied, of course not. I intend to visit the Bai family to see how they have fared during this time. He certainly would not venture alone into the Zhao family. After all, when Song Yu had obliterated numerous powerful factions, it was solely the Zhao family that remained unscathed. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he could surmise that the Zhao family was far from ordinary. To embark on such a journey alone would undoubtedly lead to his demise. His mention of going to the Zhao family was merely a pretense to save face. Upon hearing that Bai Ye was not headed to the Zhao family, Song Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master Bai, There have now been over 20 survivors from our family who have returned. Moreover, the reconstruction of the family is nearly complete. While it may not be as it once was, it stands comparably with other contemporary families. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye slightly bowed to Song Yu, expressing his gratitude. I sincerely thank you, Lord Song. Were it not for your assistance, the reconstruction of the Bai family would have taken an exceedingly long time with my solitary efforts. Bai Ye felt genuine appreciation for Song Yu, as he stated. Without Song Yu's help, he would have been overwhelmed merely by the hostile forces against him. Although the situation with Songyun Academy and the Zhao family had yet to be resolved, it was a far cry from the dire straits he had previously faced. Chapter 50. He has concern seeing Bai Ye express such earnest gratitude made Song Yu feel somewhat awkward. After all, he had initially approached Bai Ye with a cooperative demeanor, and at times, he had not fully trusted him. Now, confronted with Bai Ye's sincere thanks, he felt a sudden sense of discomfort. There is no need for such formality. Young Master Bai, truth be told, I had been somewhat displeased with their treatment of you. However, for various reasons, I refrained from intervening in the matter. Bai Ye chuckled lightly. In that case, I shall first pay a visit to the Bai family. Afterward, I will accompany you to examine the seal. He had previously inquired about the seal with Shi, as he harbored doubts regarding his own abilities to effectively secure it. He was aware that the seals created by several superlative beings thousands of years ago had only endured for a mere few millennia. Shi reassured him, advising him not to worry excessively and to do his utmost. Since she had expressed such sentiments, he chose not to dwell on it too much. As she had stated, it sufficed to put forth one's best effort in any endeavor. Upon his return to the Bai family, Bai Ye was somewhat taken aback by the current state of the household. Just as Song Yu had remarked, although it did not compare to its former glory, the rapid restoration achieved within a month was indeed commendable. The imposing, ink-black stone door remained unchanged, adorned with a blue-green stone plaque hanging at an angle beneath the eaves. The robust characters spelling out Bai family were as familiar as ever. Gazing at the entrance seemed to transport him back several months, to his childhood. Memories flooded back as if they were from yesterday. Each time his second uncle took him out and returned, he would gaze longingly at this great door. Behind it, he could almost hear the calls of his foster father and the reprimands of his third uncle. Before he knew it, tears had welled up on Bai Ye's face. How he longed to step through that door and receive the warmth of his foster father's concern, to see the bustling Bai family members, and to witness the gentle smile of his second uncle. At that moment, trepidation gripped him, and he hesitated to take another step forward. Thus, he stood silently before the door for an extended period. As the crimson sun dipped below the horizon, he returned to the 5-star academy, his eyes still shimmering with unshed tears. Entering the courtyard, he sat upon a stone bench, gazing up at the starry sky. He recalled his second uncle's words, that the brightest star in the night sky represented one's closest loved one, always watching over and guarding them from above. He remembered his foster father's advice about the necessity of growing up. Only by doing so could one attain the ability to fulfill their aspirations. He also recalled his third uncle's assertion that a man need not be exceptionally powerful in the world, but he must conduct himself with integrity in all endeavors. In that moment, countless thoughts swirled through his mind, lingering until the deep of night. Shi watched Bai Ye intently from her room, observing him from dusk until late into the night without intruding. With a wry smile, she mused that such a life was rather pleasant, simple, and uncomplicated. Surrounded by those who mattered most, she glanced at Bai Ye, momentarily taken aback, for he too was looking at her. With a playful smile, she stepped out of her room and approached him. Sitting across from one another, she asked, "Brother, do you enjoy this tranquil life we have now?" Bai Ye appeared somewhat uneasy. "Do you believe we are at peace now?" He sighed softly before continuing, "Ever since my family was annihilated months ago, followed by the mysterious disappearance of my master and senior sister, and the relentless pursuit we have faced, this past month has been the only semblance of tranquility." Shi's eyes dimmed with sorrow. "What shall we do once the seal on that passage is established?" "After sealing it, I intend to visit the Zhao family to clarify the events that transpired at that time. Furthermore, I must seek out the ancient figure, Mu Xiu, at Songyun Academy." As he spoke, Bai Ye's expression grew somewhat menacing. "Moreover, we have yet to receive any news about senior sister Lang. Her whereabouts remain a mystery." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Shi's countenance fell. "Brother, I will accompany you to seal the beast domain tomorrow." Without waiting for Bai Ye's response, she turned and walked towards her room. When Bai Ye regained his senses, Shi had already returned to her room. It was only then that he sensed something amiss with her demeanor that evening, yet he chose to dismiss it, resolving to inquire further when time permitted. As the dawn's light began to emerge, Song Yu had already arrived in the courtyard. After some preparation and discussion, the group set forth towards the direction of the Black Wind Forest. Along the way, Bai Ye learned from Song Yu that the passage they sought was, in fact, an abandoned well. The other end of this well led to the Beast Domain, a vast expanse of starry territory chronicled in ancient texts. This domain had been ruled by ferocious beasts since time immemorial, harboring creatures that had proliferated since the primordial era. One of the oldest of these ancient beasts had existed for millions of years. Fortunately, the well connected to a barren region within the Beast Domain, devoid of particularly formidable creatures. Upon reaching the depths of the Black Wind Forest, the group beheld an abandoned well not far from their position. The well's mouth spanned approximately 10 feet, surrounded by 8 stone pillars, adorned with intricate and enigmatic designs. Above, 8 chains, each as thick as a human arm, hung down, interweaving to form an irregular pattern. A closer inspection revealed that the chains were riddled with cracks, suggesting they might shatter at any moment. Song Yu's expression grew grave. During his previous visit, those fissures had not been so pronounced. It was evident that the seal had loosened considerably over the past few days. Bai Ye and Shi observed intently, with Shi feeling a tinge of curiosity as the wellhead seemed vaguely familiar to her. However, she could not immediately recall where she had encountered it before. Noticing Song Yu's grave expression, Bai Ye began to grasp the seriousness of the situation. Although he had not dismissed the matter lightly before, he had not fully appreciated its significance. Upon reflection, he realized he had somewhat overestimated his capabilities. Even with his current understanding of formations, he could only grasp a general outline of the seal. This thought darkened his countenance, leading him to ponder the complexities of the situation that he found himself unable to resolve. If such an intricate seal could be breached, his present strength was utterly insufficient to maintain a permanent seal in this location. He felt a flush of embarrassment recalling how confidently he had assured Song Yu of his ability to manage it. Turning to Shi, he inquired, "What should we do?" Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Song Yu's expression became even more grim. Initially, he had intended for Shi to take action, rather than Bai Ye. But Bai Ye's remark cast doubt on the reliability of either. Shi furrowed her brow and replied, "Brother, they specifically requested your assistance, not mine. Moreover, my current strength is inferior to yours. How could I possibly know what to do?" Her words nearly caused Song Yu to stagger. It dawned on him that both siblings were equally unreliable. This realization shattered the flicker of goodwill he had just begun to feel towards Bai Ye. "Young Master Bai, Miss Shi, please do not decline. Regardless of who takes action, the priority is to reinforce this seal." Bai Ye, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "I apologize, Sovereign Song. I underestimated this seal. It appears the situation is more complex than I initially thought. Please grant me a few days to conduct a thorough study." After speaking, he turned to Shi and suggested, "Shall we return and delve into this further?" Shi, with an indifferent expression, nodded and then pointed at Song Yu, adding, he might have objections. Observing the peculiar dynamics between the siblings, Song Yu felt a surge of irritation rising within him. After a moment of composure, he stated, "I fear that by the time you have comprehensively analyzed it, the seal may very well be broken." Chapter 51. The Celestial Seal Formation. Bai Ye felt a bit awkward. "Your Majesty, I truly apologize. Is there any other way to delay things for a few more days?" Song Yu replied, "When I came to seek your assistance a month ago, I was already stalling. It is commendable that we have managed to delay until now. And you wish for me to prolong it further? If I could continue to postpone indefinitely, would I even need to seek your help?" Observing Song Yu's evident anger, Shi leaned closer to Bai Ye and whispered, "Why not attempt a few formations? Is that feasible? Let us give it a try, after all. We have no other options at this moment." After a brief moment, Bai Ye's spirits lifted. "Your Majesty, if that is the case, I shall seal this place immediately. However, it may only be a temporary measure. Once I possess the capability to seal it completely, I shall return." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Song Yu's expression improved slightly. "Then please, Master Bai, proceed swiftly." He was eager to avoid any further delays, fearing that Bai Ye might introduce unforeseen variables soon. Bai Ye, without uttering a word, promptly produced a multitude of spirit stones. One by one, he meticulously inscribed intricate and peculiar patterns upon these stones. After the passage of 2 hours, all 360 spirit stones were adorned with array patterns. Witnessing this scene, Song Yu was somewhat astonished. In his previous realm, he had encountered array techniques and was not unfamiliar with formidable array masters. However, Those practitioners relied on array flags and spatial alignments to communicate with the might of heaven and earth, crafting various formations. Bai Ye's method of utilizing spirit stones for arrays was truly unprecedented. Before long, Bai Ye arranged the inscribed spirit stones into a strange formation. Then, channeling his profound energy into them, he observed as the stones began to tremble gently, emanating beams of golden light. The peculiar design formed by the spirit stones gradually transformed, as if painted with streams of golden radiance. The brilliance intensified, and soon, the entire black wind forest seemed to be enveloped in a resplendent golden hue, exuding an aura of sanctity akin to a celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, the golden pattern began to drift toward the mouth of a well. As it gracefully descended upon the well's opening, it pressed down slowly, ultimately merging with the 8 chains. Concurrently, the multitude of fissures on the chains began to heal gradually. It must be said that Song Yu was utterly astounded, murmuring incoherently, yet his words were indecipherable. At this moment, Shi was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that this seemingly unreliable individual could conjure such an array. Having perused several texts on formations, she recognized this as the celestial sealing array documented within those tomes. With this formation invoked, it could seal heaven and earth. Yet, what Bai Ye had crafted was merely a foundational aspect of the celestial sealing array. Even so, it was astonishing. And one could only imagine the terror that would unfold if the entire array were to be manifested. Having completed this endeavor, Bai Ye felt somewhat drained. The foundation of the array consumed an immense amount of profound energy, and he was relieved to have only inscribed a single segment. Otherwise, he might have exhausted himself completely. Song Emperor, you can rest assured, there should be no issues in the near future. Shi hurried over to support the faltering Bai Ye. Young Master Bai, your prowess in array techniques is indeed extraordinary, enlightening us greatly. I hope you will not take offense at any previous indiscretions. Song Yu, in his excitement, offered a slight bow to Bai Ye. This prompted curious expressions from the onlookers. Bai Ye did not return to the courtyard, nor did he visit the Bai family again. Instead, he accompanied Shi to the Zhao household. In truth, Bai Ye had intended to dissuade Shi from following him, but she remained resolute. To be frank, Bai Ye felt a tinge of anxiety in his heart, for his strength was still insufficient in the eyes of others. Nevertheless, he was eager to uncover the reasons behind Du Guxian's betrayal of the Bai family. After much contemplation, he resolved to pay a visit now. Arriving at the Zhao estate with Shi, Bai Ye found himself engulfed in memories. He recalled the last moment he had departed with his second uncle, as well as every occasion spent with Shui Air, entering and exiting together. Scenes from the past felt as if they had occurred just yesterday. Both strikingly close yet achingly distant. Suppressing his melancholic feelings, he approached the grand entrance of the Zhao residence. Bai Ye, what brings you here? Inquired a servant of the Zhao family upon noticing the two. I wish to see your lady, Bai Ye responded. The servant scoffed. Humph. You think you can see our lady? Be gone. With that, he attempted to shove Bai Ye aside, but Bai Ye was quicker. Lunging forward and landing a punch squarely on the servant's chest. Stepping over the fallen figure, he strode boldly into the Zhao courtyard. At that moment, a furious voice rang out. Who dares to be so reckless? As the words fell, an elderly man approached Bai Ye with measured steps. It was Zhao Yu, an elder of the Zhao family, whom Bai Ye recognized. Seeing Bai Ye, Zhao Yu paused in surprise. It's you? Indeed, it is I. I demand to see your lady. Bai Ye replied coldly. Zhao Yu's patience wore thin. She is not here. You should leave. Not here? In truth, Zhao Yu harbored the intention to kill Bai Ye. But the lady had instructed him to refrain from causing trouble during this period. Thus, he suppressed his rising anger and merely wished to send Bai Ye away. Leave at once, if you know what's good for you, he said, his tone frosty. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's fury ignited, and he drew his crimson sword, thrusting it toward Zhao Yu. Taken aback by Bai Ye's sudden aggression, Shi felt a sense of bewilderment. Had his recent surge in strength inflated his confidence? Zhao Yu, witnessing Bai Ye's abrupt attack, felt a flash of anger. He swiftly struck out with his palm toward Bai Ye. The sword's tip aimed directly at Zhao Yu's hand, yet it failed to pierce, instead being repelled by the force of the elder's strike. Do not be foolish, or you shall regret it, Zhao Yu admonished, clearly holding back his strength. Had he not, Bai Ye would have surely been injured. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yu, Bai Ye's sword strike had been casual, lacking any true force. Bai Ye spoke no trivialities, now that the battle had commenced. There was no possibility of calling it to a halt. Once again, he thrust his sword towards Zhao Yu, this strike no longer casual but imbued with intent. In that instant, the surrounding air was violently torn apart, unleashing a faint golden sword beam that shot directly at Zhao Yu. Observing this attack, Zhao Yu felt a twinge of surprise. It was undeniable that this strike possessed an exponentially greater potency than the previous one. Though somewhat astonished, he did not yet regard it with serious concern. In a manner akin to before, he unleashed a palm strike that stirred the air around him, forming a faint black vortex that bore down upon Bai Ye. When the dark vortex collided with the golden sword beam, a thunderous explosion erupted. Bai Ye was forced back by several feet, but managed to stabilize his footing. Witnessing this, Zhao Yu's expression turned grave. Although he had not employed his full strength in that palm strike, it was capable of severely wounding an average cultivator at the returning to Dan stage, if not outright killing them. The fact that Bai Ye had only been pushed back a short distance indicated that despite being at the returning to Dan stage, his strength might already rival that of a cultivator at the core formation stage. Realizing this, Zhao Yu resolved to hold nothing back and unleashed his full power in a palm strike aimed at Bai Ye. Chapter 52. I am about to unleash my ultimate move with this full-powered palm strike. The entire expanse above the Zhao clan's residence darkened as if shrouded by a veil of clouds, accompanied by several dark vortices that surged towards Bai Ye. The sheer pressure emanating from this terrifying attack caused Bai Ye to teeter precariously, akin to a solitary boat amidst turbulent seas, on the verge of being submerged by the overwhelming force. Yet, in the face of such a formidable blow, Bai Ye remained composed. He tranquilized his mind and slowly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the terrifying pressure. Previously, he had felt that his sword lacked a certain power. Now, the weight of this pressure seemed to illuminate for him what he was missing: a resolute heart when confronting life and death, and a deeper understanding of strength. With this realization, he gradually opened his eyes, a flash of fierce determination igniting within them. Suddenly, he struck with his sword. A resonant hum echoed as the sword sang forth. In response to the sound of the blade, the terrifying pressure from Zhao Yu's strike began to dissipate rapidly, even the dark sky above slowly brightening. Seeing this, Zhao Yu was momentarily stunned. How could this be possible? At that moment, Bai Ye's sword was already before him. Disregarding the overwhelming pressure Zhao Yu wielded, in the blink of an eye, the sword and palm met. A surge of even greater, terrifying power erupted outward. Instantly, several buildings of the Zhao residence were reduced to dust, while Zhao Yu was propelled backward with great force, only coming to a halt upon crashing into a stone wall, leaving a clear imprint of his form upon impact. Simultaneously, Bai Ye was also forced back several feet, nearly exiting the Zhao clan's courtyard, with a trickle of blood slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. Though injured in this confrontation, Bai Ye smiled. Now he has come to realize his own strength. When he exerts himself fully, he can contend with the formidable warriors of the Condensation Sea realm. Should he employ a formation, he is confident that he could easily vanquish an ordinary practitioner of the Condensation Sea. This thought brought a smile to his lips. However, at that moment, an unexpected disturbance arose. A terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the Zhao family's courtyard. Boldly, before the person even arrived, their voice echoed, and upon hearing it, Zhao Yu's face revealed a trace of derision. He recognized that the voice belonged to another elder of the Zhao family, Zhao Quan, a formidable warrior of the third layer of the Breaking Sea realm. Bai Ye's countenance shifted to a solemn expression upon seeing the newcomer, for he could discern from the very aura that this individual undoubtedly surpassed Zhao Yu in strength. Yet, he remained undaunted, for he possessed the means of instantaneous movement. Should he find himself outmatched, retreat would still be an option. Zhao Quan fixed a cold gaze upon Bai Ye, remarking, "I wondered who possessed such audacity. It turns out to be the young master of the Bai family. Huh? Do you believe that you have inflicted insufficient harm upon your family? Or do you simply tire of living?" Bai Ye spoke softly. "I have come today merely to meet your lady and to understand why my Bai family was wronged." Zhao Quan glanced around at the shattered remnants of several houses, his voice icy as he retorted, "Why do I feel as though you have come to provoke my Zhao family?" Without allowing Bai Ye a moment to respond, he continued, "Since you are here, you might as well stay." With that, a colossal axe materialized in his hand, a weapon of the Shin rank, its surface shimmering with threads of azure light that danced like writhing serpents, sending a shiver down one's spine. Without further ado, he swung the axe towards Bai Ye. As the axe whirled, the air around them crackled ominously, and streaks of azure light flashed, as if the very fabric of space were about to be cleaved asunder. Witnessing this strike, Bai Ye's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily raised his sword to defend himself, yet it was a moment too late. The axe struck him squarely, sending him hurtling backward 100 yards, where he came to a halt, coughing up blood. Sure rushed to Bai Ye's side, exclaiming, "Brother, are you all right?" Bai Ye wiped the corner of his mouth, stained with blood, and remarked, "I can still endure. This old fellow is indeed somewhat dazed." As he spoke, he gradually rose to his feet and declared, Sure, step back. Brother is about to unleash a formidable move." Sure quickly nodded and retreated to a distance. "Old man, prepare to receive this sword strike." Upon finishing his words, an immense surge of profound energy coursed through his body, continuously flowing into the sword. In that moment, even the surrounding profound energy and the spiritual essence of the heavens began to slowly converge towards Bai Ye's sword. Observing this, Zhao Quan's expression shifted to one of solemnity, mingled with a hint of perplexity. Logically, Bai Ye was merely at the returning dance stage. How could he possibly commune with the spiritual essence of the heavens? Although this unexpected strike took him by surprise, it was merely a fleeting astonishment. With a mighty roar, Bai Ye unleashed a sword that shattered the earth, and a colossal sword materialized above him. At the instant the giant sword appeared, the very sky seemed to tremble. It radiated a faint golden light, and the space surrounding it subtly distorted. Sure, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't he help but think, what a terrifying sword strike. This power might very well transcend that realm. On the opposite side, Zhao Quan's initial surprise at Bai Ye transformed into sheer astonishment. He felt a palpable sense of danger emanating from this strike, a danger that was potentially fatal. His complexion changed dramatically as he swung his giant axe with all his might, striving to block this lethal blow. Just then, another elder appeared on the scene, wielding a curved blade and standing with an air of arrogance. It was Zhao Zhentian of the Zhao clan, a formidable figure at the third tier of the sovereign realm. As Bai Ye's fearsome sword descended, Zhao Zhentian swung his curved blade with a fierce slash. The radiant sword light of the white leaf shattered instantaneously, as the formidable and terrifying momentum capable of shaking the very heavens and earth was effortlessly dismantled by Zhao Zhentian's blade. Bai Ye was forcefully driven back 100 feet. His body drenched in blood, with several deep wounds exposing bone, continuously oozing crimson. Collapsing onto the ground, Bai Ye bitterly smiled, lamenting the shamelessness of the Zhao family for their overwhelming numbers and sheer audacity. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. If the adversaries were vastly superior in strength, he might not even have the opportunity to activate the teleportation array to escape. He shook his head and sighed, realizing once more that strength was paramount. Zhao Zhentian clearly intended to deny Bai Ye any opportunity. With another fierce slash aimed at him, waves of blade light tore through the air, rending the very fabric of space. Observing this, Shure's face darkened, and she prepared to intervene. However, Song Yu suddenly appeared before Bai Ye, sweeping his sleeves and causing several blade lights to vanish. He then urged, "We must leave." With that, he whisked Bai Ye and Shure away from the scene. By the time Zhao Zhentian and Zhao Quan arrived, the area was deserted. They had fled. Who had come to his aid? Song Yu brought the two back to the courtyard of the 5-star academy, where Bai Ye lay gravely injured and had succumbed to unconsciousness. After placing Bai Ye in a room, Song Yu turned to Shure, asking, "Why did you not intervene? Are you not concerned he may be killed?" Shure sighed softly. "It is not that I do not wish to intervene, but rather that I cannot, unless he is in mortal peril. Had you been a moment later, I would have acted." Song Yu, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that?" Shure gazed earnestly at him. "Because I may only be able to act once." Song Yu's confusion deepened. "Act once?" With a hint of disdain, Shure replied, "Even if it is but once. I could resolve his immediate concerns with a single strike." She then emphasized, "At the very least, I would eliminate all threats to him within this continent, including that old man." Song Yu cast a skeptical glance at Shure, but chose to remain silent. Chapter 53, Persuading Dean Kanglin after departing. Song Yu arrived at Songyun Academy, where he encountered Dean Kanglin and Mu Xiu in the Songyun Hall. He addressed them. "You should not have opposed Bai Ye in the first place." Kanglin spoke in a grave tone. "I never anticipated matters would escalate to this extent. Initially, he had not regarded Bai Ye as a significant threat, but as events unfolded, he began to sense the growing peril." Mu Xiu, his expression troubled, inquired, "Is it possible to ascertain Bai Ye's true origins?" Having conducted a discreet investigation into Bai Ye following recent events, he had only uncovered that he had been found by Bai Linyan over a decade ago, with no further information to be gleaned. Song Yu continued, "You must be aware of the woman by his side, correct? My recent inquiries have revealed that the woman accompanying Bai Ye is not the same individual Elder Mu Xiu had previously encountered." Mu Xiu, perplexed, asked, "Not her?" Song Yu elaborated. From my investigations, I have learned that the three individuals from the Tang family who confronted Bai Ye did not actually kill him. Rather, it was that woman who employed some form of array to confound the three. As he spoke, he glanced at the two individuals and continued. After that, the woman vanished. Which means that for the ensuing days, Bai Ye was alone. It was only on the day of the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment examination that the woman beside him appeared. Song Lan suddenly inquired, is it possible to ascertain the origins of this woman? Song Yu shook his head. No, it is as if she materialized out of thin air. Previously, at Qingyun sect, she claimed to hail from the Lin family of Sana Town. However, my investigation revealed that the Lin family in Sana Town had ceased to exist several years ago. Song Lan seemed to recall something and asked, could it be that this woman has come from outside? Song Yu nodded, not only from outside. I suspect she forcefully tore through the Great Formation not long ago to enter. The Beast Desire passage of Tsungyun continent was sealed by several powerful beings, and the entire continent was locked away. Thus, anyone wishing to enter must obtain permission. The Elder of Creation is the guardian of this land, meaning that any departure or arrival requires his consent. Yet, someone managed to breach the Great Formation and arrive here without locating the Elder of Creation, and subsequently, they were not punished by him. This indicates that the strength of the individual who entered must surpass that of the Elder. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Song Lan's expression darkened. If that woman by Bai Ye's side is indeed the case. Suddenly, he recalled something. Could that group of mysterious individuals from not long ago have been summoned by her? Upon hearing Song Lan's question, Song Yu's demeanor shifted to one of discomfort. But he quickly regained his composure, perhaps. Song Lan's countenance grew even graver. What should we do now? Song Yu smiled faintly. It is not about what we should do, but rather what you should do. Do not include me in your ranks. Song Lan, attempting to draw him into his side, found it impossible. After all, he had expended significant effort to cultivate a rapport with Bai Ye and would not switch allegiances now. Song Lan, feeling somewhat awkward, implored, I ask that Emperor Song guide us. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yu replied, continuing to oppose Bai Ye is certainly untenable. Since we cannot be adversaries, we must seek to befriend him. Song Lan's expression darkened. He had previously targeted Bai Ye mercilessly, even rallying all forces against him. Reflecting on this, he could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Mu Xiu suddenly suggested, Director, why don't we escape? Song Yu could not help but chuckle. Escape? Do you think you can leave without the Elder of Creation's permission? Or do you believe you can forcefully tear apart the Great Formation like that woman? Song Lan queried. Is the Elder of Creation not present? Song Yu sighed. If I could find the Elder of Creation, I would not have had to implore Bai Ye for assistance. Regardless, I have searched for half a month without success. Perhaps Director Song might have better luck. As he pondered, he continued, even if you manage to find him, if the woman beside Bai Ye does not allow you to leave, do you truly believe you can escape? Mu Xiu expressed his skepticism. Has the Emperor Song ever witnessed that woman's prowess? Song Yu looked at Mu Xiu with a hint of confusion. Not to my knowledge. Mu Xiu inquired further. Then the Emperor Song is not acquainted with the strength of that woman. Previously, you suggested she might have torn through the Grand Formation herself, but that remains mere speculation. Perhaps she is simply an ordinary woman. Upon hearing Mu Xiu's flawed reasoning, Song Yu could not help but lament. Indeed, one should not engage in discourse with a fool. I recall that Song Lan once possessed a modicum of sense, yet now, previously puzzled by Song Lan's recent antics, he now understood it was due to the presence of someone like Mu Xiu. He had initially intended to discuss matters with them, hoping to facilitate a reconciliation with Bai Ye for the benefit of all, perhaps even allowing himself to return to that place in the future. However, Mu Xiu's remarks left him speechless, and he thought, why should I concern myself with them? It suffices that I maintain a good rapport with Bai Ye. What began as a well-meaning gesture had ultimately rendered him a fool in the eyes of others. Reflecting on this, Song Yu forced a smile. Perhaps you were right. Elder Mu, given this, I shall take my leave. You may continue. With that, he prepared to depart, but Song Lan called out to him, Emperor Song, do you believe that woman is formidable? Song Yu chuckled, not at all. She is merely an ordinary person. My previous notions were all conjecture. Song Lan fell into silence, contemplating how to cultivate a favorable relationship with Bai Ye. After a prolonged pause, Song Lan unexpectedly voiced, how can one establish goodwill with Bai Ye? This surprised Song Yu, while Mu Xiu was even more taken aback. Mu Xiu urgently asked, why would you seek to befriend him? If Song Lan desired to win Bai Ye's favor, it was Mu Xiu who feared the most, for he was aware of the actions taken against Bai Ye by Tsungyun Academy, all orchestrated by him. Thus, Even if Bai Ye were willing to spare Tsang Yun Academy, he would never forgive Mu Xiu. Realizing this, Mu Xiu became increasingly anxious. Director, we need not fear Bai Ye. Even if he is backing, this continent is still governed by Tsang Yun Academy. Song Lan, however, disregarded Mu Xiu and focused on Song Yu. Emperor Song, please provide us with guidance. Song Yu chuckled, sensing that Song Lan had not entirely lost his wits. Establishing a connection with Bai Ye is not insurmountable. It merely depends on the sincerity of your intentions. I must caution you, however, Bai Ye is notoriously difficult to appease. Song Lan hesitated. What if the cost is too great? Song Yu laughed heartily. It appears that Director Song has yet to consider this thoroughly. Mu Xiu countered, Emperor Song, your encouragement for us to befriend Bai Ye. Do you have ulterior motives? At that moment, Song Yu felt the urge to scold, yet he refrained, contemplating within himself. He thought, it is futile to continue conversing with this fool. Otherwise, I might be dragged into foolishness as well. After listening to Mu Xiu's words, Song Lan hesitated even further. He turned to Song Yu and inquired, Song Emperor, what advantages might we gain from befriending Bai Ye? Initially, Song Yu intended to disregard the two, allowing them to remain foolish in their beliefs. However, upon recalling his past association with the former dean of Tsang Yun Academy, he let out a sigh. Did the former dean not wish to uncover the truth regarding his revered master? Chapter 54. The master of Tsang Lan. The previous dean of Tsang Yun Academy, Lin Feng, was also Tsang Lan's master, having arrived from the outside world. Like Song Yu, he had fled to this place while being pursued. Centuries ago, Lin Feng found himself hunted by numerous powerful adversaries and fatefully encountered the Elder of Fortune. Upon learning of Lin Feng's dire circumstances, the Elder proclaimed his intention to bestow upon him a gift of fortune. In his severely injured state, Lin Feng had no choice but to heed the Elder's words. Subsequently, the Elder brought Lin Feng to the Songyun continent, where, after several years, Lin Feng joined Songyun Academy. His formidable prowess led to his selection by the then dean as the next dean. Shortly thereafter, turmoil erupted on the Songyun continent, resulting in the demise of the sitting dean in an effort to quell the unrest. Lin Feng avenged the former dean with his immense strength and restored stability to the land, eventually becoming the new dean. Under Lin Feng's stewardship, the Songyun continent enjoyed an era of unprecedented peace and prosperity, marking it as the most stable period in thousands of years. However, this prosperous era was short-lived. Decades ago, a catastrophic event transpired wherein hundreds of powerful beings across the Songyun continent were mercilessly slaughtered overnight, all by a single flying dagger. Strangely, the continent soon returned to a state of tranquility, the reasons for which remained elusive. Song Lan, upon assuming the role of dean, endeavored to investigate this matter, only to discover that the perpetrator of the massacre hailed from the outside world. Yet, the motives behind the slaughter remained a mystery, with only the knowledge of a mysterious man wielding a flying dagger. Master? The thought of his master cast a shadow over Song Lan's eyes. As a child, he had wandered the streets from the tender age of 3, unaware of his parentage and uncertain of his survival, subsisting on alms. Often, he would go 5 or 6 days without a morsel to eat, enduring this existence for several years. During this time, despair consumed him as he witnessed other children being cherished by their fathers and cared for by their mothers, enjoying warm meals. He often harbored resentment towards his parents, questioning why they had abandoned him to endure such a solitary life. Countless times, he contemplated ending his own suffering, yearning for liberation from his torment. Each time he endured days without food, he sank deeper into despair, lamenting the inequities of the world. Yet, despite his aversion to such a life and his longing for release, he persevered. It was through this very survival that he found the opportunity to alter his fate. One day, as he had done countless times before, he begged on the streets, met with the same indifferent gazes. To him, a single kind glance felt like a luxury. Once again, like the previous days, no one offered him even a modicum of charity. Gently caressing his flat belly, he slowly approached a dilapidated thatched cottage. At that moment, a figure obstructed his path, and he turned to face the individual. Upon witnessing the warm smile of the stranger, he was momentarily entranced. Such a smile had once been a distant aspiration. Now, someone bestowed it upon him, leaving him somewhat dazed. "Uncle, could you spare me some food?" he uttered instinctively, uncertain of what else to say. This phrase was the most frequently spoken in his life, accompanied only by another, "I'm sorry." These two sentences were uttered countless times each day. The stranger's smile became even more inviting. "Come, Uncle will take you to eat." Upon hearing this, his body stiffened, and he began to tremble, for no one had ever spoken such words to him before. Usually, when he asked, "Could I have something to eat?" the response was invariably a curt dismissal. In disbelief, he asked, "Really?" "Of course," came the reassuring reply, igniting a surge of excitement within him. The stranger then led him to a bun shop, the very establishment he had often passed by, not for the prospect of a meal, but simply to savor the aroma of the buns. He devoured over a dozen before finally pausing, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at the stranger. "Did I eat too much?" The man chuckled gently. "Not at all. It's good to be full." He nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'm full." The man affectionately ruffled his hair. "What is your name? How old are you?" With a hint of sadness, he replied, "I have no name. They all call me the little beggar." The man, slightly puzzled, inquired, "Where are your family?" "I have been alone since childhood." "I have no family." At that moment, he yearned to ask the man if he could take him in. Yet he understood the boundaries. The food he had received was already a significant gesture. He dared not wish for more. After a moment of contemplation, the man asked, "Would you like to come with me?" Surprised, he gazed at the man. "You want to take me away? Why are you so kind to me?" Tears began to well in his eyes. The man gently wiped away his tears. "There is no reason. I simply believe that a sensible child like you deserves a better fate." He nodded, affirming, "I am willing." The man smiled. "Very well. But you must promise me not to cry anymore. A young man like you should not weep." He quickly wiped his eyes with his sleeve, assuring, "I won't cry again." Thus, the man took him to Songyun Academy, where he was given the name Kanglin and accepted as a disciple. In the ensuing years, the man treated him as his own, and he dedicated himself to rigorous training, growing more mature with each passing day, always grateful to his master. "Master, I have broken through to the sea-breaking realm." The air was imbued with unparalleled excitement and pride, accompanied by profound gratitude. The individual chuckled in astonishment, realizing that Lon had indeed not disappointed his mentor. "Master, thank you for your guidance and teachings over the years." As he spoke, memories of their first encounter flooded back, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. This was the first time he had wept since he had made a promise to his mentor. Observing the tears welling in Songlan's eyes, the man inquired, "How did you once pledge your loyalty to me?" He quickly wiped his eyes, affirming, "I shall never forget." The man smiled gently, "There is no intention to reprimand you." Song Lan clasped his fist in respect, replying, "I understand." Thus, the years passed in serene tranquility. However, life seldom remains undisturbed, and an unexpected calamity soon unfolded. What began as an ordinary day on the Songyun continent was suddenly thrown into turmoil, for during the night, hundreds of powerful figures had been slain, including Songlan's mentor. No one knew the identity of the assailant. Investigations revealed only that the weapon used was a flying dagger. After the massacre, the perpetrator vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Song Lan stood vigil by his mentor's lifeless body, shedding no tears but maintaining a silent watch. Days passed in this manner, during which he uttered not a single word nor stirred from his place. Yet, within his mind, memories of his journey with his mentor replayed incessantly. He vowed quietly that one day he would avenge his master. Lost in thought about his mentor, Song Lan felt a sense of confusion. For decades, he had sought the one who had caused this tragedy, but alas, he had found no clues. He speculated that the assailant might have left the continent. Songyu, noticing Song Lan's bewilderment, suggested, "Perhaps Bai Ye could assist you." Upon hearing this, Song Lan turned abruptly to Songyu, asking him. Songyu nodded. Even if he cannot help directly, that woman by his side surely can. Song Lan hesitated. "How can I trust them?" Songyu shook his head with a smile. "If you wish to find the one from the past, you must venture beyond this continent. To do so, aside from seeking the Elder of Creation, that woman may possess the ability to leave directly." Mu Xiu, sensing Song Lan's wavering resolve, quickly interjected. "We could capture Bai Ye and his companion, compelling them to take us with them." Songyu looked at Mu Xiu in surprise, giving him a thumbs up. "I believe Elder Mu's plan is quite feasible." With that, he turned to leave, clearly unnerved by Mu Xiu. After Songyu departed, Song Lan remained silent for a long time. "Elder Mu, you may go now." Chapter 55, Breakthrough in Swordsmanship. Chapter 56, What secrets lie ahead? Shur gazed at Bai Ye's sword, suddenly feeling like a burden. With such a formidable weapon in his possession, Bai Ye would face no danger. Shaking her head with a wry smile, she approached Bai Ye's side, asking, "How are you? Are you all right?" Bai Ye flashed a grin, declaring, "I'm not dead yet." In the distance, Mu Xiu fixed his gaze intently on Bai Ye's sword, his expression grave. He had previously heard that this sword would automatically protect its master, but he never anticipated its formidable power. The sword's brilliance had left him utterly astonished. Had he not exerted himself fully, he might have faced immediate annihilation. What manner of sword is this? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Could it be that Song Yu's words held truth? A flicker of retreat began to surface in his mind, but rationality swiftly admonished him against it. Even if he withdrew now, Bai Ye would inevitably come seeking him in the future. By then, he feared he would be no match for him, especially considering Bai Ye was already gravely injured. While the sword could defend its master, could it also protect the woman beside him? Contemplating this, Mu Xiu's features twisted into a grotesque snarl. He decided to take a gamble. If he could not slay Bai Ye, he would first eliminate the woman at his side. With that resolve, he unleashed a devastating punch, not aimed at Bai Ye, but rather at Shi. Although Mu Xiu was in a severely injured state, the force behind this punch was terrifying. As he struck, the space within several dozen feet of him quivered ominously. Suddenly, spatial rifts began to emerge, exuding a terrifying pressure. Simultaneously, dark blades of spatial energy surged forth, overwhelming the sky with their multitude. Mu Xiu grinned menacingly, proclaiming, "Die, all of you," as his words echoed. The surroundings descended into darkness. Countless spatial blades hurtled toward Shi. Witnessing this, both Bai Ye and Shi's expressions shifted dramatically. Bai Ye swiftly enveloped Shi in a tight embrace, discerning that the strike was directed towards her. Had it been aimed at him, the blade might have been triggered. However, he was uncertain if it would still activate in her case, and he dared not gamble on it. Shi, taken aback by her brother's fervent hold, initially froze. She had been prepared to strike back just moments before, yet she found herself unable to act, ensnared by Bai Ye's unwavering grasp. Nonetheless, she bore no resentment towards him. Rather, she felt a surge of emotion. Having been a maid since childhood, she had never experienced such care from anyone aside from her grandfather. Though the mistress had always treated her kindly, the affection emanating from Bai Ye was a stark contrast to the master-servant dynamic she was accustomed to. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she gazed at Bai Ye with a dreamy expression. "Brother, you will die. I am not afraid." "Why not?" "Because you are my sister." Shi gently closed her eyes. It was evident that once Bai Ye had embraced her, she had missed the opportune moment to counterattack. Even if she were to strike now, she might not fully deflect the impending blow. Reflecting on this, she offered a bittersweet smile, saying, "Brother, in our next life, I still wish to be your sister." Bai Ye nodded earnestly, expressing his desire to be your brother. The two exchanged smiles. In an instant, countless dark spatial blades surged toward them. Just as these ominous blades were about to strike, a thunderous voice commanded, "Halt." Immediately, a terrifying pressure enveloped the scene, and a figure emerged before Bai Ye and the others. It was Cong Lan. Upon seeing Cong Lan, Mu Xiu's expression stiffened momentarily before contorting into a more sinister grimace. He realized he could no longer withdraw. In light of this, he decided to bring everything down with him. Mu Xiu's attacks grew increasingly fierce and frenzied. Witnessing this, Cong Lan's countenance darkened entirely. His strength was on par with Mu Xiu's, and if Mu Xiu was resolved to fight to the death, Cong Lan was uncertain whether he could withstand such a terrifying blow. Even if he managed to endure it, he would surely sustain grave injuries. In the midst of his hesitation, Mu Xiu's assault commenced. Countless dark spatial blades swiftly engulfed Cong Lan, Bai Ye, and Shi. As he beheld the three consumed by the blades, Mu Xiu erupted in a maniacal laugh. Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze. Those countless dark blades began to shatter slowly. Moments later, all the spatial blades disintegrated, and before Bai Ye and the others stood a figure, Song Yu. How is this possible? Mu Xiu was taken aback. He fully understood the terror of his previous strike. Yet, such a formidable attack had been effortlessly nullified by Song Yu. A dreadful thought began to brew in his mind. "You are not at the sovereign realm, you have surpassed the sovereign realm?" His voice trembled, his face etched with fear. At that moment, even Bai Ye and the others were rendered speechless, particularly Cong Lan. He had never regarded Song Yu with any seriousness, believing that no being could surpass the sovereign realm in this land. He was acutely aware of the horror of Mu Xiu's earlier blow. Had he been forced to endure it, he would have surely sustained grievous injuries. Yet, Song Yu had effortlessly dispelled that strike, leaving a chilling sense of shock in Cong Lan's mind. Bai Ye and his companion, tightly clutching one another, turned their gazes toward Song Yu. Bai Ye couldn't help but swallow hard. So, the Song Emperor is truly formidable, he mused, recalling his previous slightly unfriendly demeanor towards the Song Emperor. A chill suddenly surged within him at this thought. Song Yu smiled faintly. Oh, there's even more to come. The crowd observed, and at that moment, Song Lan looked at Bai Ye, who was tightly holding on to Shi, with a puzzled expression. Could it be that this fellow was taking advantage of the situation? Why was he holding on so tightly even when the crisis had passed? Were they truly siblings? Noticing Song Lan's curious gaze, Bai Ye felt a twinge of confusion and instinctively tightened his grip, casting a wary look at Song Lan. What are you up to? Song Yu turned to the elder Mu Xiu across the way. Elder Mu, I have previously stated that while I am present, no one shall lay a hand on young Master Bai. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiu was incensed, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. What nonsense! You say no one shall touch young Master Bai while you are here. Why didn't you say that earlier? However, what shocked Mu Xiu even more followed shortly after. As soon as Song Yu finished speaking, Song Lan immediately echoed, and I too, while I am here, no one shall dare to harm young Master Bai. Mu Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood, furiously pointing at the two. You two are utterly shameless. I, Mu Xiu, am completely defeated. With that, he turned and fled. Seeing Mu Xiu attempt to escape, Song Yu moved to pursue him, but Bai Ye stopped him. The grievances of today, I shall avenge myself in the future. Song Lan hurried to Bai Ye's side. Young Master Bai, allow me to escort you home to tend to your injuries. Bai Ye gazed at Song Lan with a peculiar expression, pondering why they seemed intent on his demise. What performance were they putting on today? Noticing Bai Ye's odd demeanor, Song Yu promptly urged, Young Master Bai, return to your recuperation. Once you have healed, I shall reveal a secret to you. What secret? Bai Ye inquired. However, Song Yu chose not to elaborate, and Bai Ye refrained from pressing further. Poetry supported him back to the courtyard, where Yang Xiao looked at the injured Bai Ye with astonishment. Junior brother Bai, have you been tormented again? Upon hearing Yang Xiao's remark, Poetry shot him an irritable glance. Song Lan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, exchanged few words with them before they all took their leave. Has the dean made a decision? Song Yu asked Song Lan as they walked. Song Lan sighed softly. As long as we can locate the one responsible for Master S' demise, yielding once is a trivial matter. His expression turned somewhat unnatural as he continued, Song Emperor, are you truly above the status of a sovereign? Song Yu chuckled. Is that so surprising? What does it take to ascend beyond the sovereign realm? A secret. Song Lan narrowed his eyes. Are you contemplating action? Noticing Song Lan's narrowed gaze, Song Yu felt a twinge of displeasure. Song Lan's face darkened. No, I was merely reflecting on how we saved Bai Ye this time. Shouldn't he owe us a favor? Song Yu paused, then burst into laughter. Dean Song, I was the one who saved him this time. What does that have to do with you? I must remind you that you can be excessively indecisive at times. Before Song Lan could retort, Song Yu had already turned and vanished from sight. After a moment of silence, Song Lan also departed. In his room, Bai Ye tended to his wounds while meticulously recalling his battle with Mu Xiu. This encounter had proven immensely beneficial, enhancing not only his understanding of the void array patterns, but also deepening his comprehension of the sword path. He remained intrigued by the void array patterns. Although he could inscribe them, it was merely a reproduction from texts. It could be said he was just imitating without true understanding. Nevertheless, the patterns he had etched were already formidable. If he were to fully grasp the principles and intricacies of those patterns, would he not truly defy the heavens? Indeed, the myriad paths hold their own mysteries. If only Shang'er were here, he could consult her with any questions. The thought of Yunshang caused Bai Ye's eyes to dim. Are you well? You must wait for me. With a soft sigh, he retracted his thoughts and continued his healing. Days passed. Bai Ye's injuries have fully healed, and his realm has advanced even further. He is now perhaps only a single opportunity away from reaching the golden core stage. Bai Ye entered the courtyard and found Shi sitting on a stone bench, lost in thought. Shi, what occupies your mind? Upon hearing Bai Ye's voice, Shi was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head with a light laugh. It's nothing. Are your injuries fully healed? Yes, I'm fine now, Bai Ye replied, taking a seat opposite her. Shi, I feel as though I have reached the very pinnacle of the returning Dan realm, yet I cannot seem to break through. What could be the reason for this? After a moment of contemplation, Shi responded, perhaps it is simply a matter of lacking the right opportunity. In the early stages of cultivation, as long as one has ample resources and dedicates oneself to hard work, breakthroughs can be achieved continuously. However, in the later stages, it is not merely through relentless practice that one can advance. Sometimes, insight and tempering are required. Bai Ye expressed some confusion, inquiring about how to comprehend this realm. Shi smiled gently and suggested, let us take a stroll outside. Bai Ye nodded, and the two of them rose to walk into the distance. Along the way, Shir inquired, "Brother, do you enjoy your current life?" Bai Ye felt a twinge of curiosity at Shir's unexpected question. "What is the matter, Shir?" Shir blinked playfully and replied, "Hee, it's nothing serious, just a casual inquiry." Bai Ye sighed softly, expressing his desire to grow stronger swiftly in order to rescue Shanger. Upon hearing his words, a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in Shir's eyes, though she concealed it adeptly, leaving Bai Ye oblivious to her turmoil. "Well then, my brother, you must strive diligently." Unbeknownst to them, the two wandered into a narrow alley, merely a span of 10 feet wide. The ground, paved with bluish stone slabs, was uneven, with occasional protrusions and depressions creating an irregular surface. Sparse grass, barely an inch tall, sprouted through the crevices of the stones, rendering the path imbued with an air of antiquity and depth. Suddenly, Shir inquired of Bai Ye, "Brother, do you know why these little blades of grass only grow to such a modest height?" Bai Ye felt a tinge of confusion. "Do these grasses not grow tall?" Shir let out a soft sigh. "It is not that they cannot reach great heights, but rather that those which have grown tall have already been trampled by passers-by." Bai Ye was further perplexed. Why would those individuals trample upon the tall grass? "It is because people tend to disregard the things beneath their feet that pose no harm to them." Bai Ye appeared to be deep in thought, poised to speak. At that moment, a cacophony of shouts erupted from across the alley. "You old fool, hand over that item. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire family. Young man, why resort to thievery when there are countless better paths to tread?" Bai Ye and his companions swiftly made their way towards the source of the commotion. "Stop! What sort of cowardice is it to bully an elderly man?" Bai Ye admonished sternly. At that moment, not far ahead, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard was vehemently berating an old man clad in a grayish-white robe. As Bai Ye's voice rang out, the middle-aged man slowly turned his head. Upon seeing him, Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. This man was none other than Wang Dachui, who had once challenged Zhao Shuai. Wang Dachui cast a glance at Bai Ye, a flicker of malice crossing his face. "Who is this little brat? Get lost," he barked. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he seemed to recognize Bai Ye, and a look of trepidation crept onto his visage. He was well aware of the incident where Bai Ye had defeated hundreds of young contenders, and he doubted his own ability to contend with Bai Ye, much less the notion that Bai Ye would show him any mercy. "Why, you are Bai Ye." Bai Ye smiled faintly. "Brother Wang, have you been rather comfortable lately? Would you like me to surprise you with something unexpected?" No, he replied, turning swiftly to flee. Bai Ye made no attempt to pursue him, and instead approached the elderly man. "Elder, are you all right?" The old man disregarded Bai Ye, his gaze fixed intently on Shir's face, revealing a hint of concern. Noticing the old man's indifference, Shir shot him a fierce glare. "Hey, old man, didn't you hear my brother asking you a question?" Bai Ye, adorned with white leaves and dark lines. "Poetess, how shall I speak? Who provoked his indifference towards you?" At this moment, the gravity etched upon the elder's face transformed into an expression of peculiarity. "This young lady is indeed extraordinary, and the young man appears equally remarkable. Yet, it should not be. That old wretch would never permit someone of such caliber to enter." The more the elder pondered, the more unsettling it became. Observing the elder's silence, the poetess grew somewhat irate. "Old man, have you lost your voice, or were you rendered foolish by fright?" Upon hearing the poetess's ire once more, the elder slowly regained his composure. "I am grateful for your assistance, my lord." Meanwhile, the poetess seemed to sense an anomaly. She discreetly scanned the elder with her divine perception, her eyes widening in astonishment. To herself, she mused, "Goodness, what is this? This old man is quite formidable." With merely a cursory glance, she realized that the elder was not inferior to Song Yu. She sighed softly. "Old man, you have truly surprised me." The elder chuckled ruefully. "My lady, you flatter me." Bai Ye expressed his confusion, inquiring, "What are you discussing?" The elder chuckled softly, replying, "Oh, it's nothing of great significance. Would you two care to join me at my humble abode?" Bai Ye hesitated slightly, glancing at Shir. At that moment, the elderly man suddenly spoke. "I possess something remarkable." Chapter 58, The Heavenly Path's Annihilation. Something remarkable? Bai Ye was taken aback. The elder nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I have something of great value. Please, follow me." Without waiting for a response from Bai Ye and Shir, he turned and walked away. Shir urged, "Let us follow and see." The two followed the old man for a short while before entering a dilapidated courtyard. The courtyard was modest, significantly smaller than Bai Ye's own. It contained merely 2 rooms, both in a state of disrepair. It seemed as though a mere gust of wind could topple them. Upon entering the room, The elder gestured for Bai Ye and Sure to take a seat. He then settled down himself. Observing the elder's actions, Bai Ye inquired with curiosity, "Elder, what about the remarkable thing you mentioned?" "Patience, young man," the elder replied, rising to prepare a pot of tea, pouring a cup for both Bai Ye and Sure. "For now, let us enjoy this tea." Sure regarded the elder with a cautious gaze. The elder smiled serenely. "I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I merely wish to share some thoughts." Bai Ye appeared somewhat perplexed. "Did you not mention possessing something valuable?" "Indeed, there exists something of great worth, which may very well present an opportunity for you." Poem interjected. "Speak your mind. Do you not see my brother's impatience?" At that moment, Poem was tinged with a hint of irritation, fully aware that the old man was no ordinary figure. However, she felt he posed no immediate threat to her. The elder, cognizant of his advancing years, understood that certain matters must be entrusted to others. Otherwise, when calamity strikes, it could lead to dire consequences. With this thought, the old man let out a deep sigh. Bai Ye was somewhat perplexed by the mention of a great calamity. The elder sighed softly, "Alas. Surely, you both are aware of the origins of this continent, are you not?" Bai Ye nodded. Having heard it said that this place was a forbidden land tens of thousands of years ago, the elder shook his head, indicating that it was not merely so. Bai Ye felt a tinge of confusion, asking, "Is that not the case?" Sure also turned to the elder, anticipating his further words. The elder replied, "Indeed. Tens of thousands of years ago, this was a forbidden land. But what about before that?" "Before that?" The elder continued, "Many hundreds of thousands of years ago. This land did not exist. It was merely an expanse of boundless starry sky. How then did this continent come into being? It was during the cataclysm wrought by the heavenly principles, when countless realms succumbed to silence, devoid of any vitality, and not a single life form remained." Bai Ye and Sure simultaneously exclaimed, "The heavenly path annihilates the world? What is the Yuanzhou?" The elder continued, "As for the Yuanzhou, it can be understood as follows. Tens of thousands of realms are referred to as a star domain. Tens of thousands of star domains constitute a universe, and countless universes together form a Yuanzhou." The two exchanged astonished glances. Even Sure, who had always believed that her realm was the pinnacle of existence, felt a sense of bewilderment upon hearing the elder's words. The previous cataclysmic event, the annihilation of the world by the heavenly path, obliterated hundreds of Yuanzhous. The sheer force of devastation lingered for millennia, leaving those hundreds of Yuanzhous barren and incapable of nurturing life for thousands of years. However, no one anticipated that a certain race would persevere and survive beneath the terrifying shadow of the heavenly path's destruction. What? How is that possible? No one would believe it. Yet it was indeed the truth. Approximately a millennium after the obliteration, a race emerged that traversed these hundreds of Yuanzhous. By then, many star domains had given rise to new forms of life, humans, magical beings, and numerous other races. Yet, none could withstand the might of that particular race. A race that had evaded even the annihilation of the heavenly path. At this point, the elder lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Bai Ye hurriedly inquired, "And then what happened?" Over the course of several centuries, it seemed as though these countless realms once again endured the cataclysmic wrath of the heavenly path. Apart from that singular race, no other lineage managed to survive. Sure, deep in contemplation, mused, "That race must be the Beast clan?" The elder, taken aback, gazed at Sure with astonishment. "My dear girl, how do you know?" Sure shook her head. "I do not know. It is merely a conjecture. I suspect it is related to the seal in the Black Wind Forest, is it not?" The elder nodded thoughtfully, yet then shook his head. "There is indeed a connection, though it is not particularly significant. Soon, the Beast clan will emerge, and when they do, it will herald an era of calamity once more." Bai Ye inquired, "Did the Beast clan not annihilate all other races in the past? What about us?" The elder replied, "Indeed. But it was precisely this act that incited the wrath of the heavenly Tao. However, at that time, the heavenly Tao had just unleashed the heavenly tribulation, and its power was significantly diminished, rendering it incapable of delivering further punishment upon the Beast clan." Sure then questioned, "What prompted the heavenly Tao to descend with such a cataclysmic tribulation?" The elder appeared somewhat awkward, responding, "Perhaps it was merely a matter of boredom." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye felt a surge of indignation. How can one be so frivolous as to extinguish hundreds of realms out of sheer ennui? The elder continued, "Perhaps in retrospect, the heavenly Tao harbored some regret. However, it was too late. If the Beast clan were allowed to persist in their ways, no other races would ever arise again, regardless of the passage of time. Contemplating this, he made a resolute decision. Since extermination of the beast clan was unfeasible, he would instead seal them away, awaiting the emergence of a powerful being to ultimately vanquish them. Bai Ye inquired, "Is the seal located here?" The elder shook his head, replying, "No, at that time. The beast tribe was scattered across hundreds of realms. To seal them was an arduous task, achievable only by gathering them in one place and then employing thunderous means to suppress and seal them." So how did the Heavenly Tao manage to seal the beast tribe back then? The elder continued, "The Heavenly Tao devised a trap for the beast tribe, using its own heart of origin as bait, luring all the beasts to a single location." Sure furrowed her brow, asking, "Heart of origin?" The elder nodded, "Indeed. It utilized its heart of origin to draw all the beast tribe into its own being." Bai Ye, filled with trepidation, questioned, "Within its belly?" Sure expressed disbelief. "How vast must the heavenly path be?" The elder chuckled, "This is merely a trivial tactic. After drawing all the beast clans into its own depths, the heavenly path forcefully subdued and sealed them with its primordial power. Yet, in the end, it realized it had underestimated the beast clans. Although it managed to seal them, its own essence sustained grievous damage." Bai Ye inquired, "Does this imply that the heavenly path has fallen?" The elder paused momentarily, responding, "One could certainly articulate it that way." Poetic thoughts flickered in Shure's mind, leading her to muse, "If that is indeed the case, then this continent must be the very corporeal form of the heavenly path." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Are you suggesting that we tread upon the remains of the heavenly path?" Observing Bai Ye's astonishment, Shure could not help but chuckle. "Hee, brother, you have certainly wielded your sword recklessly upon this ground. In essence, you have often sharpened your blade upon the body of the heavenly path." Bai Ye's expression turned somewhat grim. Sure, do not speak carelessly. It could lead to calamity." Observing the playful banter between the two, the elder chuckled softly, murmuring, "Indeed, where there are people, there is liveliness. In this world, where there are people, there are emotions. Life flourishes and perishes, the cycle is unending, eternally in motion. The heavenly way obliterates the world, not out of cruelty, but rather due to the inexorable laws of nature. Even the mighty heavenly way cannot escape these natural laws." His words were imbued with an endless sense of melancholy and reflection. Chapter 59. I shall guard the gate. Listening to the elder's words, Bai Ye fell into silence. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Since the heavenly way has sealed the beast clan, what did you mean when you spoke of impending disaster?" The elder withdrew his thoughts. Although the beast clan has been sealed for many years, they have not relinquished their resistance. After countless ages, the current beast clan may be even stronger than before. Consequently, the body of the heavenly way has begun to show signs of fissures. If these fissures were to fully rupture, the beast clan could emerge from within. At that time, it would spell catastrophe for humanity and other races. Upon hearing the elder's words, Bai Ye's complexion darkened. Sure, contemplative, gazed at the elder. "Why do you choose to share this with us? Do you believe we can withstand the entire beast clan?" The elder shook his head. "It is not that you possess the power to confront the beast clan, but rather, if I were to speak these words to others, who would truly believe them?" Bai Ye remained silent. "Do you believe we would trust this?" The elder did not respond verbally, yet he offered a subtle nod of agreement. Bai Ye forced a wry smile and remarked, "Is this what you refer to as a valuable treasure and opportunity?" The old man chuckled awkwardly in response, "Not quite. Initially, the heavenly Tao possessed a ring. Within it lay countless treasures. Should you too acquire such an artifact, it might indeed be considered a significant fortune." Bai Ye felt a stirring in his heart. After all, it was the ring of the heavenly path, undoubtedly filled with numerous treasures. Yet, he pondered whether it would be impolite to claim the ring should the heavenly path still be alive. Sure chuckled and remarked, "Indeed. It is likely to contain many precious items. Do you know in which direction his ring lies?" The elder shook his head, replying, "That is something you must seek out for yourselves." Bai Ye spread his hands in exasperation. "Where shall we search? We have not a single clue." The elder replied in a grave tone, "In the past, when the heavenly Tao realized it had underestimated the beast clan, it exerted every effort to conceal its corporeal form within the starry void. Yet, a portion remained undisguised. This land is precisely that remnant." Sure promptly inquired, "Which part of the heavenly Tao's body does this land represent?" The elder responded, "Its head." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye was utterly flabbergasted. "You mean to say that the very ground beneath our feet is the head of the heavenly Tao?" The elder nodded, "Indeed." Sure sighed softly. "If that is the case, then locating its hands will prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Its other corporeal forms have already been shrouded in the vastness of the cosmos. Where shall we begin our search in this boundless expanse? Bai Ye found himself somewhat speechless. Old man, are you perhaps spinning tales to amuse children? I find your words rather hard to believe. The elder replied. Whether you choose to believe is entirely up to you. I have conveyed all that I needed to say. What remains now is to witness the unfolding of fate. Suddenly, Sure inquired, Old man, if your words hold any truth, how much longer can the corporeal form of the heavenly Tao endure? The elder pondered for a moment before responding, 300 years. At most, 300 years. Bai Ye broke into a sudden smile, exclaiming, You startled me. I thought I would soon be unable to endure this any longer. With 300 years ahead of us, what is there to worry about? We shall discuss it then. With that, he took hold of Shure's hand and began to walk away. The old man did not intervene, however. As Bai Ye led Shure out of the courtyard, she furrowed her brow deeply, for at that moment, she could no longer sense the old man's presence. This indicated that he had vanished unexpectedly just as they exited the courtyard. Observing Shure's troubled expression, Bai Ye inquired, Shure, what is the matter? Shure offered him a reassuring smile, saying, It's nothing, let us return. At that moment, a terrifying thought emerged in Shure's mind. The old man might very well be the Tao of heaven from long ago. Contemplating this, she turned to glance back at the courtyard, and as she did so, her body stiffened in shock. Bai Ye discerned that something was amiss with Shure. What is it, Shure? He inquired, turning to look at her, and in that instant, Bai Ye was rendered speechless. Behind them lay not a courtyard, but rather an expanse of dense forest. What was happening? Bai Ye swallowed hard. Shure exhaled deeply. Let us return and discuss this. With that, the two swiftly turned and departed. The atmosphere enveloping them felt both eerie and perilous. After a brief moment, they returned to the courtyard, their hearts still heavy with apprehension. That place was undeniably extraordinary, to the extent that even Shure sensed a hint of danger. This only solidified her conviction that the old man was indeed the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. As they entered the room, Yang Xiao rushed over, observing the pair. He hesitated, contemplating whether to call out to them. He had never witnessed the two entering the room before. With this thought, a knowing smile played upon his lips. Bai Ye and Shure entered the room, and as Bai Ye turned to close the door, she caught sight of Yang Xiao, whose eyes were wide with astonishment. Their gazes locked, and upon realizing that Bai Ye had noticed him, Yang Xiao hurriedly covered his eyes and turned to flee, murmuring to himself, I didn't see anything. I know nothing at all. Bai Ye exhibited a peculiar demeanor. Senior brother, where are you headed? No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a resounding thud echoed through the air. Covering his eyes, Yang Xiao collided with the stone bench in the courtyard, emitting a howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Upon hearing this anguished cry, Shure emerged from her room, inquiring, Senior brother Yang, what has happened to you? Slightly embarrassed, Yang Xiao replied, It's nothing. You all may return indoors and continue. Shure's expression turned somewhat odd as she asked, Continue what? Bai Ye hurriedly replied, It's nothing. Then turning to Yang Xiao, he inquired, Senior brother, did you seek me for something? Yang Xiao chuckled softly, I indeed had a matter to discuss. But upon seeing that junior brother Bai was preoccupied, it seemed insignificant. Your affairs take precedence, junior brother. With white leaves framing his face and dark lines etched upon it. He wished to convey that it was not as one might presume. Their retreat to the room was to deliberate on the matters spoken by that elderly gentleman earlier in the day. Observing the peculiar expression on Bai Ye's face, Yang Xiaochang chuckled softly and remarked, We are all men. We understand one another. With a knowing glance, he urged Bai Ye to return to the room. Sure. Witnessing the exchanged glances between the two, couldn't help but think, Oh no, my brother wouldn't harbor feelings for brother Yang, would he? What am I to do? In her moment of anxiety, she inadvertently caught Yang Zhao's sidelong glance and, leaning closer to Bai Ye, whispered, Look, they're both anxious. Hurry along now. I shall guard the door for you. After all, I was once a professional door sentinel. With that, she made her way towards the entrance. At that moment, Shure hurried over, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Bai Ye. Bai Ye felt somewhat uneasy under her intense gaze. Poetry, what is it? She earnestly replied, Come, let us go to the room. I have a few questions to ask you. Without waiting for Bai Ye's consent, she firmly grasped his hand and led him toward the room. Observing the scene from the doorway, Yang Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Flowers bloom and wither. Could it be that you are blind, unable to perceive what should remain unseen? Allow me to stand guard. Ha ha ha. Chapter 60. Yunxiang has arrived. Poetry pulled Bai Ye into the room and forcefully shut the door with a resounding thud. Upon hearing the door slam, Yang Xiao chuckled but quickly covered her mouth. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a scrap of cloth and stuffed it into her ears. Now this will do. I assure you I want to eavesdrop. Poetry, with a serious expression, turned to Bai Ye and said, Brother, are you? At this point, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Bai Ye regarded Shi with a peculiar expression, inquiring, What troubles you, Shi? Taking several deep breaths, Shi appeared to have steeled herself for something significant. She began, If you require me. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, her upper lip gently biting down, and her gaze lowered, as if grappling with words that were difficult to articulate. Bai Ye, in a curious manner, raised his hand and gently caressed Shi's head. As Bai's hand gently brushed against Shi's head, she slowly lifted her gaze. Her eyes fluttering shut as her breath quickened. The rosy hue of her cheeks deepened, not only illuminating her face but also casting a delicate blush upon her fair neck. Bai Ye seemed to grasp something and immediately said, Shi, where are your thoughts wandering? I am your brother. With a voice tinged with trembling, Shi replied, You need not be my brother. Bai Ye tenderly embraced Shi, saying, Silly sister, I shall forever be your brother. Shi opened her eyes and replied, But Bai Ye interrupted her, asserting, Regardless of anything, you are my sister, and no one can alter that. A single tear of crystal clarity slipped down Shi's cheek as she replied, You are the first person to treat me in such a manner. With just a word from you, I would fulfill any request. Bai smiled and shook his head, saying, I require nothing from you. Your well-being is sufficient. Shi nestled her head deeply into Bai's embrace, feeling the security of her brother's arms, where she held no reservations. After a moment, Bai gently pushed Shi away and inquired, Shi, who do you believe that old man was today? Shi delicately wiped her still moist eyes and replied, If I am not mistaken, he should be the Tao of heaven from back then. Upon hearing this, Bai was taken aback, exclaiming, How could that be possible? Shi continued, Who else, besides the Tao of heaven from that time, would possess such profound knowledge of those matters? Bai Ye nodded, contemplating, If that's the case, then it seems there is only this possibility. But did they encounter us by chance, or was it meticulously orchestrated by him? Shi pondered for a moment, responding, I believe it is not merely a coincidence. Her intuition was correct. This was indeed the intricate design of the heavenly Tao. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside. Junior brother Bai is preoccupied with junior sister Shi. You cannot enter. What could they possibly be busy with? Bai Ye quipped. What can a man and a woman be occupied with? Huh? They are siblings. Heh, you clearly do not grasp the nuances. Overhearing the conversation outside, Bai Ye felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, while Shi's cheeks flushed crimson, prompting her to fall silent. Bai Ye hastily pushed the door open and stepped outside, where he found Yang Xiao and Song Yu engaged in a hushed conversation. However, their voices were considerably softer than before, rendering Bai Ye unable to discern their words. Song Yu faced Bai Ye, while Yang Xiao had his back turned to him. Upon Bai Ye's emergence, Song Yu immediately caught sight of him and discreetly signaled Yang Xiao to cease his discourse. Yet, Yang Xiao remained oblivious and continued to speak animatedly. Bai Ye was utterly speechless. He had not previously realized how loquacious brother Yang could be. At this moment, he felt the need to reassess his understanding of this Yang. Under the repeated cues from Song Yu's gaze, Yang Xiao finally sensed that something was amiss. He turned around and, momentarily taken aback, blurted out without a second thought, Bai Shidi, is it finished? Bai Ye resolved to disregard this senior brother any longer. She turned to Song Yu and inquired, Is there something that the Song Emperor wishes to discuss? Song Yu gazed at Bai Ye with a peculiar expression, yet remained silent. Bai Ye felt somewhat uneasy, pondering whether the Song Emperor had indeed placed his faith in Brother Yang's words. Noticing Song Yu's dazed expression as he stared at Bai Ye without a response, Yang Xiao discreetly nudged him. Startled, Song Yu exclaimed, Ah, indeed, young Master Bai treads an unconventional path, wearing extraordinary shoes. Realizing he may have overstepped, he quickly added, Young Master Bai, I have something of significance to discuss with you. What is it? Bai Ye inquired, puzzled, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Song Yu seemed still entrapped by the earlier scene. In a grave tone, he revealed, According to my investigation, it appears that Madame Zhao may have departed from this continent. Bai Ye furrowed his brows, pondering the sudden departure. He could not fathom that Dong Guxian had left this continent out of fear of him. Rather, he was perplexed as to her true motives for leaving. Song Yu then added, "Moreover, young Master Bai should exercise caution regarding Mu Xiu." Bai Ye nodded, acknowledging the statement. "Are you planning to seek out Madame Zhao?" Young Master Bai inquired. Sure emerged from the room, stating, "It is not yet time. With my brother's current strength, he is not yet ready to venture out." Bai Ye turned to Sure and asked, "What level of mastery is required to venture outside?" Sure replied solemnly, "Naturally. The stronger one is, the better. I wish to rescue Shang'er first," he murmured, his thoughts perpetually occupied by Yunshang. "I wonder how Master and Shang'er are faring out there." Sure encouraged, "Perhaps they are not trapped after all." Yet, Bai Ye pondered, why haven't they returned? Perhaps they still have unfinished matters to attend to. In silence, Bai Ye stood still as Yang Xiao approached him, gently patting his shoulder. "Sister Sure is right. If they are indeed in peril, your current strength would render you of little assistance. I must enter seclusion." Song Yu sighed softly, then gritted his teeth. "Young Master Bai may take refuge in my imperial hall for his seclusion." Bai Ye did not refuse. She turned to Sure and declared, "I must hasten to enhance my strength to rescue Master and Shang'er." Sure nodded in agreement. Indeed, at that moment, Sure felt a whirlwind of emotions. She cherished her current life, surrounded by those who cared for her, and she found solace in the safety that this place offered Bai Ye. The thought of leaving this continent filled her with trepidation. She feared she would be unable to protect Bai Ye. Yet, she was acutely aware that Bai Ye would not remain here indefinitely. At the very least, he needed to embark on a quest to save his master and Shang'er. With a sigh, she mused, "Yunshang, how fortunate you are." Subsequently, the group gathered their belongings and followed Song Yu towards the Emperor's hall. Just as they departed, a figure slowly emerged in the courtyard, clad in a fitted long dress of simple elegance, with her dark hair casually pinned atop her head. A hairpin delicately adorning her side, it was none other than Yunshang. However, she was not in her original form, but rather a projection of herself. Gazing dreamily at the vanishing silhouette of Bai Ye, she whispered, "Little Ye, do not fret. Rest assured, I shall wait for you. I will certainly await your rescue." As she spoke, her form gradually became transparent, and before long, she vanished silently from the spot. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black prison, a woman was ensnared by several blood-red chains, binding her tightly to a stone pillar. At that moment, her body was drenched in blood. A continuous stream of deep crimson flowed from the crown of her head, pooling into a sea of blood. Upon closer inspection, countless fine threads resembling strands of hair penetrated various parts of her body, with wisps of spiritual energy gradually seeping out along these threads. The woman smiled sweetly, a smile that caused the entire sea of blood to quiver. The chains trembled slightly, their grip tightening with renewed force. "Little Ye, I shall endure until you come to rescue me. That little girl is truly fortunate." This projection was a manifestation she had summoned at great cost, sacrificing her lifespan to conjure it. Consequently, the torment she endured each day was exponentially more painful than before. Yet, she felt no regret, for through this projection, she had glimpsed Bai Ye. That alone was enough. Chapter 61. The black and white box. Bai Ye and the others followed Song Yu to the Imperial Hall. Upon their arrival, Yang Xiao was utterly astounded. Was this not a tad exaggerated? Bai Ye was equally astonished, for he had never encountered such a grand and magnificent palace. Observing the surprise etched on their faces, Song Yu felt a sense of pride. "Come," he beckoned. Upon entering the palace, Song Yu led them directly to the main hall. "Young Master Bai, you shall henceforth retreat to my place of cultivation, where the spiritual energy is abundant. I wish you an expedited advancement in your practices. Yet one must not be overly hasty in the pursuit of cultivation. Young Master Bai should exercise patience." Bai Yu nodded and said, "I have now reached the pinnacle of the Dan formation, yet no matter how I cultivate, I cannot advance further. Could there be an issue?" Song Yu replied, "First, you must understand what it means to attain the Dan formation realm." Bai Yu was taken aback. What is the Golden Core realm? Previously, he had never delved deeply into the study of realms during his cultivation. He had always relied on abundant resources to cultivate diligently. When he reached his limits, he could effortlessly step into the next realm. At this moment, hearing Song Yu inquire about the Golden Core realm left him utterly bewildered. Song Yu continued to explain, "The Golden Core realm is achieved by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, merging one's dantian with the essence, vitality, and spirit, thereby attaining the Golden Core. Attaining the Golden Core signifies reaching the Golden Core realm." Bai Ye inquired with a hint of confusion, "Essence, chi, and spirit?" Song Yu furrowed his brow and replied, "Do you mean to say that young Master Bai is unfamiliar with the concept of essence, chi, and spirit? How then, Have you cultivated the return to Dan realm? The return to Dan is the unification of essence, qi, and spirit, which lays a vital foundation for the future attainment of Dan. Bai Ye felt somewhat embarrassed, stating, I reached the transformation into Dan realm quite effortlessly. Upon hearing this, not only was Song Yu taken aback, but even Yang Xiao struggled to suppress a curse. After years of arduous cultivation, Yang Xiao had barely grasped the essence of the transformation into Dan realm. Yet this junior brother Bai seemed to have achieved it so effortlessly. The thought struck him, and he suddenly felt a pang in his chest. Indeed, Bai Ye's words had profoundly impacted him. Song Yu, also feeling awkward, managed a smile and suggested, Young Master Bai, please accompany me to the training chamber. Time eludes the practitioner, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. However, within the confines of the training chamber, no matter how diligently Bai Ye practiced, he could not attain the Dan formation realm. This perplexed him greatly, prompting him to consider consulting Shi or Song Yu. Just as he stepped out of the training chamber, he spotted Shi squatting a short distance away, seemingly engrossed in drawing something on the ground. Bai Ye approached Shi and said, Shi. She turned to him with a playful smile, Brother, you have emerged from your seclusion. Then, with a light gasp, she inquired, Haven't you made a breakthrough yet? Bai Ye nodded, expressing a hint of frustration as he remarked, Indeed, no matter how diligently I train, I cannot seem to make any breakthroughs. I cannot even perceive the essence of spirit and energy that the Song Emperor spoke of. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the ground beside Shi, where two figures were depicted, hand in hand, seemingly taking a leisurely stroll. Shi, who are these figures in your drawing? He inquired. Shi quickly wiped it away, her demeanor flustered as she replied, It's nobody, I was just doodling. Of course. The figures she had drawn represented her and her brother, walking hand in hand in a perpetual journey. Bai Ye intended to say more when suddenly a voice interrupted. Young Master Bai, the voice paused momentarily before continuing, Has young Master Bai yet to achieve a breakthrough? The speaker was none other than Song Yu. Bai Ye felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, despite his relentless efforts in cultivation during this period, he had been unable to achieve the Golden Core stage. He was just contemplating seeking guidance from Emperor Song. At that moment, Song Yu was equally perplexed. With his prowess, he could easily discern that Bai Ye's current realm was merely a step away from the Golden Core stage, remaining unchanged since before his seclusion. This left him quite bewildered, as it was reasonable to assume that Bai Ye's prior cultivation level would have enabled him to advance to the Golden Core stage swiftly. Yet, an extended period had elapsed, and he remained in the same state. Bai Ye sighed softly, remarking that perhaps the timing was not yet ripe. He found this statement amusing, a form of self-comfort. He then inquired, Has Emperor Song come for any particular reason? Song Yu, pulling his thoughts back to the present, replied, Director Song has arrived. He wishes to see you. Bai Ye was somewhat taken aback. What business could Song Lan have? After pondering for a while, he could not ascertain the reason behind his visit. Does Emperor Song know what he seeks from me? Song Yu shook his head in response. Let us go and meet him. Moments later, the group arrived at the Emperor's hall. Inside, Song Lan sat quietly, lost in thought. At that moment, Bai Ye and the others entered the hall. Bai Ye opened his mouth, inquiring, Director Song, have you come to see me for a particular matter? Upon noticing the arrival of several individuals, Song Lan rose and smiled. Young Master Bai, let us take a seat and converse. With a gesture inviting them to sit, the group complied. After they settled, Song Lan let out a quiet sigh. To speak candidly, I have come to request your assistance, young Master Bai. Bai Ye appeared somewhat perplexed. Assistance? What kind of assistance? Song Lan let out a deep sigh as he recounted the tale of his esteemed mentor from years past. Once he concluded, Song Yu spoke in a solemn tone. It is all our fault for being too greedy in those days. Had it not been for this box, neither Lin nor I would be in this predicament. As he spoke, he produced a box as dark as ink, exuding an air of antiquity, with a faint shimmer of black light dancing upon its surface. Bai Ye gazed at the box with a hint of bewilderment. Is this truly the treasure for which you all fought so fiercely? Song Yu nodded gravely at the time. We believed it to be a rare gem, yet for centuries it has merely been a box. I have endeavored countless methods, yet it remains obstinately closed. Shi regarded the box with curiosity. This might indeed be a remarkable treasure. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Shi, feeling the weight of their gazes. She added bashfully, I was merely speculating. Suddenly, Song Yu declared, If it is a rare treasure, then I shall bestow it upon young Master Bai. Bai Ye was taken aback. For me? Song Lan also appeared somewhat astonished. Lord Song, are you serious? You were pursued for decades for this very item. Song Yu chuckled lightly. A gift is destined for those who are fated. I believe young Master Bai is indeed meant to have this box. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Sher's eyes as she pondered. This fellow knows that my brother will emerge from this place, and he is bestowing that box upon him. Once others become aware, irrespective of whether it is a rare treasure or not, it will undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. With that thought, Sher spoke up. Lord Song, are you intending to bring harm to my brother? Song Yu furrowed his brow. How could I possibly wish to harm young Master Bai? You are giving this item to my brother, and should outsiders discover it, will he not be pursued in the same manner as you were before? Song Yu's expression grew somewhat grim. I must admit, I had not considered that. In truth, he had contemplated such a scenario, but he was taken aback that this young girl had discerned it so swiftly. Bai Ye, however, paid no heed to the conversation between the two, instead directing his gaze towards Song Lan. In truth, Bai Ye held a considerable curiosity towards the box. As the moment he laid eyes upon it, he was enveloped by an unprecedented sensation, a feeling that rendered him unable to decline the allure of the box. Noticing Bai Ye's gaze upon him, Song Lan offered an awkward smile. He then retrieved from within the ring a box of identical dimensions. However, the one he presented was entirely pure white, resembling a flawless piece of jade devoid of any impurities. Bai Ye gazed at the white box, realizing it was indeed a juxtaposition of black and white. When Sher beheld the white box, she was equally astonished, suddenly recalling an artifact mentioned in ancient scrolls. The thought of that object rendered her momentarily speechless. Chapter 62. A mutual gaze. Sher scrutinized the box intently, pondering whether it could truly be the legendary item spoken of in hushed tones. Bai Ye gazed at the somewhat astonished Sher, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Sher, do you recognize this object? However, Sher paid no heed to Bai Ye's inquiry and instead turned her attention to Song Yu and Song Lan. With a playful smile, she inquired, are you truly intending to gift this item to my brother, Emperor Song? Song Yu replied affirmatively, indeed. Sher then directed her gaze back towards Song Lan. At that moment, Song Lan seemed to sense an unsettling shift, pondering whether this truly was a rare treasure. As this thought crossed his mind, he began to waver. His original intention for this visit had been to present the box to Bai Ye, with the hope that he could take it along on his future journeys, not for any other reason, but to uncover the identity of the one who had caused his master's demise and to avenge him. Observing Song Lan's indecision, Song Yu furrowed his brow and asked, what troubles you, Director Song? Are you reluctant to part with it? Song Lan sighed softly. What you say is far from the truth, Emperor Song. In fact, I have come solely to bestow this object upon young Master Bai, with the sincere hope that he will take me along on his journeys when the time comes. Bai Ye turned to Song Lan and asked, are you planning to venture out in search of the one who caused the demise of your master? Song Lan nodded and replied, indeed. My master bestowed upon me immense kindness, even granting me a second chance at life. If I failed to avenge him, I would carry an unbearable guilt in my heart. Sher inquired, has your strength surpassed that of your master now? Upon hearing her question, Song Lan looked somewhat perplexed. My dear lady, you jest. I fear I might not even possess half of my master's former power. Sher continued with her inquiries. Then do you believe that if you find the one responsible for your master's demise, you would have the means to exact your revenge? At these words, Song Lan's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He had been preoccupied with the notion of locating the individual who had harmed his master. Yet he had never contemplated the actual execution of vengeance or his capacity to achieve it. In a solemn tone, Song Lan declared, regardless, I must make the attempt. If I remain here, it is likely that even after several centuries, my strength will remain insufficient for revenge. However, if I venture out, there may yet be hope. Sher playfully smiled. Very well, I shall speak on behalf of my brother. However, these boxes now belong to him. That is only natural, Song Lan replied. Sher then turned to Bai Ye. Brother, both boxes are now yours. Quickly, put them away. Suddenly, Song Yu asked, might you elaborate on these two boxes? Miss Sher. The others turned their gaze towards her, and Bai Ye nodded in encouragement for her to speak. Sher pouted slightly and said, in truth, I have only seen them mentioned in ancient scrolls. I cannot ascertain their authenticity. She glanced at the two boxes and continued, if I am not mistaken. These are not merely boxes, they are only shaped like boxes. The black one should represent the chaos primordial yin, while the white one symbolizes the chaos primordial yang. Song Yu exclaimed in astonishment, are you suggesting that these are the chaos primordial yang and yin? At that moment, a tempest of emotion surged within him. There had long been a legend that the chaos primordial yang and yin were the primordial forms of the universe. This implied that if these truly were the chaos primordial yin and yang, they might one day give birth to an entire cosmos. Song Lan and Bai Ye appeared unaware of the significance of these items, but the astonishment on Song Yu's face hinted at their extraordinary nature. Bai Ye hastily set about securing the two objects, a twinge of apprehension coursing through him as he feared these two individuals might renege on their agreement. Moments ago, he had discerned a flicker of reluctance in Song Yu's eyes, while Song Lan's expression was fraught with indecision. Just as Bai Ye's hand was about to make contact with the boxes, they suddenly quivered ever so slightly in unison. Witnessing this unexpected tremor, astonishment rippled through the onlookers. As the boxes continued to tremble gently, beams of white and black light began to emanate from within them, though the radiance emerged slowly. It bore an overwhelming force that seemed insurmountable. Before long, the entire Imperial Hall was engulfed in these two luminous streams. Wherever the white light traverses, all things transform into a crystalline transparency akin to white jade, evoking an ineffable sense of sanctity. In contrast, the realm touched by the black light appears shrouded in the veil of night, engulfed in darkness as if one has entered a world painted in ink. Yet, within this obsidian void, a mysterious power emanates. Both lights gradually extend into the surroundings, enveloping the onlookers in a dual embrace of black and white. They seem to merge with these lights, becoming ethereal. Shirshir murmured, "The legend is true." Observing Shirshir's astonished expression, Bai Ye felt a surge of excitement, for since their acquaintance, he had never witnessed such amazement on her face. He instinctively recognized that this seemingly ordinary younger sister was anything but. The extraordinary nature of these two phenomena must be profound to evoke such astonishment in her. With this thought, Bai Ye ceased to ponder further and reached for the two boxes. Such treasures must be secured promptly, lest the two individuals harbor regrets later. However, the moment Bai Ye's hand made contact with the boxes, they erupted with an even more intense beam of light. Simultaneously, the two lights began to blend slowly, the convergence of black and white transforming into a shade of gray. In an instant, the entire horizon was draped in a soft gray hue. As the two boxes inched closer to one another, merging. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in horror. Shirshir exclaimed in astonishment, "They are going to merge." Bai Ye inquired, "What will happen next?" "A new universe shall be born." Just as the crowd stood in utter astonishment, the two boxes transformed into a radiant beam of gray light, soaring directly into Bai Ye's abdomen. As this gray light entered his being, the once all-encompassing gray brilliance that filled the Imperial Hall vanished in an instant. Witnessing the metamorphosis of the two boxes into a beam of light that penetrated Bai Ye's form, the onlookers were left utterly immobilized, as if turned to stone. Bai Ye was equally bewildered. He had yet to gather them, and they had inexplicably found their way into his very being. Shirshir was the first to react. Quickly casting a worried glance at Bai Ye, "Brother, what is happening? Are you all right?" Bai Ye shook his head, resembling the gentle sway of the leaves. "It should be fine, right?" Shirshir, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, "Can you perceive those two boxes?" With his eyes gently closed, Bai Ye delved deep within himself. After a moment, he gasped, "How is this possible?" Noticing the unusual expression on Bai Ye's face, Shirshir quickly inquired, "What is it, brother?" As Bai Ye focused inward, he was astonished to discover that his Dantian had formed a golden elixir. Moreover, he realized that this golden elixir was actually manifested from the two boxes. "I must have broken through to the golden elixir stage." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, the others attentively sensed his current realm. Moments later, their faces reflected sheer astonishment. Indeed, Bai Ye had reached the golden elixir stage. Yet there was a sense of peculiarity about his attainment that distinguished it from others, though they could not discern the difference. Shirshir seemed to have an epiphany. She grasped Bai Ye's hand and urged, "Come with me." Thus, she led Bai Ye away, vanishing before Song Yu and Song Lan. The two exchanged glances. Chapter 63. The flying magical artifact. After Shirshir and Bai Ye departed, Song Yu's expression darkened. He looked at Song Lan, who appeared even more sullen. Unable to suppress a sigh, he lamented, "I never anticipated that the box would turn out to be that item." Song Lan's countenance grew even grimmer. "So, those two treasures have been seized by that fellow Bai Ye?" Song Yu replied helplessly, "What, Director Song, are you having second thoughts? Is the Emperor of Song truly willing to let this go? You paid an enormous price for this artifact." Song Yu then smiled calmly. "Do you know why that box remained unopened in our possession for centuries?" Song Lan responded, "Perhaps it was because we did not keep them together." Song Yu shook his head. "When Brother Lin and I first discovered this item, it was indeed together. The timing must have been wrong back then." Song Lan seemed poised to say something, but Song Yu interrupted. I understand that you are reluctant, Director Song. But have you considered why the box flew into Bai Ye's body? Song Lan, somewhat exasperated, scoffed. How would I know? Perhaps it was not the box that entered Bai Ye's body of its own accord. Rather, it was that woman's doing. At Song Lan's remark, Song Yu began to harbor doubts. However, he soon found peace again and said to Song Lan, do you think the box sensed Bai Ye's extraordinary nature? Song Lan scoffed again. Bai Ye extraordinary? Can he compare to that woman? As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and fell silent. The two lapsed into contemplation. Sure brought Bai Ye into the training room and closed the door. Brother, carefully sense your golden elixir now. Bai Ye's eyes were half closed, his mind delving into the two boxes that had transformed into golden elixirs. After a brief moment, a look of terror escaped his countenance. Sure hurriedly inquired. What is the matter, brother? Bai Ye exclaimed in terror. Within my golden core lies an expansive starry sky, boundless and infinite. A starry sky? Indeed. It is a celestial expanse, akin to the endless sky we behold at night. Poetic musings escaped Shure's lips. Could it be that this is a universe? Bai Ye once again attuned himself to the vast expanse of the starry sky, and he discerned that it might indeed be a universe unto itself. In an instant, his consciousness was drawn towards one particular star, and before he knew it, he found himself upon a patch of land that corresponded to the very star he had envisioned. He observed that this land, devoid of any living creatures, was nearly indistinguishable from the world beyond. It boasted mountains and rivers, basked under a blazing sun, and was infused with an ethereal energy far denser than that of the outside realm. A sudden contemplation struck him. If only there were some flowers, grasses, or trees, it could truly be a world of its own. Then, to his astonishment, rendering him momentarily breathless, he witnessed the slow emergence of green plants around this land as he contemplated such a notion. Overwhelmed, he hastily retracted his consciousness and turned to Shure, relaying the extraordinary scene he had just witnessed. Upon hearing this, Shure's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth forming an astonished O. Are you saying that a mere thought of yours could alter that world? Bai Ye nodded in affirmation. After a moment of contemplation, Shure spoke. Brother, could you attempt to grant me access to that realm? Bai Ye cleared his throat and inquired, do you wish to enter? Shure nodded and replied, yes. I would like to take a look inside. Bai Ye expressed a tinge of concern, pondering whether any peril loomed ahead. In a soft voice, Shure reassured, as long as my brother harbors no ill intentions towards me, all should be well. Bai Ye, of course, harbors no ill intentions towards Shure, for he has long regarded her as his own beloved sister. Bai Ye nodded. Relax and do not resist. I shall attempt to transport you to that realm. Shure assented. All right. With a mere thought, Bai Ye made her vanish from sight. Is it truly possible? Bai Ye pondered in astonishment. Subsequently, he too entered that world, where he discovered Shure. At that moment, she was curiously observing her surroundings. Upon noticing Bai Ye's arrival, she turned to him and said, conduct an experiment. Bai Ye, confused, inquired, what experiment? Poetry pondered for a moment and replied, for instance, you might envision the emergence of something entirely different. Bai Ye nodded, and his thoughts suddenly turned to the serpent demon. Just then, a hissing sound emerged from behind him. The two turned to see hundreds of enormous serpent demons, each as thick as a human waist, intensely fixated on them. Shure was momentarily speechless. Brother, could you not think of something else? At that moment, she felt an unsettling sense of danger in the air. Rather than the place itself being perilous, it seemed more so that her brother's thoughts were rather hazardous. She truly could not comprehend what her brother pondered day in and day out. Bai Ye's eyelids fluttered upon witnessing the sight of hundreds of serpent demons, and he exclaimed in anger, is this how you wish to play? With a mere thought, those hundreds of serpent demons vanished without a trace. He suddenly realized that in this realm, one must be cautious about harboring malevolent thoughts. Indeed, whatever one contemplates seems to manifest, and he feared that one day, he might inadvertently bring about his own demise in this peculiar game. Shure turned to Bai Ye and remarked, brother, I believe there should be a house around here. Bai Ye nodded, saying, I shall give it a try. As soon as he spoke, a room materialized silently nearby, as if it had always been there. Shure clapped her hands in admiration, exclaiming, impressive. Here, you are like a sovereign, capable of manifesting your thoughts at will. After a moment's contemplation, she added, I have decided not to venture out. Instead, I shall remain in this realm. Bai Ye, with a face full of displeasure, remarked, this is rather inappropriate. You linger in my belly all day. Shure chuckled playfully, what's the matter? Do you miss me when I'm not around? Bai Ye remained silent as Shi suddenly exclaimed, "All right, let us venture outside. Oh, by the way, do not hastily disclose the fact that your golden elixir differs from that of others." Bai Ye nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Subsequently, the two departed from that realm. Upon their exit, the door to the training chamber was thrust open by Yu, whose countenance appeared somewhat somber. "Young Master Bai, my informant has relayed a message to me. Mu Xiu may have ventured to your Bai family." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's expression shifted dramatically, filled with alarm. "That old wretch dares to set his sights on my family." With that, he pivoted to leave, prompting Yu to hastily declare, "I shall accompany young Master Bai." Bai Ye, however, shook his head, stating, "I have already incurred enough debts to Lord Song. There is no need for your trouble." With a smile, Yu replied, "What are you saying, young Master Bai? We need not speak of debts between us. I shall accompany you." Upon hearing Bai Ye utter that he owed him enough, Yu was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. That was precisely the affirmation he sought. Sometimes, extending a hand to someone in distress is not amiss, yet it is essential that the recipient of your kindness remembers the favor. Should those you assist take your generosity for granted, it becomes a thankless endeavor. Bai Ye no longer declined. He understood that even though he had made a breakthrough, he could not be absolutely certain of defeating Mu Xiu if he were to confront him. Noticing Bai Ye's acquiescence, Yu's expression softened slightly. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity to owe another favor slip away. He promptly produced an object. This item was the size of a palm, triangular in shape, and gleamed with a bright silver hue. Bai Ye looked at the object with some confusion, inquiring, "What is this?" Sure, however, exclaimed in surprise, "A heavenly tear flying artifact?" At that moment, Shi's interest in Yu intensified, thinking to herself that this fellow possessed quite a collection of treasures. Yu, seeing that Shi recognized the item, felt no surprise. On the contrary, he was somewhat exhilarated, further affirming his belief in Shi's extraordinary nature. Chapter 64. The Great Battle Against Mu Xiu. Bai Ye gazed curiously at the object in Yu's hand, pondering, "What is a flying treasure?" Yu elucidated, "It is an artifact capable of carrying individuals through the air. At this moment, young Master Bai is not yet able to soar through the skies. Thus, we can utilize this item to swiftly reach the Bai family home." Upon finishing his explanation, he infused the flying treasure with his profound energy. As the energy flowed into it, the palm-sized object gradually lifted from Yu's grasp, steadily enlarging. In the span of mere moments, the flying treasure transformed into a magnificent vessel several zhang long and about a zhang wide. With a chuckle, Yu remarked, "This flying treasure is known as the Silver Flying Chariot, and its speed surpasses even that of a peak master at full throttle." Bai Ye was somewhat taken aback. "So soon?" he inquired. Yu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, let us depart." With that, he stepped into the flying vehicle, and Bai Ye along with Shi followed suit. The interior of the flying car was rather confined, yet the three of them managed to fit somewhat comfortably. As Yu activated the vehicle, a sudden wave of dizziness and weightlessness engulfed Bai Ye, leaving his mind blank. His heart felt as though it were suspended in midair, causing him considerable discomfort. However, this unease was far from over. Soon after, a tumultuous upheaval stirred within his stomach. With a sudden heave, Bai Ye expelled a murky liquid from his mouth. In an instant, the atmosphere and scent within the flying vehicle transformed dramatically. Shi's countenance turned ghastly pale. It was her first inclination to contemplate delivering a good thrashing to this fellow. Yu's expression also darkened. As he mused to himself, Bai Gongzi's taste truly leaves much to be desired. Bai Ye felt somewhat embarrassed, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "I apologize. I may have overindulged yesterday." The two individuals ignored Bai Ye, striving to distance themselves from him. In what was already a cramped vehicle, a considerable space unexpectedly formed around Bai Ye. Bai Ye was acutely aware that her somewhat unbecoming reaction had caused discomfort to the two individuals, making them feel uneasy about her proximity. Under normal circumstances, the journey from the Imperial Palace to the Bai residence would be but a fleeting moment, given the speed of the flying car. Yet, for Shi and Yu, the passage of time felt as though it had stretched into an eternity. At last, the flying car came to a halt, revealing the Bai family estate not far ahead. Shi was the first to alight from the vehicle, hastily retreating to catch her breath in the fresh air. In contrast, Yu exhibited a more composed demeanor, merely remarking with a hint of wistfulness, "Indeed, the air here is quite delightful." Bai Ye offered an awkward smile. "It's not too bad." Yu chuckled softly and took a few steps back, distancing himself slightly from Bai Ye. Bai Ye scratched his head and said, "Master Song, please put away the flying car." Song Yu's lips twitched slightly. This flying car is a gift for young Master Bai. He felt a tinge of annoyance and retorted, put it away? How can it be stored when you have left it in such a state? Are you unaware of the condition in which you have left it? How am I to utilize it now? Upon hearing these words, Bai Ye exhibited a hint of perplexity. You wish to gift this to me? It appears to be quite an expensive flying vehicle, does it not? Are you truly willing to part with it? Song Yu mused internally, you recognize its value. Yet you assume I wish to bestow it upon you? It is you who has rendered it utterly unusable. Would you still find fault with this gift? Should I clean it thoroughly before presenting it to you? However, he would never articulate such thoughts. He chuckled softly, after all. Young Master Bai was not yet capable of flying independently, and possessing this flying vehicle might alleviate many of his inconveniences. Bai Ye contemplated this and decided to stow away the flying car. At that moment, Sure hurried over but halted abruptly when she was still a few paces away from Bai Ye. She then retreated a few steps, covering her nose, and exclaimed, Wait. As she spoke, she tossed a ring to Bai Ye and added, Place it within this ring. She feared that Bai Ye might inadvertently store the flying car among the items in her previous ring, potentially contaminating everything contained within it. Should that occur, no matter what Bai Ye retrieved from the ring, she would have to keep her distance. Yet, that was not her greatest concern. Her utmost dread lay in the possibility of Bai Ye confining the flying car within the realm of his golden core. If that were to happen, how could she ever gain entry to play again? Though Bai Ye felt a twinge of uncertainty upon witnessing this, he chose not to dwell on it. Accepting the ring tossed to him by Sure, he then stowed away his flying vehicle. After securing the vehicle, Bai Ye made his way towards the Bai family. Meanwhile, Song Yu and Sure trailed behind at a considerable distance. Moments later, Bai Ye encountered Mu Xiu, who was standing not far from the Bai residence. With a thunderous roar, Bai Ye declared, Old Mu, it is I, your grandfather Bai. Do you dare to engage in battle? Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiu abruptly turned to face Bai Ye, his eyes brimming with a palpable murderous intent as he slowly approached. However, just a few paces away from Bai Ye, Mu Xiu suddenly halted, pointing an accusatory finger at him and exclaimed, Are you here to disgust me, old man? Bai Ye, perplexed, inquired, Disgusting you? What do you mean? Mu Xiu's expression darkened ominously. Are you not aware of the scent that clings to you? Meanwhile, in the distance, Sure and Song Yu could not help but burst into laughter. Bai Ye's expression darkened, for he was acutely aware that he possessed an unusual odor. Dispensing with further pleasantries, he drew forth his crimson longsword and pointed it at Mu Xiu, declaring, Old man Mu, today I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare? Mu Xiu replied earnestly, I do not dare. I fear I might be suffocated by your stench. At these words, Bai Ye nearly stumbled, almost losing his balance. Bai Ye retorted angrily, Are you truly so afraid of death? Mu Xiu let out a cold snort, Humph. It is not the fear of dying in battle that troubles me, but rather the dread of being suffocated. Bai Ye exclaimed in anger, Will you not close your nose? Mu Xiu, infuriated, retorted, Do you wish to suffocate me? In the distance, Sure was utterly speechless. How has this brother become so ostentatious lately? Bai Ye felt a surge of anger, having been insulted repeatedly by this old man. Today, whether through suffocation or sheer frustration, he was determined to bring about his demise. With that thought, he charged towards Mu Xiu. Mu Xiu bellowed, Take your foul scent and begone. Yet, Bai Ye had already thrust his sword forward, aiming directly at Mu Xiu's brow. As the blade approached, Mu Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. He then unleashed a powerful punch, sending a colossal shadow of his fist crashing towards Bai Ye. With a thunderous roar, the immense shadow collided with the sword that Bai Ye had thrust. The overwhelming force radiated outward. As the sword light shattered, the fist shadow gradually dissipated. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Xiu's face. After just a few days, your strength has improved significantly. In earlier encounters, although his punch would not have slain Bai Ye, it would have certainly inflicted severe injuries. However, at this moment, Bai Ye stood unscathed, not even retreating a single step. Bai Ye chuckled lightly, Old man Mu, I have recently experienced a remarkable surge in strength, and my sole purpose is to come and eliminate you. Mu Xiu, incensed by Bai Ye's insolent address of old man, felt a surge of anger. When had anyone dared to speak to him in such a brazen manner? With a mere exchange of words, he demanded a life in return. With that, Mu Xiu unleashed a powerful punch, aimed directly at Bai Ye. Bai Ye hastily exclaimed, Old Mu, cease your actions. Let us find another location to engage in battle. With that, he turned and dashed away into the distance. Mu Xiu's figure shifted, appearing just a short distance from Bai Ye. However, his expression soon darkened, for he noticed that Song Yu and Sure were quietly standing nearby. Previously, His attention had been solely focused on Bai Ye, causing him to overlook the presence of the two. Upon realizing Song Yu and Shi's proximity, a sense of unease stirred within him. Song Yu, having recognized that Mu Xiu had spotted him, took a step forward and remarked, "Elder Mu, I trust you are well?" Mu Xiu's countenance grew somewhat grim as he prepared to respond. Bai Ye suddenly declared, "Today, we shall engage in a duel, and no one shall interfere." Upon hearing this, Mu Xiu's lips twitched slightly as he retorted, "Do you truly believe I would trust you?" Chapter 65. The identity of Mu Xiu. Bai Ye turned to Song Yu and said, "Your Majesty Song, today I shall engage in a fair battle with this old woodcutter. Please do not interfere." Song Yu hesitated for a moment, although Bai Ye had already reached the core formation stage. The formidable Mu Xiu was at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. It was not that he underestimated Bai Ye, but rather that the disparity in their realms was too vast. However, he soon relaxed as he contemplated the nature of their respective realms. Mu Xiu had merely attained the peak of the sovereign realm within the confines of this continent's cultivation system, while Bai Ye was genuinely at the core formation stage. Shi chuckled lightly. "Brother, be gentle. Remember to respect your elders and cherish the young." Upon hearing this, Mu Xiu's expression twisted into one of fierce malevolence. Casting aside all restraint, his aura surged dramatically as he unleashed a thunderous punch towards Bai Ye. The strike reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing countless spatial fissures to spread forth, and in an instant, the entire sky dimmed as if night had fallen. An overwhelming darkness descended, instilling a sense of dread akin to the impending doom of an apocalypse. Witnessing Mu Xiu's assault, Bai Ye felt a tremor of fear. He thought to himself, "This old fellow is rather ferocious." At this moment, astonishment washed over Song Yu's face. Logically, Mu Xiu should not possess such strength. How could a single punch shatter the fabric of space? He recalled that during their last encounter, he had needed his massive axe to cleave through space, yet now, Mu Xiu wielded no weapon at all. The engulfing darkness had completely enveloped Bai Ye. Bai Ye felt as though he were mired in a quagmire within this world engulfed in darkness. Each movement met with an overwhelming force that hindered his ability to act normally. His heart raced with a tinge of panic. Meanwhile, Shi furrowed her delicate brows, pondering whether Mu Xiu had concealed his true strength previously or had recently acquired some fortuitous opportunity. Song Yu turned to Shi and inquired, "Shall we extend our aid to young Master Bai?" To which Shi replied with a shake of her head, "Let us observe for the moment." Bai Ye, ensnared like one trapped in a mire, found that even the slightest movement required Herculean effort, let alone the thought of mounting a counterattack. Just as his mind began to spiral into disarray, a beam of pristine white light erupted from the depths of his golden core, akin to the blazing sun illuminating the dim sky. The brilliance of the white light remained undiminished, dazzling all in its wake. The individuals present appeared almost translucent under its radiant glow, revealing all that lay beneath. Shi was taken aback, and soon a wisp of ethereal mist enveloped her form, concealing her presence. Meanwhile, Mu Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the darkness of the sky had been dispelled, the might of his fist remained unyielding. Closing the distance to Bai Ye in the blink of an eye, Bai Ye raised his hand, and with a swift thrust of his sword, pierced the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled beneath the radiant blade, fracturing into deep, terrifying chasms. Not only that, but the surrounding space was also abruptly cleaved apart. With a sharp whoosh, the sword's light collided with the fist, causing the entire sky to shudder. A wave of formidable energy radiated outward, reminiscent of an unstoppable tidal surge. As the ground heaved and swayed in a spectacular display, in the blink of an eye, the area within several hundred feet transformed into a desolate wasteland. As the aftershocks subsided, onlookers were taken aback, their expressions revealing astonishment at the chaotic scene sprawled before them. Meanwhile, Mu Xiu emerged slowly from the ruins, his face etched with terror as he gazed at Bai Ye. At this moment, Bai Ye found himself somewhat bewildered. The power he had just unleashed was overwhelming. It was a fragment of strength that surged forth from his golden core, and it was this very force that had dealt a severe blow to Mu Xiu. Although he had inflicted significant damage on Mu Xiu, he himself was not in a much better state. To the outside observer, nothing appeared amiss, yet at this moment, Bai Ye's entire body was riddled with cracks in his meridians. He dared not exert even the slightest amount of energy. Bai Ye displayed an air of calm composure. "Mu Lauren, you have lost." Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiu across from him spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his hand to point at Bai Ye, stammering, You. After struggling to find his words, he remained utterly speechless, clearly infuriated by Bai Ye's audacity. Bai Ye chuckled, declaring, "Today, I shall take your life." Mu Xiu's face contorted in a grotesque expression, although he was severely wounded. He still possessed the strength to fight on. In response to Bai Ye's taunts and provocations, Mu Xiu let out a primal roar, seemingly losing all reason, and charged towards Bai Ye. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura erupted from Mu Xiu's body. In the blink of an eye, his presence subtly eclipsed that of the esteemed master. Noticing this, Shi's expression shifted. Does Emperor Song have any knowledge of Mu Xiu? After a moment of silence, Song Yu replied, I am unaware of his true origins. He glanced at Mu Xiu and continued, should we intervene? Watching Mu Xiu's escalating aura, Bai Ye felt a jolt of alarm. It appeared this old man was indeed prepared to fight to the death. His own meridians had begun to crack, and if he were to forcefully retaliate, dire consequences might ensue. At that moment, Mu Xiu unleashed a fierce punch. In an instant, it felt as though the very heavens would collapse under the weight of his power. Song Yu and Shi's expressions changed drastically. Bai Ye stood no chance of withstanding such a blow. In a flash, Song Yu appeared before Bai Ye, wielding a long spear that had materialized in his hand. The spearhead gleamed with a faint azure light, reminiscent of the ghostly flames of the underworld yearning for the souls of the living. He then launched a fierce strike towards Mu Xiu. Mu Xiu's expression changed dramatically, but it was too late to withdraw. He could only intensify his assault. The two forces, imbued with world-destroying might, collided with cataclysmic intensity, causing the very sky to tremble violently. Under the weight of these two formidable powers, the heavens appeared as fragile as thin ice, incapable of withstanding such force. The aftermath of their clash sent Bai Ye reeling back thousands of feet, while Mu Xiu was pushed back only 100 feet, astonishingly unscathed. Though Song Yu did not budge an inch, he felt a dull pain in his hands, and blood began to seep from his wounds. He was a formidable half-step barrier master, wielding a weapon of the highest heavenly grade. Yet, even with such prowess, he found himself at a disadvantage against Mu Xiu. Mu Xiu glared fiercely at Song Yu, demanding, what is your intention, Emperor Song? Did you not hereby you challenge me to a duel? Clearly, Mu Xiu was infuriated by Song Yu's sudden intervention. Song Yu chuckled lightly, though his eyes betrayed a serious demeanor. Elder Mu, the victor was already determined, yet you chose to strike again. You were the one who broke the rules. How can you blame me? Mu Xiu, now frenzied, retorted, who declared that the victor was determined? Song Yu replied, I distinctly heard Bai Gongzi declare your defeat. Was that not a clear determination of victory? At this moment, Mu Xiu was utterly speechless. He realized that Song Yu was cut from the same cloth as Bai Ye. Both exhibited an astonishing lack of shame. Overwhelmed with madness, he let out a long howl. Today, even if I must perish, I shall take you all down with me. Upon uttering these words, his aura surged once more, this time at an alarming rate that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, including Shi. As this formidable energy escalated, ethereal rings of various hues began to materialize around Mu Xiu. Witnessing this spectacle, Shi, who was holding Bai Ye, suddenly sprang to her feet. Chapter 66, Mu Xiu escaped. Chapter 67, Piercing Through 1,000 Zhang. Chapter 68, A Sense of Unease. So, does this imply that you just now? Bai Ye quickly shook her head, saying, no, I did not intentionally gaze at you. I merely caught a glimpse inadvertently, as I have yet to adjust. Shi's lips twitched slightly as she replied, let us not dwell on that. Aside from your eyes, is there anything else that differs from before? Bai Ye pondered for a moment before saying, it seems that as long as I concentrate, everything within a radius of several hundred zhang will materialize in my mind. Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the essence of divine thought. In due time, you should gradually acclimate to it, as it will prove to be immensely beneficial for you in the future. Bai Ye nodded, expressing his bewilderment. How could my vision be affected in such a manner, even with that divine consciousness? Shi presented a small jade vial to Bai Ye, saying, this is the sacred healing elixir bestowed upon you by the Song Emperor. It is precisely because of this that your divine consciousness has become several dozen, if not 100 times, stronger than that of an ordinary individual. However, as for the condition of your eyes, I am at a loss. Bai Ye carefully examined the small jade vial, pondering the extraordinary nature of the elixir within. Is this potion truly so miraculous? Poetic nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Do not underestimate this elixir. It possesses the power to save lives. Outside, Song Lan, having heard the sounds emanating from the room, quickly inquired, has young Master Bai awoken? Upon hearing Song Lan's call, Bai Ye and Poetic ceased their discussion about the life-restoring elixir and gradually stepped out of the room. As they emerged, Song Lan hastily interjected before Song Yu could speak. Is young Master Bai's condition no longer critical? Bai Ye gazed at Shi with a curious expression, as if inquiring whether the rejuvenation elixir truly belonged to Song Yu or did Song Lan. Shi cast a glance at Song Lan, and Bai Ye understood. She circled around Song Lan to approach Song Yu. I am immensely grateful for the divine medicine, esteemed Emperor Song. Song Yu chuckled softly. As long as it aids young Master Bai, that is all that matters. Noticing that Bai Ye disregarded him, Song Lan felt a twinge of awkwardness. He then stepped closer to Bai Ye and whispered, Young Master Bai, I have come into possession of a secret regarding the Zhao family. Bai Ye looked at Song Lan with a puzzled expression, inquiring, What secret? Song Lan quickly replied, Recently, I have discreetly dispatched individuals to conduct an in-depth investigation into the Zhao family, resulting in the unfortunate loss of several formidable experts from the Condensing Sea realm. He intentionally paused, hoping to instill a sense of guilt or obligation in Bai Ye by emphasizing his losses. However, Bai Ye was acutely aware of Song Lan's intentions and chose to disregard that remark, internally reflecting, This old fox is quite cunning. I must not fall into his trap. Despite this thought, Bai Ye could not help but display a profound sense of guilt and indebtedness on his countenance. Observing this, Song Lan felt a surge of delight in his heart and continued, Through my investigation, I have discovered that the Zhao family possesses a private dungeon. Those who have committed grave offenses within the family are confined there. However, it is my belief that the individuals imprisoned may not solely belong to the Zhao family. There could be others who have been captured by them. It is possible that your friends are among the captives. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye furrowed his brows, asking, Director Song, can you ascertain who is being held within that dungeon? The moment Song Lan mentioned the possibility of his friends being imprisoned, Bai Ye immediately thought of Zhao Shuer and Ling Qing. Yet, upon further reflection, he deemed it unlikely, as Zhao Shuer was the esteemed young lady of the Zhao family. How could she possibly be confined? As for Ling Qing, he also considered the likelihood to be minimal. Song Lan shook his head. That private dungeon is exceedingly concealed and situated deep within the Zhao estate. It is virtually impossible to infiltrate unnoticed. Bai Ye pondered for a moment, yet resolved to take a look. Regardless of whether Shuer or Ling Qing was held within, he felt compelled to visit. After all, he had intended to go to the Zhao family to clarify the matters of the past. Thus, it was indeed necessary for him to make the journey. We shall go, he declared. However, Shi interjected, Are we truly going just like this? Bai Ye, filled with confusion, inquired, What else could it be? To which Shi, with utmost seriousness, responded, If Miss Shuer or senior sister Ling is indeed imprisoned within, when we arrive at the Zhao family, they may use them as leverage against us. What shall we do then? Bai Ye also awakened, pondering that if it were truly as Shi had suggested, not only would rescuing them be impossible, but both she and Shi could potentially find themselves in peril. Bai Ye spoke in a low voice, What do you suggest we do? After pondering for a moment, Shi replied, Perhaps we could do this. We can ask the Emperor Song to assist us by inviting several elders from the Zhao family to the Imperial Hall, thereby detaining them. We will then proceed to the Zhao residence, without the presence of a master at the sovereign realm to oversee them. It should not be an issue for Gu, given his current strength, to rescue the person. At that moment, Song Lan suddenly stepped forward. I shall accompany young Master Bai. A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Song Yu's mouth. He mused internally, This old fellow has become rather overly bold of late. Bai Ye turned to Song Yu and inquired, Might the esteemed Emperor Song be willing to assist me with this task? Song Yu smiled gently, It's a trifling matter. I shall return to the royal hall forthwith to extend an invitation to several elders of the Zhao family. With that, he turned and departed. Shi suddenly interjected, It seems that Emperor Song requires some time. Director Song, could you elaborate on the private prison of the Zhao family? Song Lan promptly nodded. The Zhao family's private prison is situated at the rear of their estate, deep within the mountains. There lies a forbidden ground, which is said to be the burial site of the Zhao ancestors. However, that is not the truth. It is not the resting place of their forebears. Instead, a volcano resides there, one that has existed for millennia. The Zhao family has long believed that a fire spirit dwells within that mountain, yet for thousands of years, no one from the Zhao family has been able to tame it. Consequently, the spirit remains confined within the mountain. The private prison is located not far from this volcano, and due to its presence, the prison is engulfed in flames. However, these flames do not claim lives. Rather, they inflict unbearable, searing pain. In essence, those imprisoned within endure this torment day and night, perpetually teetering on the brink of life and death, in a cruel existence where they cannot seek relief nor find escape. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's expression darkened, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, Shi inquired, "Do you mean there is a fire spirit within?" Song Lan nodded. "According to the information I have gathered, that appears to be the case. However, its authenticity remains uncertain. Nonetheless, if the Zhao family's private prison is indeed engulfed in flames, then it must be true." Shi nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "Brother, are you intrigued by that fire spirit?" Bai Ye quickly shook his head, expressing his fear of being burned alive. Shi's expression darkened, and Song Lan then inquired, "Are we ready to set off now?" Bai Ye shook his head and replied, "Let us wait a little longer. I have yet to receive a message from the Song Emperor." Shi turned to Bai Ye and asked, "Brother, have you been feeling somewhat uneasy lately?" Bai Ye felt a sense of confusion. "Unease? Not at all." Shi furrowed her brows, increasingly convinced that something dire was about to transpire. Bai Ye inquired, Shi, "What troubles you? Have you been feeling overly fatigued lately?" However, Shi abruptly responded, "Perhaps we should postpone our visit to the Zhao family. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." At that moment, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in Song Lan's eyes, unnoticed by anyone else. Chapter 69. A change in circumstances. Bai Ye suddenly remarked, "The emperor has summoned the elder of the Zhao family to the imperial hall." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of confusion crossed Song Lan's eyes. Though he concealed it well, Bai Ye's keen perception detected the subtle shift. However, Bai Ye chose not to expose him, instead smiling at Song Lan, "Director Song, it is time. We may proceed to the Zhao family." Shi sensed an unusual glint in Bai Ye's gaze towards Song Lan and felt a twinge of curiosity. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The trio made their way towards the Zhao family in Qifeng City. Song Lan intended to take them on a flight through the skies, but Bai Ye declined his offer. After departing from the 5-star academy, Song Yu soared towards the imperial hall. However, not long into his journey, he furrowed his brow, sensing that someone seemed to be stealthily following him. He halted abruptly and called out into the distance, "Have you been trailing me all this while without revealing yourself?" As his words echoed, no one appeared. Yet, a circular barrier manifested around Song Yu, encasing him within. A sardonic smile crept across his lips. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the meticulous scheme of Director Song. At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows, commanding, "Activate the formation." Upon this utterance, the circular barrier blazed with brilliant light, and blades of energy surged forth from unknown origins, hurtling towards Song Yu. A look of derision crossed Song Yu's face. "Do you truly believe such a trivial killing formation can ensnare me?" He was unfazed by this rudimentary trap. After all, he had evaded far more formidable formations in the past while being pursued countless times, let alone this inferior array. As the myriad blades approached, Song Yu remained steadfast. And just as they were about to reach him, they disintegrated into nothingness. This was his own barrier, an extension of his will. Although he had only reached the threshold of barrier mastery, it was beyond the capabilities of this simplistic formation to breach. The hidden observers, upon witnessing this scene, were taken aback, contemplating retreat. Yet, at that moment, a terrifying pressure locked onto them, rendering them immobile, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, devoid of any means to resist. Song Yu advanced slowly towards them, revealing the 3 array masters and 2 pinnacle experts from Song Yun Academy. "Does Song Lan hold me in such low regard?" he scoffed. "To send such worthless pawns against me?" However, he soon changed his expression, silently thinking, "This is not good. He intends to delay me and take action against young Master Bai." Yet, almost instantly, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bai Ye's strength was no longer what it once was. Even several masters at the sovereign level would find it challenging to kill him. With this thought, he relaxed. He then summoned his shadow guards and brought everyone present to the imperial hall. He refrained from killing anyone, as he still needed to keep them alive to do Bai Ye a favor. Upon returning to the imperial hall, Song Yu dispatched 5 shadow guards to invite the elders of the Zhao family for a discussion on significant matters. The so-called important matters were merely a pretext he had concocted, intended to buy time as previously suggested by Shi. Moments later, the 5 shadow guards escorted 3 elders from the Zhao family into the imperial hall. Judging by the condition of the 3 elders, it was somewhat forced to claim they had come willingly. Each elder bore bloodstains to varying degrees, with one even spilling blood from his mouth. Observing the group, Song Yu waved his hand, signaling the shadow guards to withdraw. He then gently crushed a communication talisman and remarked with a smile, "It appears rather presumptuous to invite you all here today." One of the elders scoffed, "Do you realize you have disrupted our master's plans?" Hearing this, Song Yu's smile faltered. "Master?" Another elder bellowed, If you know what's good for you, release us and those too. Otherwise, if this matter reaches our master, your entire imperial hall shall face ruin." Upon hearing this, Song Yu's expression turned grave. He recognized exactly who the two individuals mentioned were, those who had just blocked his path alongside the three array masters from Song Yun Academy. Could it be that those two hailed from outside? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Yu thought, "This is troublesome. I must notify young master Bai at once." He immediately took out another communication talisman and crushed it. Seeing Song Yu destroy the talisman, the expressions of the three elders darkened. Bai Ye and his companions were gradually making their way towards the Zhao family when suddenly, Bai Ye halted, turning his gaze towards Song Lan. Taken aback by Bai Ye's sudden pause and focus on him, Song Lan momentarily froze before inquiring, "What is it, young Master Bai? Do you feel we are progressing too slowly? I can take you all and fly ahead." Bai Ye shook his head, expressing that he felt they were moving a bit too quickly. Just moments ago, he had received a message from Song Yu, informing him that circumstances had changed and that he should refrain from hastily proceeding to the Zhao family. Sure looked at Bai Ye with curiosity and asked, "Brother, is there something amiss?" Bai Ye chuckled, "Shall we take a gamble?" Sure, perplexed, inquired, "What shall we wager on?" "On whether our visit to the Zhao family will go smoothly," Bai Ye replied. At this, Song Lan furrowed his brow, pondering if they had uncovered something untoward. Sure interjected, "Brother, we shall not gamble." With that, she took Bai Ye by the hand and led him in another direction, one that steered them towards the imperial palace in the capital. Song Lan, with a hint of urgency in his demeanor, insisted, "We ought to proceed this way." As he pointed towards the direction of the Zhao family in Qifeng City, Bai Ye smiled and said, "Let us first visit the Emperor's Hall, and then proceed to the Zhao family." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Song Lan felt a sense of foreboding. Had they truly discovered his intentions? Contemplating this, Song Lan found himself in a quandary, torn between the decision to act and subdue the two individuals. Not long ago, he had unexpectedly learned that this continent was now connected to the outside world. The reason for this was that when Bai Ye sealed the Beast Domain passage, he had not reinforced the entire continent seal. Now, the seal had nearly dissipated, prompting him to venture out immediately upon discovering this information. After grasping the general situation outside, he relayed the news of Bai Ye obtaining the Chaos Yuan Yang and Chaos Yuan Yin to a certain faction. This faction promised Song Lan that once they acquired the treasures in Bai Ye's possession, they would assist him in avenging his master. Upon learning that Bai Ye was merely at the core formation stage, they casually dispatched two peak sea-breaking realm experts to capture him. However, Song Lan remained unconvinced and secretly allied with the Zhao family to confront Bai Ye. Yet now, it appeared that those two, along with his three array masters, had failed. He felt little surprise at this outcome, as Song Yu was indeed a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, he had a secondary plan and pondered how likely he was to eliminate Bai Ye with a sudden strike. Based on his previous assessments of Bai Ye's combat capabilities, it was clear that although Bai Ye was significantly stronger than others at the same level, he could not possibly contend with a master at the Lord's level. With this in mind, he cast a glance at Sure. He could not help but feel that she was the most enigmatic aspect of the situation. Not only had Song Yu previously mentioned that Sure was no ordinary person, but through his observations over time, he had grown increasingly aware of her mysterious nature. After all, Bai Ye had been pursued multiple times, yet Sure had always remained by his side, despite being merely at the qi condensation stage. Logically, she should not have survived under such relentless pursuit. Though he hesitated to strike, his heart had already made its choice. Watching Bai Ye and Sure leisurely approach the Emperor's Hall, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed Song Lan's face. Suddenly, he launched a punch toward Bai Ye, who was less than half a step away. This punch, executed with suddenness and proximity, prevented Song Lan from exerting his full strength. He only utilized a little over 30% of his power, yet he believed it sufficient. However, just as his punch was mere inches from Bai Ye, it halted abruptly. Surrounding Bai Ye was a faint golden barrier, which was precisely what had thwarted Song Lan's strike. This was the defensive formation Bai Ye had prepared earlier. Nevertheless, the barrier now exhibited several cracks, having been struck by the punch, but it had provided Bai Ye with ample time to create distance from Song Lan. Bai Ye retreated several paces, casting a cold glare at Song Lan. "What is the meaning of this, Director Song?" Song Lan's expression darkened instantly after his failed strike. Fixating his gaze on Bai Ye, "Regardless of the circumstances, you must perish today." With that, an overwhelming aura enveloped Bai Ye and Sure. Bai Ye said, "Wait. Can you tell me why?" Coldly, Song Lan replied, "I'll tell you once you're dead." With that, he unleashed a powerful strike towards Bai Ye. This blow was a full-force attack from a pinnacle master, its sheer force capable of shattering space itself, exuding an unparalleled terror. Under the shadow of this formidable strike, Bai Ye felt as if he were being sliced by 1,000 blades, an overwhelming agony tearing through him. Although Bai Ye's physical body was considerably stronger than that of a typical golden core cultivator, it was utterly inadequate against the assault of a master. As the force of the strike intensified, crimson streaks of blood began to seep from Bai Ye's body. The brutality of that blow was enough to render him nearly incapacitated, a testament to its terrifying power. As he witnessed the impending strike, Bai Ye ceased his words. He drew forth a crimson longsword and thrust it with great vigor, unleashing a mysterious force that erupted from his golden core. In an instant, the entire space around him seemed to warp, as if struggling to contain this immense energy. A surge of scarlet golden sword light engulfed the surroundings, yet it was soon reduced to fragments. Despite the ferocity of the sword light, it was no match for Song Lan's strike. The force obliterated the sword light effortlessly. With a thunderous crash, the sword light shattered, and Bai Ye was sent flying 100 feet away, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body marked with several wounds. Song Lan sneered. Though you are indeed monstrous, the gap in cultivation cannot be bridged by mere talent. With that, he unleashed another palm strike, this time directed towards Shi. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ye's expression transformed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped forward, charging towards Shi. Observing her steadfast protector, who always risked himself to shield her from peril, a smile graced Shi's lips, yet it quickly faded, her eyes dimming with melancholy. How wonderful it would be if this could last forever. In an instant, Bai Ye had arrived before Shi, just as Song Lan's palm was about to descend. When Song Lan's hand struck Bai Ye, a brilliant column of white light erupted from within him. Under the illumination of this radiant beam, the entire sky appeared to become translucent. Even the blazing sun at the horizon seemed to dull. Song Lan's palm met the white light as though he had struck a cloud. There was no sensation of impact. To his astonishment, he felt his hand being gradually consumed by the luminescent force. He attempted to retract his hand, but it seemed ensnared by an immensely powerful pull, relentlessly drawing him in. Slowly, terror began to overtake Song Lan's countenance, for he realized that the white column was not merely devouring the force of his strike. His very hand was also beginning to vanish, with his fingers disappearing little by little. Panic surged within him. What are you doing? Stop this at once. At that moment, his fingers had nearly disappeared to the base. Although regeneration of severed limbs was not an insurmountable challenge at his level, it would nonetheless exact a tremendous toll and consume significant time. Bai Ye gazed at the slowly vanishing hand of Song Lan, feeling somewhat bewildered. Could it be that this radiant light possessed the ability to consume? In truth, when Song Lan had struck with that palm, a flicker of fear had coursed through him. After all, the power of that blow had indeed made him acutely aware of the looming specter of death. Nevertheless, he endeavored to summon the strength within his golden core and was astonished to find that he had succeeded. Moreover, this newfound power shocked him further, as it effortlessly resisted Song Lan's terrifying strike. Not only that, but it also had the capacity to absorb Song Lan's strength. Contemplating this, he directed his thoughts to amplify the intensity of this consuming force. Instantly, a formidable pulling power enveloped Song Lan completely. Upon realizing this, Song Lan finally panicked. He discovered that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape this suction, and with every attempt to break free, the force only grew stronger. Bai Ye, do you truly comprehend what you are doing? Bai Ye paid no heed. He would never engage in idle chatter with his adversary when he held an absolute advantage in battle. Shi observed the force that tightly ensnared Song Lan, her brow furrowing in concern, for that very force exuded an unsettling danger. What could this formidable power be? Suddenly, a look of terror crossed her face. Her mouth agape. Could this possibly be the fabled chaos power? According to ancient texts, the chaos power is a remnant from the primordial inception of the universe, a force that, to some extent, surpasses all other powers within the cosmos. Moreover, it possesses even more terrifying capabilities. After all, the universe began as a mere expanse of chaotic energy. After countless years of gestation within this chaos, it eventually gives rise to the chaos primordial yang and chaos primordial yin. Once these two forces reach a certain threshold, they will merge, unleashing an extraordinarily fearsome power that cleaves the nebulous chaotic energy in twain. Ultimately, after enduring innumerable years of sedimentation and tranquility, one part becomes heaven and the other, earth. Thus, the universe is formed. However, As eons wear on, that chaos power gradually dissipates, scattering throughout the vast cosmos. Yet, the fact that Bai Ye could summon this chaos power left Sure utterly astounded. Could it be that his golden core harbored boundless chaotic energy? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. How terrifying would that be? It was evident, however, that Bai Ye could not truly harness that power, as his expression plainly indicated. At this moment, his countenance was slowly turning pale, clearly reflecting the significant backlash that force inflicted upon him. At this moment, Bai Ye became acutely aware that something was amiss. He felt an involuntary tremor coursing through his entire body. It was the overwhelming force that threatened to consume him. And he realized that if it continued, he too would be engulfed by it. With this thought, Bai Ye hastily focused his mind, gradually retracting that immense power. Sensing Bai Ye's distress, Song Lan's expression softened, yet he remained far from reassured, for his right hand had completely vanished. Furthermore, his internal energy was nearly depleted, leaving him in a state of dire thirst. Should Bai Ye fail to rein in that force, it would not be long before Song Lan was rendered utterly incapacitated. As Bai Ye completely withdrew that power, Song Lan staggered back several steps, his gaze fixed on Bai Ye with lingering trepidation. Chapter 71. Stunned Song Lan, what kind of power is that? Song Lan asked Bai Ye, a hint of panic evident in his voice. Bai Ye did not respond to Song Lan's words, but instead focused intently on sensing his own body. After a moment, he felt reassured, although he had suffered a backlash. It was far less severe than the previous time. Previously, his entire meridian system had been grievously injured by that retaliatory force, whereas now he merely felt a bit weak, with no significant impact. He then recalled the regeneration elixir that Sure had administered to him, marveling at its extraordinary properties. Indeed, the elixir was no ordinary item. At that moment, Song Lan suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Is that the power of Chaos Yuan Yang?" Song Lan, of course, was unaware that the force was indeed chaos energy. He merely speculated it to be the power of Chaos Yuan Yang. The thought of it being Chaos Yuan Yang brought a fleeting smile of elation to Song Lan's face. However, this joy quickly morphed into a grim expression. He pondered. If he possessed this Chaos Yuan Yang power, would he still need to humbly request assistance from others to avenge his master? He recalled how, in the past, he had been utterly subservient, pleading and groveling to persuade that force to aid him in seeking revenge. Reflecting on his own previous humility irked him, as over the centuries, he had never lowered himself to such an extent before anyone else apart from his master. With this thought, his countenance twisted into a snarl. Yet, he was also somewhat hesitant. After all, Bai Ye was capable of wielding that force, which posed a significant threat to him. Should he take the gamble? Just as Song Lan was engulfed in uncertainty, a voice filled with urgency reached his ears. "Brother, are you all right?" Following the sound, he turned to look at Bai Ye and noticed that something seemed amiss. At that moment, Bai Ye's complexion was extraordinarily pale, his face resembling a blank sheet of paper. It appeared that his body was trembling slightly, as if he had sustained grave injuries. Song Lan's eyes narrowed slightly, contemplating, could it be that he was backlashed by that force? At this thought, a surge of elation coursed through him. Truly, heaven was aiding him. Although he had just been bested by that force, observing Bai Ye now, he felt that Bai Ye was in a far worse state. He would undoubtedly be unable to wield that power once more, if Bai Ye could not summon that power again. Song Lan felt entirely confident in his ability to strike him down in his currently weakened condition. With this realization, he let out a sinister laugh. "Ha ha, truly, heaven is on my side." Saying this, a long spear appeared in his hand, the prized weapon of Tsang Yun Academy, an exquisite earth-grade artifact. The spear measured a full 10 feet in length, its tip a deep black, featuring a triangular point with two short backward-facing spikes beneath it. The shaft was slender enough for his fingers to comfortably grasp it. The faintly dark spear shaft subtly reveals a delicate gray luminescence, imparting an impression of remarkable sturdiness and robustness. Observing the long spear that materializes in Song Lan's grasp, Bai Ye's expression grows exceedingly grave at this moment. He finds himself utterly incapable of contending with it. Although his condition is significantly improved compared to the previous backlash, he remains exceedingly weak, unable to muster his full strength for another confrontation, let alone wield that particular power once more. Nevertheless, he feels no fear, as his long sword stands defiantly angled towards the ground. "Director Song, do you wish to attempt that power once again?" Song Lan replies with a sinister smile. "I believe you are incapable of wielding that power again." Bai Ye appeared remarkably calm and composed, smiling as he remarked, "Are you inclined to take a gamble? I can unequivocally assure you that I still possess the ability to wield that power 3 more times." After a moment of contemplation, he continued. If I were to exert myself fully, I could potentially summon it 5 more times. Song Lan, however, was evidently skeptical of Bai Ye's claims. Yet a flicker of caution stirred within him. After all, judging by Bai Ye's demeanor at that moment, there was not a hint of panic, logically. If Bai Ye had no backup, he would not maintain such tranquility. Nevertheless, Song Lan could not fathom what hidden trump cards Bai Ye might possess. As for that formidable power, he was utterly unconvinced that Bai Ye could still invoke it. If he truly could, Song Lan felt unperturbed, believing that his earlier misstep had been due to carelessness. With a little more vigilance, he was certain he could evade that force. Do you think I am easily frightened? He retorted. Yet, despite his bravado, a trace of hesitation lingered. Had it not been for this uncertainty, he would have already made his move. Bai Ye smiled faintly and asked, Do you think I'm trying to frighten you? At that moment, Shi playfully turned her eyes towards Bai Ye and remarked, Brother, remember not to use that power more than 5 times. This statement was evidently directed at Song Lan, intending to convey that Bai Ye indeed had the capacity to wield that extraordinary power 5 more times. Upon hearing Shi's words, Song Lan narrowed his eyes. Although he harbored skepticism towards Bai Ye, Shi's admonition began to waver his doubts. If Bai Ye could still unleash that power once more, he might be able to manage a fight. However, the prospect of 5 times left him pondering, for not only was he currently injured, but even in perfect health, he feared he would be unable to withstand such an onslaught. Bai Ye smiled at Shi, conveying her approval with a look of admiration. Give it a try. Don't worry. Dealing with this person once more should suffice. If once is inadequate, then twice will do, at most 3 times. Shi felt a chuckle rising within her but managed to suppress it. Yes, I trust you, brother. After speaking, she turned her gaze towards Song Lan. You should make your move quickly. My brother is already growing impatient. Are you afraid? The chaos primordial yang and primordial yin are with my brother. Don't you desire them? Upon hearing Shi's words, Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of exasperation. Did this sister truly believe that he could still wield such power? Just moments ago, he had merely been intimidating Song Lan. If Song Lan were to act now, he might not withstand even a single blow. Meanwhile, Shi seemed entirely engrossed, continuing to urge Song Lan to take action. Faced with Shi's insistence, Song Lan hesitated further, pondering. Could it be that Bai Ye's words hold truth? Can he indeed utilize such power at least 5 more times? Otherwise, how could he possess such confidence? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it appeared, yet the allure of the chaos primordial yang and primordial yin was too tempting. He was unwilling to relinquish them so easily. At that moment, Shi's voice rang out once more. Brother, since he is not making the first move, you should take the initiative, strike him down with a single sword. Upon hearing Shi's words, Song Lan's body trembled slightly. In that instant, he found himself almost entirely convinced by the assertions of Bai Ye and Shi. Bai Ye gazed at Shi with wide eyes and remarked, We must understand the importance of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Let him make the first move. I fear that if I act first, he shall lose his opportunity. At this moment, he certainly could not act. Such a move would expose his intentions, rendering all previous deceptions futile. Listening to Bai Ye, Song Lan surprisingly felt that Bai Ye was not merely trying to frighten him. The more composed Bai Ye appeared, the more Song Lan found himself convinced by his words. At that moment, Song Lan was torn. He was reluctant to withdraw yet hesitant to make the first move against Bai Ye. Standing quietly a short distance away, Song Lan seemed calm, but his mind was a tumult of thoughts. Bai Ye was feeling increasingly anxious. It was evident that Song Lan had begun to trust himself a bit too much. Yet, why was he still lingering? Prolonged confrontation could easily expose their ruse. And Bai Ye's heart was already racing. He figured that if the standoff continued for much longer, he would no longer be able to maintain his calm and composed demeanor. Chapter 72. The Invincible Sword Spirit. At this moment, Shi was also losing her patience, pondering why Song Lan was so indecisive in his actions. Why not make a hasty retreat? If he wouldn't flee, they could certainly make their escape first. With this thought, she gently whispered in Bai Ye's ear, Brother, shall we make our exit now? At this moment, Bai Ye found himself hesitating. If he were to flee first, Song Lan would undoubtedly realize that he was attempting to deceive him. At that point, he would surely pursue him with fervent madness. Yet, if he chose not to run, how long could he remain in this precarious position? Song Lan noticed Shi whispering something in Bai Ye's ear, prompting a sense of confusion within him. Could it be that they were conspiring to trick him? This thought took root and grew increasingly plausible in Song Lan's mind. gradually transforming into certainty. He then furiously pointed at Bai Ye, exclaiming, "You were deceiving me." Bai Ye's heart sank. It was over. The old man had seen through them. However, Sure calmly replied, "If we intended to deceive you, would we still be here waiting for you to make a move?" Song Lan let out a cold laugh. "Do you truly think you have the courage to flee?" Bai Ye felt a twinge of confusion. How had Song Lan become so astute in such a short span of time? This development did not bode well for the two of them. What should they do now? He then turned to Sure, who, with her quirky and spirited nature, might possess some ingenuity. Sure gazed at Bai Ye in astonishment, exclaiming, "I have no solutions. Can't you see how clever they have become?" Song Lan, who had been closely monitoring their exchange, overheard Sure's words. Upon hearing her remark, he became utterly convinced that Bai Ye and Sure's previous claims of being able to wield certain powers were mere fabrications. A wave of frustration washed over him as he reflected on how he had once believed their fanciful tales. After being entangled with them for so long, could it be? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could it be that they were deliberately stalling to recuperate from their injuries? If that were the case, had Bai Ye already regained his strength? He scrutinized Bai Ye closely, but upon observing Bai Ye's still pallid complexion, he felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Bai Ye had not yet recovered. Seething with indignation, he thought to himself, "What a pair of impudent youngsters, deceiving me all along." Bai Ye, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Isn't it solely due to your incessant cooperation? Are you truly going to blame us for our frivolous chatter?" Upon realizing that Bai Ye had not regained his composure, he resolved not to grant him another opportunity. With a furious shout, he lunged forward, wielding his spear in a thrust. Although he had previously been injured by Bai Ye's formidable strength, the current might of the Earth-grade spear amplified his attack, rendering it no less powerful than in his prime. The spear pierced through the very fabric of space, causing the surrounding area to tremble violently as if it were on the brink of shattering under the immense force. A dark blade of light manifested at the spear's tip, aiming directly at Bai Ye's brow. Seeing Song Lan suddenly strike, Bai Ye's countenance changed drastically. He understood that he might not withstand this blow. Yet, even if he could not, he had to attempt to block it. The crimson sword in his hand trembled slightly as he gritted his teeth, drawing upon a fragment of the power within his golden core. Channeling this energy into the crimson sword, it radiated a blinding golden red light. A resonant hum echoed, as if the sword had awakened to life. Sure gazed in astonishment at the sword in Bai Ye's grasp, exclaiming, "This sword possesses a spirit. Is it awakening?" The sword spirit, also known as the weapon spirit, emerges when a weapon reaches a certain grade or when its master attains a specific realm, thus gaining sentience. The strength of both the weapon and its master indirectly determines the potency of the weapon spirit. Previously, Bai Ye's sword had recognized its master and had protected him in dire moments, indicating that it had indeed developed a degree of intelligence, though it could not yet be classified as a true weapon spirit. However, at this moment, under the influence of Bai Ye's power, the sword appeared to possess a life of its own, transcending mere sentience. If the sword truly bore a spirit, had the spirit been sealed away or injured during its slumber? Contemplating this, Sure's curiosity intensified as she scrutinized the sword. Meanwhile, Song Lan's assault was imminent. Before Bai Ye could react, he thrust the sword, propelling his body forward. As the sword was unleashed, the entire world was engulfed in darkness. The space around them was obliterated. Sure stood in stunned silence, as this single strike shattered her understanding of reality. It was but a casual attack from a sword spirit that had just awakened, and it was executed with Bai Ye's own body. Bai Ye found himself somewhat bewildered. Just as he was about to wield his sword, it had already lunged forth before he could act. Moreover, it was not merely countering, it was imparting swordsmanship to him. In that moment, he alone perceived that this blade was not only retaliating, but also demonstrating a particular sword technique through the very act of its thrust. Bai Ye did not dwell on his thoughts, but rather immersed himself in the profound essence of this sword. Moments later, he opened his eyes in astonishment, for he had been profoundly shaken during his contemplation. He sensed the sheer terror of this sword, which possessed the power to annihilate an entire realm. As he closed his eyes to delve deeper into its essence, a vivid image emerged in his mind, a realm, thousands of feet away, instantaneously shattering amidst the starlit expanse. The horrifying spectacle sent a tremor through his very heartbeat. When he regained his composure, he realized that Song Lan had vanished from his sight. In the place where Song Lan had stood moments before, there now lay an abyss of darkness. Bai Ye turned to Sure, momentarily lost in thought. Upon seeing her face, equally astonished, Bai Ye felt an even deeper shock. Since their acquaintance, there have been few instances that could render Sure so flabbergasted. Even the incident with Mu Xiu had not evoked a reaction as profound as this. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in Shishi's mind. You must protect the young master. Confused about the source of the voice, she soon realized it was the sword spirit communicating with her. She then transmitted her thoughts to the spirit. Are you the spirit of that sword? The weak voice replied, Indeed. Shishi, in astonishment, inquired, Are you injured? The spirit responded, Not exactly. I was merely sealed by my master. I have unexpectedly awakened. Hence my frailty. Shishi's heart raced with shock. You are so weak now, yet that strike was terrifying. How formidable were you at your peak? The spirit smiled weakly. I am just a sword. Moreover, my power is contingent upon my master's strength. Shishi pressed further. How strong is your master? Invincible. The simplicity of the two words left Shishi in silence. While she found it hard to believe in invincibility, she was convinced that this individual possessed unfathomable power. The spirit continued, I shall fall back into slumber. Please take care of the young master. Shishi quickly asked, When will you truly awaken? After a moment of silence, the spirit replied, When the young master reaches invincibility. Shishi, dumbfounded, exclaimed, When he becomes invincible. She felt a fog clouding her mind and asked, Why must he reach invincibility for you to awaken? The spirit hesitated before answering, Because it was he who sealed me. Shishi was once again taken aback, eager to ask more, but the spirit's presence had already faded, clearly having returned to slumber. At that moment, Shishi was profoundly shaken, and suddenly, a thought struck her. Who had sealed this sword spirit? How could this be? Could it truly be as her grandfather once said? She recalled her grandfather's words, Shishi, when you descend to the lower realms, you must protect the young master. If an opportunity arises, seize it. His identity may not be merely that of a young master. He could be a reincarnated being. Reflecting on her grandfather's insistence that she seize the opportunity, she shook her head and smiled, realizing she was now regarded by Bai Ye as a beloved younger sister. Chapter 73. Traversing the boundless realms. Observing Shishi's repeated expressions of astonishment, Bai Ye felt a twinge of confusion. Shishi, what is the matter? Upon hearing Bai Ye call her name, Shishi snapped back to reality, scrutinizing him as if attempting to see through him. This caused Bai Ye to feel somewhat perplexed. Shishi, what troubles you? She lifted her gaze to meet Bai Ye's. It's nothing, but that strike you just executed. Bai Ye promptly exclaimed. I too am perplexed. The sword that was just unleashed was not wielded by me, but rather, it was a manifestation of that sword guiding my hand. Furthermore, it appears that through that strike, it was imparting its swordsmanship to me. What? Shishi gasped in astonishment. Are you saying that the sword just now not only guided you, but also conveyed its techniques through that very strike? Once again, she was taken aback. Indeed. And as I contemplated the essence of that swordsmanship, a terrifying vision emerged in my mind. Shishi, intrigued, inquired, What kind of vision? Bai Ye remarked, as that sword was thrust forth, the very fabric of the realm, tens of thousands of zhang away, shattered inch by inch. Listening to Bai Ye's vivid description, Shishi felt her throat constricting with emotion. She pondered whether the sword spirit's claim of invincibility was indeed true. Ultimately, she chose not to disclose the matter of the sword spirit to Bai Ye, reasoning that since the spirit had not directly communicated with him, it might be a deliberate choice to keep its existence concealed, or perhaps the timing was not yet ripe. Brother, how much have you comprehended regarding that sword technique? Bai Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment, responding with uncertainty. He too was at a loss. The sword's thrust appeared deceptively simple, merely a straightforward jab forward. Yet, the profound knowledge of swordsmanship embedded within eluded his understanding. Nevertheless, he gleaned some insight, recalling the words of Shishi, to transform the intricate into the simple. Simplicity is indeed the essence of strength. The two of them chose not to dwell on this matter any longer, their gazes drifting towards a distant void. They exchanged a wry smile and shook their heads in resignation. This space had been utterly obliterated by that singular strike, though it would gradually mend. It would likely remain irreparable for quite some time. The sheer force of that attack was overwhelming, and remnants of its power might linger in this place for days. Perhaps even months. Brother, shall we head to the Zhao family, or seek out Song Yu first? Bai Ye pondered for a moment. It would be wise to visit the Zhao family first. I have unexpectedly developed an interest in that fire spirit. Although he had previously been unaware that the sword was controlled by a spirit, he recognized its connection to the ethereal. Considering the formidable nature of all things imbued with spirit, could this fire spirit not also possess great power? Naturally, he harbored concerns about his ability to subdue the fire spirit, yet he resolved that even if he could not conquer it, He would strive to incorporate it into his golden core world, even at the risk of being rebuffed once more. In that realm, he was indeed the sovereign. Suddenly, he halted, remembering that Mu Xiu's soul beast still resided within his golden core. Sure. Does that beast soul of Mu Xiu hold any value? Sure appeared somewhat perplexed, but after a brief moment, she recollected. You should release it. Mu Xiu will no longer pose a threat to us. Bai Ye, perplexed, inquired, what transpired after I fell unconscious that day? Previously, he had been pondering this matter, intending to seize an opportunity to ask Sure. Yet he had consistently forgotten to do so. With a light laugh, Sure shook her head. After you lost consciousness, I single-handedly defeated Mu Xiu with a mere finger. And he subsequently conceded, vowing never to trouble us again. Bai Ye, rendered speechless, released the soul beast of Mu Xiu. And the two continued their journey towards the Zhao family. Sure, shall we take to the skies on a flying vehicle? Sure promptly shook her head. I do not wish to. Bai Ye offered an awkward smile, assuring, I have cleaned everything thoroughly. Despite the cleanliness, he refrained from taking a seat, pondering to himself. Who knows if you will behave as you did last time? Within the imperial hall, Song Yu's expression grew increasingly grim. It had been half a day since he sent word to Bai Ye, yet the latter had yet to arrive. This uncertainty gnawed him. Could it be that young Master Bai was no match for Song Lan? However, even if he were at a disadvantage, Song Yu believed that with Bai Ye's prowess, he could surely escape. Moreover, with Sure by his side, it seemed unlikely that any misfortune would befall him. Nonetheless, to exercise caution, he dispatched covert guards to investigate. At that moment, Bai Ye and Sure had arrived before the Zhao family's grand entrance. This time, Bai Ye sought to rescue someone and retrieve the fire spirit, hence he did not bother with formalities. Drawing his longsword, he struck the Zhao family gate with a single, forceful blow. With a thunderous crash, the gate shattered. In an instant, a dozen warriors from the Zhao family surged forth. However, most of them were merely the younger generation. At the Foundation establishment stage, as Bai Ye beheld the approaching Zhao family members, a surge of energy coursed through him. It was time to project an aura of invincibility. You insignificant ants, step aside at once, or I shall smite you all with a single stroke. At that moment, one of the assailants stepped forward, furiously pointing at Bai Ye. How dare you shatter the gate of the Zhao family? You shall find death difficult to escape. With that, he launched a punch directly at Bai Ye. Seeing one of their own strike, the others became restless, eager to join the fray. Yet, just as the fist was about to collide with Bai Ye's face, it suddenly halted. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then retreated a few steps in shock. The man who had attacked Bai Ye now bore a sword piercing through his chest. This individual had been a first-layer Foundation establishment expert, not the strongest among them, but certainly ranking within the top 5. Yet he had been dispatched with a single stroke. The onlookers were astounded, but after a brief silence, another man stepped forward, rallying the others. Fear not. Even if he is powerful, can he truly contend against so many of us alone? With that, he took the lead in the assault, and the others followed suit, attacking in unison. Though they were all at the Foundation establishment stage, the collective force of their attack was undeniably formidable. Bai Ye gazed calmly at the approaching crowd, gradually raising the longsword in his hand. He meticulously recalled the previous strike, slowly closing his eyes in an effort to attain tranquility. For when one faces a crisis, an involuntary unrest may arise. Yet it is this very turmoil that can directly influence one's combat prowess in the execution of skills. In that prior thrust, he not only sensed the terrifying power contained within the blade, but also perceived a thread of spiritual serenity embedded within it. This tranquility seemed unbreakable. As if it could withstand the very annihilation of the world, it embodied confidence, a formidable presence. In an instant, the onslaught of dozens surged forward, and simultaneously, Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes. With a simple thrust of his sword, devoid of any embellishment, he executed a movement that was strikingly straightforward. Yet, in that very moment of the strike, the entire space before him trembled violently, as if on the brink of shattering. The assailants found themselves collapsing to the ground beneath the weight of this gradual yet powerful thrust, a manifestation of spatial pressure. The previous strike had inflicted severe damage upon the very fabric of this space, which now seemed poised to collapse. It was this impending collapse that exerted overwhelming pressure, rendering the dozens before him utterly incapacitated. The fallen individuals, seated upon the ground, regarded Bai Ye with expressions of sheer terror. Bai Ye's lips curled upwards, as he seemingly rediscovered a glimmer of the sensation he experienced while wielding his sword. Though it paled in comparison to his previous strike, it nonetheless represented a significant advancement for him. Sure smiled and nodded. Brother, that was quite impressive. Bai Ye proudly gazed towards the edge of the sky and declared, Poetry, in the future, I shall take you to explore all realms and worlds. Chapter 74. The ancestor of the Zhao family listening to Bai Ye's words. Sure was aware that he was merely boasting, yet a glimmer of intrigue flickered in her eyes. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated, Young friend. May I invite you in for a conversation? Upon hearing this voice, Bai Ye's previously confident demeanor faltered slightly. Could it be that the Zhao family harbored another powerful being? With this thought, Bai Ye's expression darkened. He felt no fear towards younger individuals, and even if an elder were present, he had confidence in his ability to escape. However, the voice that had just spoken was evidently not that of a mere elder. Sure's countenance also shifted, though she sensed no malice within the voice. Brother, should we enter? As Bai Ye was about to speak, the aged voice resonated once more. I harbor no ill intentions towards either of you. You may enter without concern. The members of the Zhao family, who were slumped on the ground, wore expressions of astonishment, utterly perplexed as to the origin of that voice, and even more so regarding the presence of an elder within their clan. They had all been present when the dark guards dispatched Bai Zhentian had taken their elder away. If the elder had indeed been removed, then who could be the one speaking now? Observing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the Zhao family, Bai Ye's curiosity deepened. Bai Ye offered a slight bow towards the direction from which the voice emanated deep within the Zhao residence. Esteemed elder, he began, I have not come seeking trouble, but rather to request an explanation from the Zhao family regarding a certain matter. After Bai Ye finished speaking, the voice remained silent for a considerable time. No matter. If there is anything, please come in and speak, it finally said. Sure turned to Bai Ye and remarked, Let us enter. I sense that the old man harbors no ill intentions towards us. Bai Ye nodded and walked towards the Zhao family's residence. Moments later, he and Sure arrived before a small hall, modestly sized at only a few zhang in width. The walls were constructed of grayish-white stone, and a long black plaque hung askew above the door, inscribed with two prominent white characters, Ancestor Hall. Upon seeing these characters, Bai Ye couldn't help but shudder slightly. He mused to himself that this was indeed the Zhao family's ancestral shrine. Could it be that the voice he had just heard belonged to the family's ancient forebear? Sure also regarded the small hall with a hint of curiosity. At that moment, the voice echoed once more, emanating from within the Ancestor Hall. Young friends, there is no need for concern. Please, come inside. Bai Ye shook his head gently, saying, Perhaps we should refrain from entering, for we are not of the Zhao family. It would be regrettable to disturb the tranquility of esteemed elders. His reluctance was not born from a genuine concern for their peace, but rather from a fear that the old man might resort to trickery, trapping him within should he venture inside. Sure softly suggested, Let us converse here. There is no need for us to enter. The voice sighed. Very well, since both of you harbor reservations towards this old man, I shall not insist. Bai Ye suddenly inquired, Are you not the esteemed ancestor of the Zhao family? Indeed, I am, came the reply. Bai Ye continued to inquire, Are you still alive? The ancestral elder of the Zhao family sighed once more. I became a mere mound of earth thousands of years ago. Now, I am but a lingering fragment of consciousness. Sure furrowed her brow. You exist as nothing more than a remnant of consciousness yet have endured for millennia? Bai Ye sensed the formidable power of the Zhao family's ancestors from Sure's astonished tone. It was not a matter of strength, rather. They had merely been in a deep slumber until now. Bai Ye inquired, What was your realm during your lifetime, esteemed elder? The venerable ancestor of the Zhao family pondered for a moment and replied, During my existence, it seems to have been the supreme realm. Though I have slumbered for so long that many memories have faded away. Bai Ye was astonished, for he had encountered the realm of the supreme before, having heard of it from Yunshang. The voice continued, Young friend, that sword technique you just displayed is rather remarkable. May I inquire as to its origin? He had been awakened by the overwhelming aura of Bai Ye's sword strike, which evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Though he could not quite recall from where that familiarity stemmed, Bai Ye did not conceal the truth. It was not as others had claimed. Before he could finish his words, a voice, tinged with astonishment, interrupted him. Is it possible that the young friend has created this himself? Sure, somewhat speechless, replied. Do you really think my brother is capable of inventing such a sword technique? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye felt a flicker of displeasure. Sure. One should not speak so lightly. Do you truly believe I am not capable of crafting such a sword skill? Sure instinctively shook her head, but then seemed to recall something and nodded. Yes, it seems quite fitting. Bai Ye was rendered speechless. The young lady's words were indeed somewhat disheartening. However, Bai Ye responded truthfully, stating, "It is not entirely my own creation, but rather a sword that has been imparted to me." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, the ancestor of the Zhao family exclaimed, "What? A sword has been entrusted to you?" Before Bai Ye could respond, the voice continued, "May I take a look at that sword?" Bai Ye resolutely declared, "No." He naturally could not place his trust in the elderly man. What if he were to show him the sword and never return it? Although the individual claimed to be merely a consciousness, Bai Ye dared not be careless. The voice sighed, "Since you, young friend, do not feel at ease with this old man, I shall refrain from looking. Let us consider it a matter of fate that we do not meet. Earlier, you mentioned that you came to the Zhao family seeking an explanation. May I inquire what this matter entails?" Bai Ye felt a sense of relief upon hearing that the ancestral elder of the Zhao family had ceased speaking of the sword. "Do you know who the current head of the Zhao family is?" he inquired. The elder, after a brief silence, replied, "I am unaware, for I have been in slumber for several millennia." Bai Ye, somewhat incredulous, inquired, "If you have been in slumber, how can you ascertain that you have been asleep for merely thousands of years rather than tens of thousands?" Following this, the ancestor of the Zhao family lapsed into complete silence. Sure also wore an expression of exasperation. The question posed was akin to asking, "If you have slept through the night, how do you know it is now morning?" Noticing the heavy silence, Bai Ye felt a tinge of awkwardness. Scratching his head with a smile, he suggested, "Let us change the subject. As far as I understand, the current head of your Zhao family is a woman named Du Xian, correct?" Upon hearing this, the Zhao ancestor appeared taken aback. "How is that possible? In our lineage, it has always been a rule that the position of family head does not pass to women." As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him. "Did you say this woman's surname is Dugu?" Bai Ye replied, "Indeed." The ancestral figure of the Zhao family fell into a prolonged silence, one that lingered for an extended period. Poem, growing impatient, declared, "We wish to visit your fire prison. We suspect that it may be holding my friend." Upon hearing this, the ancestral figure of the Zhao family appeared somewhat troubled, saying, however, Bai Ye inquired, "Is there something amiss?" The elder of the Zhao family replied, "Not at all. Rather, I find myself unable to depart from this place at present, and thus cannot escort the two of you." Bai Ye remarked, "All you need to do is inform us of the location of the fire prison, and we shall find our way there ourselves." After a moment of silence, the ancestor of the Zhao family responded, "Could you elaborate on the current situation of my Zhao family?" From Bai Ye's earlier statement, it was evident that the Zhao ancestor discerned that significant troubles beset the Zhao family. Sure turned to Bai Ye and suggested, "Why not share the details with him?" Thus, Bai Ye began recounting the events from several months prior, when various clans proposed alliances with the Zhao family. Upon reaching the point concerning Zhao Shui's unique constitution and lineage, the Zhao ancestor expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "How could this be possible?" Bai Ye, undeterred, continued speaking. Chapter 75. Within 3 zhang, ashes to dust. Moments later, Bai Ye recounted the entire affair concerning the Zhao family. The ancestor of the Zhao family fell into silence once more. Bai Ye and Sure stood quietly, awaiting the arrival of the ancestral figure of the Zhao family. It is inconceivable for our Zhao lineage to possess such a unique constitution, let alone that particular bloodline. Sure remarked, "Perhaps it is due to that young lady." The ancestral figure of the Zhao family responded, "Is there still an elder generation present within our clan?" Bai Ye smiled awkwardly and said, "Having been invited to the Emperor's Hall, might I request that you return them here for a moment? There are a few matters I wish to inquire about." Bai Ye shook his head, saying, "No, they intend to take my life. As long as I am present, they dare not act." Bai Ye inquired, "How can you assure that?" The elder of the Zhao family remained silent. Bai Ye continued, "Please, esteemed elder, direct me to your fire prison. I must rescue my friend." After a brief moment of silence, the elder of the Zhao family responded, "Proceed to the right from this location, and you will encounter a volcano. Behind the volcano lies a cave. Simply enter through the mouth of the cave, but I urge both of you to exercise caution." Ultimately, the elder refrained from mentioning the matter of the fire spirit, merely advising the two to remain vigilant. Bai Ye clasped his fist in gratitude. After expressing his thanks, he took hold of Sure and proceeded towards the direction of the fire prison. Standing at the entrance of the Zhao residence, he gazed at the Zhao family members still slumped on the ground, momentarily lost in thought. The palpable force of spatial collapse caused him to furrow his brow. Internally, he mused that something was amiss. Ignoring the Zhao family before him, he strode into the estate. At that moment, the aged voice of the Zhao ancestor resonated once more. "Who might you be, esteemed guest?" Upon hearing this voice, a look of gravity crossed Song Yu's face. He was unable to perceive the cultivator's strength, which could only imply two possibilities. The first being that the individual possessed no cultivation, which was clearly improbable. The second possibility was that the opponent's power far surpassed his own. Contemplating this, Song Yu hesitated, pausing in his steps. He thought to himself, when did the Zhao family acquire such an ancient being? Could this be the esteemed individual spoken of by the two others? As Song Yu was lost in thought, the Zhao ancestor spoke again. I presume you have come in search of those two young friends? Song Yu's brow furrowed. What have you done with them? The elder replied, esteemed guest, please come in so we may continue our discussion. Song Yu narrowed his eyes but seemed to recall something, his expression calming instantly. You are merely a fragment of consciousness. Indeed. With this confirmation, Song Yu strode purposefully deeper into the Zhao estate. Moments later, he arrived before the ancestral hall of the Zhao family. Are you the Zhao ancestor? He inquired, halting in his steps with curiosity. Indeed. Song Yu nodded slightly. Have you encountered my two friends? The Zhao ancestor responded, I have. Before Song Yu could speak, the elder continued, one of my family's elders has been captured by you? Song Yu offered an awkward smile. Predecessor, you jest. I merely invited them as guests. Once my friends have concluded their matters, I shall return them. The Zhao ancestor fell silent for a moment before replying. Might I request that they return first? I have pressing inquiries for them. Song Yu's expression faltered. I, too, am acting on someone else's behalf. It is rather inconvenient. It was evident that Song Yu aimed to redirect the Zhao family's ire towards Bai Ye. The Zhao ancestor inquired, is this at the behest of those two young friends? Song Yu nodded. Indeed. Rest assured, esteemed guest, our earlier conversation was quite pleasant. If you release my family elder now, I believe he will harbor no resentment towards you. Song Yu shook his head. Let us wait until my friends have completed their affairs. With that, he turned and headed towards the right, sensing that Bai Ye and Shi's presence was fading in that direction. Meanwhile, Bai Ye and Shi had arrived near the towering volcano. The volcano loomed high into the clouds, its peak hidden from view. Yet, it did not appear overwhelmingly massive. At first glance, it resembled a colossal stone pillar, thrusting upward from the earth. Like a towering pillar reaching towards the heavens, it stands erect, bridging the celestial and terrestrial realms. A delicate mist of azure envelopes the mountain's surface, imbuing the entire edifice with an air of enigmatic allure. Bai Ye and Shi gazed intently at the mountain before them, for they recognized it as the fabled volcano harboring the fire spirit. However, at that moment, Shi's brow furrowed in sudden apprehension, and she instinctively stumbled back several paces. Observing this, Bai Ye felt a jolt of alarm and hurried to her side, inquiring, Shi, what is the matter? Shi's heart raced as she sensed a mysterious force seemingly repelling her. Had she not reacted swiftly to retreat, she might have been gravely injured, or worse, struck down by that enigmatic power. Her complexion paled, for within that force she discerned an ominous presence. Upon further reflection, her dread intensified as she realized that this force could very well be the rumored Annihilation sacred power. Legend spoke of a time, eons ago, when the Duki star domain was ravaged by an unfathomable force, leading to the obliteration of countless realms and their soul masters. It was said that no soul master within the Duki star domain could withstand this power, not even those who had attained the esteemed rank of title Dolua. Following that cataclysm, thousands of years passed without a single soul master awakening their martial soul. Only after the passage of countless ages did the remnants of that power gradually dissipate into obscurity. Even then, it took millennia before the Duki star domain could once again flourish as it once had. What could this force truly be? Could it merely be the fire spirit? Shi murmured to herself. Bai Ye gazed at the terrified expression on Shi's face, his own demeanor darkening as well. Moments ago, he had felt no sense of unease, but observing Shi's profoundly serious countenance, he sensed that something was amiss. Shi, what is the matter? Shi withdrew her thoughts, her expression grave as she looked at Bai Ye. Brother, perhaps we should return for now. This place is rather unusual. Bai Ye felt a flicker of uncertainty, yet the possibility that Zhao Shuer or Lang Qing might be confined within steeled his resolve. I shall enter alone. You must wait for me here. No, it is far too perilous within. You absolutely cannot go in. Without allowing Bai Ye to finish his words, Shi interjected with fervent dissuasion. Bai Ye felt perplexed, pondering what had transpired moments ago that instilled such trepidation in Shi. In his recollection, Shi had never exhibited such apprehension before. Shi, did you uncover something just now? He inquired. Shi replied in a low voice, a mysterious force. incredibly potent and uncanny. After a brief pause for contemplation, she continued, "Do you remember Mu Xiu?" Bai Ye nodded, certain that he would never forget that unforgettable scene. It was the moment when Mu Xiu's aura surged dramatically, surrounded by dozens of soul rings of various hues, alongside the ethereal silhouette of a beast that seemed to possess life. He remembered vividly. Sure inquired of Bai Ye, "Do you believe Mu Xiu to be powerful?" Bai Ye nodded earnestly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, extremely formidable. If Mu Xiu were to approach within 3 zhang of this mountain, he would be utterly obliterated. Chapter 76. Sure has departed what? Upon hearing Sure's words, Bai Ye exclaimed in shock. Yet, Sure responded, "There are many matters you are better off not knowing at present. When the time is right, the truth will unveil itself to you. For now, you must understand that this place is profoundly mysterious, a realm that is beyond your current reach." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Bai Ye, her eyes dimming slightly. "I am aware that you are concerned for those too, but perhaps they are not who you think they are. Moreover, do you truly believe that entering now would allow you to rescue them?" Bai Ye heaved a deep sigh, expressing, "I could encapsulate the entire mountain within my golden core, and then we could proceed to the nearby fire prison." Upon hearing Bai Ye's audacious notion, Sure was taken aback. While other entities might be absorbed without consequence, she dared not gamble with such a mysterious force, for it was far too perilous. She understood that if it were indeed the same power from yesteryears, its might could obliterate an entire star domain. Even though Bai Ye's golden core could be considered a realm unto itself, this course of action was fraught with danger. From Sure's perspective, it was not merely a matter of rescuing 2 individuals. Even the lives of an entire continent or the beings from several realms did not warrant such recklessness from Bai Ye. Engaging in such an endeavor could certainly lead to his demise. A rare gravity resonated in Sure's tone. Bai Ye let out a sigh. Just as he was about to speak, Song Yu approached slowly and inquired, "Young Master Bai, have you been able to locate the entrance to the fire prison?" Bai Ye turned to Song Yu and inquired, "What brings you here, Master Song?" Song Yu's expression shifted, and he replied, "This matter is rather intricate. We shall discuss it at another time. Have you, young Master Bai, successfully located the fire prison?" Bai Ye turned to Song Yu and said, "Not at all. But this place is exceedingly complex. Perhaps we should return another day." Song Yu, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Complex?" At that moment, he found himself quite bewildered, as he had not sensed any ominous presence. In fact, he found the mountain rather intriguing. Sure suggested, "Let us return and clarify the matter with the ancestral elder of the Zhao family." With that, she turned and headed towards the Zhao family ancestral hall, with Bai Ye and Song Yu hastily following behind. Moments later, the trio arrived at the Zhao family ancestral hall, only to be met with astonishment as they failed to detect even a trace of the ancestral elder's presence. They exchanged concerned glances, their brows furrowed. Even Bai Ye, with his formidable spiritual awareness, had yielded no results after several attempts at searching. Suddenly, Sure remarked, "Could it be that he has vanished?" Song Yu replied in a low voice, "That seems unlikely. When I arrived earlier, I noticed no signs of him dissipating." As if struck by a thought, Song Yu's expression changed dramatically. "He may have gone to the Imperial Hall. If he has not disappeared, he must have relocated. And the most probable destination is the Imperial Hall, where the 3 elders of the Zhao family reside." With that, Song Yu turned and vanished from sight, a voice echoing, "I shall proceed ahead. You 2 need not worry excessively." Bai Ye and Sure exchanged a solemn glance, both reflecting a significant weight of concern. Sure pondered, "Such power manifesting in this world is no trivial matter. It could very well bring catastrophic calamity to the Duki star domain once again. I must return to inform the realm master, so he may prepare adequately." With this thought, Sure suddenly declared, "Brother, I must depart for a while. During this time, you should remain at the Imperial Hall without engaging in any activities. We shall discuss everything upon my return. You need not worry about the ancestral elder's consciousness. Song, you can handle it. Take care of yourself." "Where are you going?" her brother asked. Sure responded with a charming smile, "I will return swiftly. Take care, brother." At that moment, her eyes brimmed with reluctance and worry, yet Bai Ye remained oblivious to her sentiments. With that, and under Bai Ye's astonished gaze, Sure delicately tore the air with her slender hand, creating a pitch-black rift, and she leaped into it, disappearing without a trace. Observing the rift slowly closing, Bai Ye felt his throat constricting. He was acutely aware of the nature of that black rift. It was a spatial tear. Previously, during his battle with Mu Xiu, he had witnessed such a rift being torn open, accompanied by the emergence of myriad razor-sharp spatial blades. But what had just transpired? His mind seemed to be struggling to comprehend. Shur had effortlessly torn open a spatial rift and had jumped into it, where countless spatial blades awaited. As this realization dawned upon him, Bai Ye suddenly recalled the times he had rushed to rescue Shur whenever she was in danger. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that perhaps he was rather pretentious in her eyes. In a moment of contemplation, Bai Ye pondered the whereabouts of Shur, casting her gaze toward the distant mountain, silently concluding that Shur's departure must be linked to it. With this thought, Bai Ye seemed to forget Shur's parting admonitions. As if an unseen force irresistibly beckoned her toward the volcano. Within a pitch-black rift in time, Shur darted through the void like a fleeting shadow. Suddenly, she halted, confronted by 3 middle-aged men who obstructed her path. Clad in dark gray robes, they fixed their gaze upon her with unwavering intensity. Shur's pupils constricted. "Step aside. Do you not see that I am in haste?" At that moment, she was no longer the innocent girl who had stood beside Bai Ye, but rather a commanding presence, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Her cold, piercing gaze mirrored that of a frigid jade, and her once tightly bound braids now cascaded freely over her shoulders, fluttering gently in the breeze. The youthful features of her face were devoid of emotion, embodying not only disdain for the 3 men before her, but also a profound contempt for the entire world. The leader among the trio chuckled. "Little girl, is it not lonely to travel alone? Would you like us to provide you with some entertainment?" Their laughter echoed, laden with a lewd undertone. In response, an unmistakable aura of lethal intent emanated from Shur's icy eyes, startling the men momentarily. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. They had been robbing in this spatial tunnel for centuries, never once failing in their endeavors. Though they had encountered formidable opponents, few had proven capable of besting them. Moreover, they could not fathom this young girl as a peerless powerhouse. They recalled having once faced the strongest of beings, those of the supreme realm, and had managed to subdue them. With such a record, they felt no fear of the girl before them. They were well aware that in this locale, there were scarcely any supreme beings, and those that existed had crossed paths with them before. Clearly, this young girl could not possibly belong to that echelon. "Girl, do you wish to kill us?" Many have expressed such desires, but you hardly rank among them. I suggest you appease my brothers and me, should you satisfy us. We may even treat you with kindness," they guffawed, their expressions betraying a sense of assured dominance over Shur. Unexpectedly, Shur spoke. "Recognizing the difficulty of your cultivation and the absence of past grievances between us, coupled with my good spirits today, I do not wish to spill blood. You have 3 breaths to leave." Her voice, cold and detached, caused the 3 men to furrow their brows. Yet, they soon erupted into laughter once more. "Little girl, do you intend to amuse us to death?" Poetry, somewhat incensed, ceased her idle chatter and stepped forward. With this stride, her aura surged dramatically. The 3 individuals opposite her were initially taken aback, and then their eyes widened in astonishment, for they sensed that her presence was markedly different from those they had previously encountered. One of them, filled with suspicion, inquired, "You do not belong to this realm. Who exactly are you?" Poetry retorted coldly, "Humph. You are not worthy to know." The audacity of the young lady was striking. "Are we unworthy?" With that, the trio's own presence surged fiercely. Observing their rising intensity, Poetry furrowed her brow slightly, realizing she had underestimated them. As their power continued to escalate, the spatial tunnel trembled subtly, as if struggling to withstand the force of their collective might. Yet, even at this moment, their energy persisted in its relentless ascent. Poetry was taken aback, for she noticed that dozens, nearly 100, soul rings encircled the 3 of them. A myriad of soul rings, adorned in white, yellow, purple, and black, gracefully encircled the 3 individuals. Behind them loomed various ethereal forms of mystical beasts, while each of the trio manifested distinct martial souls within the palms of their hands. Among them, one individual particularly astonished Shur. This person was surrounded by a significantly greater number of soul rings than the others, and one striking red soul ring commanded attention. Though somewhat dim, it still emanated an overwhelming aura of pressure. Behind him stood a colossal ape beast, remarkably in a corporeal form rather than an ethereal projection. In his grasp, he wielded a sword soul. Shur's brow furrowed, her expression grave, as she sensed a threatening presence emanating from this individual. "My dear girl, you must surely have discerned our identities by now. Do not engage in futile struggles or resistance. Acquiescing may afford you some comfort," he intoned. Shur's gaze turned icy. "Humph. Submit? Such audacity." With that, her aura surged once more, and nearly 100 soul rings materialized around her. Notably, Her soul rings were devoid of white and yellow, with the lowest being purple. The three adversaries opposite her were visibly taken aback. It is impossible. Who are you truly? Their voices betrayed their astonishment. However, this was merely the beginning. As Shirshir's soul rings continued to descend, a piercing cry echoed, heralding the emergence of a resplendent phoenix of fire, radiating a spectrum of colors. The phoenix's feathers were as sharp and formidable as arrows, each resembling a small sword, shimmering with a chilling gleam, with its eyes ablaze in violet flames. The phoenix fixated on the three, its massive wings slowly sweeping through the air, each motion seemingly capable of collapsing the very fabric of this spatial tunnel. At this moment, the leader among the trio appeared to have an epiphany, his voice tinged with shock. Is the young lady from the Xiao family? Upon uttering this, the pupils of his companions contracted sharply. The Xiao family was the sovereign lineage of that star domain, commanding vast multitudes of realms, each far superior to this one. The extent of the Xiao family's influence was unfathomable, even to those of the highest echelons. It was rumored that, over a decade ago, countless realms abruptly collapsed and vanished overnight due to their entanglement with the Xiao family's secrets, leading to their utter annihilation. Contemplating this, fear etched itself onto the faces of the three. Yet, the leader quickly instructed the others, though the Xiao family wields terrifying power. The distance from the emperor renders them oblivious to our affairs here. Since we have stirred conflict, we must ensure silence. Moreover, she is but one person, and it is not beyond our means to eliminate her here. After a moment of reflection, he added, this individual must hold a significant status within the Xiao family. She is likely in possession of numerous treasures. The other two hesitated upon hearing this. They may not fear the girl named Shirshir before them, but behind her looms the formidable Xiao family, rulers of countless realms. Should this matter reach the Xiao family, their escape to the farthest reaches of the universe would not shield them from the relentless pursuit of the Xiao clan. Observing their hesitation, the leader spoke again. Do we have any alternative? If we do not eliminate her now, she will undoubtedly hunt us down mercilessly in the future. After hearing these words, the two ceased their indecision, their faces contorting into sinister expressions as they prepared to slay Shirshir right there. Unmoved, Shirshir understood that a confrontation was inevitable today. With a calm demeanor, she opened her palm, summoning a staff that materialized in her grasp. The staff, standing a full yard tall, towered over her by more than 3 feet. At its apex was a circular ring, within which a verdant orb slowly rotated. The emerald light emanating from the orb breathed life into everything it touched, clearly indicating that Shirshir's martial soul was this staff, and from the radiance it emitted, it was evident that it was an auxiliary-type martial soul. The three adversaries, upon realizing that Shirshir's martial soul was merely auxiliary in nature, visibly relaxed. The leader thought to himself, fortunately, she possesses only an auxiliary martial soul. Otherwise, with my soul sage level combined with the 2 soul emperors by my side, it would have taken considerable effort to vanquish her. Although they could discern that Shirshir was also a soul sage, her soul ring levels far surpassed theirs. And the fiery phoenix she summoned was a soul beast with over 49,000 years of age. Its combat prowess was incalculable. Had Shirshir's martial soul been offensive, their only fate would have been to perish here. Conversely, Shirshir wore an expression of grave concern. She was acutely aware that her combat strength was hindered by her martial soul, yet there was no path for retreat now, only the inevitability of battle remained. A battle whose outcome might lead to her demise. As this thought crossed her mind, a nostalgic glimmer appeared in her eyes, and she whispered softly, "Brother, I was wrong. I should never have left your side. I fear not dying in battle, but rather that my death would leave you alone, with no one to stand by you and protect you." Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks, each drop reflecting the visage of Bai Ye. The opposing group, upon witnessing Shirshir's expression, was momentarily taken aback. Then, they burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Look, have we frightened her to tears? Aha!" However, they remained cautious. For even though they could not connect with the outside world within this spatial tunnel, they could not underestimate her. After all, she might possess life-saving measures from the Xiao family that would render them powerless against her. The three individuals wore grave expressions. For it was indeed as the earlier speaker had indicated, being a member of the Xiao family, they could not possibly lack means for self-preservation. Moreover, they believed that Shirshir's status within the Xiao family was extraordinary. Thus, they were compelled to respond with utmost diligence to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Should Shirshir manage to escape at this juncture, the path ahead for the three of them would prove more arduous than traversing the depths of the netherworld. Their faces were solemn as they exchanged glances and nodded, subsequently launching an attack on Shirshir simultaneously. Observing their advance, Shirshir withdrew her thoughts. She was determined to survive. Not for herself, nor for the Xiao family, but solely for Bai Ye, the brother who regarded her as a true sister. In that instant, the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes vanished, her countenance transforming into one of chilling resolve. She gazed at the trio, declaring, "You believe you can kill me?" With that, she waved her staff gently, and as the motion swept through the air, a fiery phoenix erupted from behind her, hurtling directly towards the three assailants. Chapter 78. The Fiery Phoenix's Betrayal. As the fiery phoenix ascended, it was engulfed in violet flames, unleashing an overwhelmingly terrifying wave of heat that filled the entire spatial tunnel. Under this oppressive surge, the tunnel appeared as though it might be consumed by flames, gradually becoming translucent. The trio, witnessing this spectacle, were taken aback. They shifted from offense to defense, recognizing the lethal peril posed by the heat wave. With a thunderous crash, the fiery phoenix collided with the newly erected defenses of the three. A terrifying force erupted outward, shattering the surrounding space into fragments, which began to dissipate into nothingness. This dreadful power was erasing the very fabric of the space. Realizing this, the trio was struck with profound fear. They now recognized that they had grossly underestimated the strength of the fiery phoenix. They were sent flying 100 paces away, their expressions transformed in shock. They had no doubt that if the fiery phoenix were to charge at them again, they would be utterly unable to withstand its might. However, instead of pursuing them, the fiery phoenix hovered in midair and emitted a cry directed at the trio. This elicited expressions of astonishment among them. It seemed as if the phoenix bore no intent to kill. Yet, Shirshir's face paled in horror, for the fiery phoenix was slowly turning to face her. A terrifying thought surged within her mind. The phoenix intended to betray its master. In truth, she had not tamed this fiery phoenix through her own strength. It was only with her grandfather's assistance that she had managed to barely subdue it. Although the phoenix had never shown complete obedience, it had never harbored thoughts of rebellion until now. The notion that it would betray her at such a critical moment filled her with indescribable rage. However, she found herself utterly powerless against the phoenix's potential insurrection, as it was inherently stronger than she, and the contract between them had already been broken. The three onlookers stood bewildered before this unfolding scene. Could it truly be attempting to betray its master? One speculated with uncertainty. The leader nodded slightly, affirming it seems so. Another individual's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Do you think that the Phoenix of Fire will suffer from a backlash after slaying its master? I am uncertain. Yet we shall soon discover, was the reply. At that moment, the Phoenix of Fire appeared poised to strike, ready to unleash a fatal blow upon Shirshir. A hint of fear flickered across Shirshir's grave visage. She sensed the overwhelming aura of the Phoenix bearing down upon her, a harbinger of death. The three individuals opposite her silently acknowledged the truth. It was indeed preparing to slay its master. Shirshir, abandoning all restraint, fervently urged the staff in her grasp. A brilliant emerald light enveloped her entirely. As this verdant luminescence consumed her, an extraordinarily potent energy erupted from within her being. Astonishingly, she ascended from a soul saint directly to a soul dolua, a terrifying aura radiating outward in all directions. The three observers in the distance were struck with profound shock. This is impossible, one exclaimed incredulously. How can this be? What soul is capable of such a transformation? How could it elevate her by an entire rank? While there have been occurrences of individuals rising a rank through exceptional soul powers, such events are exceedingly rare. Even the most extraordinary souls do not necessarily possess such might. Moreover, it is rumored that some have wielded twin souls to combat at a higher rank, yet that merely involved fighting above their level, not an instantaneous elevation of rank. Though such rapid ascension is often accompanied by time constraints or dire costs, it evokes both dread and admiration. Imagine, in a battle between two evenly matched foes, if one suddenly surged to a higher rank, the frustration of the other would be palpable. Yet, Shirshir's gravity and fear deepened rather than dissipated, for she still felt the ominous threat of death emanating from the Phoenix of Fire. Its power greatly exceeded her expectations. She had thought that with her utmost effort, she might truly subdue this Phoenix, but it seemed she had been overly ambitious. Even with her newfound strength as a soul dolua, she could not contend with it. Clearly, the Phoenix of Fire was unwilling to grant her another moment to gather her strength. It had already launched its assault, and this strike was evidently far stronger than its previous attack on the three. A purple pillar of flame shot forth from the Phoenix's mouth, hurtling directly toward Shirshir. As this purple flame traversed its path, the spatial tunnel collapsed and was obliterated. The once dark tunnel was now suffused with violet. This pillar of purple fire, imbued with boundless power, dominated the realm, leaving nothing able to rival it. The aura it exuded seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of existence itself. The terror at the heart of that towering flame was beyond imagination. No one could fathom the extent of its horror. This dreadful strike did not pause for a moment and was directed straight at Shi. As her expression changed drastically, her heart was filled with profound dread. Although she had previously faced this blazing phoenix, she had never witnessed such a terrifying attack. It was evident that the phoenix had merely been toying with her, biding its time to strike down its master. With this realization, the last vestiges of hope in Shi's heart vanished instantaneously. A sardonic smile escaped her lips as she murmured, "How naive I have been." She then slowly closed her eyes, whispering, "Brother, in the next life, I shall never leave your side. Even if the heavens shatter and the worlds perish, I shall be with you." At that moment, the violet pillar of flame was upon her. Shi abruptly opened her eyes, a fierce roar escaping her lips. "Annihilate all." With that cry, she transformed into a streak of red light, charging toward the violet flame. Simultaneously, a formidable aura surged forth, accompanying her as she rushed toward the purple pillar. The three observers in the distance were taken aback, their expressions shifting drastically as they sensed that overwhelming presence. If Shi were to unleash this strike upon them, they would have no means of retaliation, for that aura harbored an innate power of rules, one that resonated with the essence of annihilation. The power of rules comes in many forms, and this annihilation rule ranked among the most formidable. As Shi's red light collided with the phoenix's violet flame, the entire realm seemed to collapse and disintegrate. The three were filled with terror and hastily retreated, for the force of the collapsing world was advancing toward them. They had no doubt that this force could obliterate them in an instant. As they fled, dread gripped their hearts once more, for the speed at which the force spread showed no signs of slowing. After the collision with the violet flame, Shi was propelled back several thousand feet. She was on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet a flicker of willpower compelled her to muster the last remnants of her strength to retreat violently. The force of the collapsing world was now mere strides away and closing in rapidly. In the face of such overwhelming pressure, Shi had no hope of survival. Meanwhile, the phoenix also struggled against the might of the collapsing world, its situation becoming increasingly dire. Just as Shi was about to be engulfed by that tremendous force, a figure swept in, grasping her arm and hurling her away into the distance. Shi vanished into the horizon. But that figure was completely consumed by the force of the collapsing realm. Chapter 79. The two assault the fire spirit. Bai Ye gradually approached the volcano. Yet the mysterious force that once instilled a sense of fatal dread in Shi did not repel him. At this moment, Bai Ye was less than a yard away from the volcano, enveloped by a pale blue mist that emanated waves of heat, advancing toward him. Noticing this scene, Bai Ye furrowed his brow. Although the pale blue mist imparted a certain warmth, it was laced with an unsettling chill that betrayed a deeper terror. Bai Ye was perplexed. Despite the intense heat of the flames, why did he feel such a peculiar chill that penetrated to the bone? The more he pondered, the more he yearned to comprehend the phenomenon. He continued to advance slowly, yet the scorching warmth did not intensify with his approach. Instead, the chilling sensation enveloped him, causing an involuntary shiver. With a slight furrow of his brow, he took another step forward, now less than a foot away from the volcano. What could this mean? A juxtaposition of heat and cold, an intersection of fire and ice? How could such a thing be possible? All things in the universe adhere to their own laws. Just as ice melts when confronted by fire, and day and night can never coexist. The interplay of creation and destruction is a natural order. However, the scene before him shattered this very principle. Cold and heat seemed to merge, and in an astonishingly harmonious manner, devoid of chaos or struggle. Suddenly, a phrase flickered through Bai Ye's mind, causing him to display a look of astonishment. Extremes must turn into opposites. He refrained from dwelling on it further. Perhaps there were many mysteries in the world yet to be explained. Turning his gaze around in search of the entrance to the fiery prison, he reminded himself that he was there to rescue someone, not to unravel the profound laws of the universe. Just then, as he searched, Bai Ye abruptly halted. For a voice echoed in his mind, a little girl's voice. It was ethereal and distant, yet laced with a hint of mischief. "Big brother, are you looking for me?" Hee. Bai Ye paused momentarily, then cast a wary glance around, seemingly in search of the source of that voice. "Young sir, there's no need to search any further. You shall not find me." Upon hearing the voice once more, Bai Ye couldn't help but furrow her brow. She then replied, "I am not here to seek you, but rather to find my friend." After a brief silence, the voice resonated again, inquiring, "Friend? What is a friend?" Is it delicious? At that moment, the tone of the voice conveyed a hint of confusion. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's expression stiffened. Pondering to himself, could that voice just now have belonged to the fire spirit? Just as doubts began to blossom within him, the voice echoed in his mind once more, "Little brother, what is a friend?" This time, the tone bore a hint of urgency. Bai Ye, wary and cautious, spoke. A friend is someone with whom one shares mutual trust and support. The voice fell into silence. Observing this, Bai Ye chose to disregard it and continued his quest for the entrance to the fire prison. After a brief moment, the voice echoed once more in Bai Ye's mind. "Dear young man, you mentioned you were searching for friends. Might they be here?" Bai Ye spoke in a low voice, expressing uncertainty. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he inquired, "Are you aware of any caves or similar places around here?" The voice did not respond to Bai Ye, but instead asked, "Are those two individuals inside your friends?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ye was taken aback. He immediately followed up with, "Do you know where they are?" "I do," came the reply, "but those two might be dead by now." As this was said, the fire spirit seemed to exhibit a hint of grievance and continued, "In truth, I am constantly suppressing my own essence. It is they who could not withstand my presence. I did not intentionally harm them." Bai Ye's expression darkened. Although he was uncertain whether it was Shuer or senior sister Lung inside, he still felt a twinge of concern. "Could you please inform me of the entrance to that place?" he inquired. "It is not permissible. If you were to enter, you would meet your demise." Bai Ye sighed. "Can you assist me in rescuing them?" The fire spirit, somewhat troubled, replied, "I cannot. I too am ensnared and unable to offer them aid." Bai Ye was somewhat taken aback. "Are you trapped here?" The fire spirit softly nodded in affirmation, confirming Bai Ye's earlier statement. Bai Ye, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What has led to your entrapment in this place?" The fire spirit let out a soft sigh, replying, "I am uncertain. I found myself here upon awakening, and no matter how I struggle, I cannot escape." "Were you imprisoned here while in slumber?" Bai Ye pressed. The fire spirit pondered for a moment before responding. "That seems to be the case." Bai Ye continued to inquire, "How did you fall into slumber?" The fire spirit appeared somewhat embarrassed, responding, "When I first came into existence, I found this universe to be exceedingly fascinating, and I would roam about in playful exploration. However, each time I traversed a particular star region, that region would inevitably erupt in a cataclysm or collapse. Some even vanished entirely." Bai Ye was utterly astounded, overwhelmed to the utmost degree. Just moments ago, he had claimed he was merely frolicking, yet wherever he ran, calamity ensued. Suddenly, he recalled the words of Sure. Had she perhaps encountered this fire spirit before? However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. The path of the fire spirit was one of utter devastation. How could Sure have possibly witnessed it? Then, out of nowhere, two individuals appeared and immediately began to pursue and assault him. Given their diminutive stature, he found it implausible that he could withstand the onslaught of these two. Ultimately, he was rendered unconscious by their relentless blows. At this point, the fire spirit seemed to shudder at the memory. What had he done to provoke such madness? All he had desired was a bit of playful exploration, yet those two were nothing short of lunatics, more deranged than any he had encountered, launching an attack without provocation. Humph. It was simply impossible to continue his merriment. Bai Ye was once again taken aback to the utmost degree. This fire spirit, so formidable, was actually being relentlessly pursued and battered by two individuals. The strength of those two was undoubtedly beyond imagination, evoking a sense of terror. Bai Ye was so astonished that he could not utter a single word for a long time. Ling added, "Humph. If I encounter them again, I will not be as lenient as I was before." Bai Ye regained his composure and inquired, "Have you become significantly stronger than before?" Ling chuckled softly. "Not at all. When I encounter them again, I'll simply make a swift escape. That way, I won't be subjected to a beating." Hee. With white leaves adorning her head and dark lines etched upon her visage, her lips twitched slightly. "If you were to emerge now, would this celestial domain face annihilation?" The fire spirit, filled with vexation, retorted, "Humph. It is all the fault of those two lunatics. Not only did they assault me, but they also sealed me away. As if that were not enough, they confined me here. Even if I were to escape now, I could no longer frolic about as I once did." Bai Ye inquired, "Have they sealed your powers?" The fire spirit sighed in resignation, "I can no longer even fly." Then, as if struck by a thought, the fire spirit asked, "Young man, can you fly? Would you take me to soar and play about?" Bai Ye, rendered speechless, lamented, "I am unable to do so. How foolish of me. Is the inability to fly a mark of stupidity?" He felt profoundly disheartened. Throughout his cultivation journey, no one had ever deemed him foolish. Furthermore, He merely lacked the ability to soar at present. Once his realm ascended to the sea-breaking stage, would he not be able to take flight? The fire spirit interjected. Dear brother, if you rescue me, I shall teach you to fly, shall we? I fear I may not be able to liberate you, he responded. For the individual who had ensnared the fire spirit was of extraordinary caliber. Even a casual barrier set by such a powerhouse was beyond Bai Ye's current capabilities to dismantle. The fire spirit appeared somewhat anxious, urging, do give it a try. Attempting will not cost you much effort. Bai Ye remained silent. Hu Ling then remarked, you will not be able to locate the entrance to that cave on your own. If you rescue me, we shall become friends, and as your friend, I am willing to assist you. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ye resolved to attempt the rescue of Hu Ling. He could sense that Hu Ling was indeed sealed away and was not deceiving him. Moreover, it was likely that he could not find the entrance to the fiery prison by himself. With this thought in mind, Bai Ye opened his mouth to inquire how he might liberate Hu Ling. However, before he could articulate his question, as soon as he resolved in his heart to free Hu Ling, the entire mountain began to tremble violently. Chapter 80. The invincible loneliness observing the violently quaking volcano. Bai Ye felt a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, the trembling volcano began to manifest fissures, from which brilliant rays of purple light erupted, dazzling and fierce. Bai Ye retreated several steps, for at that moment he sensed a perilous aura amidst the violet luminescence. The fissures multiplied incessantly, and for an instant, it seemed as if the entire mountain was on the verge of splitting apart, each crevice widening relentlessly. The purple radiance intensified beyond measure, and concurrently, a searing wave of heat erupted with the volcanic rupture. Bai Ye retreated several paces once more. Yet he still felt as if he were on the verge of being engulfed by that searing wave of heat, experiencing immense discomfort. Just as he was about to withdraw again, a voice echoed in his mind. It was the voice of Hu Ling. Do not be afraid, my dear. I shall swiftly temper my aura. As her words resonated, the scorching wave receded like a tide, and the violet radiance gradually dimmed. Bai Ye felt a surge of astonishment. Could it be that the aura he sensed earlier belonged solely to that fiery spirit? Was it possible that its power had not been sealed? Contemplating this, Bai Ye was engulfed by a profound dread. If this were indeed the case, Bai Ye ceased to ponder further, for at that moment, within the impending eruption of the volcano, a delicate purple blossom began to unfurl. The flower, modest in size, only as large as a palm, boasted 7 petals, each gracefully extending outward. Enveloped in a shroud of violet flames, the entire blossom hovered in the air, exuding an exquisite beauty. Bai Ye gazed intently at the flower, and at that moment, he had surmised that this blossom was indeed the fire spirit. Meanwhile, in the distant expanse of the starry sky, a young man strolled leisurely. Clad in a dark silk robe, his long hair, as black as ink, cascaded carelessly over his shoulders, and his visage, exquisitely sculpted as if by divine hands, appeared remarkably handsome. Suddenly, the young man halted, letting out a soft exclamation, and then turned his gaze towards a certain direction. In an instant, his eyes pierced through countless star realms, landing upon the fire spirit hovering in the air. Has it emerged? At this thought, he caught sight of Bai Ye, and an odd expression flickered across his face. What is this? Is such a thing even possible? With that, he averted his gaze and resumed his leisurely walk. However, after taking just a few steps, he paused once more. I shall assist you this time, he chuckled, and with a swift flick of his sleeve, a flash of sword light vanished in an instant. Invincible for countless eons, my heart yearns only for a single defeat, yet how can the world stand against me? I shall choose to traverse the cycles of existence anew. Bai Ye fixed his gaze intently upon the flower. You have not been sealed of your power? The fire spirit appeared equally perplexed. You were indeed sealed before. At that moment, a sudden flash of sword light tore through the fabric of space and time. Upon witnessing this radiant blade, the fire spirit instinctively recoiled, ready to flee. Yet, the sword light was swifter, piercing directly into the fire spirit. In an instant, the essence of the fire spirit began to plummet at a terrifying rate. Moments later, the once vibrant flower enveloped in violet flames transformed into an exceedingly ordinary pink bloom. If placed among other flora, it would surely go unnoticed. And no one would believe that this humble blossom once harbored the power to annihilate the universe with a mere breath. When Bai Ye beheld that radiant beam of sword light, he was utterly bewildered. As a swordsman, he could naturally perceive the extraordinary nature of that luminescence. He marveled inwardly at the presence of such a formidable swordsman. Merely a shard of sword light possessed such immense power. To what extent had that individual ascended? Even the fire spirit, capable of annihilating the universe with its mere aura, could not withstand it. observing the fire spirit, now resembling an ordinary flower. Bai Ye was momentarily dazed. Surely, you weren't defeated so swiftly? After a brief pause, the feeble voice of the fire spirit emerged. That fellow is no mere human. The moment I appeared, he came to strike me again. 555 As it spoke, the fire spirit unexpectedly burst into tears. With white leaves adorning her head and dark lines streaking across, she mused. This little creature does not seem so terrifying after all. In fact, there is an endearing quality to it. It simply cannot harness its own power. Reflecting on this, Bai Ye shook her head with a wry smile and said, enough of the tears. The one who unleashed that sword light upon you moments ago. Is he not the very same who had previously assaulted you? The fire spirit appeared exceedingly vexed. Indeed, it is he. There should be another one. Bai Ye was somewhat taken aback. Previously, he had heard Hualing mention that it was two individuals who had assaulted her. Could it be that those two possessed similar levels of strength? Were the two who had attacked you back then of comparable prowess? Hualing scoffed. They are both scoundrels, equally formidable, and yet they dared to bully me together. Bai Ye felt a sense of astonishment. The sword light just now had been so piercingly sharp that it would have been effortless to slay the fire spirit. Yet, why did those two individuals choose to act together without eliminating her back then? Could it be that they never intended to kill her, but merely sought to teach her a lesson? If that were the case, how could they have only sealed her away? Thus, what exactly were their intentions? A cascade of questions flashed through Bai Ye's mind. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and asked the fire spirit, "Can you now lead me to my friend?" The fire spirit, also gathering her thoughts, replied, "Yes. Follow me." With that, she began to drift slowly in a particular direction, but after a short distance, she started to sway precariously, as though she might fall at any moment. Bai Ye swiftly extended his hand to catch her. And as the fire spirit landed in the palm of his hand, a stream of cool warmth coursed through Bai Ye's arm, enveloping his entire being. Bai Ye was suddenly taken aback, intending to cast aside the fire spirit. However, it seemed to adhere to the palm of his hand, proving impossible to relinquish. A surge of dread coursed through him as he attempted to remove the vitality with his other hand. Yet, just as his second hand was about to make contact with the fire spirit, it gradually began to fade, merging seamlessly with Bai Ye's hand, leaving behind a delicate imprint of a pink flower in the center of his palm. Bai Ye gasped in astonishment. "What are you planning to do? Come out immediately." The feeble voice of Hualing echoed in Bai Ye's mind. "Little brother, it was you who drew me into your body. Please release me." Sob. Bai Ye furrowed his brow slightly and said, "You mean I have absorbed you into my being?" The fire spirit, feeling somewhat anxious, responded, "Dear sir, how could you be so unkind? We are friends now. Why would you treat me this way?" Bai Ye sensed something amiss, clearly. She had willingly entered the palm of his hand, so why was it claimed that he had drawn her in? The voice of the fire spirit, filled with grievance, echoed once more, "Young sir, please release me at once." Bai Ye felt a sense of urgency, and in response, extended his consciousness to sense the presence of the fire spirit. However, he could not detect anything at all. What could possibly be the matter? Just as Bai Ye attempted several times in vain, the voice of the fire spirit echoed once more. This time, it was devoid of the previous urgency and grievance, instead imbued with a hint of excitement. "Wow, young man, your body is truly extraordinary. It contains the endless star domain within. How delightful." The white leaves fluttered, and a thought struck him. Could this fellow have slipped into his golden core? With this in mind, he hastily exclaimed, "Do not act recklessly. See if you can find your way out." At this moment, Bai Ye was engulfed in terror. Previously, he could sense everything within his golden core. Even a single thought could determine his fate. Yet now, the fire spirit residing within eluded his perception entirely. He felt utterly powerless, unable to influence the existence of the fire spirit, even though it dwelled within his golden core. The fire spirit chuckled, "Dear young man, this place is far too delightful for me to leave. I wish to roam freely within." Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat. "Please do not act recklessly inside. Otherwise, serious consequences may ensue. Rest assured, my dear sir, I shall not behave irresponsibly." Bai Ye suddenly recalled something, his expression changing drastically. "Have you regained your strength?" Chapter 81. The head of the Zhao family. He. Indeed. Bai Ye exclaimed in terror. How is this possible? Just moments ago, the fire spirit was exceedingly weak. Yet it has instantaneously regained its strength within my golden core. But that sword light clearly sealed the fire spirit before. Could it be that the sword light is merely a facade, lacking efficacy? The fire spirit, filled with a hint of excitement, replied, "I am uncertain as well. After I entered, that sword light within me began to gradually dissipate. Now, it has completely vanished. Bai Ye stood utterly bewildered in place. Young man, I shall reveal to you the location of that entrance. You may seek your friend on your own. I intend to explore this place thoroughly. Bai Ye wished to express more, yet after Fire Spirit provided him with the direction, silence enveloped him. He could only shake his head in resigned amusement, contemplating the gravity of the situation. If, by any chance, Fire Spirit were to inadvertently cause his golden core to explode, it would indeed lead to chaos. Gathering his thoughts, he recognized that further worry was futile. After all, he was utterly powerless against Fire Spirit at this moment. He decided to take each step as it came. Resolving to devise a solution upon Shurshu's return, she would surely possess a means to address the predicament. Shurshu, where have you gone? When will you return? After a brief pause, he set forth in the direction indicated by Fire Spirit, searching for the entrance. After a short while, he discovered an unassuming opening, modest in size. The entrance was concealed by surrounding rocks, making it nearly imperceptible to anyone who was not attentive or unaware of its existence. Bai Ye gradually approached the entrance of the cave, and as he ventured deeper, a searing sensation assaulted him. Bai Ye was taken aback, for he found himself nearly overwhelmed by the searing heat wave. He realized that this scorching intensity could incinerate not only the physical form but also seemed to severely scorch his very consciousness. What manner of fire is this? Could it possibly be the essence radiated by the Fire Spirit? If not, from whence does this heat wave originate? While pondering these questions, he did not halt his steps. After a considerable distance, the cave began to widen, and to his astonishment, crimson flames started to flicker upon the cave walls, though scant in number. The sensation of burning here was exponentially more intense than before. Bai Ye secretly heightened his vigilance, unconsciously clutching several spirit stones inscribed with intricate formations. Should danger arise, he would promptly activate the array to make his escape. His pace gradually slowed, and within the dim confines of the cavern, the few crimson flames flickered gently, casting a dance of shadows that rendered the cave a realm of shifting light and darkness. An eerie silence enveloped the space, broken only by the distant echoes of Bai Ye's deliberate footsteps. The rhythmic thud, 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 though monotonous, bore an overwhelming weight. At this moment, the atmosphere in the cave began to grow oppressive. It was no longer just the sound of his footsteps reverberating through the stillness, for Bai Ye's breathing had become somewhat hurried. Accompanying the steady thud of his steps was the sound of his labored breaths, intertwining with the flickering flames, creating an unsettling and haunting ambience. Suddenly, a sharp plop resonated as a droplet fell to the ground, startling Bai Ye and causing his body to jolt. How could there be water droplets here? This place was engulfed in flames, and the oppressive heat was formidable. It was difficult to fathom the presence of water in such a sweltering cavern. Bai Ye came to a halt, feeling an urge to retreat, for this place was undeniably peculiar. He had lost track of how far he had traversed, yet the path ahead remained shrouded in obscurity. And he had yet to encounter the two individuals Fire Spirit had mentioned. Was Fire Spirit deceiving him? Contemplating this, he quieted his mind, delving into the essence of his golden core to keenly sense Fire Spirit's presence. However, no matter how intently he searched, he could not perceive Fire Spirit. Frowning deeply, he pondered whether he had been misled. How he wished for Shurshu to be by his side. This thought led him to a realization. Throughout this time, he had seemingly relied on others, from Yunshang at the outset to Shurshu now. Previously, they had always assisted him in analyzing matters and formulating plans. Alas, it appeared he must now depend on himself. Resolutely, he decided to proceed without further hesitation. Suppressing the fear and unease that swelled within him, he gradually advanced forward. Moments later, his pupils constricted, for he caught sight of a figure not far ahead. Judging by the silhouette, it appeared to be a middle-aged man, who was currently enveloped in a curtain of crimson flames, resembling a fiery being, completely motionless. Bai Ye swiftly approached the man, halting just shy of a yard away. At that moment, the flames engulfing the figure before her began to writhe ominously, as if yearning to break free and lunge towards her. Just as Bai Ye contemplated retreating a few steps, the man suddenly turned his gaze upon her. A jolt of shock surged through her. He was indeed alive. However, upon glimpsing his visage, Bai Ye nearly gasped in horror. The man's face was charred beyond recognition, resembling the scorched bark of a tree, cracked and desolate. He fixed his gaze upon Bai Ye and rasped, "Who are you?" His voice was hauntingly weak and gravelly, echoing as though it emerged from the very depths of hell, sending chills down her spine. Bai Ye cleared his throat but did not respond to the man's inquiry. Instead, he asked, "Who are you? Why have you been imprisoned here?" The man bowed his head, remaining silent. Bai Ye inquired, "Are you aware if there are others present here?" The man gradually lifted his gaze towards Bai Ye and replied, "There is a woman located 100 paces to the left." As he spoke, a thought seemed to cross his mind, prompting him to add, "Might you be able to assist me in escaping?" Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. "Why should I save you?" The man sighed softly. "I cannot place my trust in that woman, nor can I trust my daughter." At the sound of his words, Bai Ye was jolted. "Your daughter?" The man continued, "I am Zhao Lei, the head of the Zhao family." "What? You claim to be Zhao Lei, the master of the Zhao family?" Bai Ye exclaimed, utterly astonished. The revelation that this man was indeed the head of the Zhao family left him in disbelief. For it had been over a decade since that Du Guxian had overseen the Zhao family, and he had never heard of any other master of the Zhao family. The man seemed to anticipate Bai Ye's confusion and explained, "I have been imprisoned here for over 10 years. I imagine many outside have long forgotten about me." Bai Ye hastily inquired, "Is that Du Guxian your wife?" He chuckled, but as he spoke of her, a hint of perplexity crossed his face. "Did you come in by yourself?" Bai Ye nodded. "Indeed, I suspect my friend may be imprisoned here, so I came to investigate." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei was taken aback. Came to investigate? What kind of place is this that one can simply wander in? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that something significant has transpired outside? With that, Zhao Lei hastily inquired, "Has there been some major event occurring outside?" Bai Ye shook his head and replied, "It's nothing of great importance. By the way, please wait for me here for a moment while I check over there to see if my friend is present." With that, Bai Ye headed towards the left, but Zhao Lei called out to him, "Might I kindly request that you first assist me in my predicament?" Bai Ye halted his steps and turned to Zhao Lei, inquiring, "Why should I rescue you?" Zhao Lei replied in a low voice, "There are benefits." "What benefits?" Chapter 82. You are Xiaoyu to speak candidly. The Zhao family possesses a treasure. It originates from beyond this realm. Should you be willing to extricate me from this predicament, I would gladly bestow this artifact upon you. Bai Ye felt a stir of excitement. A treasure? Zhao Lei, noticing Bai Ye's intrigue, promptly replied, "Indeed, that treasure is extraordinary. It is a supreme item even in the outside world. Are you familiar with the world beyond?" Upon hearing this inquiry from Bai Ye, Zhao Lei was somewhat taken aback. "Are you aware of the world beyond?" Bai Ye, feeling a tinge of anxiety, inquired, "Are you well?" Zhao Lei, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "First, please rescue me, and I shall explain everything in due time." Although Bai Ye harbored some skepticism towards Zhao Lei, his eagerness to uncover the events transpiring outside was undeniable. After all, Yunshang was likely out there, and so was Shi. He had long yearned to venture forth in search of Yunshang, but previously, when Shi was present, she had deemed his abilities insufficient and forbade him from doing so. "How can I rescue you?" Zhao Lei felt a surge of joy within. "All you need to do is extinguish the flames that engulf me." Bai Ye expressed her confusion. "How do we retrieve them? Are we to lead them towards me?" Zhao Lei, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Perhaps you possess other means? Did you not claim you came to save people? Were you not prepared beforehand?" Bai Ye fell silent, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Previously, he had been solely focused on rescuing others, without delving deeply into the specifics of this fiery prison, nor had he contemplated the means of escape. It was indeed a lack of preparation on his part. Zhao Lei was left speechless. It was astonishing that this fellow had come without the slightest forethought, for it was not an act of salvation, but rather a reckless venture into peril. Yet, Zhao Lei seemed to have a sudden realization, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he inquired, "How did you manage to enter? You lack the protective talismans of the Zhao family. How could you possibly circumvent that mountain?" The mountain he referred to was, of course, the one imbued with fire spirits, and to navigate around it, one must possess the protective artifacts of the Zhao lineage. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to approach that treacherous peak. Bai Ye chuckled awkwardly. "Perhaps it's because I am rather handsome." Zhao Lei pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Is there any other means to rescue you?" After a prolonged silence, Zhao Lei finally responded, "Unless you can refine this mountain." Bai Ye expressed some surprise. "Refining the entire mountain?" Zhao Lei sighed deeply. "Indeed, this mountain was originally a treasure in itself. However, aside from our Zhao family's ancestors who once refined it, no one has been able to accomplish that feat again." Upon hearing Zhao Lei mention the Zhao family's forebear, Bai Ye inquired with a hint of curiosity, "That old man?" Zhao Lei felt a flicker of irritation at Bai Ye's casual reference to his ancestor, yet he managed to suppress it. After all, he still relied on Bai Ye to rescue him. "Are you familiar with my Zhao family's ancestor?" Bai Ye nodded. "Indeed, I have encountered him. That old man is rather commendable." Zhao Lei, enveloped in crimson flames, stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. How could he utter such words? Claiming to have met his own ancestor? He himself had never laid eyes upon them, as his forebears had perished thousands of years ago. How could he dare to assert that he had seen them? Bai Ye seemed to sense that Zhao Lei was somewhat skeptical of him at that moment, and thus remarked, "It matters not if you do not believe me. Once I rescue you, you may inquire of your ancestors." The more Zhao Lei listened, the more he felt that this individual might be somewhat unhinged, and he resolved to disregard him, thinking that as long as he could secure his own escape, he would let Bai Ye speak as he pleased. Bai Ye sensed that Zhao Lei might truly doubt him, and with a shake of his head, he dismissed the thought. If Zhao did not believe him, so be it. Once they ventured out, he would surely come to trust him. No longer dwelling on this matter, he inquired, "You mentioned that this mountain itself is a treasure. Could you elaborate on its origins?" Zhao Lei replied, "As for its precise origins, I am not certain. I only know that it is a treasured artifact passed down from my ancestors in the Zhao family, but beyond that, I cannot provide further details." "Do you know how it can be refined?" Bai Ye pressed on. Zhao Lei appeared momentarily taken aback, responding, "If I knew how to refine it, I would have done so myself, wouldn't I? What need would I have for you then?" "I do not know," he concluded. In a moment of silence, Bai Ye suddenly heard a voice reverberating in his mind. "Young man, do you require assistance?" It was the fire spirit. Bai Ye hurriedly inquired, "Can you help me refine this mountain?" "Why expend effort on a mere broken mountain? Just shatter it outright," the spirit replied. No sooner had the words left his lips than a beam of violet light shot forth from Bai Ye's abdomen. As the purple radiance emerged, everything before Bai Ye gradually transformed into transparency. Zhao Lei was taken aback, exclaiming, This is the power from the volcano." Although uncertain whether the violet light stemmed from the volcanic energy, he could not help but voice his terror. Moments later, Bai Ye found himself in an expansive void, devoid of any rock formations or mountains. Turning his gaze to the left, he spotted a woman 100 zhang away. However, through his divine sense, he discerned that she was neither Shui nor Lung Qing. Yet, he felt an odd familiarity with her, though he could not immediately recall her identity. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei was devoid of any flicker of flame, his expression frozen in sheer horror, rendering him immobile. A tempest of thoughts surged within Zhao Lei. Could he have tamed that entity? This was utterly inconceivable. After all, even the mightiest ancestors had failed to subjugate it. For millennia, no member of the Zhao family had managed to achieve such a feat. Moreover, this lad was merely at the core formation stage. How could he possibly hope to conquer it? Bai Ye paid no heed to the still-dazed Zhao Lei and swiftly approached the woman before him. Observing her closely, he found her increasingly familiar. However, at that moment, the woman was scorched and charred, resembling Zhao Lei from earlier, her features obscured and indistinguishable. Just as Bai Ye was enveloped in confusion, the woman weakly spoke. "It is you, young Master Bai. I am profoundly grateful for your rescue. Have you found Miss?" Upon hearing her words, Bai Ye's body trembled as a flicker of recognition ignited within him. This must be the maid who frequently assisted Shui in delivering notes to him. He then inquired, "Are you Xiao Yu?" The woman nodded. "Indeed, young Master Bai." At that moment, Zhao Lei approached the two, looking toward Bai Ye and asking, "Is this your friend?" Bai Ye shook her head, but then nodded in agreement. Zhao Lei felt a sense of confusion. Although Xiao Yu was not his friend, she had been regarded as such by Shui, who had relied on her assistance on more than one occasion. Thus, considering Xiao Yu as a friend would not be an unreasonable notion. Bai Ye spoke, "This is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us step outside first." Zhao Lei nodded, and the three of them proceeded forward. At this moment, the towering mountains had vanished, and naturally, they would not depart from the direction of the Zhao family. After the fire spirit had rendered the mountains into nothingness, Bai Ye could no longer establish contact with it, presumably wandering aimlessly within his own golden core. Shortly thereafter, the trio emerged from the area of the Zhao family's mountains, now transformed into the void by the fire spirit. Along the way, Zhao Lei persistently inquired about the current state of the Zhao family, yet Bai Ye remained reticent. Inside the emperor's hall, Song Yu sat opposite the consciousness of the Zhao family ancestor. It was unclear what Song Yu had conveyed, but the ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. "Is what you say truly the case?" Song Yu chuckled softly. "Would I deceive you?" Just as the Zhao family ancestor was about to speak further, 8 individuals entered the hall. These included the 3 array masters from Songyun Academy, 2 enigmatic experts from the Breaking Sea realm, and 3 elders from the Zhao family. Chapter 83, The Birth of a Priceless Heir. Upon seeing the consciousness of their ancestor, the 3 Zhao family elders were taken aback, quickly dropping to their knees in reverence. "We bow to our ancestor." The Zhao family ancestor gestured for them to rise. "Please, get up and recount the events that transpired, starting with that flying dagger." At this, the faces of the three elders turned pale. They had all been involved in that incident. At this moment, Bai Ye and his companions had arrived at the 5-star academy. The three of them gathered around a table in the courtyard. Just then, Zhao Lei uttered something that prompted Bai Ye to spring to his feet, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." His tone conveyed an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Years ago, a man wielding a flying dagger sought to challenge the formidable warriors of the Tsangyan continent, only to be severely injured after being besieged by dozens. It was Du Guxian who rescued him, despite being the second wife of the Zhao family, the very spouse of Zhao Lei. After saving the man, she took great care of him, and gradually, a deep affection blossomed between them. Consequently, Du Guxian frequently spent nights away from home. Initially, the Zhao family paid little heed to this behavior. However, over time, suspicions began to arise. The first to notice the irregularities was the matriarch of the Zhao family, who, harboring doubts about Du Guxian, often dispatched people to follow her discreetly. Yet, each time, her associates were invariably discovered by Du Guxian, resulting in months of fruitless surveillance without uncovering her true activities. As time slipped by, several years had passed. During this period, Du Guxian seemed to vanish completely, never returning to the Zhao family. When she finally did return, she was already 9 months pregnant, on the verge of giving birth. Zhao Lei was immediately filled with rage upon witnessing his wife's indiscretions and was prepared to impose the family's rules as punishment, which entailed extracting the soul of the unborn child, subjecting it to a millennium of torment. Just as Zhao Lei was about to execute this familial punishment, a figure arrived at the Zhao household, none other than Xiao Fei, the man whom Du Guxian had saved. Upon seeing Du Guxian bound by iron chains, he was filled with fury. "Shinner, I am so sorry. I have come too late." Du Guxian, trapped and with a bitter smile, replied, "Fei Ge, you have hurt me deeply." They had once promised each other eternal loyalty and devotion. However, just 3 months into her pregnancy, Xiao Fei had abruptly left without bidding her farewell, leaving behind merely a note that read, "Shinner, wait for me. I shall return within a month." Yet, that wait extended into 3 long months. At long last, Du Guxian could no longer endure the torment of waiting. She resolved to seek him out, yet by that time, she was already 6 months pregnant. Thus, a woman, with her burgeoning belly, roamed in search of the man who had made her promises. The man with whom she had shared a pact, the man whose absence had rendered her incapable of enduring the agony of anticipation. This search persisted for 3 months, during which she questioned herself countless times. Was she being too hasty? How could he possibly not return? Was she being foolish, overreacting to merely a note? Was she being dim-witted, unable to locate the man she cherished? Countless nights found her wandering aimlessly through desolate streets, lost in despair. Innumerable rains saw her gazing forlornly at the empty thoroughfares. Countless times she fled in panic, feeling utterly helpless when pursued. Throughout those 3 months, she tasted every bitterness and sorrow time could offer, yet not a trace of sweetness graced her lips. Ultimately, she could no longer hold on. As she neared her time, she summoned her courage and returned to the Zhao family. She did not dare to hope for their forgiveness, but she wished they might, out of previous affection, provide a morsel for the child growing within her. However, upon her return, she discovered her miscalculations, mistakes that could not be rectified. She came to understand the warmth and chill of human emotions, the inequities of the world, and the stark reality that wrongs cannot be righted. Even when Zhao Lei was poised to enforce the clan's rules upon her, she remained silent, never once resisting. Indeed, she had relinquished all hope. In the face of a cruel world, any form of defiance or justification seemed utterly trivial. Shaking her head with a bitter smile, she thought, "Fei Ge, I have loved. I have never regretted." Yet, with the words, "Shinner, I'm sorry. I have come too late," a longing awakened within her, a yearning to continue living, to see the child within her womb, to be forever united with the man she adored. "Fei Ge, you have caused me such sorrow." Though not spoken with heart-wrenching intensity, those words, once they reached Xiao Fei's ears, sent a shiver through him. Xiao Fei uttered no further words. Instead, he appeared at Du Guxian's side and forcefully shattered the chains that bound her. He then enveloped her in his embrace, whispering repeatedly in her ear, "I am sorry." He understood that no amount of apologies could mend his broken promises. After a moment, Xiao Fei gently released Dugu Xian, surveyed the surroundings, and coldly demanded, "Who dares to be so audacious as to imprison Xianer?" Zhao Lei bellowed, "You must be the scoundrel who has seduced this wretched woman." Xiao Fei fixed a cold gaze upon Zhao Lei and declared, "You are but an ant. How dare you lay a hand on my Xianer?" Upon finishing his words, he raised his hand and with a swift motion, a flying dagger pierced through Zhao Lei's brow, halting just a few inches within. The onlookers from the Zhao family were engulfed in trepidation, utterly astonished by the sheer might of this individual. Zhao Lei himself was momentarily stunned. As Xiao Fei made his move, he had sensed the impending danger and was about to retaliate. Yet the dagger had already embedded itself in his forehead before he could act. At that moment, Dugu Xian interjected, "Do not kill him. He is not at fault. It is I who have erred." Xiao Fei nodded in acquiescence. "I shall heed your words." Dugu Xian sighed deeply. "Fei Ge, you have changed." She had sensed it the moment he arrived. The former Xiao Fei would never have harbored such a palpable aura of murder. Just moments ago, she had felt an overwhelming bloodlust emanating from him, one that enveloped even her. She was unaware of what Xiao Fei had endured over the past 6 months. All she knew was that he had transformed. When a person changes, they have irrevocably changed, and no reasoning could obscure that truth. Xiao Fei gazed at Dugu Xian and asserted, "I have not changed. It was merely my anxiety upon seeing you in such peril." Dugu Xian gently closed her eyes. And as she did, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Her expression was one of profound struggle, and no one could fathom the tumult within her mind at that moment. During this interval, Xiao Fei remained silently beside her, neither speaking nor moving. After a brief spell, Dugu Xian slowly opened her eyes, and the tears that once flowed had vanished, replaced by an expression of stark indifference. Just then, the wail of a newborn pierced the air. A lifetime of love and vengeance, the cycle of life and death unresolved. For a millennium, the soul remains ensnared, yet today, a new life arrives, unburdened. At the sound of the infant's cry, Zhao Lei's countenance shifted dramatically, for it heralded the imminent birth of the Zhao family's matriarch. This was far from fortuitous for Zhao Lei. At this critical juncture, it could only be deemed a harbinger of calamity, a family in distress, a precious child entering the world. Chapter 84. The origins of Zhao Shuer. Dugu Xian turned towards the direction of the infant's cries, murmuring, "What a coincidence. Fei Ge, I need you to assist me with a matter." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei's expression shifted to one of alarm. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Fei retorted sharply. "Silence." He then turned to Dugu Xian. "Xianer, you may speak." Dugu Xian coldly declared, "Aside from him, all who are aware of this matter must perish." Her finger pointed directly at Zhao Lei. Xiao Fei, taken aback, refrained from questioning further. "Xianer, I shall go at once." With that, he vanished without a trace, offering no promises to Dugu Xian, merely stating, "I shall go now," not even uttering the words, "Wait for my return." Dugu Xian shook her head with a bitter smile, tears streaming down her cheeks in that very moment. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically. She was going into labor, a wave of pain constricting her chest, threatening to suffocate her. Yet, at that instant, she found herself utterly alone. With a faint smile, the atmosphere around her grew somber, as if her sorrowful grin cast a shadow over the sky, causing the temperature to plummet. It was a melancholic smile that seemed to dim the very essence of the world. Zhao Lei, pinned down by a flying dagger, sensed something was amiss with Dugu Xian. Despite his deep-seated hatred for this woman who had betrayed him, he felt no anger in his heart at that moment. Was it the sound of the child's cry that stirred his compassion, or was it the fear of Xiao Fei? He called out urgently, "Someone! The second lady is about to give birth." The mention of second lady made Dugu Xian tremble. She looked up at Zhao Lei, and after a long pause, managed to utter 3 words, "I'm sorry." At that moment, 2 elderly women from the Zhao family approached Dugu Xian, assisting her toward the room. Watching her being led away, Zhao Lei's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Was she in the wrong? If so, then loving someone must be a folly. Yet, if she was not at fault, then the blame lay with him. But could he still host a grand banquet after being betrayed by his own wife? Where lies the truth in right and wrong? Perhaps it is merely a matter of perspective. With a bitter smile, he mused, "Love is elusive at the ends of the earth. Despair is boundless in the pursuit of joy." 3 days later, the events at the Zhao household felt like a fleeting dream, vanishing upon waking. The Zhao residence was bustling with activity as they prepared for a grand feast in honor of their 2 beloved daughters. The place was teeming with guests, filled with laughter and joy, accompanied by countless words of congratulations and greetings. However, before the banquet officially commenced, a figure emerged from the crowd, instantly casting a pall over the atmosphere. Many recognized this person. It was Xiao Fei. "Ah, quite the lively gathering," he remarked. Du Guxian stepped forward, questioning. "What brings you here?" Xiao Fei regarded her intently. "Xin'er, I promised I would eliminate anyone who knew of this matter." His words sent a wave of shock through the crowd, for with Xiao Fei's strength, such a threat was far from idle. Du Guxian's face darkened. "There is no need for that. I can handle it myself. Please leave." Yet, Xiao Fei chuckled. "Xin'er, what do you mean by that?" With an emotionless expression, Du Guxian replied, "From now on, we shall have no further ties." With that, she abruptly tore a strip of fabric from her dress, letting it fall to the ground. She tossed the fabric into the air. "We are no longer connected." Seeing this, Xiao Fei narrowed his eyes. "Xin'er, why?" Du Guxian ceased to speak. Yet a solitary tear cascaded down from the corner of her eye. Suddenly, Xiao Fei grinned malevolently. "If that is the case, allow me to perform one final act for you." With that, he spread his palm, revealing a flying dagger nestled within. The dagger measured merely 4 fingers in length and 1 in width, its surface gleaming a bright silver. A chilling glimmer flickered along the blade, which bore a small character inscribed as Xiao. Abruptly, Xiao Fei hurled the dagger with great force. As it soared forth, an overwhelming aura enveloped all present. The crowd, gripped by fear, found themselves rendered immobile under the weight of this formidable presence, while the dagger sped toward them. Witnessing this scene, Du Guxian's expression turned alarmed. "Stop." However, Xiao Fei paid her no heed. The dagger plunged into the throng, and in an instant, dozens of blood geysers erupted. The entire expanse was instantly stained crimson, and the thick stench of blood filled the air, inducing nausea. Severed heads tumbled to the ground, their owners' wide, horrified eyes remaining open, as if to etch the memory of their demise. Moments later, only Du Guxian and Zhao Lei stood in the aftermath. All others from the Zhao family and the visiting dignitaries had been mercilessly slain. "Xin'er, come with me," he commanded, his tone lacking warmth, bordering on frigid. Du Guxian shook her head. "You are no longer the Xiaogu I once knew. He has departed and will not return." Xiao Fei furrowed his brow. "What are you saying? Am I not here?" Du Guxian chuckled softly. "No, you are not him." She recalled that the Xiao Fei she first encountered was not this cold and ruthless individual. Xiao Fei suddenly shouted, "Will you come with me or not?" Du Guxian gazed at him for a long, protracted moment before gently shaking her head. Xiao Fei dismissed her with indifference and turned to enter the chamber. Seeing this, Zhao Lei's expression changed dramatically as he rushed to intervene, but at that moment, a dagger pressed against his brow. Xiao Fei stepped into the room, where a cherubic infant rested upon the bed. Upon seeing Xiao Fei approach, the child smiled and emitted cooing sounds, as if greeting him. Xiao Fei scooped the baby into his arms and turned to exit the room. Alarmed, Du Guxian exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Put him down." Xiao Fei replied coldly. "This is my child. Naturally, he will accompany me." He then glanced toward a specific direction, the direction of the Zhao family's fiery prison. "A suitable location," he remarked, before delivering a powerful punch to Zhao Lei. The strike sent Zhao Lei crashing into the Zhao family's fiery prison. It was only within the confines of that prison that he realized the child Xiao Fei had taken was not Du Guxian's, but his own. However, neither Du Guxian nor Xiao Fei were aware of this truth. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's revelation, Bai Ye sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could this be?" As Zhao Lei suggests, Zhao Xuer is indeed the daughter of Du Guxian, while the one taken away by Xiao Fei was the true heiress of the Zhao family. If this is the case, one cannot help but ponder how Du Guxian would react upon discovering that Xuer is her biological daughter. With this thought, Bai Ye could not help but shake his head and sigh, reflecting on the absurdity of fate. It is no wonder that Xuer possesses such extraordinary qualities and lineage. Within the imperial hall, the ancestral spirit of the Zhao family suddenly rose and moved towards the exit. He had just heard from the three that Zhao Lei might be imprisoned in the fire prison. His urgency to see Zhao Lei stemmed from a desire to grasp the full details of the situation. However, he soon began to fade into the ethereal realm. He thought to himself, "Alas, my consciousness is waning, and I can no longer endure." With a rueful shake of his head, he concluded, "Let the younger generation handle their own affairs." With that, he completely vanished. Chapter 85, The Temple of the Unworthy. Chapter 86, leave you with a whole corpse within the 5-star academy. Bai Ye, Xiao Yu, Zhao Lei, and Yang Xiao sat around a table. Xiao Yu softly inquired, "Young Master Bai, might there be any news regarding Miss Xuer?" At this point, she cast a somewhat awkward glance at Zhao Lei. Feeling that addressing her as Miss might be inappropriate given her recent discovery that Zhao Shuer was not the daughter of the Zhao family head, Zhao Lei remained silent, harboring a tumult of emotions within himself. Bai Ye shook his head, expressing concern over the absence of any news regarding Shui heir since her disappearance. Yang Xiao interjected, suggesting, could it be that they have uncovered Zhao Shui heir's true lineage and taken her away? Upon hearing these words, Bai Ye found himself grappling with doubt. Had they previously been unaware of Shui heir's background, they might have remained oblivious to her whereabouts. However, now that they were aware of her lineage, Yang Zhao's hypothesis could indeed hold merit. Zhao Lei, furrowing his brow, contemplated the implications. If this were the case, it was evident to Bai Ye what was on his mind without further elaboration. Should they have discovered Shui heir's heritage? It followed that the infant taken away by Xiao Fei was undoubtedly Zhao Lei's child. The realization that this child was Zhao Lei's raised troubling questions about their intentions towards him. With this grim thought, the expressions of the group darkened. Suddenly, Zhao Lei declared, I must return to the Zhao family to ascertain whether anyone has learned of this matter. Bai Ye did not refuse. He had initially intended to accompany Zhao Lei, but was turned down by him, who expressed concerns about potential dangers. Consequently, Bai Ye reluctantly remained at the 5-star academy. During the ensuing days, he immersed himself in frenzied cultivation, only to find that matters were becoming increasingly intricate. First, Yinshan had gone missing, then Lang Qing, and now Shi had yet to return after an extended absence. Moreover, Zhao Shuer's background turned out to be exceedingly complicated. He pondered whether, should he encounter Shui again one day, their relationship could ever return to what it once was. Drawing forth the crimson longsword, Bai Ye fell into contemplation. His prior mastery of the 3-sword technique had stagnated at the first form, achieving only a minor success in the first strike. No matter how diligently he practiced, he could not progress further. It felt as though something essential was missing, yet he could not discern what that elusive element might be. The second and third forms remained beyond his reach, as one could not cultivate them without first perfecting the initial form. With a sigh, he lamented the lost opportunity. Mastering the second form would undoubtedly enhance his prowess significantly. Regaining his focus, he began to contemplate the single strike imparted to him by the sword spirit, which he would henceforth call the sword spirit single strike. He discerned that this technique differed fundamentally from the 3-sword technique. The latter emphasized sheer power, the ability to conquer 10 with one blow and to shatter myriad laws. The ultimate expression of strength could cleave the heavens. In contrast, the sword spirit's single strike did not hinge on brute force, yet what it relied upon remained nebulous, a mystery Bai Ye was ill-equipped to unravel at this moment. As he prepared to execute the sword spirit's single strike, he sensed a peculiar energy, one that he could not yet fully command. He arrived at an open expanse, where the ground for hundreds of feet was comprised of barren yellow earth and gravel, starkly desolate and seemingly inhospitable. Bai Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his right hand holding the sword, its tip angled toward the ground. He exuded an air of superiority, as if all that existed beneath his blade were mere insects. He remained perfectly still, his eyes tightly shut, deeply immersed in contemplation. He sought to comprehend this world, to fathom the vast universe, and to grasp the celestial realm within his golden core. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, causing a single strand of black to dance in the wind, while his brocade robe fluttered lightly. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ye entered a remarkably enigmatic state. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and at that moment, a mysterious force began to swirl around him. Surprised by this occurrence, Bai Ye attempted to harness the enigmatic energy, yet, just then, it began to dissipate slowly. Bai Ye furrowed his brow. Is it truly inoperative? He sensed that the force he was grappling with might be the very essence lacking in the first stance of the 3-swords technique. Yet he could only perceive it without the ability to harness it. With a sigh of resignation, he mused that if Shi were present, she would undoubtedly know how to wield such power. Resolving to think no more on it, he endeavored once again to establish a connection with that elusive force. However, after several attempts, he found himself in the same predicament as before. Although he could feel the energy each time he sought to engage with it or summon it forth, it would gradually dissipate. The formation. Perhaps if he communicated with that force through a formation, the outcome would differ from his prior attempts. With this thought, he once more attuned himself to the energy. As he sensed it again, he began to inscribe runes in the void. As each line, radiating a golden luminescence, was etched into existence, the surrounding space began to tremble slightly, yet the force remained untouched, continuing to swirl gently around Bai Ye. A surge of joy welled up within Bai Ye as he marveled at the formidable power, which proved to be even more resilient than this very realm. Despite his astonishment at the strength and stability of this force, his expression darkened. He realized that his formation could merely stabilize this power, preventing its dissipation. Yet he remained unable to harness or wield it. This perplexity left Bai Ye in a state of confusion. What could be the reason for this? After several more attempts, the outcome remained unchanged, and he was reluctantly compelled to relinquish his efforts momentarily. He slowly raised the sword in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. What had made that strike so terrifying back then? At that moment, two figures materialized not far from Bai Ye. Both donned long gray robes with white sleeves. One of them, with hair as white as snow, swayed gently in the breeze, his stature tall and upright, though he appeared somewhat frail. An invisible aura of immense pressure emanated from him. The other, with raven-black hair cascading casually over his shoulders, was more robust in build compared to the elderly man. His gaze sharp and piercing. These two were none other than the guardians of the temple's chosen one, Feng Yong and Lv Yen. Both were peak cultivators of the sea-breaking realm. Upon their arrival, Bai Ye's countenance shifted dramatically. The overwhelming mental presence he sensed from them felt akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, unmistakably indicating their status as superlative beings. Yet, realizing they were merely of the sea-breaking realm left him further perplexed. Even the formidable sovereign realm cultivator, Song Lan, had not instilled such a profound impression upon him. A thought dawned upon him. These two must have come from the outside world. Previously, Shir had mentioned that the cultivation system of this continent differed significantly from that of the outside. It implied that within the same realm, practitioners from this continent were merely inferior beings. Bai Ye had once scoffed at this notion, but now it appeared that Shir had not exaggerated. Meanwhile, the two figures were observing Bai Ye with a hint of astonishment. They sensed a distinct difference between him and the individuals they had encountered earlier. Although Bai Ye was merely at the core formation stage, he exhibited a strength far surpassing that of other core formation cultivators from this continent. He might even exceed their counterparts from the outside. Suddenly, realization struck them, and they inhaled sharply in unison. They exchanged glances. Pondering, could it be that the box was the source of this youth's extraordinary prowess? To achieve such advancement merely in this realm was astounding. What would become of him in their world? One of them turned to Bai Ye and declared, "I have no desire for idle chatter. Surrender that object, and I shall spare your life." Chapter 87. Cease your nonsensical ramblings. Bai Ye smiled and said, "Esteemed seniors, let us converse amicably. There is no need for threats of violence." Hearing Bai Ye's words, the two were momentarily taken aback, their expressions clouded with confusion. They thought to themselves, "We have come to eliminate you and seize your treasures, yet you suggest we engage in civil discourse? Have they lost their senses?" At that moment, one of them remarked to the other, "We must exercise caution. This individual may possess hidden resources." The speaker was none other than the venerable elder Feng Yong, a man known for his prudent demeanor and meticulous foresight. To him, Bai Ye's composure indicated he had some form of support. In truth, Bai Ye was internally fraught with anxiety. These two individuals were the most formidable he had encountered aside from Song Yu. His calm demeanor was merely a facade. He recalled how, when deceiving Mu Xiu, had he not feigned strength and composure, he might have been eliminated long ago. He silently mused, sometimes a little pretense can be a lifesaver. The middle-aged man, however, scoffed at Feng Yong's caution, dismissing it with, "Is he merely a cultivator at the core formation stage? Is such trepidation warranted?" He was well aware of Feng Yong's reputation for thoroughness and prudence, which had saved him from peril on several occasions. Though he found Feng Yong's caution exasperating, he still harbored a degree of respect for him. Feng Yong replied solemnly, "This individual is not to be underestimated. It is wise to remain vigilant. Should we make a mistake due to negligence, how shall we account for it to the young master?" Elian fell silent. Acknowledging the truth in Feng Yong's words, this matter could not afford any missteps. Bai Ye's smile remained undiminished, and she appeared even more composed. She turned to the two and remarked, "Have you both given it some thought? Will you choose to engage in conflict, or shall we converse amicably?" Feng Yong smiled faintly. "I recognize that you are exceptional, possessing great treasures. However, I truly cannot fathom what gives you the confidence to remain so unperturbed." Bai Ye pondered to himself. This old fellow is quite remarkable. He neither adheres to the conventional path nor acts with undue impulsiveness. The situation is somewhat troublesome. He fears neither those who can be easily deceived nor those who are excessively rash. Yet, This old chap seems to have cultivated a wisdom of his own, exhibiting an unusual level of caution. With this thought, Bai Ye chuckled softly. Since you are aware of my extraordinary nature and possess treasures for protection, why then do you choose to stand against me? Would it not be better for us to forge an alliance? Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Feng Yang's expression turned peculiar. Forge an alliance with you? Bai Ye nodded earnestly, affirming, indeed, we shall forge a strong bond. With my innate talents and capabilities, it will not be long before I rise to prominence in this world. At that time, coupled with the treasures I possess, it would not be an exaggeration to claim I could trample the very heavens beneath my feet. Hearing this, Lu Yin nearly stumbled in disbelief, retorting, surely, you cannot be boasting? Do you truly believe you could conquer the entirety of existence? Bai Ye smiled faintly, then, unable to restrain herself, blew a playful breath towards the two of them. Observing her demeanor, the pair exchanged curious glances but did not dwell on it. Just as Feng Yong was about to speak, Bai Ye suddenly inquired, does this esteemed elder doubt my innate talent and capabilities? Her question was directed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin responded with a mocking smile. If you could indeed tread upon the vast expanse of this world, then I would gladly stand upon your head. Bai Ye was taken aback, realizing that this individual was somewhat foolish. Since he could not deceive the elder, he decided to first ensnare this rather simple-minded person. With this thought in mind, Bai Ye clasped his fists in a respectful gesture towards Lu Yin, his previously arrogant demeanor transforming into one of humility. Observing this, both individuals were filled with confusion, and Feng Yong was about to speak up. However, Lu Yin interjected, inquiring, what do you intend by this? Bai Ye sighed softly. I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name, dear brother. Although Lu Yin was somewhat perplexed by Bai Ye's intentions, he nonetheless replied, Lu Yin. Bai Ye smiled faintly and clasped his fists towards L Yin, saying, Brother L, what my elder brother mentioned earlier is not an exaggeration. Even if I were to tread upon the entire realm, it would still be my elder brother who stands above me. L Yin snorted coldly in response. That is only natural. Meanwhile, Feng Yong felt a sense of foreboding, thinking to himself that this fellow was attempting to sway L Yin. Just as he was about to interject a warning, Bai Ye promptly continued, Brother L, you are truly a dragon among men, possessing extraordinary talent. Your future rise is boundless. At this juncture, Bai Ye glanced at L Yin and noticed that he seemed somewhat receptive to his words. Elated, he added, however, having uttered those two words, Bai Ye fell silent. Seeing Bai Ye's reluctance to elaborate, L Yin grew anxious. Brother Bai, what do you mean? Upon hearing L Yin address Bai Ye as Brother Bai, Feng Yong's heart raced. He thought, could it be that this fellow is genuinely being swayed by Bai Ye? Nevertheless, he chose not to intervene, instead opting to observe what Bai Ye intended to do. In his view, all else was futile in the face of absolute strength. Bai Ye, witnessing Feng Yong's reluctance to unveil his true self to Lu Yin, couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. What game was this fellow playing? Noticing Bai Ye's silence, Lu Yin grew increasingly anxious. Brother Bai, what is it? Bai Ye retracted his thoughts, expressing his discontent at the notion that someone of L Xiong's caliber, a true dragon among men, must bow to others. Upon hearing this, L Yin paused momentarily, as if grasping the essence of Bai Ye's words. He let out a soft sigh, his demeanor reflecting a deep sense of helplessness. It seemed he had contemplated something significant, yet chose to remain silent. Bai Ye inquired, is there a reason behind this? If it is inconvenient for you to speak, then please refrain from doing so. L Yin nodded and replied, it is not that I am unwilling to share, but this matter is exceedingly intricate. Even if I were to articulate it, it would alter nothing. Meanwhile, Feng Yong, unable to contain his impatience any longer, interjected, L Yin, we are tasked with a mission to kill and seize treasures, not to engage in heartfelt conversations with friends. Bai Ye turned to Feng Yong and remarked, esteemed senior, your assertion is misguided. The act of slaying for treasure and the pursuit of heartfelt conversation with friends are not necessarily at odds, are they? Feng Yong let out a cold laugh and replied, is that so? Yet, the very person we intend to eliminate is you, while he engages in a heartfelt dialogue with you. Does that not present a contradiction? As Bai Ye's eyelids twitched, he realized that this old man had not forgotten his intention to kill him. However, Lu Yin interjected, old Feng, I find Brother Bai to be quite agreeable. There is no need for us to resort to extermination. We can engage in a discussion. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, Feng Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you forgotten your senses? He retorted. Lu Yin, feeling a surge of anger, replied, old Feng, we hold no grudge against Brother Bai. Why must we resort to murder? Do you dare question the young master's orders? His voice turned icy. Lu Yin sighed deeply. Brother Bai, I find myself powerless in this situation. However, if you surrender that item, I assure you that I will safeguard your life. Bai Ye shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, this would place Brother L in a difficult position. Perhaps it is best to refrain. I shall not hold it against him, for you are merely acting upon orders. Feng Yong pointed at Bai Ye, admonishing him, cease your nonsensical chatter. With that, he launched a direct assault towards Bai Ye. In Chapter 88, the terrifying sword, Feng Yong's strike, though not unleashed with full force, still bore 70% of his strength. To him, Bai Ye was merely at the core formation stage. No matter how extraordinary he might be, surviving a blow of such magnitude was inconceivable. Even at 70%, the impact was sufficient to fracture the very fabric of space. The surroundings crumbled instantaneously, with countless shards of spatial debris cascading down, while Feng Yong's palm, imbued with boundless might, bore down upon Bai Ye. Bai Ye was taken aback, realizing that Feng Yong's strength was astonishingly formidable. Even the esteemed Song Lan, at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, might not surpass him, and could perhaps even fall short. As he beheld the terrifying strike hurtling towards him, Bai Ye's heart raced with dread. Just as Feng Yong's blow was about to land, Elian intervened with a punch directed at Feng Yong's attack. Feng, hold your hand, he commanded. Feng Yong, incensed by Elian's audacity to thwart him, retorted, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Elian replied, I have already pledged to Brother Bai that if he surrenders the item required by the young master, I shall spare his life. Feng Yong's expression darkened considerably. That Bai Ye was merely deceiving you. Do you realize this? Elian's countenance shifted uneasily as he glanced toward Bai Ye. Bai Ye hastily replied, not at all. What I just shared with Brother LV was heartfelt. Feng Yong scoffed him. Spare me your nonsense. LV Yin turned to Feng Yong and said, regardless, since I have made a promise to Brother Bai, I shall uphold it. He then looked at Bai Ye and continued, Brother Bai, if you hand over that item, I assure you that no one shall harm you. Bai Ye appeared somewhat helpless, shaking his head with a sigh. It is not that I am unwilling to part with that item. Rather, it is that I am truly unable to do so at this moment. Upon hearing this, Elian felt a flicker of confusion. Why? At that moment, he harbored no doubts regarding Bai Ye's words. For his previous conversation had fostered a modicum of goodwill towards Bai Ye, leading him to believe that Bai Ye would not deceive him. However, Feng Yong interjected. Could it be that you have consumed that item? Bai Ye felt somewhat speechless. Why did this old fellow lack such faith in himself? Was it possible that he did not possess an attractive appearance? Lu Yin also gazed at Bai Ye with a puzzled expression, awaiting his elucidation. Bai Ye sighed softly, stating, It is not I who consumed that item. Did not Song Lan elaborate on this matter with you all? He had naturally deduced that it was Song Lan who had divulged the details regarding the box. Feng Yong, somewhat perplexed, inquired, How do you know that it was Song Lan who disclosed this information to us? Bai Ye smiled broadly and said, Naturally, it was he who informed me himself. Bai Ye resolved to continue his deception. He yearned to engage in a fierce battle with the old man. Yet he found the elder rather formidable and feared he might not prevail. Meanwhile, Feng Yong had ceased to dwell on the matter of Song Lan, regardless of the circumstances. His priority was to eliminate you first, after which he would ascertain the possibility of obtaining that object. Having spoken, he turned to Lu Yin. You see, it is not that you have failed to uphold your promise. Rather, he has no intention of relinquishing that item. Do you still hesitate? Lu Yin's expression was complex, and he remained silent. Bai Ye suddenly declared, Brother L, do not feel burdened. Feel free to act. Feng Yong retorted coldly, to kill you, I need no assistance. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Bai Ye, determined to obliterate him in a single strike, leaving no opportunity for him to respond. The treachery emanating from Bai Ye was simply too palpable for him to ignore. He dared not linger on the thought that continuing to engage with him might lead to a fate akin to Elian's. As that punch surged forward, the space surrounding Bai Ye disintegrated into mere powder, simultaneously unleashing countless spatial blades that sliced toward him. Bai Ye's complexion changed dramatically. This time, Lu Yin did not intervene to assist him. Confronted with Feng Yong's strike, Bai Ye felt an overwhelming terror. Escape was not an option. He could not flee. He had no choice but to withstand this blow. Consequently, Bai Ye channeled his profound energy, directly invoking the mysterious force within his golden core. A resonant sound of a sword echoed forth. The crimson longsword in Bai Ye's hand trembled slightly, emanating a dazzling red glow. At that moment, Feng Yong also noticed the sword in Bai Ye's grasp and could not help but exclaim, "What a magnificent weapon!" With a resounding cry of the sword, Bai Ye thrust forward, aiming directly at Feng Yong. Feng Yong scoffed, "Are you making a futile struggle?" Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze. The sword wielded by Bai Ye astonishingly matched the might of his opponent's fist. The blade emanated a crimson radiance, casting the entire expanse into a translucent glow. Beneath this sanguine illumination, Feng Yong's fist trembled slightly, as if it harbored a certain trepidation toward the red light. Feng Yong's expression hardened as he unleashed another punch. At this moment, while Bai Ye's sword barely withstood the force of Feng Yong's assault, it failed to quell the overwhelming power behind it. An immensely potent force struck Bai Ye squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling hundreds of feet away. As he came to a halt, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he had no time to tend to his wounds, for Feng Yong's subsequent fist was already descending upon him. Channeling all his strength, Bai Ye executed the sword spirit strike, aiming to pierce through the colossal shadow of Feng Yong's incoming fist. However, the once mighty sword spirit's attack now bore no semblance of its former power. Bai Ye's heart sank in terror. Where did things go awry? How could this happen? With no time to ponder further, he instinctively sought to evade Feng Yong's strike. Yet, he realized that no matter how he tried to dodge, that colossal shadow of a fist relentlessly targeted him. Am I to perish? Confronted with this blow, Bai Ye found no glimmer of hope for survival. For this strike was utterly terrifying, far beyond what he could withstand at this moment. Bai Ye's face twisted into a grotesque expression as he attempted to absorb this courageous essence into his golden core. However, at that very moment, the crimson longsword in Bai Ye's hand began to quiver slightly. Observing the trembling blade, Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Suddenly, as if a realization struck him, he abandoned the idea of forcibly drawing Feng Yong into his golden core. Once more, he unleashed the sword spirit strike. A resounding hum echoed through the skies. At that moment, the crimson longsword automatically activated its protective state. And combined with the terrifying power of Bai Ye's sword spirit strike, it was truly formidable. The blade lunged directly towards Feng Yong, who was approaching with a punch. Wherever the sword passed, the very fabric of space crumbled. An overwhelming spatial pressure bore down mercilessly upon Feng Yong. Seeing this, Feng Yong's expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? He quickly retracted his fist to withstand the terrifying force of the collapsing space. Just then, Bai Ye's strike arrived. A thunderous explosion reverberated, shattering the heavens. Following the sound of the detonation, both Feng Yong and Bai Ye were propelled backward. Feng Yong halted after retreating several dozen yards, his face etched with astonishment as he gazed at the sword in Bai Ye's hand. Meanwhile, Bai Ye was flung back 1,000 yards before gradually coming to a stop, blood spilling from his mouth. Even with such a dreadful strike, he was still unable to withstand Feng Yong's might. This clash left Bai Ye grievously injured. Feng Yong fixed his gaze on Bai Ye, incredulously asking, "From whence does your sword originate?" At that moment, Feng Yong felt as though he had seen that sword before. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered it. Bai Ye gasped for breath. "Have you seen this sword?" Feng Yong replied, "It seems I have encountered it somewhere before." Bai Ye smiled broadly, and with that grin, another stream of blood flowed from him. "Humph. Have you not witnessed this in your father's hands?" Yu Feng, filled with rage, advanced once more, delivering a powerful punch towards Bai Ye. Chapter 89. Why not befriend him? Chapter 90. Song Yu's Choice. Chapter 91. Cease your nonsensical talk. Bai Ye shook his head, stating, "Whatever the matter, we can discuss it here." Naturally, he would not simply follow Sun Liang away, for he feared that departing might mean never returning. Sun Liang chuckled softly, "Young Master Bai, it is wise to recognize the situation, otherwise you may incur unnecessary harm." At this moment, Song Yu found himself in a quandary. If Sun Liang were to strike, should he assist Sun Liang or Bai Ye? After all, it was he who had brought Bai Ye here, and aiding Sun Liang would weigh heavily on his conscience. Yet, if he chose to support Bai Ye, what would become of Myriad? Just as Song Yu was engulfed in his dilemma, Sun Liang suddenly addressed him, saying, "Brother Song Yu, we are currently within your imperial hall. Should I take action, it may not be well received." This statement clearly implied that Sun Liang was urging Song Yu to intervene, but would Song Yu take that step? Bai Ye turned to Song Yu and inquired, "Song Emperor, could you elucidate the situation?" From the very beginning, Bai Ye felt a sense of bewilderment. Had he not been on amicable terms with Song Yu? Why had this fellow suddenly come with others to apprehend him? Song Yu sighed deeply, his voice laden with regret. "I sincerely apologize, young Master Bai. The reasons behind this matter are ones I prefer not to elaborate on. Consider it a debt of life that I, Song Yu, oh to you, young master Bai. Should circumstances allow in the future, I shall undoubtedly repay this favor. Although Bai Yu still did not fully comprehend the situation, he chose not to press Song Yu further. Respecting his desire for silence, given the circumstances, he resolved to take things one step at a time. He then turned to Sun Liang and declared, I shall accompany you. Sun Liang was taken aback by Bai Ye's decision to follow him. Song Yu furrowed his brow, acutely aware that if Bai Ye were to trail Sun Liang, it would likely lead to a perilous fate, unless the young lady, Sure, made her appearance. However, he had not encountered Sure in recent days, which left him feeling somewhat perplexed. After Bai Ye spoke, he was the first to step out of the secret chamber, closely followed by Sun Liang. As they emerged, Sun Liang turned back to glance at Song Yu and said softly, I am truly grateful to you, brother Song Yu. You need not worry about the matter I promised you. Song Yu, however, paid no heed to Sun Liang and fell into deep contemplation. Sun Liang and Bai Ye hastened their pace, soon coming to a halt. They found themselves in a desolate and vast expanse of barren land, which instilled in Bai Ye a sense of oppressive solitude. Young Master Bai, do you understand why I have brought you here? Bai Ye furrowed her brows, pondering whether the feng shui here was indeed favorable. Sun Liang, momentarily taken aback by Bai Ye's rhetorical question, inquired, what favorable feng shui? Bai Ye sighed. A person on the brink of death must certainly choose a place of exceptional feng shui for their final resting place. As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Liang's expression turned icy in an instant. Are you speaking of yourself? Bai Ye shook his head, exclaiming, I am referring to you. In that moment, Bai Ye involuntarily activated his defensive demeanor. Observing Bai Ye's calm and composed demeanor, Sun Liang felt a slight flutter in his heart. Could it be that this fellow possesses some form of leverage? Young Master Bai, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. If you simply hand over those 2 boxes to me, I shall not cause you any trouble. The boxes? Bai Ye appeared quite perplexed. Those boxes have already been taken by someone else. Are you not aware of this? Sun Liang narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you think me a fool? At this moment, he certainly could not believe Bai Ye's words. Taken by someone else? How could that possibly be? Bai Ye sighed. Very well, since you choose not to believe me, come and retrieve it yourself. That box resides within me. I require you to extract it personally. If you wish to have it, approach and take it. If not, allow me to depart. Engaging in this tedious back and forth is a waste of time that I find quite unbearable. Sun Liang, feeling a surge of anger, declared. Then I shall take it myself. With that, he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Bai Ye, the overwhelming aura of the barrier realm instantly enveloping the entire expanse. Under the weight of this pressure, the space surrounding Bai Ye began to fracture, and even his body started to develop faint fissures. Bai Ye was filled with immense terror. How could this person's power be so terrifying, leaving him utterly defenseless? Just as the overwhelming pressure threatened to obliterate Bai Ye, a figure suddenly appeared. An unkempt old man, clutching a chicken leg and swaying slightly with a wine gourd hanging at his waist, approached Bai Ye. It was none other than the Elder of Creation. With the Elder's arrival, the unbearable pressure of the barrier that Sun Liang had imposed on Bai Ye vanished without a trace. Observing this, Sun Liang halted his assault, his expression grave as he regarded the Elder of Creation. Who are you? The Elder chuckled heartily. Who am I? At this moment, Bai Ye was utterly astonished, profoundly shocked by the formidable strength of the Elder before him. He had previously experienced the overwhelming pressure emanating from Sun Liang, yet the Elder, upon his arrival, had not made a move, and that oppressive force had dissipated entirely. It was evident that these 2 individuals existed on entirely different planes of power. With this realization, Bai Ye promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and bowed to the Elder of Creation, expressing his gratitude. I am Bai Ye, and I sincerely thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely intervention. The Elder of Creation turned his gaze towards Bai Ye and remarked with a chuckle, go and amuse yourself. This is no longer your affair. Bai Ye was somewhat speechless. The old man was rather peculiar. Opposite him, Sun Liang cast a sullen gaze upon the Elder of Creation. Are you certain you wish to intervene in the affairs of my temple? The Elder of Creation appeared somewhat taken aback. You belong to the temple? Sun Liang replied with solemnity. I am Sun Liang, an elder of the temple. If you are determined to meddle in this matter, you shall be opposing my temple. You ought to ponder this carefully. After a moment of contemplation, the Elder of Creation exclaimed, to think you claim to represent the temple. I must admit I am somewhat surprised. Regardless of what your temple intends to pursue, I shall not permit the strong to bully the weak in this realm. Humph. Your tone is rather bold. I acknowledge your prowess surpasses mine. But do you truly believe you can confront my entire temple single-handedly? Bai Ye suddenly inquired of the Elder of Creation, what is this temple? His intention was clear. He sought to provoke Sun Liang, confident that with this elder present, Sun Liang would pose no threat to him. The Elder of Creation glanced at Bai Ye, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze. It is merely a worthless trinket, unworthy of concern, he replied. Hearing the two dismiss the temple as a mere trinket ignited a fury within Sun Liang. He recognized that the temple was among the most formidable forces in the divine realm, and yet here, in this insignificant locale, it was so grossly disdained. While he could overlook the elder's contempt, given his considerable power, he could not fathom how Bai Ye, a myriad in the realm of Dan formation, dared to speak so disparagingly of the temple. Such a lowly creature was easily capable of being eradicated with a mere flick of his hand. After listening to the words of the Elder of Creation, Bai Ye let out a long sigh, his expression visibly relaxed. Oh, so it is merely a worthless trinket. I previously thought it was a formidable force. He then admonished, no more nonsense. In chapter 92, Feng Yong and El Yin return. With that, he prepared to strike at Bai Ye, but the Elder of Creation shot him a fierce glare. Do you wish for me to bestow upon you a lesson in creation? Upon hearing this, Sun Liang, who was about to attack, halted in his tracks. He realized he was no match for this elder. Should he fall victim to the old man's wrath, where would he find solace? With that thought, he cast a cold glance at Bai Ye and declared, we shall meet again. Bai Ye hastily shook his head, proclaiming, no, let us part ways forever. He certainly wished to avoid any encounter with the other party, especially when his own strength fell short. After Sun Liang departed, the Elder of Creation gazed at Bai Ye and inquired, was that seal established by you? Bai Ye, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what seal? The Elder of Creation replied, it is the seal of the desolate well hidden deep within the Black Wind Forest. Bai Ye nodded, indeed. Is there something amiss? The Elder of Creation scrutinized Bai Ye with a grave expression. He had previously believed that it was that girl Yunshang who was responsible. But to his surprise, it turned out to be this young lad. And what of that girl? Bai Ye was perplexed, pondering whether this old man had previously known him. Who could he be referring to when he mentioned that girl? With this thought in mind, Bai Ye blurted out, which girl? The old man of creation was momentarily taken aback by Bai Ye's inquiry about which girl. He mused, could this fellow be surrounded by numerous girls? He was referring to the girl from the 5-star academy. In truth, the old man was unaware that Yunshang had long since departed. Having traveled to a place where he encountered experiences that would haunt him for a lifetime, events that would leave him utterly astounded. Upon mentioning the girl from the 5-star academy, Bai Ye's eyes instantly dimmed. Observing this, the old man grew somewhat puzzled. Could something have befallen that girl? Yet, in this vast continent, few could pose a threat to her. Could it possibly be that person from earlier? Had something indeed happened to that girl? Bai Ye shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. She had been gone for quite some time, and her whereabouts remained a mystery to me. Yet, each thought of her ignited a flicker of unease within my heart. The Elder of Creation, somewhat perplexed, found himself rather fond of the girl, akin to a beloved granddaughter, particularly since she shared his penchant for meat. However, had the elder been privy to the incident that transpired between Yunshang and Bai Ye, driven by her love for meat, his affection for her would undoubtedly have waned. The Elder of Creation pondered, could it be that she has ventured outside? Bai Ye nodded, indeed. When she departed, she mentioned that she was heading elsewhere, claiming that Master was in danger there and that she needed to rescue him. What reckless behavior! How impulsive! Upon witnessing the unease of the Elder of Creation, Bai Ye felt a surge of anxiety within her heart. Could she be in danger? The Elder of Creation sighed, expressing uncertainty, yet assured that her situation was certainly not secure. Do you, esteemed Elder, know her whereabouts? Bai Ye inquired. The Elder of Creation fixed his gaze upon Bai Ye, questioning, do you wish to rescue her? Bai Ye nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, I wish to rescue her. However, it is not feasible at this moment. Your abilities are still insufficient. As he spoke, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and his expression shifted as he inquired of Bai Ye, what has become of that young girl? Bai Ye gazed quizzically at the Elder of Creation. Sure. The Elder nodded in affirmation. It should be so. If she were present, one could indeed seek that girl over there. Bai Ye chuckled wryly. Poet has departed. The Elder of Creation, somewhat perplexed, inquired, how could she leave? Has something significant occurred? When Poet had sought him out previously, she had mentioned that she would soon be leaving. However, it seemed she intended to depart alongside the little one. Yet, why had she abandoned the child here and left on her own? The only conclusion that came to his mind was that a momentous event must have transpired during this time. Noticing the elder's confusion, Bai Ye refrained from elaborating further. After all, he was not well acquainted with this individual. Although he had just saved Bai Ye, it was prudent to maintain a degree of caution. Observing Bai Ye's wariness, the Elder of Creation chose not to inquire further. You must exercise caution. This situation is becoming rather intricate. Bai Ye nodded and said, I understand. But do you, esteemed Elder, know what kind of force that temple represents? The Elder of Creation replied in a solemn tone, it is a formidable and significant power. At least for you in your current state, it is indeed formidable and substantial. Bai Ye remained silent. If he was indeed powerful and formidable, why did he not remind himself sooner? Just moments ago, he had dismissed the temple as inconsequential. The Elder of Creation then remarked, there is no need for you to fret excessively. They are aware of my presence, and for the time being, they are unlikely to trouble you again. Bai Ye nodded. I hope so. Well, I must take my leave. There are still matters over there that require my attention. With that, without waiting for Bai Ye to respond, he turned and vanished from sight. Bai Ye contemplated. It seems imperative for him to enhance his strength swiftly. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he surveyed his surroundings. Where is this place? He had never been here before. Dismissing further contemplation, he retrieved the flying artifact that Song Yu had gifted him. The artifact had long been cleared by Bai Ye, and as his profound energy surged into it, the artifact gradually expanded. Upon entering, Bai Ye couldn't help but frown. He pondered, would he be able to navigate it as he had before? After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to give it a try. After all, he was unfamiliar with his current location. Gazing at the boundless expanse of desolation, a shiver ran down his spine. If he were to walk, he could not fathom how long it would take to find his way out. As he infused his energy into the artifact, it slowly activated and began to glide forward. Bai Ye did not manipulate the artifact to fly at great speed, for he feared he might encounter the same fate as before. Soon, the endless wasteland faded from his view. Upon returning to the 5-Star Academy, he was momentarily taken aback as he entered. There, in the courtyard, Xiao Yu sat quietly on Yang Zhao's lap. The two appeared engrossed in conversation, sharing laughter from time to time. Bai Ye's left leg, lifted in mid-air, hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision as he pondered whether to place it forward or retract it. Just as Bai Ye felt a twinge of awkwardness, Xiao Yu seemed to notice him. She promptly rose from Yang Zhao's lap and offered a slight bow to Bai Ye, addressing him as young Master Bai. Although she had been imprisoned in the blazing cell for several months and was no longer a maid of the Zhao family, the grace and poise of a servant still lingered within her. Bai Ye smiled awkwardly and said, Xiao Yu, let's not be so formal from now on. You can simply call me Bai Ye. Yang Xiao approached Bai Ye and inquired, Junior brother Bai, have you gained any insights this time? Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ye had been pursued before. When Bai Ye initially mentioned he had gone out to comprehend the way of the sword, Yang Xiao was merely curious about Bai Ye's progress and cultivation upon his return. With a sigh, Bai Ye remarked, let it be as it is. Yang Xiao indeed shook his head, replying, I believe Bai Shidi has made significant progress, hasn't he? Yang Xiao discerned Bai Ye's current realm previously. He was merely at the first layer of the Golden Core stage, yet now he had ascended to the 9th layer. However, while Yang Xiao could perceive that Bai Ye had advanced, he could not ascertain the extent of that progress. After all, Bai Ye's level now far surpassed his own. If he were to learn that Bai Ye had leapt from the 1st to the 9th layer, it was likely that Yang Xiao would abandon his cultivation altogether. Realizing the insurmountable gap between their paths and deeming further practice unnecessary, just as Bai Ye was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. His spiritual sense had detected two formidable presences approaching steadily. Chapter 93, The Death of Yang Xiao. Chapter 94, The Awakening of Xiao Yu's martial soul. At the moment Xiao Yu's voice fell, an innumerable mass of dark clouds, seemingly summoned from nowhere, obscured the sky. Instantly, the world turned somber, as if a dark night had descended, enveloping everything in an unsettling gloom. Moreover, the entire Tsungyan continent was shrouded by these ominous clouds, resembling a prison that sealed the land, denying any glimmer of light. The atmosphere was laden with an oppressive terror, rendering one nearly breathless. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ye's heart raced uncontrollably. The aura enveloping him instilled a profound discomfort, as if he were ensnared in an ineffable state. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Yu appeared utterly unaffected, standing there with serene composure. Both Feng Yong and his companion were struck with a sense of dread. The phenomena of the heavens and earth, this woman had triggered such an extraordinary occurrence. They had read about such celestial anomalies in ancient texts, but never had they anticipated encountering one in reality. At that instant, a brilliant blue beam of light descended from the heavens, landing precisely where Xiaoyu stood. Bai Ye's heart sank in terror as he prepared to rush to Xiaoyu. Uncertain of the nature of the luminous pillar, he feared for Xiaoyu's safety, realizing that his debt to Yang Xiao would only deepen should anything befall her. Even if his concern for Yang Xiao did not compel him, he felt an obligation to save Xiaoyu, who had previously been Shui Er's ally and had often aided both him and Shui Er. Moreover, she had endured months of torment, imprisoned by Dong Guxian in an attempt to assist them. Yet, just as Bai Ye was about to reach Xiaoyu, a formidable force thrust him 10 zhang away. Stopping abruptly, he found himself bewildered. At that moment, the blue pillar of light had completely enveloped Xiaoyu. Bai Ye's expression shifted dramatically, and he was poised to charge once more. However, just as he was about to leap forward, Xiaoyu's voice echoed, "Young Master Bai, I am unharmed." Upon hearing her words, Bai Ye felt a mixture of surprise and relief. Since Xiaoyu had reassured him, he decided to observe the situation further. After all, even if he wished to rush forward, it was a daunting task. The repulsive force of the blue pillar was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Just then, the entire expanse of the sky transformed from black to blue in an instant. The heavens were no longer mere sky. They had morphed into an infinite, boundless ocean. Deep blue waves drifted across the firmament, undulating in layers, as if they threatened to engulf the entire world. The wind howled, the waves surged, and countless sprays of water erupted. The entire realm had metamorphosed into a vast sea. Bai Ye stared blankly at the scene before him, not just Bai Ye. Feng Yong and Lu Yin were equally transfixed, their expressions resembling those of lost souls. Just as the boundless ocean seemed poised to engulf the entire world, it suddenly began to recede slowly. Moments later, tranquility returned to the arena. Feng Yong and Lu Yin exchanged fearful glances at Xiaoyu, for in her hands floated a swirling orb of blue seawater. Without a word, they turned and departed in unison. Bai Ye also gazed at the orb of seawater in Xiaoyu's hand and inquired, "Xiaoyu, what is this?" Xiaoyu, equally perplexed, replied, "I am not certain." After a moment, she turned to Bai Ye and continued, "Young Master Bai, I kindly ask you to take care of Brother Zhao's remains. I must go to a certain place." Bai Ye, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Where are you headed?" After a brief silence, Xiaoyu softly replied, "Just now. A force has been guiding me towards a certain place. My intuition tells me that upon arriving there, I shall become formidable. Once I gain this strength, I will personally avenge Brother Xiao." Bai Ye let out a deep sigh and said, "Xiaoyu, do you understand what just transpired?" "I have no idea," Xiaoyu replied. "I only know that it was an immensely powerful force." It was evident that Xiaoyu too was perplexed by the recent events. Bai Ye ceased her inquiries and turned to Xiaoyu, asking, "Is the place you are headed to perilous?" Xiaoyu shook her head, replying, "I am uncertain. But I must go. I need to grow stronger and avenge Brother Xiao." Bai Ye did not impede Xiaoyu, allowing her slender figure to vanish from his sight. As he watched her retreat, he sighed softly, hoping that danger did not await her. He turned to the side of Yang Zhao's lifeless body and offered a respectful salute, saying, "Senior brother, I am truly sorry. In the end, I have brought you trouble." He reassured, "Rest assured, I shall avenge you." After bowing deeply to Yang Xiao's remains, he enveloped them within the realm of his golden core. Just as Bai Ye secured Yang Zhao's body within this inner world, countless luminous points began to converge slowly upon it in the void of that realm. Bai Ye returned to the courtyard and entered the room. Having just engaged in a fierce battle with Feng Yong, he had sustained considerable injuries and thus needed to tend to his wounds. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu walked quietly, following an inexplicable feeling without any clear destination. At that moment, she ceased to dwell on the torment she endured while imprisoned in the fire prison. Nor did she reflect on the fleeting moments of joy spent with Yang Xiao, the panic and despair she felt when witnessing his demise, or her future plans for vengeance. Unbeknownst to her, she traversed countless streets and ventured through deep mountains, ultimately finding herself in the heart of the Darkwind Forest. It was only when she encountered a desolate well nearby that her intuition intensified. The well's mouth was approximately 10 feet in diameter, surrounded by 8 stone pillars adorned with intricate, enigmatic patterns. Above, 8 chains, each as thick as an arm, hung down, intertwining to form an irregular shape. Upon closer inspection, the pillars and chains bore subtle engravings, seemingly restored by some unseen force. Moreover, a faint glow enveloped the area around the well, reminiscent of the ceiling formation Bai Ye had once inscribed. As she stood before the well, an overwhelming urge compelled her to enter. She felt drawn to the depths of the well, uncertain of what awaited her within, yet unable to resist the powerful pull. Without hesitation, she stepped into the well. Days later, Bai Ye emerged slowly from his room, fully healed yet burdened by an inexplicable sense of unease. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to visit the Emperor's Hall to seek clarity from Song Yu regarding the recent events. Although this decision carried potential danger, he felt compelled to gather the truth. At that moment, his brow furrowed slightly as he retrieved 2 eggs from his ring, the same ones he had collected near the ancient lust beast. To his surprise, one of the eggs was visibly cracked. Bai Ye frowned, pondering if it was about to hatch. He had kept the eggs in the ring without much thought, unaware that they were on the verge of hatching. What kind of eggs were these? Could they possibly yield ancient lust beasts? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, reminding him of his previous reaction after consuming that flesh with Yunshang. If he were to inadvertently activate the beast's instincts in a place devoid of women, would he fall victim to his own desires? Chapter 95, The 3 Great Forces of the Western Wilderness. Contemplating this, his expression darkened. Should he discard the eggs or keep them? After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to retain it, for one could never know if it might lead to unforeseen romantic encounters in the future. At this moment, the egg with the fissure had yet to hatch, so Bai Ye placed it back within the confines of the ring and turned to depart towards the Imperial Hall. Inside the Imperial Hall, Song Yu wore a grim expression, for ever since Bai Ye had aligned himself with Sun Liang, his heart had grown increasingly uneasy. He had already dispatched secret guards to gather intelligence, yet it seemed an eternity had passed without their return, further fueling his anxiety and restlessness. His concern was not solely for Bai Ye. The thought of Ji Mei also gnawed at him. After so many years, news of her had resurfaced, which should have brought joy, yet his instincts warned him that matters were unlikely to be so straightforward. The first uncertainty lay in the authenticity of Sun Liang's words. Was Ji Mei truly in his custody? Even if she were, what was her current state? Was she enduring torment? After all, decades had passed. How had Ji Mei managed through all these years? In truth, Song Yu did not possess extensive knowledge of Sun Liang, not only because their acquaintance was limited, but also because they could be considered adversaries. Sun Liang was adept at concealment, meaning that anything he wished to keep hidden would remain undiscovered. If he were aware of the suffering Ji Mei had endured over the years, he would undoubtedly confront Sun Liang with fervor, even if he were no match for him. Perhaps in a desperate struggle, Sun Liang would find it challenging to contend with him. Just as Song Yu hesitated over whether to seek out Sun Liang for clarification, Bai Ye gracefully entered the hall. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Song Yu was momentarily taken aback, a look of surprise crossing his features. Logically, if Bai Ye had aligned himself with Sun Liang, the latter would never have allowed him to leave unscathed. How was it that he appeared unscathed now? Could it be that the young lady Shir had returned? The thought sent a jolt through him. If Shir had indeed returned, was Bai Ye here to settle scores with him? Bai Ye observed the changing expressions of Song Yu and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Your Majesty Song, what troubles you? Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Song Yu, lost in thought, was roused from his reverie and turned to Bai Ye. What is it, young Master Bai? Before he could finish, Bai Ye interjected, Your Majesty Song, might you share what transpired earlier? With a heavy sigh, Song Yu replied, Alas, I have wronged you, young Master Bai. Bai Ye shook his head, saying, I hold no resentment towards you. I understand that you must have your reasons. Would you care to share what those reasons are? Song Yu sighed once more. Previously, Sun Liang informed me that Mei Er was in his possession, using her as leverage to coerce me into handing you over to him. Mei Er? Bai Ye appeared somewhat perplexed. Indeed, Mei Er is the love of my life. After I obtained that box, many powerful individuals pursued me. However, thanks to the numerous treasures I possessed for protection, they ultimately could not catch me, and I arrived here, remaining concealed. While they could not locate me, they ruthlessly slaughtered all my family members. I had previously thought that Mei Er had also met a similar fate, but Sun Liang recently informed me that he has her in his possession. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, a hint of ferocity crossed Bai Ye's face. The account reminded him of the tribulations faced by the Bai family. Had Sun Liang truly released her? Song Yu shook his head. Not at all. Sun Liang is exceedingly cunning. He claimed he would only release Mei Er after acquiring that box. At this point, Song Yu glanced at Bai Ye and sincerely expressed his apologies. I truly regret what happened before. Bai Ye shook his head. I do not hold you accountable. Had I been in your position, I might have acted similarly. Seeing that Bai Ye truly bore no resentment for having entrusted him to Sun Liang, Song Yu felt a pang of guilt. Suddenly, Song Yu inquired, "How did you manage to escape from Sun Liang's grasp, Master Bai?" Bai Ye remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, he suddenly spoke. "Does the Song Emperor know the specific strength of this temple?" Song Yu's expression grew exceedingly grave. "Young Master Bai, this temple is one of the three great forces of the Divine Realm's Western Wilderness." The Divine Realm? The Western Wilderness? Bai Ye was greatly astonished upon hearing Song Yu's introduction. Nodding, Song Yu continued, "I'm not fully acquainted with the intricate details of the Divine Realm. In fact, I hail from the Western Wilderness of this Divine Realm. Within the Western Wilderness, there exist three paramount forces: the Royal Palace of the West, the Temple of Triumph, and the Sanctuary. Among these, the Sanctuary remains the most enigmatic." Bai Ye appeared somewhat overwhelmed. The names of these formidable factions were indeed extraordinary. He inquired about their approximate strengths. Song Yu replied solemnly, "The most renowned figures in the Western Palace and the Victory Hall are the Palace Master of the Western Palace and the Hall Master of the Victory Hall. Both attained the celestial immortal realm over 10,000 years ago." The celestial immortal realm? Although Bai Ye was unfamiliar with the specifics of this realm, he was certain it was exceptionally powerful. Indeed, the celestial immortal realm. According to ancient texts, those who surpass this realm can ascend to divinity. What about the Divine Temple? Bai Ye hastily asked, as his primary concern was the power of the Divine Temple, especially since he had already encountered them. After all, he had previously dismissed them as trivial, and he bore their bestowed items. It was inevitable that someone from the Divine Temple would seek him out for retribution. Song Yu responded gravely, "Their strength is at least equal to, if not greater than, that of the Western Palace and the Victory Hall." Bai Ye stood there in a daze. However, there was no need for young Master Bai to be overly concerned. "I believe that since you managed to escape from that Sun Liang, you must possess some life-saving trump card." After speaking, Song Yu fixed his gaze upon Bai Ye, as if attempting to see through him. Bai Ye chuckled awkwardly. "In fact, I was saved by someone this time." "Who? Has Miss Sure returned?" Bai Ye shook her head. "She did not return. It was an old man who saved me." Song Yu was somewhat taken aback, but after a moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. "The Elder of Destiny has returned? Do you know that person?" Song Yu nodded. "I am acquainted, though not intimately." Bai Ye refrained from discussing the matter of the Creator Elder any further and instead turned to Song Yu, inquiring, "Song Emperor, if you were to take me to the temple now, would Sun Liang spare Senior Jimei?" Song Yu shook his head, replying, "I have no desire to engage in any act that betrays my conscience. After all, I have already traversed that path once, and the sensation was truly unbearable." Indeed, when Song Yu observed Bai Ye at ease, a sudden clarity enveloped his mind, revealing an essential truth. Some matters hinge on human action, while others are dictated by fate. It is not merely one's fervent desire to act that guarantees a corresponding reward. "Young Master Bai, you should return, although I cannot relinquish you to the temple again. Should Sun Liang come again, I fear my strength may not suffice to protect you." Bai Ye remarked, "Indeed, the Emperor's song is forthright, speaking candidly without the duplicity that some exhibit, saying one thing while doing another." He then clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. "I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything in the future, Your Majesty, do not hesitate to ask." Song Yu nodded. "Young Master Bai, exercise caution henceforth. I suspect that Sun Liang will not relent so easily." Bai Ye nodded and departed, returning to the prestigious 5-star academy. As he stepped into the courtyard, he was momentarily transfixed. At that moment, an elderly man was quietly seated on a stone bench. Chapter 96, Is It Not Different? Upon encountering this individual, Bai Ye initially felt a surge of immense joy. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The elder in the courtyard was none other than his master, Situ Ping. He hurriedly approached Situ Ping's side. "Master." Situ Ping lifted his gaze towards Bai Ye, revealing a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Year, where is your senior sister?" The inquiry from Situ Ping ignited a wave of unease within Bai Ye. Observing the severely injured Situ Ping, Bai Ye remained silent, instead retrieving a white jade vial from his ring, which contained the exquisite rebirth pill previously gifted to him by Song Yu. He extracted one and offered it to Situ Ping. "Master, please consume this to aid your recovery." Situ Ping was about to decline, believing that his injuries were far too grave for any ordinary healing medicine to remedy. However, upon glimpsing the pill in Bai Ye's hand, his countenance grew profoundly serious. "Where did you acquire this?" It was evident that he recognized the significance of the pill. Bai Ye remarked, "This was gifted by someone else. Master, please consume it at once." We will discuss matters slowly once your injuries have healed. Si-Tu Ping no longer resisted, accepting the elixir of rebirth and promptly swallowing it. After a brief moment, Si-Tu Ping's wounds began to mend gradually. Bai Ye inquired, "Master, have you not encountered Shang'er?" Si-Tu Ping gazed at Bai Ye with a peculiar expression. "Shang'er?" Bai Ye felt a tinge of embarrassment, having never encountered such a situation. Did she truly come in search of me? Upon hearing Si-Tu Ping's words, Bai Ye's confusion deepened. Initially, Shang'er mentioned that you had sent a message indicating danger, prompting her to go rescue you. Yet, she departed and has since remained untraceable. After Bai Ye finished speaking, Si-Tu Ping abruptly stood up. When did I ever send her a message? Furthermore, if I were genuinely in peril, how could I possibly send her? Would that not be akin to sending her to her demise? What? It was not Master who transmitted the message to Shang'er. Bai Ye was taken aback. It seemed that this might have been a conspiracy from the very beginning. Si-Tu Ping also sensed something amiss and said to Bai Ye, "Your senior sister may be in peril. I must investigate." With that, he prepared to leave, but Bai Ye hurriedly called out to him, "Master, I wish to accompany you." Si-Tu Ping halted his steps. "It is too dangerous for you to go." Bai Ye inquired, "Master, what realm do you currently inhabit?" Hearing such a question from Bai Ye, Si-Tu Ping felt a tinge of confusion, yet he responded, "The realm of unity." Bai Ye, filled with uncertainty, inquired, "The unification realm? Does Master know of the celestial realm?" Upon hearing Bai Ye mention the celestial realm, Si-Tu Ping nearly stumbled. "Who has informed you of this realm known as the celestial realm?" Bai Ye sighed. "It seems I have now come into conflict with the temple." Si-Tu Ping's eyes widened in disbelief, and his lips twitched. "You have actually opposed the temple? What is the reason behind this?" Bai Ye recounted the incident regarding the box that Song Yu and Song Lan had given him. After listening, Si-Tu Ping remained in a state of contemplation for an extended period. "Master, are you aware of the strength of this temple?" He finally mused. After a moment of reflection, Si-Tu Ping replied, "It is rather mediocre." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye was initially taken aback, and then cast a skeptical glance at Si-Tu Ping. "Are you implying that it is significantly weaker than our 5-star academy?" Bai Ye pondered. Initially, Song Yu had claimed that this temple was shrouded in mystery, surpassing the strength of the other two factions by a considerable margin. Yet, my master asserted it was merely slightly stronger than the 5-star academy. Si-Tu spoke in a calm voice. "I was referring to the 5-star academy of Ur." The 5-star academy of Ur? At this juncture, Si-Tu felt a twinge of nostalgia. In those days, our 5-star academy could truly be regarded as one of the pinnacle existences across the Myriad realms. However, an unfortunate incident transpired, wherein we were besieged by a dozen formidable factions. Ultimately, we succumbed and the academy was obliterated, leaving only myself and your senior sister to escape here and evade disaster. In Bai Ye's heart, a profound shock resonated. It turned out that the prestigious 5-star academy had once experienced such a glorious epic. Were the powers of those 10 or so factions truly formidable? Each of them surpassed the might of both the temple and the victory hall. Bai Ye's heart was filled with dread. Although he was unaware of the temple's true power, he recalled that Song Yu had mentioned the formidable strength of the victory hall, which boasted the presence of celestial beings. Did our 5-star academy also have celestial beings in the past? 10 of them, to be precise. Bai Ye was once again rendered speechless. 10 celestial beings. What sheer terror that entailed. As Bai Ye stood in shock, Si-Tu Ping calmly remarked, "Not merely 10 celestial beings, but also 3 at the God-sealing realm." Moreover, the former dean was at the transcendent realm. Bai Ye was utterly bewildered, his throat continuously constricting. Were we truly annihilated back then? Indeed, it was not solely the result of human calamities, but also due to natural disasters. Otherwise, even if dozens of superpowers had emerged, they would not have been able to rival the esteemed 5-star academy of that time. What natural disasters? You may not comprehend it now, but in due course, you shall. Given that Si-Tu Ping had spoken thus, Bai Ye refrained from further inquiries. "Master, what has caused your injury?" Si-Tu Ping's expression grew increasingly cold. "I was wounded by a malevolent being." Bai Ye expressed his astonishment. "A demon?" Si-Tu Ping replied slowly, "Indeed, a demon. In a secluded area of the divine domain's western wilderness lies a powerful race that has been sealed away. It is the demon clan." Bai Ye inquired, "Is the demonic race truly formidable?" Si-Tu Ping shook his head. "I am uncertain, but I recall hearing the elders in the mansion speak of it long ago. At that time, the demonic race was capable of contending with our 5-star academy." "What? They're that powerful?" From Si-Tu Ping's words, Bai Ye comprehended that the 5-star academy was remarkably potent. Even so, the fact that the demonic race could stand against it illustrates their immense strength. If they are indeed so powerful, why were they sealed away? It is precisely because of their overwhelming might that they garnered the animosity of all human warriors. Through the machinations of countless formidable beings, they were ultimately sealed. Bai Ye was rather perplexed. Planning? Isn't it a forcible sealing? Situ Ping shook his head with a wry smile. At that time, although the human race boasted numerous formidable beings, it was still beyond their capabilities to forcibly seal or even slay the demon race. The demon race possessed entities that surpassed even the transcendental realm. Bai Ye perceived that Situ Ping's return was specifically intended to undermine him. With this realization, he ceased his inquiries, recognizing the futility of such questions. In comparison to those formidable forces, he felt himself barely more significant than an ant. Situ Ping seemed to discern Bai Ye's thoughts and offered words of comfort. There is no need for you to feel disheartened. With your innate talent, you are destined for greatness in the future. For now, I must seek out your senior sister to uncover who was behind the false messages. Master, I shall accompany you, Bai Ye insisted. You should focus on your cultivation. I truly do not wish to comment further on your current abilities. Bai Ye felt a tinge of bitterness. However, the temple was currently directing its fervor against him. Situ Ping's lips twitched slightly, realizing that this fellow was actually afraid of the temple seeking him out. Never mind, I shall linger here for a few more days. And during this time, you must ensure that I engage in intense cultivation. Ideally, I would reach the sovereign realm. Bai Ye, adorned with white leaves and dark lines. Addressed as Master, Master, I have only just reached the Jidan stage. Do you truly believe I can ascend to the Zuanzhang stage within just a few days? Are your expectations of me excessively lofty, or do you possess an unwavering confidence in my abilities? In Chapter 97, The Temple of the Gods, Bai Ye immersed himself in an intense training regimen over the following days. He advanced through the 10th, 11th, and eventually to the 15th layer of the Jidan stage, only to realize he had reached his limits. He then began to strive for the Ninghai stage, which differed significantly from the previous realms. The earlier stages focused primarily on refining the golden core, while the Ninghai stage emphasized the cultivation of the sea of consciousness and the soul. Under the guidance of Situ Ping, Bai Ye's training progressed at a dizzying pace, and before he knew it, several days had slipped away. Bai Ye has ascended from the previous stage of foundation establishment to the 5th layer of the ocean condensation realm. This remarkable pace of cultivation left Situ Ping utterly astounded. Previously, when he mentioned that Bai Ye could reach the realm of the master within days, it was merely a casual remark. He believed it would be impressive if Bai Ye could merely brush against the edges of the ocean condensation realm within a few days. However, as days turned into weeks, Bai Ye's astonishing progress continued to leave him in awe. Transitioning from foundation establishment to ocean condensation typically requires several years, if not decades, even in the spirit realm, where the concentration of spiritual energy is abundant. Some individuals remain trapped between these two stages for a lifetime, unable to advance further. Yet, in just over 10 days, Bai Ye astonishingly progressed from the 10th layer of foundation establishment to the 5th layer of ocean condensation. Furthermore, he did not begin his breakthrough at the 10th layer, but rather at the 15th. Situ Ping had never encountered or heard of such an event, and while he was profoundly impressed, he couldn't help but ponder if he too could achieve such feats. After several attempts, he conceded that it was utterly impossible. How then? Had Bai Ye accomplished this? As days swiftly passed, Bai Ye slowly emerged from his chamber. To Situ Ping's astonishment, Bai Ye had reached an extraordinary pinnacle of the ocean condensation realm. He was certain that Bai Ye had not yet attained the sea-breaking realm. Yet his current prowess was terrifying, surpassing even that of a typical sea-breaking cultivator. Noticing the incredulous expression on Situ Ping's face, Bai Ye offered an awkward smile. Master, I fear I have disappointed you. I still have not reached the master realm, nor have I attained the sea-breaking realm. Situ Ping's lips twitched slightly. It seemed this fellow was becoming rather clever. Nevertheless, you have done exceedingly well. Master, can we now go find Shang? Bai Ye inquired eagerly. Situ Ping replied solemnly. I understand your concern for her, but your current strength is still far from sufficient. If we proceed to that place, not only would you be in danger, but I could also be implicated due to your presence. Hearing Situ Ping express that he could be dragged down by him, Bai Ye felt a wave of frustration. He thought to himself, could it be that Master is afraid I will hold him back? As Bai Ye was about to speak, Situ Ping suddenly furrowed his brow, exclaiming, someone is coming. Almost simultaneously, Bai Ye sensed something amiss and knitted his brows in response. Just then, a young man sauntered into the courtyard. He donned a resplendent crimson garment adorned with bird motifs, cinched at the waist with a white tiger-patterned sash. His flowing long hair and inscrutable tiger-like eyes exuded an air of charm, albeit with a hint of treachery. This individual was none other than Jiang Feng, the scion of the temple, accompanied by two others, Feng Yong and LV Yen. Upon their arrival, Si-Tu Ping's expression shifted slightly, while Bai Ye appeared exceedingly grave. Although Bai Ye had not encountered Jiang Feng before, the latter's attire suggested a significant status within the temple, and the presence of Feng Yong and LV Yen behind him further corroborated Bai Ye's suspicions. Si-Tu Ping calmly inquired, "From the temple, are you?" Jiang Feng smirked slightly. "Indeed, do you recognize my temple?" Bai Ye could not help but scoff. What a worthless thing this temple is. Upon hearing this, not only did Jiang Feng and the others freeze in astonishment, but even Si-Tu Ping was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment. After a brief silence, Jiang Feng let out a cold snort. "Humph. What a worthless thing. Are you trying to make me laugh to death?" At this moment, Si-Tu Ping spoke up. It is indeed not without merit. His words only served to heighten Jiang Feng's amusement. Ignorance can be truly terrifying. However, Jiang Feng refrained from taking action, for he recognized Si-Tu Ping's extraordinary nature. Acting now would likely yield no benefit. His purpose for coming was merely to scout the situation and pay a visit to the Bai family, not to engage in trivial disputes with them. With that, he turned to leave. Bai Yu suddenly shouted, "Halt." He thought to himself, with my master present, it would be prudent to detain them. That Jiang Feng just mentioned going to the Bai family, which further fueled Bai Ye's murderous intent towards the group. Jiang Feng paused and looked at Bai Ye. "Are you intending to kill me?" Bai Ye remained silent, coldly asserting, "One-on-one." Jiang Feng chuckled. "A duel? Are you certain?" As the heir of the temple, he had never feared any of his contemporaries. Even in the western wilderness, none of the youthful representatives from those two factions posed a threat to him. How much less could these insignificant beings from the lower realm intimidate him? Meanwhile, Feng Yong cautioned, "Young master, this individual is not to be underestimated. He is cunning and full of tricks. There is no necessity for you to engage in a duel." Jiang Feng shot a cold glare at Feng Yong. "Are you doubting my capabilities?" "I wouldn't dare." Feng Yong quickly retreated a few steps, bowing respectfully. Jiang Feng then turned to Bai Ye with a slight smile. "Let us proceed with our duel." As the words left his lips, he struck a palm towards Bai Ye, a move that directly ensnared him, rendering him utterly immobile. White Leaf was utterly astonished. How could this be possible? He had previously disowned that Jiang Feng, like himself, was at the condensing sea realm. Yet his strength was so peculiarly formidable. Although his body was immobilized, his spiritual consciousness remained unrestrained. Having ascended to the condensing sea realm, it had reached even greater heights. With a mere thought, a crimson longsword soared from within his ring. Guided by his formidable spiritual awareness, the sword cleaved towards Jiang Feng's palm. The overwhelming sword energy rent the very fabric of space as it hurtled towards that palm. Observing that White Leaf was ensnared yet still capable of executing sword techniques, Jiang Feng felt a twinge of surprise. Yet it was merely a fleeting surprise, for he held no belief that White Leaf's strike could withstand his palm. In an instant, the sword and palm collided. A thunderous boom resounded, and a terrifying aura surged outward, crushing everything in its wake. The surrounding space swiftly disintegrated, revealing numerous dark spatial voids. Within these voids, countless spatial blades shimmered ominously. Si-Tu Ping's expression grew grave at the sight. At that moment, White Leaf and Jiang Feng were merely at the condensing sea realm, yet the residual force of their clash was astoundingly dreadful. It was known that even two formidable beings at the boundary realm would struggle to create such spatial voids through their battle. Suddenly, innumerable spatial blades erupted from the depths of those dark voids. Caught off guard, White Leaf was pierced through the left arm by one of the blades. Conversely, Jiang Feng appeared remarkably unfazed in the face of those razor-sharp spatial blades. Bai Ye pondered to himself that his combat awareness was still lacking and required further honing. Although he and Jiang Feng were of the same realm, their true combat prowess was vastly different. Lost in thought, he was suddenly besieged by several blades of spatial light that shot towards him with alarming speed. At that moment, the grasp that had previously locked onto Bai Ye was torn apart by the spatial blades. With his right hand wielding a sword, Bai Ye faced the oncoming streaks of blade light. Chapter 98, In the Beast Domain. Just as Bai Ye confronted the flurry of spatial blades, Jiang Feng, positioned opposite him, suddenly struck with a palm aimed at Bai Ye. At that moment, Bai Ye was fully engaged in resisting the onslaught of the spatial blades. leaving him unable to divert his attention to defend against Jiang Feng's attack. With a resounding thud, Jiang Feng's palm struck Bai Ye's back, propelling him several hundred feet away. When Bai Ye finally came to a halt, blood streamed from the corner of his mouth, having sustained severe injuries. Yet, he paid no heed to his wounds, for not far from him loomed a pitch-black spatial void, from which emanated a terrifying force. Intent on drawing Bai Ye into its depths, Bai Ye's heart sank in alarm, and he staggered back several steps. Opposite him, Jiang Feng, having sent Bai Ye flying with a single strike, did not pursue, for he too was ensnared by dozens of spatial blades. Despite his formidable combat instincts, he found himself struggling against the multitude of spatial slashes. Si Ping, witnessing Bai Ye in peril, was about to intervene, but Bai Ye halted him with a firm declaration, "Let me handle this." In that moment, Bai Ye's mind settled into a profound tranquility. He gazed at the distant void in space, and his thoughts drifted to the second sword of the three-sword technique, the sword that cuts the sky. A sword is merely a sword, but what is the sky? What truly defines the sky? Previously, he had believed that looking up was synonymous with the sky. Yet now he found himself pondering anew. Just moments ago, when Jiang Feng's forceful palm had locked onto him, he had summoned the sword with his will and commanded it with his thoughts, as if he had grasped something intangible. Suddenly, he recalled the book his master had given him, titled One Thought, 10,000 Realms. Could that be the essence of the power of thought? Without dwelling further, he returned to the second sword of the three-sword technique, the sword that cuts the sky. Indeed, looking up signifies the sky, but what constitutes the sky? Is it not merely space? Could it be said that space is the sky? To cut the sky is to shatter the fabric of space. Yet he now stared at the void in space, perplexed. What is that void? The other side of the sky? As Bai Ye pondered, suddenly, several spatial blades shot forth. Yet he remained still, though his body did not move. The sword was already unleashed. With a thought, the sword manifested, and with that single thought, a blade of light shattered the air. From a distance, Si Ping was rendered speechless, murmuring to himself, "How is this possible?" Meanwhile, Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Intrigued, "This is quite interesting. I underestimated you." At that moment, Bai Ye was oblivious to both men, deeply engrossed in his contemplation of the realm of thought sword. This was a level unique to the sword path, filled with profound intricacies. If thought could command the sword, could it not also control those spatial blades? Bai Ye contemplated, realizing that one must act upon thoughts. With a swift mental command, he endeavored to manipulate the spatial blades. However, after several attempts, he ultimately surrendered. For no matter what he tried, he could not exert control over those ethereal edges. Moreover, a sense of dizziness began to engulf him, filling him with alarm. Could it be that the use of this mental prowess was somehow limited? With his current abilities, he could only wield this power a few times. This thought cast a shadow over his countenance. If that were the case, how could he possibly defend against Jiang Feng? Not to mention Jiang Feng. Even those spatial blades left him utterly helpless. At that moment, Jiang Feng, having shattered several spatial blades, charged towards Bai Ye. Observing Bai Ye's unusual pallor, Jiang Feng smirked slightly and remarked, "Young Master Bai, has such a short time rendered you feeble?" Bai Ye's expression darkened considerably as he prepared to speak. However, Jiang Feng had already struck with his palm, although this blow lacked the strength of the previous one. Bai Ye found himself unable to unleash the same formidable sword strike as before. Dazed and lightheaded, he beheld the incoming palm, his face clouding with concern. He pondered how to defend against it. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Despite his dwindling mental energy, his profound internal power remained intact. Thus, Bai Ye utilized the last vestiges of his mental strength to commune with the forces of the universe, wielding his profound energy to deliver a decisive strike to the heavens. This marked his inaugural execution of the second sword technique within the trilogy. As this strike was unleashed, the entire sky dimmed instantly. The countless spatial blades shattered under the weight of this terrifying sword's might. Furthermore, the pitch-black voids of space began to grow increasingly ethereal. One could assert that the force of this strike threatened to overwhelm the very heavens. Witnessing the extraordinary power of Bai Ye's sword, Jiang Feng, who was rushing towards him, momentarily froze, his expression shifting dramatically as he withdrew his palm. However, he did not retreat. Instead, a small, violet-golden gourd appeared in his right hand. Its size akin to that of a palm, yet it was evident that it was no ordinary object. With a sudden forceful strike at the base of the gourd with his left hand, a tremendous suction emanated from the violet golden gourd. under the influence of this powerful pull. The terrifying might of Bai Ye's sword was drawn violently into the gourd. Yet, this was not the end. Bai Ye's figure also began to be inexorably drawn closer to the violet golden gourd. Bai Ye's heart raced with trepidation as he thought to himself, "This is not good. I am about to be drawn in." At that very moment, Situping suddenly appeared not far from Bai Ye, delivering a powerful punch towards the gourd. Instantly, the formidable suction force was repelled by that strike. Just as Situping was poised to continue his assault, an ethereal apparition materialized in the void. The specter appeared almost translucent, rendering its features indistinguishable, yet it was vaguely discernible as an elderly man clad in a pale gray robe. Upon its emergence, the apparition made no move, merely casting a cold gaze upon Situping and Bai Ye. Witnessing the apparition's arrival, Situping's expression turned grave. Bai Ye staggered towards Situping, appearing particularly disheveled. His garments had been rent in multiple places by the spatial blades, and just moments ago, they were further torn asunder by the suction of the purple gold gourd. Now, his attire was in tatters, stained with blood, resembling someone who had crawled out from a heap of corpses. The ethereal figure in the void coldly observed Bai Ye and Situping, remaining silent. After a brief moment, the apparition began to gradually blur, and it was only then that Bai Ye and Situping realized that Jiang Feng and the others had vanished without a trace. "Master, what is the nature of that ethereal figure?" Bai Ye, filled with curiosity, inquired of Situping. At that moment, Situping's countenance appeared rather grim as he replied in a grave tone, "The situation may be somewhat troublesome." After a brief moment of contemplation, he instructed Bai Ye, "You should return to tend to your injuries. I must seek out someone." As Situping prepared to depart, Bai Ye's eyelids flickered with concern. "Master, what if they come back while you're gone?" Situping sighed. "Even if I were to stay, I would be unable to thwart the shadow should it choose to strike. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly." With that, he turned and left, leaving Bai Ye to harbor doubts about whether her master was simply fleeing. In a dimly lit, ash-gray realm, a woman advanced slowly. Her attire was tattered, her visage gaunt, and her long hair was matted with dried blood. The sword she wielded dripped with fresh crimson droplets. Surrounding her were the lifeless bodies of beasts, slain with a single stroke. This woman was none other than Lung Qing. Chapter 99. I haven't smiled in 100,000 years at that moment. Lung Qing stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. She bent down, steadying herself with her sword against the earth, her entire body trembling slightly. She had pursued Hu Ren relentlessly, only to become ensnared by a multitude of beasts over the course of several months, while Hu Ren had vanished without a trace. Exhausted, she found herself bereft of even the strength to walk. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her once cold expression seemed to bear a hint of a smile. "Brother, I have failed to fulfill my promise to you." Suddenly, the ground began to quake violently. In the distance, the sound of 1,000 charging steeds echoed, rapidly approaching Lung Qing. She forced herself to look up, managing a sorrowful smile. Countless powerful beast kin had gathered around her, their gazes fixed intently upon her as they roared incessantly. Lung Qing straightened, with great effort, gripping her sword and pointing it forward, her voice icy. "Come and fight." It appeared that the beast kin understood her words. The moment her voice fell, they surged towards her. At that point, Lung Qing possessed no strength left to resist. She was prepared to muster every ounce of her remaining power. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, a woman walked gracefully, adorned in a flowing light blue gown. Her long hair cascading down to her waist, loosely draped over her back. Abruptly, she halted, her expression shifting to one of peculiarity. Turning her gaze toward a certain direction, she murmured to herself, "Is it entertaining? Isn't being invincible preferable? Must you engage in such folly, reducing yourself to this sorry state? I truly wonder what you are thinking." With a shake of her head and a sigh, she continued, All right. Since you once assisted me for his sake, I shall extend my help to you in kind." With a smile that radiated warmth, the surrounding starry expanse erupted into a fervor, only to begin crumbling and vanishing inch by inch. Moments later, the entire celestial domain transformed into a void of inky blackness. The woman stood frozen in disbelief at the sight. With a resigned sigh, I gently tapped my forehead and lamented, "Oh dear, how could I forget? It has been eons since I last smiled." I glanced apologetically at my surroundings and added, "My sincerest apologies, I simply couldn't help myself. It was just a fleeting smile." I inwardly mused, fortunate that that fellow was not in this star domain. Otherwise, if I inadvertently ended his existence, he would surely come seeking vengeance. Shaking my head to dispel such thoughts, I waved my hand, and a flash of blade light flickered momentarily, just as countless beast warriors were about to encircle Longqing. A sudden surge of blade light emerged from the rift in space-time. The sound was incessant, and moments later, the heads of the numerous beast warriors were severed from their bodies. In an instant, blood drenched the entire sky, and the already blood-soaked battlefield was once more permeated with an oppressive atmosphere of death and fear. Longqing snapped back to reality, gazing at the scene before him. Somewhat dazed, after a few unsteady steps, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Days later, Bai Ye emerged from his chamber, moving slowly as if deep in contemplation. Suddenly, he halted, lost in thought. After a brief moment, he set off in the direction of the Imperial Hall. Upon entering the hall, he found Song Yu absorbed in his own reflections. Bai Ye inquired, "Might there be something troubling you, Emperor Song?" Song Yu, surprised by Bai Ye's arrival, responded with a hint of astonishment. "Young Master Bai?" Bai Ye inquired. "Is the Song Emperor contemplating matters regarding the esteemed elder Jimei?" Song Yu nodded, for indeed, his thoughts were occupied with Jimei. Moreover, he was deliberating whether to pay a visit to the temple. A sense of unease had settled within him ever since Sun Liang broached the subject of Jimei, leaving him with an impression that something weighed heavily upon his heart. Bai Ye inquired, "Sovereign Song, do you still recall those two individuals from before?" Song Yu furrowed his brow and replied, "Those two formidable experts of the sea-breaking realm?" Bai Ye nodded and remarked, "In my opinion, it seems that Sun Liang is not affiliated with those two." Song Yu, perplexed, responded, "But they are all members of the temple." Bai Ye continued, "A few days ago, those two came to seek me out again, accompanied by another individual. I surmise that this person must be their young master." "The young master of the temple?" Bai Ye nodded. "However, that Sun Liang did not go initially." Song Yu seemed to recall something, his expression shifting slightly. "Are you suggesting that Sun Liang intended to take the box from you and claim it for himself?" "I believe that to be the case," Bai Ye replied. Song Yu shook his head. "I doubt Sun Liang would act in such a manner. After all, that would be directly opposing their young master." Bai Ye inquired, "What if the young master is unaware that it was Sun Liang who acted? Are you suggesting that Sun Liang may have discreetly ventured down on his own?" Bai Ye nodded. "If that were not the case, then why did Sun Liang not appear when those two showed up earlier?" Song Yu shook his head. "Not at all. When I captured those two, it was Sun Liang who rescued them. If what you suggest were true, Sun Liang would not have revealed himself in front of them at that time." Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Bai Ye felt that perhaps he had overthought the matter. Yet, an unsettling sense lingered, as if something were amiss, although he could not pinpoint what it was. Bai Ye was about to speak when, suddenly, her expression changed. Situ Ping abruptly entered the grand hall. Bai Ye swiftly approached Situ Ping and offered a slight bow. "Master, you have returned?" Situ Ping chuckled lightly. "I have been searching for you for quite some time. It seems you were here all along." At that moment, Song Yu clasped his fist in salute towards Situ Ping, inquiring, "May I ask who the esteemed elder is?" Situ Ping regarded Song Yu with a growing chill in his expression. Bai Ye had previously informed him about how Song Yu had entrusted him to Sun Liang, which now made Situ Ping view Song Yu with disfavor. "Were you not the one who handed my disciple over to that unscrupulous individual?" Song Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Indeed, it was I. However, I have deeply regretted it ever since. Esteemed elder, please be assured that I will never again entrust young master Bai to anyone as I did before." Bai Ye elucidated to Situ Ping, "Initially, Emperor Song too had his unspeakable difficulties. I do not hold it against him." Hearing Bai Ye unexpectedly speak in defense of an outsider, Situ Ping scoffed. "Humph, your heart is overly compassionate. You are unaware of the treacherous nature of the world. Be mindful, for such naivety may lead to significant misfortune in the future." Bai Ye felt quite embarrassed. After all, Emperor Song had extended considerable assistance to him. Situ Ping seemed to recall something and turned to Song Yu. "Are you familiar with that Sun Liang?" Song Yu furrowed his brow. "Not very well." Situ Ping spoke solemnly. "If your Jimei is indeed trapped in Sun Liang's clutches, it would be exceedingly dire." Upon hearing Situ Ping's words, Song Yu's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily inquired, "Does the senior possess any knowledge regarding this?" Situ Ping sighed deeply. "Several centuries ago, I heard it said that Sun Liang is, in fact, a notorious libertine. Otherwise, how could he have earned the infamous title of the unscrupulous man?" Bai Ye suddenly inquired of Song Yu, "Is the esteemed elder Jimei truly beautiful?" Upon hearing Bai Ye's question, Situ Ping appeared somewhat uneasy. However, Song Yu seemed unfazed and nodded, declaring, "Mayor possesses an unparalleled beauty. Her smile can captivate a city, and another can enthrall a nation." At this juncture, Song Yu's expression dramatically shifted. Elder, are you suggesting that Sun Liang could be? He trailed off, unable to articulate the thought, paralyzed by the fear of what it might imply. Situ Ping sighed. Perhaps that girl Ji Mei has not fallen into the clutches of Sun Liang. Indeed, she will not be ensnared by such a nefarious individual. At this moment, Song Yu's face betrayed an overwhelming panic, his eyes reflecting profound concern. At this moment, Bai Ye found herself reminiscing about Yun Shangxiang, senior sister-Leng, and Sure. Where could they possibly be? Year, this time I wish to take you to a certain place. Perhaps there, you may accelerate your cultivation. However, Situ Ping felt a twinge of hesitation. After all, that location harbored certain dangers, and currently, the temple's people were closely monitoring Bai Ye. Sending her there at this juncture could indeed be perilous. Yet, remaining in this place would result in an excessively slow enhancement of her abilities. Although he had previously advanced rapidly in his own cultivation, his actual combat prowess still lagged considerably behind. This was evident from his earlier confrontation with Jiang Feng. Ultimately, even though Bai Ye emerged victorious, Situ Ping regarded that triumph as nothing more than a stroke of luck. Bai Ye inquired with a hint of confusion, where exactly? Situ replied in a calm tone, the trial grounds of the Western Wastes. Song Yu exclaimed, are you truly taking young master Bai there? The trial grounds of the Western Wastes? What kind of place is that? Bai Ye inquired. Song Yu turned to Situ Ping and said, young master Bai is currently under the watchful gaze of the temple. If we were to take him there, it could prove to be quite perilous. However, Situ Ping replied, without facing some dangers, how can he hope to grow stronger? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that his master was being rather harsh. As if intending to send him to a perilous location, Bai Ye hastily shook his head and said, Master, I believe it would be best for me to cultivate here for a while longer before venturing out. Situ Ping shot a glare at Bai Ye and replied, here. You will only elevate your realm. Your combat prowess will undergo no substantial transformation. The other place, however, is a battleground nearly every day, which would greatly benefit the enhancement of your combat awareness. Bai Ye's lips quivered slightly as he murmured, that would be quite perilous. Song Yu concurred, suggesting, perhaps it would be wise for young Master Bai to continue his training for a while longer before venturing to that location. However, Situ Ping shook his head, stating, in truth, he is far more at risk here. You are aware that the temple has already begun to take notice of him. If the temple's people come looking for him, who could possibly protect him? Master, why not stay a bit longer? Song Yu inquired, perplexed by Situ Ping's eagerness to depart. Situ Ping sighed deeply, conceding, very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes this time. Elated by Situ Ping's agreement to remain, Bai Yu eagerly nodded, about to speak. Situ Ping continued, in fact, I have another motive for wanting you to visit that place. What purpose? Bai Yu asked. There may be news regarding Shang-Er. What? Are you saying Shang-Er is there? Bai Yu trembled all over at this moment, after such a long time. It was the first instance he had heard news regarding Shang-Er. Situ Ping pondered for a moment before nodding and stating, what I mentioned was merely a possibility. Yet remaining here will undoubtedly yield no information about Shang-Er. Bai Ye fell into deep contemplation, indeed as Situ Ping had remarked. It was certain that he would not find Shang-Er here. Previously, he had been eager to venture out in search of her, yet now he found himself hesitating. Was it fear of death? No one is entirely devoid of such trepidation, but if Shang-Er were to learn that he refrained from seeking her out of fear, would she not be profoundly disappointed? Reflecting on this, Bai Ye spoke, Master, let us depart at once. Beside them, Song Yu appeared lost in thought, his expression shifting. I shall accompany you, he declared. Both Situ Ping and Bai Ye turned their gaze towards Song Yu, with Bai Ye inquiring, is it the esteemed Song Emperor's intention to seek out Senior Ji-Mei? With a sigh, Song Yu replied, indeed. Until now, I had been unaware of Mei Er's whereabouts, having long assumed she had perished. Upon hearing Sun Liang mention her, I felt compelled to investigate further, to ascertain whether his words held any truth. Situ Ping interjected, then might you require some preparation? Song Yu shook his head resolutely, we shall set forth immediately. Bai Ye also nodded, indicating that the sooner, the better. Situ Ping ceased his lengthy explanations, producing a token from his hand. The token was not large, roughly the size of a palm, entirely enveloped in a dark hue, with the 4 significant characters 5-Star Academy intricately inscribed upon it. Upon witnessing the token in Situ Ping's grasp, Song Yu's expression shifted dramatically. You are from the 5-Star Academy? His voice resonated with astonishment and disbelief, tinged with an undercurrent of fear. Bai Ye regarded Song Yu with an expression of perplexity, inquiring, is there something amiss with the Song Emperor? Previously, Song Yu was aware that Bai Ye had been affiliated with an institution known as the Five-Star Academy. However, he had not anticipated that this Five-Star Academy was indeed that very one. He had never considered this possibility, merely assuming that Bai Ye's academy bore a name chosen at random. Song Yu gazed dreamily at Situ Ping, asking, "Is it truly the Five-Star Academy?" Situ Ping responded, "Are you taken aback? However, to my knowledge, this Five-Star Academy was already annihilated thousands of years ago." With a chuckle, Situ Ping remarked, "It was merely a stroke of luck." Upon finishing his words, he activated a token, and a beam of dark light surged into the sky. Subsequently, Situ Ping wielded the token and gently traced a line in the void, causing a spatial rift to materialize. He turned to Bai Ye and Song Yu, saying, "Step inside." Bai Ye furrowed his brow, remarking, "Master, there are numerous spatial blades within." Situ Ping's lips twitched slightly as he retorted, "Why are you so meddlesome?" With that, he gave Bai Ye a swift kick, sending him tumbling into the abyss. A startled cry escaped Bai Ye's lips before he was swallowed by silence. Song Yu gazed at Situ Ping in astonishment, questioning, "Is he in any danger?" Situ Ping ignored Song Yu's concern and turned, stepping directly into the dark chasm of space. As Bai Ye stepped into the spatial rift, he was immediately assailed by numerous blades of spatial energy. Realizing the peril he was in, swiftly he drew his long sword and struck at the incoming blades. At that moment, Bai Ye's strength had surged exponentially compared to before. With just a few strikes, he shattered the oncoming blades into fragments. Delighted by this, he exclaimed, "Grandfather, Bai can obliterate you with a mere snap of his fingers." However, his expression changed drastically as he noticed countless spatial blades approaching from not far away. Why are there so many? Without further contemplation, he countered their assault with his sword. The clash of his crimson blade against the black blades produced a cacophony, echoing like a thunderous roar, threatening to rupture one's eardrums. Though Bai Ye was considerably more powerful now, the sheer number of spatial blades was overwhelming, seemingly infinite. Moments later, his expression darkened. He realized that no matter how many blades he shattered, the onslaught appeared endless. This was not a sustainable strategy if he allowed his mystical energy to deplete. He would inevitably be torn apart by these blades. Just then, as he momentarily lost focus, several spatial blades struck him unexpectedly. A few drops of blood trickled from Bai Ye, filling him with alarm. He quickly regained his composure and braced himself against the oncoming assault. At that moment, a formidable force manifested not far from Bai Ye. Countless spatial blades converged to form a massive vortex, sweeping towards him like a tornado. The very fabric of the void trembled in its wake, as innumerable blades were drawn into it. With each blade consumed, the vortex grew more robust, as though it sought to engulf the entire realm. Bai Ye halted his swordplay, for the spatial blades around him had been entirely devoured by the vortex. Yet, he felt no elation. The immense vortex was drawing nearer, its powerful gravitational force threatening to pull him into its depths. With his eyes narrowed, Bai Ye declared, "I shall see what you can do." He then grasped his sword with both hands and bellowed, a single strike to shatter the heavens. Empowered by the mysterious force of his internal golden elixir and mental prowess, this strike sent tremors through the entire spatial passage, causing segments of the fabric of space to begin to collapse. However, upon making contact with the colossal vortex, the sword plunged as if a stone cast into the ocean, leaving not a ripple in its wake. Sensing the dire situation, Bai Ye attempted to retract his sword, but it was too late. He, along with the sword, was engulfed by the immense vortex. In an instant, he found himself surrounded by countless blades of spatial energy. Panic surged within him as he instinctively swung his sword. A flash of sword light erupted, only to be swiftly dismantled by the myriad of spatial blades. At this moment, Bai Ye was drenched in blood, resembling a figure of crimson. His face bore several deep gashes, a testament to his peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned every ounce of strength from his golden elixir, utilizing its arcane energy to shield himself. Simultaneously, he employed his mental force to empower his sword spirit in a desperate bid to escape the terrifying vortex. A beam of sword light shot forth, shattering the spatial blades in its path. With a thunderous crash, the confrontation reached its climax. Bai Ye finally emerged from the terrifying vortex, yet at that moment, he was utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to steady himself. He stumbled a few steps, nearly falling, when Situ Ping swiftly caught him. "Ye, what happened?" Situ Ping inquired, observing the severely injured Bai Ye with a look of confusion. He and Song Yu had just arrived, and were taken aback by Bai Ye's distressing state. Bai Ye raised his gaze to look at Situ Ping, a lingering fear evident in his voice as he spoke. "Master, that black vortex. As he turned to glance back, he found himself frozen in place. For at that moment, the enormous vortex had vanished, as if it had never existed at all. Situ Ping and Song Yu followed Bai Ye's line of sight, failing to discern any anomalies, their brows furrowing in mild confusion. Song Yu inquired calmly, "Young Master Bai, what transpired just now?" Bai Ye remarked, "Just now. There was a colossal vortex, filled with radiant spatial blades." Situ Ping, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? A spatial vortex?" Bai Ye continued, "Indeed, I inadvertently became entangled in it, nearly failing to escape." Song Yu scrutinized Bai Ye closely. "Young Master Bai, did you just say you emerged from the spatial vortex?" Bai Ye nodded. "Indeed. It was a narrow escape." Song Yu was taken aback, and Situ Ping was equally astonished. After all, it was a spatial vortex. Not only was it filled with countless spatial blades, but the sheer force of its pull and compression was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. Even with his strength, being drawn into such a phenomenon would pose a grave danger. Yet, Bai Ye had managed to emerge from it unscathed, which left them in awe. Bai Ye, being merely at the condensation sea realm, should have been threatened by even a few spatial blades, let alone a vortex of such magnitude. Situ Ping inquired, "Ye, how did you manage to break free?" Before Bai Ye could respond, Song Yu interjected, "We should first attend to young Master Bai's injuries. This place is quite perilous. If that spatial vortex were to reappear, we would all be in grave peril." Situ Ping nodded in agreement. Previously, this spatial tunnel did not exhibit such a vortex. How could it have manifested now? Bai Ye sat down to tend to her wounds, while Situ Ping and Song Yu stood vigil beside her, providing protection. Within a void-like spatial passage, 3 men clad in black brocade robes walked deliberately. One of them turned to the leader and inquired, "Elder brother, who do you think saved that woman back then?" "I do not know," came the measured reply from another. "Could it have been someone from the Xiao family?" The leader, a man in black brocade, sighed deeply. "I hope it was not someone from the Xiao family." He naturally wished that the one who rescued Shi was not affiliated with them. If the Xiao family were to discover that they had acted against one of their own, the fates of the 3 would likely meet a grim conclusion. "Elder brother, do you think that woman is still alive?" He could clearly discern that Shi had been gravely injured, making her return to the Xiao family highly improbable. Yet, an inexplicable unease had settled within him lately. His instincts warned him that something dreadful might soon transpire. The second man spoke in a low voice. "Should we perhaps find a place to hide? Where could we possibly conceal ourselves?" The leader seemed to ponder for a moment, then spoke decisively. "Let us retreat to that location for the time being." The other 2 exchanged puzzled glances, one asking, "Which place?" The leader replied solemnly, "The tomb of the heavenly path, also known as the Tsangyun continent." The expressions of the other 2 shifted slightly. It was said that something ominous resided there. The leader waved his hand dismissively, "No matter, as long as we do not draw near or provoke it." With that, he altered their course, heading directly towards the Tsangyun continent. Bai Ye gradually opened his eyes. At this moment, his wounds had nearly healed, though his tattered attire remained unsightly. "Master, let us continue our journey." Situ Ping nodded in agreement. "Very well." Just then, 3 men clad in black brocade robes approached Bai Ye and his companions with measured steps. Upon seeing the trio, both Situ Ping and Song Yu's expressions changed drastically, as they sensed an extraordinary level of power emanating from the approaching figures, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of peril. The 3 men in black brocade gazed at Bai Ye and his companions with a hint of confusion. One of them inquired, "Are you from the Tomb of the Heavenly Path?" Bai Ye, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "The Tomb of the Heavenly Path? Oh, you mean the Tsangyun continent." At this moment, Situ Ping interjected, "May I ask who the 3 of you are?" The leading man replied succinctly, "Just passing through." Meanwhile, they were preoccupied with the desire to reach the Tsangyun continent swiftly, seeking a secluded place to hide. They planned to wait for a while, and if there was no news from the Xiao family, they would emerge once again to revel in their freedom. Thus, they harbored no ulterior motives towards Bai Ye and his companions. Bai Ye suddenly spoke, "Excuse me, have you ever encountered a young lady?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 men stiffened, betraying an air of unease. One of the men pointed at Bai Ye and demanded, "Who are you?" In truth, when Bai Ye inquired about the young lady, they had briefly entertained the notion that he might be associated with the Xiao family. However, upon observing the cultivation levels of Bai Ye and his companions, they were certain that they could not possibly belong to the Xiao clan. Yet, what puzzled them was the question, if they were not from the Xiao family, what could be their purpose in seeking this young lady? Bai Ye's expression shifted slightly, a sense of unease stirring within him. He pondered, could it be that they have indeed encountered Shi, or Yunshang? Chapter 102. Encountering spatial turbulence. At that moment, one of the men spoke coldly. What if we have seen them? To him, Bai Ye and his companions posed no real threat. If their connection to the Xiao family was genuine, they could be swiftly dealt with. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's body trembled violently. Where has she gone? Suddenly, Situ Ping interjected. Might you describe the young lady in detail? We wish to ascertain if she is the one we seek, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Just as the man was about to respond, he was interrupted by the leader of the group, who turned to Situ Ping and said, the young woman has long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her gaze is notably icy, and she appears to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Bai Ye fell into contemplation. Based on the man's description, he should not be Yunshang, yet he did not quite resemble Shi either. Suddenly, Bai Ye's pupils constricted sharply. Could it be Senior Sister Leng? Yet that did not seem right. How could Senior Sister Leng appear as a mere 15 or 16-year-old? While Bai Ye was lost in thought, Song Yu suddenly spoke. Miss Shi. At that moment, Song Yu recalled the scene when Shi had come to find him. Although she had worn a smile, he discerned within the depths of her eyes an endless chill, accompanied by a palpable disdain for the Songyun continent. Bai Ye was startled. Poetry? Yet what they spoke of did not resemble poetry at all. Just as Bai Ye began to voice his thoughts, the trio across from him had already taken action. Since they were acquainted with that young lady, it was evident that they were connected to the Xiao family, and thus, they deemed it imperative to eliminate her. This notion resonated collectively among the three. Consequently, without further hesitation, they launched an assault on Bai Ye and his companions. The trio did not unleash their martial spirits, for they believed Bai Ye and his companions were hardly worthy of such a display. They struck simultaneously from three different directions, each delivering a powerful punch aimed at Bai Ye and his group. Bai Ye's complexion changed drastically, as he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread in the face of the oncoming assault. This was not merely a crisis of life and death, but a profound terror of facing mortality itself. At that moment, Situ Ping's aura surged violently, erupting with a force akin to the convergence of worlds. The moment this presence manifested, Bai Ye felt a slight alleviation of his distress. Beside him, Song Yu ceased his incessant chatter, brandishing a long spear that shimmered with a faint azure light, reminiscent of the ethereal flames from the depths of the abyss, yearning for the souls of the living. With a fierce whirl of the spear, he struck out at the three adversaries. Instantly, the arena was engulfed in a torrent of spear light and shadow, causing vast expanses of space to collapse. In this tumultuous scene, Bai Ye could only manage to defend himself, utterly incapable of retaliating against his three foes. Once again, he was beset by a profound sense of helplessness, realizing that he lacked the strength to even mount a counterattack against those more powerful than himself. Observing Situ Ping and Song Yu desperately fend off the onslaught, Bai Ye felt a gnawing unease. In truth, the two were no match for their three opponents. A resounding crash echoed as Song Yu was struck by a powerful fist, sent hurtling hundreds of feet away, blood spurting from his mouth upon landing. After incapacitating Song Yu, the assailant turned his fierce gaze upon Bai Ye, launching a devastating punch in his direction. As the white-leafed eyelid twitched, a sense of dread gripped his heart. His instinct warned him that he could not withstand this punch, and that it might cost him his life. Yet, he had no alternative, even if death loomed. He had to confront it. Channeling the mysterious powers of his golden core, he unleashed a formidable strike that cleaved the heavens. At the very moment his sword was drawn, the entire void began to seethe with energy. The surrounding collapsing space fragmented into chaos. The man, who had aimed a punch at Bai Ye, was taken aback, his expression transforming in alarm. He sensed a terrifying force emanating from Bai Ye's strike, a power capable of restraining him. Instinctively, he retreated explosively, covering thousands of zhong in an instant. Even after halting, he remained shaken, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Ye. What was that power? Meanwhile, the other two individuals sensed the anomaly and hastily ceased their actions, rushing to the side of the retreating man. The leader inquired, "What just transpired?" The man who had attacked Bai Ye responded incredulously. His sword contained that kind of power. What kind of power? The power of restraint. The faces of the two men changed dramatically, yet a hint of astonishment lingered within them. Bai Ye gazed in astonishment at the three individuals who had just retreated 1,000 feet, his mind swirling with confusion over the unfolding events. The recent strike was not merely an expression of the enigmatic power residing within Bai Ye's golden core. It also bore a trace of the essence of the fire spirit. At this moment, the fire spirit was meandering within Bai Ye's golden core, saturating the cosmos contained therein with its fiery aura. What had instilled such profound dread in the man was precisely that fleeting essence of the fire spirit. Meanwhile, Situ Ping and Song Yu had also approached Bai Ye's side. Situ Ping inquired, "What transpired?" Bai Ye shook his head in bewilderment, replying, "I do not know." At that moment, the figure retreating 1,000 feet away spoke. His voice trembling, "What was that power you just exhibited?" Although Bai Ye was puzzled, he chose not to dwell on it at that moment and spoke, "The power to slay you." As he spoke, he prepared to strike again with his sword. The three men clad in black robes instinctively retreated a few steps upon seeing Bai Ye's intent. The man at the forefront addressed him, "Esteemed assistant, we wish to inform you about that young lady." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye gradually sheathed his sword. "Where is she now?" he inquired. The man replied, "We do not know. If she is still alive, she should have gone to the upper realm, to the Xiao family." The moment Bai Ye heard the implication of her survival, his expression twisted into one of rage. "Did you lay hands on her?" His tone was frigid, imbued with an inexorable killing intent. The man instinctively nodded, only to swiftly shake his head. "We did indeed confront her, but we were unable to harm her." Hearing this, Bai Ye's demeanor softened slightly. However, Song Yu's expression grew exceedingly grave at the side. He could surmise the prowess of these three individuals. They were undoubtedly far superior to him and Situ Ping. The fact that they could not injure Shi raised alarming questions about her formidable strength. He felt fortunate for not having opposed Bai Ye. Otherwise, he might not have known how he met his end. This also reminded him of Shi's words to him. If she intervened, she could resolve all of Bai Ye's troubles, including that of the old man of creation. At that time, he had dismissed her statement as mere bravado. He had thought she was merely trying to impress him. Yet now, it appeared that her words were not to be taken lightly. Bai Ye continued to inquire, "Since you cannot harm her, why then do you claim she might be dead?" The man replied, "At that moment, we truly did not injure her. It was she who encountered a problem." Upon hearing this, Song Yu's pupils abruptly contracted. It was no wonder that Shi had previously stated she could only strike once. It indeed appears to be the case. Bai Ye gazed at the man with a look of confusion. At that moment, the leading man elucidated, "It was the young lady herself who encountered a predicament. During our engagement with her, her spirit beast suddenly turned against its master, and she was unable to subdue it. Thus, in the end, Bai Ye found herself at a loss. What exactly is a soul beast?" Suddenly, Situ Ping spoke up. "It might be a form of cultivation technique she practices." Bai Ye nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The man across from him, noticing Bai Ye's decision to forego questions about the soul beasts, also chose to remain taciturn. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "Might you be members of the Xiao family?" As Bai Ye was about to speak, Song Yu quickly intervened, silencing him. "Why do you wish to venture to the Kangling continent?" The three remained silent, offering no response. Bai Ye inquired, "What became of that woman afterward?" The three shook their heads in unison, and one of the men replied, "We are unaware." At that moment, the beast's soul was exceedingly formidable. We had already departed when that soul beast was about to commit regicide. Bai Ye remained silent. Situ Ping whispered to Bai Ye, "It is better for us to avoid unnecessary trouble. These three individuals are formidable, even if you possess a means to restrain them. It is unlikely that we can slay them." Bai Ye naturally comprehended the intentions of Situ Ping. He then addressed the three individuals, saying, "You may leave now." The trio was taken aback. After all, they had previously engaged with the woman, so why were they being allowed to depart? Although perplexed, they hastily retreated into the distance. For Bai Ye's formidable power was indeed their nemesis. Once they had departed, Bai Ye fell into deep contemplation. Who, exactly, was Shi? At that moment, a violent storm surged forth. The surrounding space began to warp and blur. Situ Ping was struck with terror, spatial turbulence. Chapter 103, A Human Woman. Though Bai Ye felt a twinge of confusion, he could discern from Situ Ping's expression that the spatial turbulence was anything but ordinary. Song Yu's face also paled, revealing a hint of panic. How could they possibly encounter such a phenomenon? Situ Ping urged urgently, "Quickly protect yourself, or you will be ground to dust by this spatial turbulence." The notion of being ground to powder made Bai Ye's throat constrict. Without hesitation, he summoned the mysterious power within his golden core to shield his entire being. Just as he enveloped himself in this protective force, an overwhelming sensation of crushing and tearing coursed through his body. This force tore the very fabric of space around Bai Ye into minuscule particles, inflicting upon him a pain akin to being flayed alive. He desperately attempted to invoke more power to fortify his defenses, yet at that moment, no matter how he tried, he could not harness the mysterious energy within his golden core any further. In response, he began to rely on his mental strength to bolster his defenses. After a brief struggle, he abandoned this approach, as even using mental energy only resulted in a dizzying sensation without any enhancement to his protection. He then attempted to employ formations, but found that they were utterly ineffective in this chaotic realm. This left him perplexed. Why was it not possible? At this juncture, he found himself engulfed in the spatial turbulence, surrounded by bizarre and distorted shapes of space. In a mere moment, Situ Ping and Song Yu had vanished without a trace, darkening Bai Ye's countenance. Just then, an immensely powerful surge of spatial turbulence surged toward him. Bai Ye felt a sudden heaviness in his mind, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. In the fleeting moment before his senses faded, he sighed, "It's over." In a distant expanse of starry sky, a solitary figure stood quietly. The man was clad in a deep azure robe, standing tall with a dignified presence. His eyes were shut, and his expression remained serene. Strands of black hair danced gently in the breeze, lending him an ethereal and otherworldly air. No one could ascertain how long he had been there. From afar, he appeared to merge seamlessly with the cosmos, steadfast and timeless. Suddenly, his eyes slowly opened, and a slight tremor flickered across his tranquil visage. Is this amusing? As his lips parted, the very fabric of the world around him twisted, plunging into a profound darkness. Before him, a 3-foot-long azure sword floated silently. This blade was a manifestation of the very space of this realm, born from a fleeting surge of anger that had surged through the man's heart. Directed at the chaotic currents imprisoning Bai Ye, he gazed at the azure sword before him, shook his head with a smile, and murmured, "I was careless." His gaze then fell upon Bai Ye, who had just succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the turbulent space. The man softly whispered, "Let me send you to a place of intrigue." With a gentle wave of his sleeve, he acted with calmness and grace, devoid of any spatial disturbances or grandiose phenomena. He then resumed his tranquil stance. Eyes closed once more, while the azure sword gradually dissipated. Moments later, the space of that world returned to its original state. When Bai Ye awoke once more, it was already nightfall, and it appeared that he was within the confines of a dwelling. The interior was enshrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. Yet, at this moment, he found himself upon a bed, sumptuous and soft, imbued with a faint, alluring fragrance. The scent of a woman? Bai Ye felt a twinge of surprise. Where am I? Was I not amidst the chaotic currents of space? How did I end up here? Just as Bai Ye pondered this perplexity, voices emerged from beyond the room. "Holy maiden, what shall we do next? Let us entertain them, he. Bai Ye furrowed his brow. "Saintess?" With a soft creak, the door swung open, and a figure clad in an elegant black gown gracefully entered the room. The woman's long hair cascaded like a flowing river, her features exquisitely beautiful. The dark fabric of her attire blended seamlessly with the night, rendering her nearly invisible against the backdrop of darkness, were it not for her fair, rosy complexion that illuminated her presence. Her lips, distinct in their contours, were full and vibrant, the corners slightly upturned, revealing a subtle dimple that hinted at an elusive smile. The gentle arch of her mouth exuded an alluring charm. As she stepped into the room, her gaze fell upon Bai Ye, who was reclining on the bed. The woman uttered a soft exclamation. "Oh, who might you be?" Her delicate brows knitted together as she inquired, "A member of the human race?" Bai Ye offered an awkward smile. "Hello, young lady." The woman regarded Bai Ye with a playful glint in her eyes, remaining silent. Yet her alluring smile sent a shiver down Bai Ye's spine. Bai Ye, feeling somewhat awkward, descended from the bed and offered a slight bow to the lady, saying, "I apologize for the intrusion. I shall take my leave now." He naturally intended to make a swift exit, for not only was the woman's prowess evident, but from her earlier conversation outside, he could surmise that her identity was anything but ordinary. The lady, however, blocked his path with a melodic laugh, exclaiming, "It is indeed my first time encountering such a handsome and refined figure among the human race." As she spoke, she stepped closer to Bai Ye, her delicate hand rising to caress his chin. Bai Ye hastily retreated a few steps, only to find herself stumbling over the edge of the bed, losing her balance and collapsing onto the mattress. Observing Bai Ye sprawled upon the bed, the woman's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Bai Ye hastily rose to his feet, somewhat embarrassed, and inquired, "Might I be permitted to leave this place, my lady?" The woman, with a charming smile, replied, "Young sir, you have yet to disclose how you arrived here." Sensing the woman's tone, Bai Ye felt a twinge of discomfort. "My lady, I am unsure," he confessed. In truth, Bai Ye was equally perplexed. He distinctly recalled being on the verge of being torn apart within that chaotic spatial turbulence. Subsequently, He lost consciousness, yet when he awoke, he found himself unscathed, and astonishingly, in this very location. Bai Ye inquired, "My lady, what manner of place is this?" The young woman chuckled softly and replied, "Esteemed sir, this is indeed my private chamber. Not only have you made your unexpected entrance into my abode, but you also find yourself reclining upon my bed. Should word of this get out, how shall I ever face the world?" With a playful demeanor, she gracefully stepped closer to Bai Ye. Bai Ye remained speechless, as he had nowhere left to retreat. Behind him lay the bed. Should he take another step back, he would once again find himself lying upon that very bed. The woman halted half a zhang away from Bai Ye, her enchanting gaze unabashedly roving over him. This made Bai Ye's heart quiver, for in that moment, he discerned both greed and temptation in her eyes. He pondered, could this woman be a voracious creature, or perhaps a demon that thrives on the essence of men? Observing Bai Ye's wary expression, the woman covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "My dear sir, do not be so tense. I assure you, I shall not devour you." Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. "Yinxing, we have captured a woman of the human race." Chapter 104. What are you doing sitting on someone else's bed? A woman of the human race? Yinxing mused, then turned to Bai Ye with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "My dear sir, could she be your acquaintance?" Bai Ye was about to shake his head, but then seemed to recall something and cautiously inquired, "May I meet her?" Yinxing smiled alluringly, a smile that made Bai Ye's throat tighten. "If the young master wishes to see her, I certainly shall not obstruct him. However, I do have a request." Bai Ye furrowed his brows, inquiring, "What demands?" The young master need not be so impatient." Yinxing covered his mouth and chuckled softly before continuing, "Pray tell, from whence do you hail, young master?" Bai Ye, feeling helpless, could only let out a soft sigh. Initially, he intended to articulate his thoughts, but he paused, for he himself was uncertain about his destination. Yinxing gazed at Bai Ye, his lively eyes blinking playfully several times. "Is it inconvenient for you to speak, my lord?" Bai Ye offered an awkward smile, saying, "That is not the case. I simply did not know where to go before." Yinxing chuckled softly, her laughter reminiscent of the melodious song of a yellow oriole amidst the verdant willows in March, a gentle tune that stirs the heart. "You humans are indeed quite peculiar," she remarked before gracefully exiting the room. Bai Ye stood hesitantly in place, contemplating whether to follow. "Young master, do you not wish to meet that lady? Why do you not come over?" Bai Ye hesitated, uncertain of his surroundings and even more so about the origins of the woman before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to investigate further and followed Yinxing out of the room. Beyond the chamber lay a pitch-black courtyard, illuminated only by several flickering torches that cast a dim glow, dispelling the oppressive darkness. In the center of the courtyard stood a group of peculiar figures clad in black, among whom was a young girl adorned in a flowing pink gown. She appeared to be around 20 years of age, her disheveled black hair framing a face that bore a pallid hue. The pink gown was marred by numerous bloodstains, and her arm bore a deep gash from which crimson droplets continued to trickle. Yinxing regarded the young woman with a light chuckle and inquired, "My dear, have you come to explore the mountains or to frolic in the waters?" With that, he turned his gaze back to Bai Ye. Bai Ye was intently observing the woman, and upon noticing Yinxing's presence, he was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the woman turned her gaze toward Bai Ye and inquired, "Are you of the human race?" Bai Ye felt somewhat bewildered. What has happened to the human race? The woman mocked him, saying, "How is it that a mere human like you has stooped so low as to consort with the demon race?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ye became even more perplexed. With a face full of confusion, he turned to Yinxing and asked, "Are you of the demon race?" Yinxing chuckled softly, "My dear sir, are you truly unaware of the nature of this place?" Bai Ye shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. The woman, somewhat perplexed, fixed her gaze upon Bai Ye and inquired, "Are you saying you have no knowledge of this place?" Bai Ye expressed his astonishment, questioning why it was imperative for him to discern the nature of this place. At that moment, Yinxing let out a hearty laugh, gazing at Bai Ye as he remarked, "My dear sir, do not tell me you hail from the West Wilderness." "The West Wilderness? I assure you, I am not from there." Yinxing's smile faded, his delicate brows knitting together as he inquired, "Then from whence do you come?" Bai Ye appeared to contemplate something before speaking. "It is the tomb of the heavenly path." He pondered that referring to it as a matter of the Songyan continent would portray himself as a person from a lesser place. While the tomb of the heavenly path held a different weight, it sounded impressive and might even intimidate her. Indeed, when Bai Ye mentioned the tomb of the heavenly path, not only did the woman in the pink gown show a momentary pause, but the Yin saint also furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of confusion. The woman suddenly inquired. The tomb of the heavenly path? That little place? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nearly stumbled. He thought to himself, does this woman lack common sense? How can she say such a thing? Even pretending not to know would be better. Meanwhile, the Yin Saint did not take the woman's words to heart. Maintaining a serious expression, the Yin Saint turned to Bai Ye, saying, I did not expect you to be rather extraordinary. It seems others have underestimated you. As for the tomb of the heavenly path, the demon clan also possessed records of it, albeit different from those of the human clan. In the demon clan's accounts, the tomb of the heavenly path was depicted as an exceedingly perilous forbidden ground. Thousands of years ago, powerful beings from their clan had ventured there. However, no matter how strong they were, none returned, leaving no trace behind. Thus, the tomb of the heavenly path became an unapproachable forbidden area in the hearts of the demon clan. The fact that someone now claimed to hail from that place compelled the Yin Saint to exercise caution. With a slight wave of her sleeve to the black-clad individuals surrounding them, she commanded, you may withdraw for now. Once the crowd dispersed, the Yin Saint regarded Bai Ye with an unusual expression and asked, my lord, could you elaborate on the tomb of the heavenly path? Seeing the Yin Saint's demeanor shift, Bai Ye felt his previously heightened anxiety gradually ease. He glanced at the woman in the pink gown and asked, Miss, are you from the western wilderness? Although the woman remained somewhat wary of Bai Ye, she nonetheless replied, no. Bai Ye expressed some confusion. While Yin Sheng let out a soft exclamation, aren't you from the western wilderness? What brings you here? I seem to have lost my way. Bai Ye nearly stumbled, realizing that this woman, much like himself, had wandered into this cursed place in a daze. Yin Sheng chuckled softly, saying, my dear lady, such jesting is not to be taken lightly. If this young gentleman claims to be from the west wilderness, I might still find it believable. However, you. Bai Ye gazed at Yin Sheng in confusion and asked, why? Intuition. With that, she strode into the room, but after taking just a few steps, she halted and said, you all come with me. Bai Ye hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately decided to follow the woman in the pink gown. He was acutely aware that if she chose to prevent his departure, escape would be utterly impossible. The strength of those men clad in black far surpassed his own. Even if he managed to flee, he would be at a loss as to where to go. Moreover, the lady beside him appeared to be quite directionally challenged. Bai Ye turned to the woman and inquired, may I ask for your name, fair maiden? The woman replied softly, Xiao Xian. Bai Ye nodded and said, I am Bai Ye. Yin Sheng involuntarily interjected, I am Lin Lu. After uttering these words, she found it peculiar that she had revealed her name without being prompted. Bai Ye and Xiao Xian also gazed at Lin Lu with peculiar expressions. Bai Ye pondered, could it be that this woman has taken a liking to me? She even took the initiative to reveal her name. Lin Lu seemed to sense something, letting out a light laugh. So, what do you think? Is my name not more melodious than the two of yours combined? Bai Ye remained silent, yet reluctantly nodded in agreement. After all, they were in someone else's domain. And sometimes a touch of humility could be a matter of life and death. The three entered the room, and Lin Lu closed the door behind them. Bai Ye found herself unwittingly seated by the edge of the bed. Upon witnessing this, both Lin Lu and Xiao Fei exchanged peculiar glances. Lin Lu spoke, my dear sir. Does the bed not exude a delightful fragrance? Bai Ye suddenly stood up, pondering how he ended up on someone else's bed. Lin Lu said nothing further. Yet Bai Ye felt increasingly uneasy. Miss Lin, where exactly is this place? He inquired. Instead of responding to Bai Ye's question, Lin Lu asked, could you elaborate on the tomb of the heavenly path? She was immensely curious about this tomb, intrigued by the dangers it purportedly harbored. As depicted in the records with such unsettling mystery, Bai Ye hesitated, contemplating whether to speak, while Xiao Xian beside her remarked, it's merely a small world. Nothing of great significance. Oh, is that so? Chapter 105. What kind of egg is this? Chapter 106. This doesn't seem like a fight. Chapter 107. There's something even more shameful at that moment. The attire of the woman on the bed began to undergo a gradual transformation, shifting from pure white as snow to a dull gray. This peculiar change caught Xiao Xian's attention. After a brief pause, the once pristine white sleeves had completely morphed into a deep, inky black. Xiao Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Lu? Bai Ye was roused from her slumber by Xiao Xian's call, slowly opening her eyes. When she beheld the scene before her, she was momentarily taken aback. Although her attire remained intact, it was disheveled and unkempt. Turning her gaze to Lin Lu, she noticed that Lin Lu appeared somewhat frail, as if she had just endured a tumultuous battle. Bai Ye adjusted his attire and tentatively inquired of Lin Lu, Miss Lin, are you all right? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Lu's eyes as she coldly replied, "If you have any last words, now is the time to speak." As she prepared to strike, a sudden thought crossed her mind. She had not suffered any losses. After all, that incident had been instigated by that woman. She had been in a deep slumber at the time, and upon reflection, it seemed that this young master Bai had inadvertently come to her aid. While the assault might not have been significant in terms of its impact on that woman, the insult it carried was undeniably profound. She found herself curious about the woman's reaction upon awakening at dawn. With this contemplation, she relinquished her intention to strike. Bai Ye was taken aback, contemplating that this woman truly intended to take his life. However, recalling previous events, he hastily began to clarify, "Miss Lin, that was merely a misunderstanding." Lin Lu scoffed, "Soon there will be an even greater misunderstanding." At that moment, Xiao Xian interjected, "Were you two just engaged in a brawl?" Upon hearing Xiao Xian's inquiry, Lin Lu could not help but chuckle. "A brawl? Indeed, we were engaged in a brawl. Miss Xiao, would you care to join us in this delightful fray?" With white leaves adorning her head and dark lines beneath, Miss Lin, the saintess, noted the significant upheaval among the human race. Lin Lu adjusted her attire, rose from her seat, and exited the room, no longer paying heed to Bai Ye and Xiao Xian. Bai Ye cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Xian, inquiring, "Have you been watching all along?" Xiao Xian nodded in affirmation, remaining silent. Bai Ye was at a loss for words. Could it be that this girl is troubled? How could she possibly be unaware of such matters? Should he take it upon himself to enlighten her? As this thought crossed his mind, Bai Ye quickly shook his head. That simply would not do. Xiao Xian, observing Bai Ye's peculiar demeanor, inquired, "What is the matter?" Bai Ye remarked, "I am contemplating whether to impart to you the art of that grand battle we just witnessed." After a moment of reflection, Xiao Xian gently nodded. "Is it possible for you to teach me such a battle?" "Certainly not," came the reply. Bai Ye declined directly, pondering whether teaching her would lead to his own detriment. The saintess mentioned that the temple on the human side seemed to be frantically searching for an individual rumored to possess a remarkable treasure. Lin Lu inquired, "Do you know what this treasure is?" The response was uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Lu instructed, "Investigate this matter. Ascertain the specifics of this person and the treasure." With that, she turned and entered her chamber. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she asked, "Young Master Bai, would it be possible for you to reveal that object, allowing others to behold it?" Her inquiry was laced with skepticism towards Bai Ye and Xiao Xian, intending to provoke a reaction from the two. Bai Ye felt a tightening in her heart upon hearing Lin Lu's words, and her expression subtly shifted. She thought to herself, could it be that she knows about my situation? This slight change in expression did not escape Lin Lu's notice. With a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, Lin Lu gazed at Bai Ye and said, "Oh, Bai Gongzi, you've already taken so much from her. Is it too much to ask for a glimpse of your treasure?" Bai Ye's complexion was exceedingly grim, and he pondered, what on earth is this? It was merely a misunderstanding. However, he dared not articulate his thoughts so bluntly. Instead, he explained, that object cannot be retrieved. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, it is you. Bai Ye sensed an ominous turn of events. Moments ago, Lin Lu had been detonating her own secrets. How did Miss Lin come to know of the object in my possession? Lin Lu replied, "Naturally, it is from the temple." Indeed, it was the temple. But could it be that this was the very place my master intended to bring me? At that moment, Lin Lu unexpectedly struck. Her palm, though not extraordinarily swift, bore an undeniable force that was impossible to withstand. In such close proximity, Bai Ye had no time to defend himself and was directly struck, sent hurtling out of the room. Upon coming to a halt, he found himself surrounded by several figures clad in black. Bai Ye staggered to his feet, gazing at Lin Lu, who was leisurely exiting the room. "Are you intent on committing fratricide?" Lin Lu paused, momentarily taken aback, before erupting into a fit of laughter. Several figures clad in black, witnessing Bai Ye's sudden emergence from the holy maiden's chamber, were engulfed in confusion. How could a human male be found in the sanctum of their holy maiden? Was it an ambush? With this thought in mind, several of them prepared to strike, intent on eliminating Bai Ye. However, Bai Ye bellowed, "Stand down." The crowd was momentarily stunned. Even Lin Lu was taken aback, uncertain of Bai Ye's intentions. Bai Ye spoke again, declaring, "I am the consort of your saintess. Do you dare to lay hands upon me? Are you inciting rebellion?" Upon hearing this, several individuals' expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily bowed and apologized to Bai Ye. Witnessing this unexpected display of deference, Lin Lu felt exasperated, exclaiming, All of you, leave at once. The group of cloaked figures quickly retreated, secretly relieved that they had been quick-witted enough to apologize to the saintess's consort. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. Nonetheless, a sense of curiosity lingered among them. Why would the saintess choose a mortal man as her consort? Yet, such inquiries remained unvoiced. For they knew such questions were best left unasked, lest they invite misfortune upon themselves. Once the dark-clad figures had departed, Lin Lu turned her gaze toward Bai Ye, inquiring. Consort. Bai Ye readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. Before the words could fully escape her lips, she felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon her. Bai Ye was taken aback, for that overwhelming aura instilled in him a profound sense of impending doom. Without a moment's hesitation, a crimson longsword materialized in his grasp. With a fierce swing, he cleaved downward towards Lin Lu. As the blade descended, the surrounding space fractured inch by inch, and the vast sky was illuminated by numerous streaks of sword light, rendering the pitch-black night somewhat brighter. Lin Lu observed Bai Ye's strike, her brow furrowing slightly. This fellow's swordsmanship is rather extraordinary. He is indeed no ordinary individual. With renewed vigor, she unleashed a more ferocious palm strike. This blow shattered several beams of sword light, hurtling directly towards Bai Ye. Witnessing this formidable attack, Bai Ye's expression shifted dramatically. He summoned the mysterious power within his golden core and swung his sword towards the heavens. This strike was exponentially more powerful than the previous one, however. Upon colliding with Lin Lu's palm, it was still shattered into fragments. Bai Ye was taken aback, retreating several dozen paces in alarm, distancing himself from Lin Lu. Miss Lin, have you lost your mind? Lin Lu disregarded Bai Ye's words and struck again with a swift motion. Meanwhile, Xiaoxian watched in astonishment, pondering to herself, after such a fierce battle last night, witnessing this clash tonight, I find myself rather eager for what tomorrow may bring. Just then, with a resounding crash, Bai Ye was sent flying hundreds of paces away. Lin Lu, too, was forced to retreat several dozen paces, and upon halting, she cast a cold gaze at Bai Ye. It seems I underestimated you, young sir. Your swordplay caught me by surprise. Bai Ye exclaimed, there are even more despicable ones, and more formidable swords. Chapter 108, Lin Lu and Lin Yi. After speaking, Bai Ye turned to Lin Lu, who appeared somewhat dazed, as if pondering her previous words. Seizing the moment, Bai Ye produced a silver flying vehicle and activated it, vanishing in an instant. By the time Lin Lu regained her senses, she realized Bai Ye had disappeared. Bring that human man back to me, she commanded. Several figures clad in black emerged, yet none responded. Lin Lu's irritation grew. Did you not hear what I just said? One of the men bowed slightly. Saintess, it may be inappropriate for us to apprehend your husband. Lin Lu was taken aback. Without hesitation, she struck down, and the black-clad speaker's brain matter splattered. Have you all been burning the midnight oil to the point of foolishness? The remaining individuals, startled, quickly lowered their heads in acknowledgement and retreated swiftly, eager to capture Bai Ye. Meanwhile, Bai Ye was propelling the silver flying vehicle at breakneck speed. But he soon sensed something was amiss. It appeared he was circling in a vast loop. No matter how he adjusted his direction, he could not escape this place. Suddenly, he murmured, a formation? This place is sealed, preventing any exit. But if that is so, how did I manage to enter? After pondering for a moment without clarity, he decided to cease his contemplation. In the courtyard, Lin Lu regarded Xiaoxian. Are you truly not in league with him? Xiaoxian replied, I am not. Curiously, she then inquired, isn't last night's battle different from tonight's? Lin Lu's expression darkened. Take her away and imprison her in the dark dungeon. Just then, a voice resonated. What audacity, daring to harm my daughter. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Lu's complexion changed dramatically, while Xiaoxian felt a surge of joy. Following the sound, a man approached with measured steps, dressed in a plain layered robe adorned with cloud patterns, a jewel-red belt cinched at his waist, his long hair impeccably arranged, and his bright eyes radiating brilliance, truly a figure of exceptional talent. It was none other than Xiao Fei. Father, Xiaoxian rushed to his side. Xiao Fei cast a tender glance at her. Are you unharmed? Xiaoxian shook her head. I am fine. Good, let us depart. He turned to leave with Xiaoxian in tow. Lin Lu, standing aside, felt bewildered, contemplating. Is that it? They're leaving just like that? Naturally. She was perplexed as to why he had not sought her out for retribution, especially since she had intended to detain Xiaoxian. As Lin Lu pondered, Xiao Fei's voice echoed, you need not be surprised. Matters concerning my daughter will be addressed by her in due time. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu began to comprehend. He intended for Xiaoxian to take vengeance for today's grievances in the future. Dismissing further thoughts, he turned to return to his chamber, but suddenly halted in his tracks. For at that moment, another individual had entered the courtyard, none other than Bai Ye, who had been wandering aimlessly in search of an exit. Lin Lu regarded Bai Ye with a peculiar expression and inquired, "What brings you back? Do you wish for me to end your life?" Bai Ye forced a smile and said, "My dear lady, how could someone as charming and delightful as you ever wish to harm me? We harbor no deep-seated animosity between us." Lin Lu, perplexed by Bai Ye's words, chuckled lightly and replied, "What if I were to declare that I must indeed take your life?" Bai Ye promptly shook his head, saying, "You will not be able to. For do you not desire that treasured item? I can bestow it upon you." Upon hearing this, Lin Lu narrowed her eyes, growing increasingly wary. "Is this truly the case? How could I ever deceive Miss Lin?" He replied with a sigh. "However, at present, I am indeed unable to retrieve that treasure. Yet, I can grant you access to behold it. If you possess the means to extract it, I shall willingly surrender it to you." "Access? To where?" Lin Lu inquired. "That item has now fused with my very being. If you enter my body, Miss Lin, you shall behold it." Lin Lu harbored doubts regarding Bai Ye's words. Suspecting that he was deliberately ensnaring her in a trap, Bai Ye offered an awkward smile. "If Miss Lin does not believe me, then there is little I can do." Lin Lu pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well, I shall place my trust in you. I am curious to see if that entity within you truly possesses the extraordinary qualities as rumored." At this moment, Lin Lu harbored a hint of hesitation, nonetheless. Her confidence in her own abilities remained steadfast, and she doubted that Bai Ye could pose a significant threat to her. Bai Ye nodded and said, "Miss Lin, I shall encompass you within my being. During this period, I implore you not to resist." Lin Lu hesitated upon hearing this, pondering the true intentions of this individual. Just as she was deep in thought, a mysterious force enveloped her. Lin Lu was taken aback, as an overwhelming sense of peril surged within her. Just as she prepared to resist, it was already too late. She found herself amidst a vast expanse of stars. Countless celestial bodies twinkled faintly, stretching infinitely. This was a cosmic domain. Lin Lu was astonished. This was indeed a stellar realm. No, it was within Bai Ye's very being. Realizing this, her expression shifted drastically, and she urgently exclaimed, "You must let me out at once." She understood that if Bai Ye did not willingly release her, there was no way she could escape on her own. Bai Ye did not hesitate to release Lin Lu. "Do you believe what I say?" Lin Lu gazed at Bai Ye and nodded. "I believe you." Afterward, she inquired with a hint of confusion, "What exactly is it? How did you manage to absorb it into your body?" Bai Ye pondered for a moment. "Can I remain silent?" Naturally, he did not wish to disclose matters pertaining to the chaos primordial yang and chaos primordial yin. Should he reveal them, it would likely stir the entire universe. Lin Lu refrained from further inquiries and led Bai Ye into the room. "Do you wish to know where this place is?" Bai Ye nodded hastily, affirming his curiosity about this mysterious location, particularly the formidable seal that resembled a grand formation, which had prevented him from escaping through the starry expanse for quite some time. Lin Lu turned her gaze toward the sky outside, letting out a soft sigh. "Perhaps time is insufficient tonight. Let us discuss this place in greater detail tomorrow evening." Bai Ye appeared somewhat perplexed. Lin Lu inquired, "Do you recall the woman clad in white from yesterday?" Bai Ye inquired, "Is that not you?" Lin Lu shook her head, yet appeared to sense an incongruity. She then nodded slightly. "Yes, but also no." Bai Ye, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "The woman in white from yesterday is my sister. Her name is Lin Yi." Bai Ye exclaimed in astonishment, "Your sister? But it was clearly you at that time." Lin Lu sighed softly. "We share a single body. The daylight hours belong to her, while the night is rightfully mine." Bai Ye found it somewhat perplexing. "Are you implying that the two of you share a single body?" "Indeed, one could articulate it that way." Bai Ye inquired once more, "What is the reason for this?" Lin Lu appeared to recall a distant memory, a subtle sorrow emerging upon her visage. Just as Lin Lu was about to articulate her thoughts, the horizon outside began to brighten. The inky black of Lin Lu's gown gradually faded, transforming slowly into a pristine white. Bai Ye felt a sense of foreboding. If Lin Lu's sister were to encounter him, it would undoubtedly spell his doom. With this thought racing through his mind, Bai Ye turned on his heel and fled. Yet, he was still a moment too late, for a formidable presence had already ensnared him with an unyielding grip. "Shouldn't you elucidate the events of yesterday?" Chapter 109, 8 Years of a Chess Match. Bai Ye's expression changed dramatically. Yesterday was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Was it not that wretched woman who orchestrated it deliberately? At this moment, Lin Yi harbored doubts about Lin Lu. for the events of yesterday were far too coincidental. The incident did not occur earlier or later, but precisely as Lin Yi was awakening. The timing was so uncanny that it led her to suspect that all of this was a calculated act by Lin Lu. Bai Ye appeared somewhat innocent. You believe she orchestrated it deliberately. Why not confront her? I am a victim as well. Lin Yi snorted coldly. Humph. Do you think I do not wish to seek her out? At that moment, Bai Ye recalled that Lin Yi and Lin Lu shared a single body. When Lin Yi awakened, Lin Lu remained in slumber. In essence, the two sisters were akin to the sun during the day and the moon at night, utterly invisible to one another. Bai Ye felt a touch of awkwardness. Even if you cannot do anything to her, it is unjust to vent your frustration on me. Lin Yi retorted angrily. It was you who committed the act. Do you wish to absolve yourself of responsibility? Bai Ye sighed helplessly. My dear lady, feel free to share the matter concerning you and Miss Lin Lu with me. Perhaps I may be of assistance to you both. Lin Yi gazed at Bai Ye with an air of skepticism. You believe you can aid us? Bai Ye spoke with sincerity. To be frank, I am an array master. It appears to me that this place is sealed, and you shall not be able to escape. After speaking, he turned to Lin Yi and inquired, Am I correct in my assessment? Lin Yi gazed at Bai Ye in surprise. I never imagined you were an array master. Bai Ye remarked, Such trivial matters concerning formations are hardly worth mentioning. At this moment, had Sure been present, she would undoubtedly have expressed her astonishment towards Bai Ye. Indeed, Bai Ye's pretense knows no bounds, disregarding both the context and the distinction between friend and foe. Bai Ye continued, Grant me a few days, and I shall thoroughly comprehend the formations of this place. When that time comes, it will be a simple matter for you to leave. Lin Yi listened to Bai Ye's words with skepticism, pondering, he does not appear to be lying, yet such a young formation master is indeed a rarity. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, causing her pupils to constrict. How did you manage to enter? Bai Ye no longer spoke to Lin Lu as he had previously. Instead, he adopted a demeanor of serene composure and softly remarked, Although this place is said to be sealed, such trivial formations are hardly a challenge for me. Why then did you just state that you required several days to study it? Bai Ye replied, If it were merely me entering and exiting, it would be exceedingly simple. However, to completely dismantle this formation, one must make ample preparations. Lin Yi nodded. At this moment, she found herself unexpectedly believing in Bai Ye. Bai Ye gazed at Lin Yi, as if convinced of her own thoughts, and then inquired, Could you elaborate on this place? Indeed, we are sealed here. But thousands of years ago, we were once a formidable force beyond the West Wilderness. Upon hearing the mention of the Western Wilderness once more, Bai Ye found himself increasingly intrigued by this enigmatic realm. The Western Wilderness? What manner of place could it be? Noting Bai Ye's inquiry, Lin Yi displayed a hint of perplexity. Are you not from the Western Wilderness? No, I hail from the tomb of heavenly Tao. Lin Yi was taken aback. You originate from that very place? Bai Ye nodded. Indeed. Let us momentarily set aside the topic of the tomb of the heavenly path and instead discuss the circumstances that led to your sealing here. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. In those days, our demon clan was one of the 6 great powers of the Western Wilderness. Bai Ye was perplexed. Previously, he had heard Song Yu mention that the Western Wilderness was dominated by 3 major powers, yet now Lin Yi asserted that there were 6. Was it not the case that only 3 powers existed in the Western Wilderness? Lin Yi scoffed, declaring, If it were not for the treacherous schemes of those 3 powers in the past, how could they be the only ones remaining? So, are you implying that your demon clan fell victim to their machinations? Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. In those days, our demon clan upheld the belief of coexisting peacefully with the human race. However, at that time, there were indeed many treacherous individuals among your kin, who sowed discord between our 2 races, igniting enmity where there should have been harmony. Bai Ye let out a soft sigh, remaining silent. Meanwhile, our demon clan has long sought to ease relations with your human race. However, several major forces, led by the Temple of Victory, have united against us. Bai Ye exclaimed. Are multiple powerful factions uniting to oppose you? This suggests that your strength at that time was formidable. Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ye, choosing not to respond. Instead, she continued, Even so, they were still unable to subdue us. However, they devised an exceedingly insidious scheme. What scheme? They invited our demon lord to a game of chess, claiming that if the human race lost, they would refrain from troubling our demon clan in the future. But if our demon lord were to lose, we would be compelled to withdraw from the Western Wilderness for 100,000 years, never to return. Did your demon lord lose? Lin Yi scoffed. How could our demon lord possibly lose? Then why were you sealed? Initially, they invited our demon lord to play chess to determine the outcome, but secretly dispatched countless mysterious powerhouses to surround us. They did not act at first, however. The game lasted for several years. Bai Ye was astonished. A game of chess had been played for several years without a victor? What an extraordinary figure the Demon Lord was. How could he possibly be defeated by your human hands? Bai Ye felt somewhat awkward. Sensing that Lin, he appeared to look down upon the human race. It was during the 8th year that their patience finally wore thin. The implication was made to me by the Demon Lord that should he fail, our demon clan would face utter extinction. At that time, the Demon Lord paid little heed to this warning, as the strength of our demon race was undeniably on par with that of the entire human race. Bai Ye was profoundly astonished by the formidable power of the demon race. Yet, one could not help but wonder why such a mighty lineage would find itself sealed away. Could there be an even more terrifying force involved? At that time, the Demon Lord showed no intention of conceding. However, mere days later, all the elite warriors of our demon race were ruthlessly exterminated. Upon learning this news, the Demon Lord was engulfed by shock and fury. Bai Ye inquired, "Did the Demon Lord, in a fit of rage, eliminate them all?" Lin cast a peculiar glance at Bai Ye and replied, "Are you foolish? If the Demon Lord had indeed executed them at that moment, then only the Demon Lord of our race would have survived. What significance would that hold? A fleeting moment of satisfaction would ultimately lead our kind to face utter extinction. Do you comprehend? Utter extinction." Bai Ye nodded, inquiring, "So the Demon Lord chose to concede back then?" Lin affirmed, "Indeed, he had no other option. However, even after the Demon Lord's concession, they had no intention of sparing us. Following his surrender, they claimed to have arranged a destination for us. Yet, who could have known it was merely a trap? Were they attempting to lure you into a place to capture you all at once?" Lin nodded again, "Yes, but they still underestimated the prowess of our Demon Lord. Ultimately, he succeeded in preserving the lineage of our demon clan." Bai Ye inquired, "Where is the Demon Lord now?" Lin shook her head, "I do not know." Chapter 110. Have you perished? Bai Ye inquired, "What is the nature of your relationship with Miss Lin Lu?" This was the pressing question that lingered in Bai Ye's mind, as he sensed that the matter was far from simple. Lin sighed softly. "It is merely that arrogant woman, overly self-important, claiming she would lead her followers to retaliate against the human race. With such formidable barriers in place, are you not unable to escape?" Lin shook her head. "In truth, we were covertly hidden here by the Demon Lord, rather than being sealed away. However, that insufferable woman recklessly took her people to seek vengeance against the humans and was ultimately discovered. Not only did she end up in a state that was neither human nor ghost, but she also brought about the sealing of the entire demon race." Bai Ye inquired, "When the young lady Lin Lu was discovered by the human race, did they not annihilate your kind completely?" Lin shot Bai Ye a frost